Chapter 7. The Dam in the Barrens. 1. Seen from the expressway at 4:45 in the morning, Boston seems a city of the dead brooding over some tragedy in its past. A plague, perhaps, or a curse. The smell of salt, heavy and cloying, comes off the ocean. Runners of early morning fog obscure much of what movement would be seen otherwise. Driving north along Storrow Drive, sitting behind the wheel of the black '84 Cadillac he picked up from Butch Carrington at Cape Cod Limousine, Eddie Kaspbrak thinks you can feel this city's age. Perhaps you can get that feeling of age nowhere else in America but here. Boston is a sprat compared with London, an infant compared with Rome, but by American standards at least, it is old, old. It kept its place on these low hills 300 years ago when the tea and stamp taxes were unthought of, Paul Revere and Patrick Henry unborn. Its age, its silence, and the foggy smell of the sea, all these things make Eddie nervous. When Eddie's nervous, he reaches for his aspirator. He sticks it in his mouth and triggers a cloud of revivifying spray down his throat. There are a few people in the streets he's passing, and a pedestrian or two on the walkways of the overpasses. They give lie to the impression that he has somehow wandered into a Lovecrafty tale of doomed cities, ancient evils, and monsters with unpronounceable names. Here, ganged around a bus stop with a sign reading Kenmore Square, City Center, he sees waitresses, nurses, city employees, their faces naked and puffed with sleep. That's right, Eddie thinks, now passing under a sign which reads Tobin Bridge. That's right. Stick to the buses. Forget the subways. The subways are a bad idea. I wouldn't go down there if I were you. Not down below, not in the tunnels. This is a bad thought to have. If he doesn't get rid of it, he will soon be using the aspirator again. He's glad for the heavier traffic on the Tobin Bridge. He passes a monument works, painted on the brick side as a slightly unsettling admonishment. Slow down, we can wait. Here is a green reflectorized sign which reads, To 95, Maine, New Hampshire, all northern New England points. He looks at it and suddenly a bone-deep shudder racks his body. His hands momentarily weld themselves to the wheel of the Cadillac. He would like to believe it is the onset of some sickness, a virus or perhaps one of his mother's phantom fevers, but he knows better. It is the city behind him, poised silently on the straight edge that runs between day and night, and what that sign promises ahead of him. He's sick all right, no doubt about that, but it's not a virus or a phantom fever. He has been poisoned by his own memories. I'm scared, Eddie thinks. That was always what was at the bottom of it. Just being scared, that was everything. But in the end, I think we turned that around somehow. We used it. But how? He can't remember. He wonders if any of the others can. For all their sakes, he certainly hopes so. A truck drones by on his left. Eddie has still got his lights on, and now he hits his brights momentarily as the truck draws safely ahead. He does this without thinking. It has become an automatic function, just part of driving for a living. The unseen driver in the truck flashes his running lights in return, quickly twice, thanking Eddie for his courtesy. If only everything could be that simple and that clear, he thinks. He follows the signs to I-95. The northbound traffic is light, although he observes that the southbound lanes into the city are starting to fill up, even at this early hour. Eddie floats the big car along, pre-guessing most of the directional signs and getting into the correct lane long before he has to. It has been years, literally years, since he has guessed wrong enough to be swept past an exit he wanted. He makes his lane choices as automatically as he flashed OK to cut back in to the trucker, as automatically as he once found his way through the tangle of paths in the Derry Barrens. The fact that he has never before in his life driven out of downtown Boston, one of the most confusing cities in America to drive in, does not seem to matter much at all. He suddenly remembers something else about that summer, something Bill said to him one day. You've got a humpus in your head, Eddie. How that had pleased him. It pleases him again as the '84 Dorado shoots back onto the turnpike. He slides the limo's speed up to a cop-safe 57 miles an hour and finds some quiet music on the radio. He supposes he would have died for Bill back then, if that had been required. If Bill had asked him, Eddie would simply have responded, "Sure, Big Bill. You got a time in mind yet?" Eddie laughs at this. Not much of a sound, just a snort, but the sound of it startles him into a real laugh. He laughs seldom these days, and he certainly did not expect to find many chucks, Richie's word meaning chuckles, as in, "You had any good chucks today, Eds?" on this black pilgrimage. But he supposes, if God is dirty mean enough to curse the faithful with what they want most in life, he's maybe quirky enough to deal you a good chuck or two along the way. "Had any good chucks lately, Eds?" he says out loud, and laughs again. Man, he had hated it when Richie called him Eds. But he had sort of liked it, too. The way he thought Ben Hanscom got to like Richie calling him Haystack. It was something like a secret name, a secret identity. A way to be people that had nothing to do with their parents' fears, hopes, constant demands. Richie couldn't do his beloved voices for shit, but maybe he did know how important it was for creeps like them to sometimes be different people. Eddie glances at the change lined up neatly on the Dorado's dashboard. Lining up the change is another of those automatic tricks of the trade. When the toll booths come up, you never want to have to dig for your silver, never want to find that you've gotten in an automatic toll lane with the wrong change. Among the coins are 2 or 3 Susan B. Anthony silver dollars. They are coins, he reflects, that you probably only find in the pockets of chauffeurs and taxi drivers from the New York area these days, just as the only place you are apt to see a lot of $2 bills is at a racetrack payoff window. He always keeps a few on hand because the robot toll-taker baskets on the George Washington and the Triborough bridges take them. Another of those lights suddenly comes on in his head. Silver dollars. Not these fake copper sandwiches, but real silver dollars, with Lady Liberty dressed in her gauzy robe stamped upon them. Ben Hanscom's silver dollars. Yes, but wasn't it Bill or Ben or Beverly who once used one of those silver cartwheels to save their lives? He is not quite sure of this, is, in fact, not quite sure of anything. Or is it just that he doesn't want to remember? It was dark in there, he thinks suddenly. I remember that much. It was dark in there. Boston is well behind him now, and the fog is starting to burn off. Ahead is Maine, New Hampshire, all northern New England points. Derry is ahead, and there is something in Derry which should be 27 years dead and yet is somehow not. Something with as many faces as Lon Chaney. But what is it really? Didn't they see it at the end as it really was, with all its masks cast aside? He can remember so much, but not enough. He remembers that he loved Bill Denbrough. He remembers that well enough. Bill never made fun of his asthma. Bill never called him little sissy queer boy. He loved Bill like he would have loved a big brother or a father. Bill knew stuff to do, places to go, things to see. Bill was never up against it. When you ran with Bill, you ran to beat the devil and you laughed, but you hardly ever ran out of breath. And hardly ever running out of breath was great, so fucking great, Eddie would tell the world. When you ran with Big Bill, you got your chucks every day. Sure, kid, every day, he says in a Richie Tozier voice, and laughs again. It had been Bill's idea to make the dam in the Barrens, and it was, in a way, the dam that had brought them all together. Ben Hanscom had been the one to show them how the dam could be built, and they had built it so well that they'd gotten in a lot of trouble with Mr. Nell, the cop on the beat. But it had been Bill's idea, and although all of them except Richie had seen very odd things, frightening things, in Derry since the turn of the year, it had been Bill who had first found the courage to say something out loud. That dam. That damn dam. He remembered Victor Criss. Ta-ta, boys. It was a real baby dam, believe me. You're better off without it. A day later, Ben Hanscom was grinning at them, saying, We could flood. We could flood out the... 2. Whole Barrens if we wanted to. Bill and Eddie looked at Ben doubtfully, and then at the stuff Ben had brought along with him. Some boards, scrounged from Mr. McKibben's backyard, but that was okay, since Mr. McKibben had probably scavenged them from someone else's. A sledgehammer, a shovel. I don't know, Eddie said, glancing at Bill. When we tried yesterday, it didn't work very good. The current kept washing our sticks away. This'll work, Ben said. He also looked to Bill for the final decision. Well, let's give it a try, Bill said. I could call Richie Tozier this morning. He's gonna be over later, he said. Maybe him and Hanley will want to help. Stanley who? Ben asked. Uris, Eddie said. He was still looking cautiously at Bill, who seemed somehow different today. Quieter, less enthusiastic about the idea of the dam. Bill looked pale today, distant. Stanley Uris. I guess I don't know him. Does he go to Derry Elementary? He's our age, but he just finished the 4th grade, Eddie said. He started school a year late because he was sick a lot when he was a little kid. You think you took Chong yesterday. You just ought to be glad you're not Stan. Someone's always racking Stan to the dogs and back. He's Jewish, Bill said. Lots of kids don't hike him because he's Jewish. Oh, yeah? Ben asked, impressed. Jewish, huh? He paused and then said carefully, Is that like being Turkish? Or is it more like, you know, Egyptian? I could guess it's more like Turkish, Bill said. He picked up one of the boards Ben had brought and looked at it. It was about 6 feet long and 3 feet wide. My dad says most Jews have big noses and lots of money, but But Stan's got a regular nose and he's always broke, Eddie said. Yeah, Bill said, and broke into a real grin for the first time that day. Ben grinned, Eddie grinned. Bill tossed the board aside, got up, and brushed off the seat of his jeans. He walked to the edge of the stream, and the other 2 boys joined him. Bill shoved his hands in his back pockets and sighed deeply. Eddie was sure Bill was going to say something serious. He looked from Eddie to Ben and then back to Eddie again, not smiling now. Eddie was suddenly afraid. But all Bill said then was, You got your aspirator, Eddie? Eddie slapped his pocket. I'm loaded for bear. Say, how'd it work with the chocolate milk? Ben asked. Eddie laughed. Worked great, he said. He and Ben broke up while Bill looked at them smiling but puzzled. Eddie explained and Bill nodded, grinning again. Eddie's mom is worried that he's gonna break and she won't be able to get a refund. Eddie snorted and made as if to push him into the stream. Watch it, fuckface, Bill said, sounding uncannily like Henry Bowers. I'll twist your head so far around you'll be able to watch when you wipe yourself. Ben collapsed, shrieking with laughter. Bill glanced at him, still smiling, hands still in the back pockets of his jeans, smiling. Yeah, but a little distant again, a little vague. He looked at Eddie and then cocked his head toward Ben. Kid's soft, he said. Yeah, Eddie agreed, but he felt somehow that they were only going through the motions of having a good time. Something was on Bill's mind. He supposed Bill would spill it when he was ready. The question was, did Eddie want to hear what it was? Kid's mentally retarded. Retreaded, Ben said, still giggling. You gonna show us how to build a dam, or are you gonna hit there on your big can all today? Ben got to his feet again. He looked first at the stream, flowing past them at moderate speed. The Kenduskeag was not terribly wide this far up in the Barrens, but it had defeated them yesterday just the same. Neither Eddie nor Bill had been able to figure out how to get a foothold on the current. But Ben was smiling, the smile of one who contemplates doing something new, something that will be fun but not very hard. Eddie thought, he knows how. I really think he does. Okay, he said, you guys want to take your shoes off because you're going to get your little footsies wet. The Mind Mother in Eddie's head spoke up at once, her voice as stern and commanding as the voice of a traffic cop. Don't you dare do it, Eddie. Don't you dare. Wet feet, that's one way, one of the thousands of ways that colds start, and colds lead to pneumonia, so don't you do it. Bill and Ben were sitting on the bank, pulling off their sneakers and socks. Ben was fussily rolling up the legs of his jeans. Bill looked up at Eddie. His eyes were clear and warm, sympathetic. Eddie was suddenly sure Big Bill knew exactly what he had been thinking, and he was ashamed. You coming? Yeah, sure, Eddie said. He sat down on the bank and undressed his feet while his mother ranted inside his head, but her voice was growing steadily more distant and echoey. He was relieved to note, as if someone had stuck a heavy fishhook through the back of her blouse and was now reeling her away from him down a very long corridor. 3. It was one of those perfect summer days which, in a world where everything was on track and on the beam, you would never forget. A moderate breeze kept the worst of the mosquitoes and black flies away. The sky was a bright, crisp blue. Temperatures were in the low 70s. Birds sang and went about their birdie business in the bushes and second-growth trees. Eddie had to use his aspirator once, and then his chest lightened and his throat seemed to widen magically to the size of a freeway. He spent the rest of the morning with it stuffed forgotten into his back pocket. Ben Hanscom, who had seemed so timid and unsure the day before, became a confident general once he was fully involved in the actual construction of the dam. Every now and then he would climb the bank and stand there with his muddy hands on his hips, looking at the work in progress and muttering to himself. Sometimes he would run a hand through his hair, and by 11 o'clock it was standing up in crazy comical spikes. Eddie felt uncertainty at first, then a sense of glee, and finally an entirely new feeling, one that was at the same time weird, terrifying, and exhilarating. It was a feeling so alien to his usual state of being that he was not able to put a name to it until that night, lying in bed and looking at the ceiling and replaying the day. Power. That was what that feeling had been. Power. It was going to work, by God, and it was going to work better than he and Bill, maybe even Ben himself, had dreamed it could. He could see Bill getting involved, too, only a little at first, still mulling over whatever it was he had on his mind, and then, bit by bit, committing himself fully. Once or twice he clapped Ben on one meaty shoulder and told him he was unbelievable. Ben flushed with pleasure each time. Ben got Eddie and Bill to set one of the boards across the stream and hold it as he used the sledgehammer to seat it in the stream bed. "There, it's in. But you'll have to hold it or the current'll just pull it loose," he told Eddie. So Eddie stood in the middle of the stream holding the board while water sluiced over its top and made his hands into wavering starfish shapes. Ben and Bill located a second board 2 feet downstream of the first. Ben used the sledge again to seat it, and Bill held it while Ben began to fill up the space between the 2 boards with sandy earth from the stream bank. At first it only washed away around the ends of the boards in gritty clouds, and Eddie didn't think it was going to work at all. But when Ben began adding rocks and muddy gook from the stream bed, the clouds of escaping silt began to diminish. In less than 20 minutes he had created a heaped brown canal of earth and stones between the 2 boards in the middle of the stream. To Eddie it looked like an optical illusion. If we had real cement instead of just mud and rocks, they'd have to move the whole city over to the old Cape side by the middle of next week, Ben said, slinging the shovel aside at last and sitting on the bank until he got his breath back. Bill and Eddie laughed, and Ben grinned at them. When he grinned, there was a ghost of the handsome man he would become in the lines of his face. Water had begun to pile up behind the upstream board now. Eddie asked what they were going to do about the water escaping around the sides. "Let it go. It doesn't matter." "It doesn't?" "Nope." "Why not?" "I can't explain exactly. You gotta let some out, though." "How do you know?" Ben shrugged. "I just do," the shrug said, and Eddie was silenced. When he was rested, Ben got a third board, the thickest of the 4 or 5 he had carried laboriously across town to the barrens, and placed it carefully against the downstream board, wedging one end firmly into the stream bed and socking the other against the board Bill had been holding, creating the strut he had put in his little drawing the day before. "Okay," he said, standing back. He grinned at them. "You guys should be able to let go now. The gook in between the 2 boards will take most of the water pressure. The strut will take the rest." "Won't the water wash it away?" Eddie asked. "Nope, the water is just going to push it in deeper." "And if you're wrong, we could get to kill you," Bill said. "That's cool," Ben said amiably. Bill and Eddie stepped back. The 2 boards that formed the basis of the dam creaked a little, tilted a little, and that was all. "Hot shit!" Eddie screamed, excited. It's great, Bill said, grinning. Yeah, Ben said. Let's eat. 4. They sat on the bank and ate, not talking much, watching the water stack up behind the dam and sluice around the ends of the boards. They had already done something to the geography of the stream banks, Eddie saw. The diverted current was cutting scalloped hollows into them. As he watched, the new course of the stream undercut the bank enough on the far side to cause a small avalanche. Upstream of the dam, the water formed a roughly circular pool, and at one place it had actually overflowed the bank. Bright reflecting rills ran off into the grass and the underbrush. Eddie slowly began to realize what Ben had known from the first. The dam was already built. The gaps between the boards and the banks were sluiceways. Ben had not been able to tell Eddie this because he did not know the word. Above the boards, the Kenduskeag had taken on a swelled look. The chuckling sound of shallow water babbling its way over stones and gravel was now gone. All the stones upstream of the dam were underwater. Every now and then more sod and dirt, undercut by the widening stream, would fall into the water with a splash. Downstream of the dam, the water course was nearly empty. Thin trickles ran restlessly down its center, but that was about all. Stones which had been underwater for God knew how long were drying in the sun. Eddie looked at these drying stones with mild wonder, and that weird other feeling. They had done this. They. He saw a frog hopping along and thought maybe old Mr. Froggy was wondering just where the water had gone. Eddie laughed out loud. Ben was neatly stowing his empty wrappers in the lunch bag he had brought. Both Eddie and Bill had been amazed by the size of the repast Ben had laid out with businesslike efficiency. 2 PB&J sandwiches, 1 bologna sandwich, a hard-cooked egg, complete with a pinch of salt twisted up in a small piece of waxed paper, 2 fig bars, 3 large chocolate chip cookies, and a ring-ding. "What did your ma say when she saw how bad you got racked?" Eddie asked him. Ben looked up from the spreading pool of water behind the dam and belched gently against the back of his hand. "Oh, well, I knew she'd be grocery shopping yesterday afternoon, so I was able to beat her home. I took a bath and washed my hair. Then I threw away the jeans and the sweatshirt I was wearing. I don't know if she'll notice they're gone or not. Probably not the sweatshirt. I got lots of sweatshirts. But I guess I ought to buy myself a new pair of jeans before she gets nosing through my drawers." The thought of wasting his money on such a non-essential item cast momentary gloom across Ben's face. "Well, what about the way you were bruised up?" "I told her I was so excited to be out of school that I ran out the door and fell down the steps," Ben said, and looked both amazed and a little hurt when Eddie and Bill began laughing. Bill, who had been chowing up a piece of his mother's devil's food cake, blew out a brown jet of crumbs and then had a coughing fit. Eddie, still howling, clapped him on the back. "Well, I almost did fall down the steps," Ben said. "Only it was because Victor Crisp pushed me, not because I was running." "I'd be as hot as tamale in a het shirt like that," Bill said, finishing the last bite of his cake. Ben hesitated. For a moment it seemed he would say nothing. "It's better when you're fat," he said finally. "Sweatshirts, I mean." "Because of your gut?" Eddie asked. Bill snorted. "Because of your tit. Yeah, my tits. So what?" "Yeah," Bill said mildly. So what?" There was a moment of awkward silence, and then Eddie said, "Look how dark the water's getting when it goes around that side of the dam." "Oh, cripes!" Ben shot to his feet. "Current's pulling out the fill. Geez, I wish we had cement." The damage was quickly repaired, but even Eddie could see what would happen without someone there to almost constantly shovel in fresh fill. Erosion would eventually cause the upstream board to collapse against the downstream board, and then everything would fall over. "We can shore up the sides," Ben said. "That won't stop the erosion, but it'll slow it down." "If we use sand and mud, won't it just go on washing away?" Eddie asked. "We'll use chunks of sod." Bill nodded, smiled, and made an O with the thumb and forefinger of his right hand. "Let's go. I'll dig 'em, and you should show me where to put 'em in, Big Ben." From behind them a stridently cheery voice called, "My God! Someone put the Y-pool down in the Barrens, belly-button lint and all." Eddie turned, noticing the way Ben tightened up at the sound of a strange voice, the way his lips thinned. Standing above them and a ways upstream on the path Ben had crossed the day before were Richie Tozier and Stanley Uris. Richie came bopping down to the stream, glanced at Ben with some interest, and then pinched Eddie's cheek. "Don't do that. I hate it when you do that, Richie." "Ah, you love it, Eds," Richie said and beamed at him. "So what do you say? You having any good chucks or what?" 5. The 5 of them knocked off around 4 o'clock. They sat much higher on the bank. The place where Bill, Ben, and Eddie had eaten lunch was now under water, and stared down at their handiwork. Even Ben found it a little difficult to believe. He felt a sense of tired accomplishment which was mixed with uneasy fright. He found himself thinking of Fantasia and how Mickey Mouse had known enough to get the broom started, but not enough to make them stop. "Fucking incredible," Richie Tozier said softly, and pushed his glasses up on his nose. Eddie glanced over at him, but Richie was not doing one of his numbers now. His face was thoughtful, almost solemn. On the far side of the stream, where the land first rose and then tilted shallowly downhill, they had created a new piece of bogland. Bracken and holly bushes stood in a foot of water. Even as they sat here, they could see the bog sending out fresh pseudopods, spreading steadily westward. Behind the dam, the Kenduskeag, shallow and harmless just this morning, had become a still swollen band of water. By 2 o'clock, the widening pool behind the dam had taken so much embankment that the spillways had grown almost to the size of rivers themselves. Everyone but Ben had gone on an emergency expedition to the dump in search of more materials. Ben stuck around, methodically sodding up leaks. The scavengers had returned not only with boards, but with 4 bald tires, the rusty door of a 1949 Hudson Hornet, and a big piece of corrugated steel siding. Under Ben's leadership, they had built 2 wings on the original dam, blocking off the water's escape around the sides again, and, with the wings raked back at an angle against the current, the dam worked even better than before. "Stop that sucker cold," Richie said. "You're a genius, man." Ben smiled. "It's not so much." "I got some Winstons," Richie said. "Who wants one?" He produced the crumpled red and white pack from his pants pocket and passed it around. Eddie, thinking of the hell a cigarette would raise with his asthma, refused. Stan also refused. Bill took one, and after a moment's thought, Ben took one too. Richie produced a book of matches with the words Roytan on the outside and lit first Ben's cigarette, then Bill's. He was about to light his own when Bill blew out the match. "Thanks a lot, Denbro, you wet," Richie said. Bill smiled apologetically. "The 3 on a hatch," he said. "But bad luck." "Bad luck for your folks when you were born," Richie said, and lit his cigarette with another match. He lay down and crossed his arms beneath his head. The cigarette jutted upward between his teeth. "Winston tastes good, like a cigarette should." He turned his head slightly and winked at Eddie. "Ain't that right, Eds?" Ben, Eddie saw, was looking at Richie with a mixture of awe and wariness. Eddie could understand that. He had known Richie Tozier for 4 years, and he still didn't really understand what Richie was about. He knew that Richie got A's and B's in his schoolwork, but he also knew that Richie regularly got C's and D's in deportment. His father really racked him about it, and his mother just about cried every time Richie brought home those poor conduct grades, and Richie would swear to do better, and maybe he even would, for a quarter or 2. The trouble with Richie was that he couldn't keep still for more than a minute at a time, and he couldn't keep his mouth shut at all. Down here in the Barrens, that didn't get him in much trouble, but the Barrens weren't Never Never Land, and they couldn't be the Wild Boys for more than a few hours at a stretch. The idea of a wild boy with an aspirator in his back pocket made Eddie smile. The trouble with the Barrens was that you always had to leave. Out there in the wider world, Richie's bullshit was always getting him in trouble. With adults, which was bad, and with guys like Henry Bowers, which was even worse. His entrance earlier today was a perfect example. Ben Hanscom had no more than started to say hi when Richie had fallen on his knees at Ben's feet. He then began a series of gigantic salams, his arms outstretched, his hands thwopping against the muddy bank every time he bowed again. At the same time, he had begun to speak in one of his voices. Richie had about a dozen different voices. His ambition, he had told Eddie one rainy afternoon when they were in the little raftered room over the Casbrack garage reading Little Lulu comic books, was to become the world's greatest ventriloquist. He was going to be even greater than Edgar Bergen, he said, and he would be on the Ed Sullivan Show every week. Eddie admired this ambition, but foresaw problems with it. First of all, Richie's voices sounded pretty much like Richie Tozier. This was not to say Richie could not be very funny from time to time. He could be. When referring to verbal zingers and loud farts, Richie's terminology was the same. He called it getting off a good one. And he got off good ones of both types frequently. Usually in inappropriate company, however. Second, when Richie did ventriloquism, his lips moved. Not just a little on the P and B sounds, but a lot. And on all the sounds. Third, when Richie said he was going to throw his voice, it usually didn't go very far. Most of his friends were too kind, or too bemused with Richie's sometimes enchanting, often exhausting charm, to mention these little failings to him. Salaaming frantically in front of the startled and embarrassed Ben Hanscom, Richie was speaking in what he called his Nigger Jim voice.
"Lawks a mussy, it's be Haystack Calhoun," Richie screamed. "Don't fall on me, Mr. Haystack, sir. You's gwineter cream me if you do. Lawks a mussy, lawks a mussy. 300 pounds of swangin' meat, 88 inches from tit to tit. Haystack be smellin' just like a loader panther shit. I's gwineter lead yer inter de rang, Mr. Haystack, sir. I sure enough gwineter lead yer. Just don't you be fallin' on dis yer black boy."
"Don't worry," Bill said. "It's just Richie. He's crazy." Richie bounced to his feet. "I heard that, then, bro. You better leave me alone, or I'll sick Haystack here on you." "The best part of you ran down your father's leg," Bill said. "True," Richie said, "but look how much good stuff was left. How you doing, Haystack? Richie Tozier is my name. Doing voices is my game." He popped his hand out. Thoroughly confused, Ben reached for it. Richie pulled his hand back. Ben blinked. Relenting, Richie shook. "My name's Ben Hanscom, in case you're interested," Ben said. "Seen you around school," Richie said. He swept a hand at the spreading pool of water. "This must have been your idea. These wet ends couldn't light a firecracker with a flamethrower." "Speak for yourself, Richie," Eddie said. "Oh, you mean it was your idea, Eds? Jesus, I'm sorry." He fell down in front of Eddie and began salaaming wildly again. "Get up, stop it. You're splattering mud on me," Eddie cried. Richie jumped to his feet a second time and pinched Eddie's cheek. "Cute, cute, cute," Richie exclaimed. "Stop it. I hate that." "Fess up, Eds. Who built the dam?" Ben showed us," Bill said. "Good deal." Richie turned and discovered Stanley Uris standing behind him, hands in his pockets, watching quietly as Richie put on his show. "This here's Stan the Man Uris," Richie told Ben. "Stan's a Jew. Also, he killed Christ. At least that's what Victor Chris told me one day. I've been after Stan ever since. I figure if he's that old, he ought to be able to buy us some beer, right, Stan?" "I think that must have been my father," Stan said in a low, pleasant voice, and that broke them all up, Ben included. Eddie laughed until he was wheezing and tears were running down his face. "A good one," Richie cried, striding around with his arms thrown up over his head like a football referee signaling that the extra point was good. "Stan the Man gets off a good one. Great moments in history. Yowza, yowza, yowza." "Hi," Stan said to Ben, seeming to take no notice of Richie at all. "Hello," Ben replied. "We were in the same class in second grade. You were the kid who—" "Never said anything," Stan finished, smiling a little. "Right." "Stan wouldn't say shit if he had a mouthful," Richie said, "which he frequently does. Yowza, yowza, yow." Shut up, Richie," Bill said. "Okay, but first I have to tell you one more thing. Much as I hate to, I think you're losing your dam. Valley's gonna flood, partners. Let's get the women and children out first." And without bothering to roll up his pants, or even to remove his sneakers, Richie jumped into the water and began to slam sods into place on the near side wing of the dam where the persistent current was pulling fill out in muddy streamers again. A piece of Red Cross adhesive tape was wrapped around one of the bows of his glasses, and the loose end flapped against his cheekbone as he worked. Bill caught Eddie's eye, smiled a little, and shrugged. It was just Richie. He could drive you bug shit, but it was still sort of nice to have him around. They worked on the dam for the next hour or so. Richie took Ben's commands, which had become rather tentative again, with 2 more kids to general, with perfect willingness, and fulfilled them at a manic pace. When each mission was completed, he reported back to Ben for further orders, executing a backhand British salute and snapping the soggy heels of his sneakers together. Every now and then he would begin to harangue the others in one of his voices. The German commandant, Toodles the English butler, the Southern senator, who sounded quite a bit like Foghorn Leghorn, and who would, in the fullness of time, evolve into a character named Buford Kissdrivel, the Movietone newsreel narrator. The work did not just go forward, it sprinted forward. And now, shortly before 5 o'clock, as they sat resting on the bank, it seemed that what Ritchie had said was true. They had stopped the sucker cold. The car door, the piece of corrugated steel, and the old tires had become the second stage of the dam, and it was backstopped by a huge sloping hill of earth and stones. Bill, Ben, and Ritchie smoked. Stan was lying on his back. A stranger might have thought he was just looking at the sky, but Eddie knew better. Stan was looking into the trees on the other side of the stream, keeping an eye out for a bird or two he could write up in his bird notebook that night. Eddie himself just sat cross-legged, feeling pleasantly tired and rather mellow. At that moment the others seemed to him like the greatest bunch of guys to chum with a fellow could ever hope to have. They felt right together. They fitted neatly against each other's edges. He couldn't explain it to himself any better than that, and since it didn't really seem to need any explaining, he decided he ought to just let it be. He looked over at Ben, who was holding his half-smoked cigarette clumsily and spitting frequently, as if he didn't like the taste of it much. As Eddie watched, Ben stubbed it out and covered the long butt with dirt. Ben looked up, saw Eddie watching him, and looked away, embarrassed. Eddie glanced at Bill and saw something on Bill's face that he didn't like. Bill was looking across the water and into the trees and bushes on the far side, his eyes gray and thoughtful. That brooding expression was back on his face. Eddie thought Bill looked almost haunted. As if reading his thought, Bill looked around at him. Eddie smiled, but Bill didn't smile back. He put his cigarette out and looked around at the others. Even Ritchie had withdrawn into the silence of his own thoughts, an event which occurred about as seldom as a lunar eclipse. Eddie knew that Bill rarely said anything important unless it was perfectly quiet, because it was so hard for him to speak. And he suddenly wished he had something to say, or that Ritchie would start in with one of his voices. He was suddenly sure Bill was going to open his mouth and say something terrible, something which would change everything. Eddie reached automatically for his aspirator, pulled it out of his back pocket, and held it in his hand. He did this without even thinking about it. "Can I tell you guys something?" Bill asked. They all looked at him. "Crack a joke, Ritchie," Eddie thought. "Crack a joke. Say something really outrageous. Embarrass him. I don't care. Just shut him up. Whatever it is, I don't want to hear it. I don't want things to change. I don't want to be scared." In his mind, a tenebrous, croaking voice whispered, "I'll do it for a dime." Eddie shuddered and tried to unthink that voice, and the sudden image it called up in his mind. The house on Neibolt Street, its front yard overgrown with weeds, gigantic sunflowers nodding in the untended garden off to one side. "Sure, Big Bill," Ritchie said. "What's up?" Bill opened his mouth, more anxiety on Eddie's part, closed it, blessed relief for Eddie, and then opened it again, renewed anxiety. "If you guys laugh, I'll never hang around with you again," Bill said. "It's crazy, but I swear I'm not making it up. It really happened." "We won't laugh," Ben said. He looked around at the others. "Will we?" Stan shook his head. So did Ritchie. Eddie wanted to say, "Yes, we will too, Billy. We'll laugh our heads off and say you're really stupid. So why don't you shut up right now?" But of course he could not say any such thing. This was, after all, Big Bill. He shook his head miserably. No, he wouldn't laugh. He had never felt less like laughing in his life. They sat there above the dam Ben had showed them how to make, looking from Bill's face to the expanding pool and the likewise expanding bog beyond it, and then back to Bill's face again, listening silently as he told them about what had happened when he opened George's photograph album. How Georgie's school photograph had turned its head and winked at him. How the book had bled when he threw it across the room. It was a long, painful recital, and by the time he finished, Bill was red-faced and sweating. Eddie had never heard him stutter so badly. At last, though, the tale was told. Bill looked around at them, both defiant and afraid. Eddie saw an identical expression on the faces of Ben, Richie, and Stan. It was solemn, awed fear. It was not in the slightest tinctured by disbelief. An urge came to him then, an urge to spring to his feet and shout, "What a crazy story! You don't believe that crazy story, do you? And even if you do, you don't believe we believe it, do you? School pictures can't wink, books can't bleed. You're out of your mind, Big Bill." But he couldn't very well do so, because that expression of solemn fear was also on his own face. He couldn't see it, but he could feel it.
"Come back here, kid," the hoarse voice whispered. "I'll blow you for free. Come back here."
"No," Eddie moaned at it. "Please go away. I don't want to think about that."
"Come back here, kid."
And now Eddie saw something else. Not on Richie's face, at least he didn't think so, but on Stan's and Ben's for sure. He knew what that something else was. Knew because that expression was on his own face, too. Recognition.
"I'll blow you for free."
The house at 29 Neibolt Street was just outside the dairy train yards. It was old and boarded up, its porch gradually sinking back into the ground, its lawn an overgrown field. An old trike, rusting and overturned, hid in that long grass, one wheel sticking up at an angle. But on the left side of the porch there was a huge bald patch in the lawn, and you could see dirty cellar windows set into the house's crumbling brick foundation. It was in one of those windows that Eddie Kasprak first saw the face of the leper 6 weeks ago. 6. On Saturdays, when Eddie could find no one to play with, he often went down to the train yards. No real reason, he just liked to go out there. He would ride his bike out Witcham Street and then cut to the northwest along Route 2 where it crossed Witcham. The Neibolt Street Church School stood on the corner of Route 2 and Neibolt Street a mile or so farther on. It was a shabby, neat, wood-frame building with a large cross on top and the words, "Suffer the little children to come unto me," written over the front door in gilt letters 2 feet high. Sometimes, on Saturdays, Eddie heard music and singing coming from inside. It was gospel music, but whoever was playing the piano sounded more like Jerry Lee Lewis than a regular church piano player. The singing didn't sound very religious to Eddie either, although there was lots of stuff in it about beautiful Zion and being washed in the blood of the Lamb and what a friend we have in Jesus. The people singing seemed to be having much too good a time for it to really be sacred singing, in Eddie's opinion. But he liked the sound of it all the same, the way he liked to hear Jerry Lee hollering out, "Whole lot of shaking going on." Sometimes he would stop for a while across the street, leaning his bike against a tree and pretending to read on the grass, actually jiving along to the music. Other Saturdays the church school would be shut up and silent, and he would ride out to the train yard without stopping, out to where Neibolt Street ended in a parking lot with weeds growing up through the cracks in the asphalt. There he would lean his bike against the wooden fence and watch the trains go by. There were a lot of them on Saturdays. His mother told him that in the old days you could catch a GS and WM passenger train at what was then Neibolt Street Station, but the passenger trains had stopped running around the time the Korean War was starting up. If you got on the northbound train, you went to Brownsville Station, she said, and from Brownsville you could catch a train that would take you all the way across Canada if you wanted, all the way to the Pacific. The southbound train would take you to Portland and then on down to Boston, and from South Station the country was yours. But the passenger trains have gone the way of the trolley lines now, I guess. No one wants to ride a train when they can just jump in a Ford and go. You may never even ride one. But great long freights still came through Derry. They headed south, loaded down with pulpwood, paper, and potatoes, and north with manufactured goods for those towns of what Maine people sometimes called the Big Northern: Bangor, Millinocket, Machias, Presque Isle, Holton. Eddie particularly liked to watch the northbound car carriers with their loads of gleaming Fords and Chevys. "I'll have me a car like one of those someday," he promised himself. "Like one of those or even better. Maybe even a Cadillac." There were 6 tracks in all, swooping into the station like strands of cobweb tending toward the center. Bangor and Great Northern lines from the north, the Great Southern and Western Maine from the west, the Boston and Maine from the south, and Southern Seacoast from the east. One day, 2 years before, when Eddie had been standing near the latter line and watching a train go through, a drunken trainman had thrown a crate out of a slow-moving boxcar at him. Eddie ducked and flinched backward, although the crate landed in the cinders 10 feet away. There were things inside it, live things that clicked and moved. "Last run, boy," the drunken trainman had shouted. He pulled a flat brown bottle from one of the pockets of his denim jacket, tipped it up, drank, then flipped it into the cinders, where it smashed. The trainman pointed at the crate. "Take him home to your mum. Compliments of the Southern fucking Seacoast Bound for Welfare Line." He had reeled forward to shout these last words as the train pulled away, gathering speed now, and for one alarming moment Eddie thought he was going to tumble right out. When the train was gone, Eddie went to the box and bent cautiously over it. He was afraid to get too close. The things inside were slithery and crawly. If the trainman had yelled that they were for him, Eddie would have left them right there. But he had said, "Take him home to your mom." And, like Ben, when someone said Mom, Eddie jumped. He scrounged a hank of rope from one of the empty Quonset warehouses and tied the crate onto the package carrier of his bike. His mother had peered inside the crate even more warily than Eddie himself, and then she screamed, but with delight rather than terror. There were 4 lobsters in the crate, big 2-pounders with their claws pegged. She cooked them for supper and had been extremely grumpy with Eddie when he wouldn't eat any.
"What do you think the Rockefellers are eating this evening at their place in Bar Harbor?" she asked indignantly. "What do you think the swells are eating at 21 and Sardi's in New York City? Peanut butter and jelly sandwiches? They're eating lobster, Eddie, same as we are. Now come on, give it a try."
But Eddie wouldn't. At least that was what his mother said. Maybe it was true, but inside it felt more to Eddie like couldn't than wouldn't. He kept thinking of the way they had slithered inside the crate and the clicking sounds their claws had made. She kept telling him how delicious they were and what a treat he was missing until he started to gasp for breath and had to use his aspirator. Then she left him alone. Eddie retreated to his bedroom and read. His mother called up her friend Eleanor Dunton. Eleanor came over and the two of them read old copies of Photoplay and Screen Secrets and giggled over the gossip columns and gorged themselves on cold lobster salad. When Eddie got up for school the next morning, his mother was still in bed, snoring away and letting frequent farts that sounded like long, mellow cornet notes. She was getting off some good ones, Richie would have said. There was nothing left in the bowl where the lobster salad had been except a few tiny blots of mayonnaise. That was the last Southern Seacoast train Eddie ever saw. And when he later saw Mr. Braddock, the dairy trainmaster, he asked him hesitantly what had happened. "Company went broke," Mr. Braddock said. "That's all there was to it. Don't you read the papers? It's happening all over the damn country. Now get out of here. This ain't no place for a kid." After that, Eddie would sometimes walk along Track 4, which had been the Southern Seacoast track, and listen as a mental conductor chanted names inside his head, reading them off in a lovely down-east monotone. Those names, those magic names. Camden, Rockland, Bar Harbor, pronounced Ba Haba, Wiscasset, Bath, Portland, Ogunquit, the Berwicks. He would walk down Track 4 heading east until he got tired, and the weeds growing up between the cross ties made him feel sad. Once he had looked up and seen seagulls, probably just fat old dump gulls who didn't give a shit if they ever saw the ocean, but that had not occurred to him then. Wheeling and crying overhead, and the sound of their voices had made him cry a little too. There had once been a gate at the entrance to the train yards, but it had blown over in a windstorm and no one had bothered to replace it. Eddie came and went pretty much as he liked, although Mr. Braddock would kick him out if he saw him, or any other kid for that matter. There were truck drivers who would chase you sometimes, but not very far, because they thought you were hanging around just so you could hawk something, and sometimes kids did. Mostly, though, the place was quiet. There was a guard booth, but it was empty, its glass windows broken by stones. There had been no full-time security service since 1950 or so. Mr. Braddock shooed the kids away by day, and a night watchman drove through 4 or 5 times a night in an old Studebaker with a searchlight mounted outside the vent window, and that was all. There were tramps and hobos sometimes, though. If anything about the train yard scared Eddie, they did. Men with unshaven cheeks and cracked skin and blisters on their hands and cold sores on their lips. They rode the rails for a while and then climbed down for a while and spent some time in Derry, and then got on another train and went somewhere else. Sometimes they had missing fingers. Usually they were drunk and wanted to know if you had a cigarette. One of these fellows had crawled out from under the porch of the house at 29 Neibolt Street one day and had offered to give Eddie a blowjob for a quarter. Eddie had backed away, his skin like ice, his mouth as dry as lint balls. One of the hobo's nostrils had been eaten away. You could look right into the red scabby channel. "I don't have a quarter," Eddie said, backing toward his bike.
"I'll do it for a dime,"
the hobo croaked, coming toward him. He was wearing old green flannel pants. Yellow puke was stiffening across the lap. He unzipped his fly and reached inside. He was trying to grin. His nose was a red horror. I don't have a dime either," Eddie said, and suddenly thought, "Oh my God, he's got leprosy. If he touches me, I'll catch it too." His control snapped and he ran. He heard the hobo break into a shuffling run behind him, his old string-tied shoes slapping and flapping across the riotous lawn of the empty salt box house.
"Come back here, kid. I'll blow you for free. Come back here."
Eddie had leaped on his bike, wheezing now, feeling his throat closing up to a pinhole. His chest had taken on weight. He hit the pedals and was just picking up speed when one of the hobo's hands struck the package carrier. The bike shimmied. Eddie looked over his shoulder and saw the hobo running along behind the rear wheel, gaining. His lips drawn back from the black stumps of his teeth in an expression which might have been either desperation or fury. In spite of the stones lying on his chest, Eddie had pedaled even faster. Expecting that one of the hobo's scab-crusted hands would close over his arm at any moment, pulling him from his Raleigh and dumping him in the ditch, where God knew what would happen to him. He hadn't dared look around until he had flashed past the church school and through the Route 2 intersection. The bow was gone. Eddie held this terrible story inside him for almost a week, and then confided it to Richie Tozier and Bill Denbrough one day when they were reading comics over the garage.
"He didn't have leprosy, you dummy," Richie said. "He had the scythe."
Eddie looked at Bill to see if Richie was ribbing him. He had never heard of a disease called the Scythe before. It sounded like something Richie might have made up. "Is there such a thing as the Scythe, Bill?" Bill nodded gravely. "Only it's the scythe, not the sift. It's short for syphilis." "What's that?" "It's a disease you get from fucking," Richie said. "You know about fucking, don't you, Eds?" "Sure," Eddie said. He hoped he wasn't blushing. He knew that when you got older, stuff came out of your penis when it was hard. Vincent Boogers Taliendo had filled him in on the rest one day at school. What you did when you fucked, according to Boogers, was you rubbed your cock against a girl's stomach until it got hard. Your cock, not the girl's stomach. Then you rubbed some more until you started to get the feeling. When Eddie asked what that meant, Boogers had only shaken his head in a mysterious way. Boogers said that you couldn't describe it, but you'd know it as soon as you got it. He said you could practice by lying in the bathtub and rubbing your cock with ivory soap. Eddie had tried this, but the only feeling he got was the need to urinate after a while. Anyway, Boogers went on. After you got the feeling, this stuff came out of your penis. Most kids called it cum, Boogers said, but his big brother had told him that the really scientific word for it was jism. And when you got the feeling, you had to grab your cock and aim it real fast so you could shoot the jism into the girl's belly button as soon as it came out. It went down into her stomach and made a baby there. "Do girls like that?" Eddie had asked Boogers Taliendo. He himself was sort of appalled. "I guess they must," Boogers had replied, looking mystified himself. "Now listen up, Eds," Richie said, "because there may be questions later. Some women have got this disease, some men too, but mostly it's women. A guy can get it from a woman." "Or another guy if they're queer," Bill added. "Right. The important thing is you get the scythe from screwing someone who's already got it." "What does it do?" Eddie asked. "Makes you rot," Richie said simply. Eddie stared at him, horrified. "It's bad, I know, but it's true," Richie said. "Your nose is the first thing to go. Some guys with the scythe, their noses fall right off. Then their cocks." "Police," Bill said. "I just ate." "Hey, man, this is science," Richie said. "So what's the difference between leprosy and the scythe?" Eddie asked. "You don't get leprosy from fucking," Richie said promptly, and then went off into a gale of laughter that left both Bill and Eddie mystified. 7. Following that day, the house at 29 Neibolt Street had taken on a kind of glow in Eddie's imagination. Looking at its weedy yard and its slumped porch and the boards nailed across its windows, he would feel an unhealthy fascination take hold of him. And 6 weeks ago he had parked his bike on the gravelly verge of the street The sidewalk ended 4 houses farther back, and walked across the lawn toward the porch of that house. His heart had been beating hard in his chest, and his mouth had that dry taste again. Listening to Bill's story of the dreadful picture, he knew that what he had felt when approaching that house was about the same as what Bill had felt going into George's room. He did not feel as if he was in control of himself. He felt pushed. It did not seem as if his feet were moving. Instead, the house itself, brooding and silent, seemed to draw closer to where he stood. Faintly, he could hear a diesel engine in the train yard. That and the liquid metallic slam of couplings being made. They were shunting some cars onto sidings, picking up others, making a train. His hand gripped his aspirator, but oddly his asthma had not closed down as it had on the day he fled from the hobo with the rotted nose. There was only that sense of standing still and watching the house slide stealthily toward him, as if on a hidden track. Eddie looked under the porch. There was no one there. It was not really surprising. This was spring, and the hobo showed up most frequently in Derry from late September to early November. During those 6 weeks or so, a man could pick up day work on one of the outlying farms if he looked even half decent. There were potatoes and apples to pick, snow fence to string, barn and shed roofs which needed to be patched before December came along, whistling up winter. No hobos under the porch, but plenty of sign that they had been there. Empty beer cans, empty beer bottles, empty liquor bottles. A dirt-crusted blanket lay against the brick foundation like a dead dog. There were drifts of crumpled newspapers and one old shoe and a smell like garbage. There were thick layers of old leaves under there. Not wanting to do it, but unable to help himself, Eddie had crawled under the porch. He could feel his heartbeat slamming in his head now, driving white spots of light across his field of vision. The smell was worse underneath, booze and sweat and the dark brown perfume of decaying leaves. The old leaves didn't even crackle under his hands and knees. They and the old newspapers only sighed. "I'm a hobo," Eddie thought incoherently. "I'm a hobo, and I ride the rods. That's what I do. Ain't got no money, ain't got no home, but I got me a bottle and $1 and a place to sleep. I'll pick apples this week and potatoes the week after that, and when the frost locks up the ground like money inside a bank vault, why, I'll hop a GS&WM box that smells of sugar beets, and I'll sit in the corner and pull some hay over me if there is some, and I'll drink me a little drink and chew me a little chew, and sooner or later I'll get to Portland or Beantown, and if I don't get busted by a railroad security dick, I'll hop one of those Bama Star boxes and head down south, and when I get there, I'll pick lemons or limes or oranges. And if I get vagged, I'll build roads for tourists to ride on. Hell, I done it before, ain't I? I'm just a lonesome old hobo. Ain't got no money, ain't got no home, but I got me one thing. I got me a disease that's eating me up. My skin's cracking open, my teeth are falling out, and you know what? I can feel myself turning bad like an apple that's going soft. I can feel it happening, eating from the inside to the out, eating me." Eddie pulled the stiffening blanket aside, tweezing at it with his thumb and forefinger, grimacing at its matted feel. One of those low-cellar windows was directly behind it, one pane broken, the other opaque with dirt. He leaned forward, now feeling almost hypnotized. He leaned closer to the window, closer to the cellar darkness, breathing in that smell of age and must and dry rot, closer and closer to the black, and surely the leper would have caught him if his asthma hadn't picked that exact moment to kick up. It cramped his lungs with a weight that was painless yet frightening. His breath at once took on the familiar hateful whistling sound. He drew back, and that was when the face appeared. Its coming was so sudden, so startling, and yet at the same time so expected, that Eddie could not have screamed even if he hadn't been having an asthma attack. His eyes bulged, his mouth creaked open. It was not the hobo with the flayed nose, but there were resemblances, terrible resemblances. And yet, this thing could not be human. Nothing could be so eaten up and remain alive. The skin of its forehead was split open. White bone, coated with a membrane of yellow mucousy stuff, peered through like the lens of a bleary searchlight. The nose was a bridge of raw gristle above 2 red flaring channels. One eye was a gleeful blue, the other socket was filled with a mass of spongy brown-black tissue. The leper's lower lip sagged like liver. It had no upper lip at all, its teeth poked out in a sneering ring. It shot one hand out through the broken pane. It shot the other through the dirty glass to the left, shattering it to fragments. Its questing, clutching hands crawled with sores. Beetles crawled and lumbered busily to and fro. Mewling, gasping, Eddie hunched his way backward. He could hardly breathe. His heart was a runaway engine in his chest. The leper appeared to be wearing the ragged remains of some strange silvery suit. Things were crawling in the straggles of its brown hair.
"How about a blowjob, Eddie?"
The apparition croaked, grinning with its remains of a mouth. It lilted,
"Bobby does it for a dime. He will do it any time. 15 cents for overtime."
It winked.
"That's me, Eddie, Bob Gray. And now that we've been properly introduced..."
One of its hands splattered against Eddie's right shoulder. Eddie screamed thinly.
"That's all right,"
the leper said, and Eddie saw with dreamlike terror that it was crawling out of the window. The bony shield behind its peeling forehead snapped the thin wooden strip between the two panes. Its hands clawed through the leafy, mulchy earth. The silver shoulders of its suit, costume, whatever it was, began to push through the gap. That one glaring blue eye never left Eddie's face.
"Here I come, Eddie. That's all right,"
it croaked.
"You'll like it down here with us. Some of your friends are down here."
Its hand reached out again, and in some corner of his panic-maddened, screaming mind, Eddie was suddenly, coldly sure that if that thing touched his bare skin, he would begin to rot, too. The thought broke his paralysis. He skittered backward on his hands and knees, then turned and lunged for the far end of the porch. Sunlight, falling in narrow, dusty beams through the cracks between the porch boards, striped his face from moment to moment. His head pushed through the dusty cobwebs that settled in his hair. He looked back over his shoulder and saw that the leper was halfway out.
"It won't do you any good to run, Eddie,"
it called. Eddie had reached the far end of the porch. There was a lattice-work skirt here. The sun shone through it, printing diamonds of light on his cheeks and forehead. He lowered his head and slammed into it with no hesitation at all, tearing the entire skirt free with a scream of rusted halfpenny nails. There was a tangle of rose bushes beyond, and Eddie tore through these, stumbling to his feet as he did so, not feeling the thorns that scrawled shallow cuts along his arms and cheeks and neck. He turned and backed away on buckling legs, pulling his aspirator out of his pocket, triggering it. Surely it hadn't really happened. He had been thinking about that hobo, and his mind had just put on a show. Shown him a movie, a horror movie, like one of those Saturday matinee pictures with Frankenstein and Wolfman that they had sometimes at the Bijou or the Gem or the Aladdin. Sure, that was all. He had scared himself. What an asshole. There was even time to utter a shaky laugh at the unsuspected vividness of his imagination before the rotting hand shot out from under the porch, clawing at the rose bushes with mindless ferocity, pulling at them, stripping them, printing beads of blood on them. Eddie shrieked. The leper was crawling out. It was wearing a clown suit, he saw, a clown suit with big orange buttons down the front. It saw Eddie and grinned. Its half-mouth dropped open and its tongue lolled out. Eddie shrieked again, but no one could have heard one boy's breathless shriek under the pounding of the diesel engine in the train yard. The leper's tongue had not just dropped from its mouth. It was at least 3 feet long and had unrolled like a party favor. It came to an arrow point which dragged in the dirt. Foam, thick, sticky, and yellowish, coursed along it. Bugs crawled over it. The rose bushes, which had been showing the first touches of spring green when Eddie broke through them, now turned a dead and lacy black.
"Blowjob,"
the leper whispered and tottered to its feet. Eddie raced for his bike. It was the same race as before, only it now had the quality of a nightmare, where you can only move with the most agonizing slowness no matter how hard you try to go fast. And in those dreams, didn't you always hear or feel something, some it, gaining on you? Didn't you always smell its stinking breath, as Eddie was smelling it now? For a moment he felt a wild hope. Perhaps this really was a nightmare. Perhaps he would awake in his own bed, bathed in sweat, shaking, maybe even crying, but alive, safe. Then he pushed the thought away. Its charm was deadly, its comfort fatal. He did not try to mount his bike immediately. He ran with it instead, head down, pushing the handlebars. He felt as if he was drowning, not in water, but inside his own chest.
"Blowjob,"
the leper whispered again.
"Come back any time, Eddie. Bring your friends."
Its rotting fingers seemed to touch the back of his neck, but perhaps that was only a dangling strand of cobweb from under the porch, caught in his hair and brushing away his shrinking flesh. Eddie leaped onto his bike and pedaled away, not caring that his throat had closed up tight as Tilly again, not giving two sucks for his asthma, not looking back. He didn't look back until he was almost home. And, of course, there was nothing behind him when he finally did but two kids headed over to the park to play ball. That night, lying straight as a poker in bed, one hand folded tightly around his aspirator, looking into the shadows, he heard the leper whisper,
"It won't do you any good to run, Eddie."
8. "Wow," Richie said respectfully. It was the first thing any of them had said since Bill Denbrough finished his story. "Have you got another higarette, Richie?" Richie gave him the last one in the pack he had hawked, almost empty, from his dad's desk drawer. He even lit it for Bill. "You didn't dream it, Bill?" Stan asked suddenly. Bill shook his head. "No, the dream." "Real," Eddie said in a low voice. Bill looked at him sharply. What? "Real," I said. Eddie looked at him almost resentfully. "It really happened. It was real." And before he could stop himself, before he even knew he was going to do it, Eddie found himself telling the story of the leper that had come crawling out of the basement at 29 Neibolt Street. Halfway through the telling, he began to gasp and had to use his aspirator. At the end, he burst into shrill tears, his thin body shaking. They all looked at him uncomfortably, and then Stan put a hand on his back. Bill gave him an awkward hug while the others glanced away, embarrassed. "That's all right, Eddie. It's okay." "I saw it too," Ben Hanscom said suddenly. His voice was flat and harsh and scared. Eddie looked up, his face still naked with tears, his eyes red and raw-looking.
"What?"
"I saw the clown," Ben said. "Only he wasn't like you said, at least not when I saw him. He wasn't all gushy. He was dry." He paused, ducked his head, and looked at his hands, which lay palely on his elephantine thighs. "I think he was the mummy." "Like in the movies?" Eddie asked. "Like that, but not like that," Ben said slowly. "In the movies he looks fake. It's scary, but you can tell it's a put-up job, you know? All those bandages, they look too neat or something. But this guy, he looked the way a real mummy would look, I think. If you actually found one in a room under a pyramid, I mean. Except for the suit."
What suit?"
Ben looked at Eddie. "A silver suit with big orange buttons down the front." Eddie's mouth dropped open. He shut it and said, "If you're kidding, say so. I still dream about that guy under the porch." "It's not a joke," Ben said, and began to tell the story. He told it slowly, beginning with his volunteering to help Mrs. Douglas count and store books and ending with his own bad dreams. He spoke slowly, not looking at the others. He spoke as if deeply ashamed of his own behavior. He didn't raise his head again until the story was over. "You must have dreamed it," Richie said finally. He saw Ben wince and hurried on. "Now, don't take it personal, Big Ben, but you got to see that balloons can't, float against the wind." "Pictures can't wink either," Ben said. Richie looked from Ben to Bill, troubled. Accusing Ben of dreaming awake was one thing. Accusing Bill was something else. Bill was their leader, the guy they all looked up to. No one said so out loud. No one needed to. But Bill was the idea man, the guy who could think of something to do on a boring day, the guy who remembered games the others had forgotten. And in some odd way they all sensed something comfortingly adult about Bill. Perhaps it was a sense of accountability, a feeling that Bill would take the responsibility if responsibility needed to be taken. The truth was, Richie believed Bill's story, crazy as it was, and perhaps he didn't want to believe Ben's, or Eddie's for that matter. "Nothing like that ever happened to you, huh?" Eddie asked Richie. Richie paused, began to say something, shook his head, paused again, then said, "Scariest thing I've seen lately was Mark Prenderlist taking a leak in McCarran Park. Ugliest hogger you ever saw." Ben said, "What about you, Stan?" "No," Stan said quickly and looked somewhere else. His small face was pale, his lips pressed together so tightly they were white. "Was there something?"
Sister Stan?
Bill asked. No, I told you. Stan got to his feet and walked to the embankment, hands in his pockets. He stood watching the water course over the top of the original dam and pile up behind the second water gate.
Come on now, Stanley,
Richie said in a shrill falsetto. This was another of his voices. Granny Grunt. When speaking in his Granny Grunt voice, Richie would hobble around with one fist against the small of his back and cackle a lot. He still, however, sounded more like Richie Tozier than anyone else.
Fess up, Stanley. Tell your old granny about the bad clown, and I'll give you a chocolate chip cookie. You just tell...
Shut up, Stan yelled suddenly, whirling on Richie, who fell back a step or two, astonished. Just shut up.
Yowza, boss,
Richie said and sat down. He looked at Stan Uris mistrustfully. Bright spots of color flamed in Stan's cheeks, but he still looked more scared than mad. That's okay, Eddie said quietly. Never mind, Stan. It wasn't a clown, Stanley said. His eyes flicked from one of them to the next, to the next, to the next. He seemed to struggle with himself. You can tell, Bill said, also speaking quietly. Well, we did. It wasn't a clown. It was... Which was when the carrying, whiskey-roughened tones of Mr. Nell interrupted, making them all jump as if they had been shot.
Jesus Christ on a jumped-up chariot-driven crutch. Look at this mess. Jesus Christ.
Chapter 8. Georgie's Room and the House on Neibolt Street. 1. Richie Tozier turns off the radio, which has been blaring out Madonna's Like a Virgin on WZON, a station which declares itself to be Bangor's AM stereo rocker with a kind of hysterical frequency, pulls over to the side of the road, shuts down the engine of the Mustang the Avis people rented him at Bangor International, and gets out. He hears the pull and release of his own breath in his ears. He has seen a sign which has caused the flesh of his back to break out in hard ridges of goose flesh. He walks to the front of the car and puts one hand on its hood. He hears the engine ticking softly to itself as it cools. He hears a jay scream briefly and then shut up. There are crickets. And as far as the soundtrack goes, that's it. He has seen the sign. He passes it, and suddenly he is in Derry again. After 25 years, Richie Trashmouth Tozier has come home. He has... Burning agony suddenly needles into his eyes, breaking his thought cleanly off. He utters a strangled little shout, and his hands fly up to his face. The only time he felt anything even remotely like this burning pain was when he got an eyelash caught under one of his contacts in college. And that was only in one eye. This terrible pain is in both. Before he can reach even halfway to his face, the pain is gone. He lowers his hands again, slowly, thoughtfully, and looks down Route 7. He left the turnpike at the Etna Haven exit, wanting, for some reason he doesn't understand, not to come in by the turnpike, which was still under construction in the Derry area when he and his folks shook the dust of this weird little town from their heels and headed out for the Midwest. No, the turnpike would have been quicker, but it would have been wrong. So he had driven along Route 9 through the sleeping nestle of buildings that was Haven Village, then turned off on Route 7. And as he went, the day grew steadily brighter. Now this sign. It was the same sort of sign which marked the borders of more than 600 Maine towns, but how this one had squeezed his heart. Penobscot County, Derry, Maine. Beyond that, an Elks sign, a Rotary Club sign, and completing the Trinity, a sign proclaiming the fact that Derry Lions roar for the United Fund. Past that one is just Route 7 again, continuing on in a straight line between bulking banks of pine and spruce. In the silent light as the day steadies itself, those trees look as dreamy as blue-gray cigarette smoke stacked on the moveless air of a sealed room. Derry, he thinks. Derry, God help me, Derry. Stone the crows. Here he is on Route 7. 5 miles up, if time or tornado has not carried it away in the intervening years, will be the Rulin Farms, where his mother bought all of their eggs and most of their vegetables. 2 miles beyond that, Route 7 became Witcham Road, and of course Witcham Road eventually became Witcham Street. Can you give me Hallelujah World without end amen? And somewhere along there between the Rulin Farms and town he would drive past the Bowers place, and then the Hanlon place. A mile or so after Hanlon's, he would see the first glitter of the Kenduskeag and the first spreading tangle of poison green. The lush lowlands that had been known for some reason as the Barrens. I really don't know if I can face all of that, Richie thinks. I mean, let's tell the truth here, folks. I just don't know if I can. The whole previous night has passed in a dream for him. As long as he continued traveling, moving forward, making miles, the dream went on. But now he has stopped, or rather the sign has stopped him, and he has awakened to a strange truth. The dream was the reality. Derry is the reality. It seems he just cannot stop remembering. He thinks the memories will eventually drive him mad, and now he bites down on his lip and puts his hands together, palm to palm, tight, as if to keep himself from flying apart. He feels that he will fly apart, and soon. There seems to be some mad part of him which actually looks forward to what may be coming. But most of him only wonders how he's going to get through the next few days. And now his thoughts break off again. A deer is walking out into the road. He can hear the light thud of its spring-soft hoofs on the tar. Richie's breath stops in mid-exhale, then slowly starts again. He looks dumbfounded, part of him thinking that he never saw anything like this on Rodeo Drive. No, he'd needed to come back home to see something like this. It's a doe. Doe, a deer, a female deer, a voice chants merrily in his head. She's come out of the woods on the right and pauses in the middle of Route 7, front legs on one side of the broken white line, rear legs on the other. Her dark eyes regard Rich Tozier mildly. He reads interest in those eyes, but no fear. He looks at her in wonder, thinking she's an omen or a portent or some sort of Madame Azanka shit like that. And then, quite unexpectedly, a memory of Mr. Nell comes to him. What a start he had given them that day, busting in on them in the wake of Bill's story and Ben's story and Eddie's story. The whole bunch of them had damn near gone up to heaven. Now, looking at the deer, Rich draws in a deep breath and finds himself speaking in one of his voices. But for the first time in 25 years or more, it is the voice of the Irish cop, one he had incorporated into his repertoire after that memorable day. It comes rolling out of the morning silence like a great big bowling ball. It is louder and bigger than Richie would ever have believed.
Jesus Christ on a jumped-up chariot-driven crutch. What's a nice girl like you doing out in this wilderness, dear? Jesus Christ. You be getting on home before I decide to tell Father O'Staggers on ye.
Before the echoes have died away, before the first shocked jay can begin scolding him for his sacrilege, the doe flicks her tail at him like a truce flag and disappears into the smoky-looking firs on the left side of the road, leaving only a small pile of steaming pellets behind to show that, even at 37, Richie Tozier is still capable of getting off a good one from time to time. Richie begins to laugh. He is only chuckling at first, and then his own ludicrousness strikes him. Standing here in the dawn light of a Maine morning, 3,400 miles from home, shouting at a deer in the accents of an Irish cop. The chuckles become a string of giggles, the giggles become guffaws, the guffaws become howls, and he is finally reduced to holding on to his car while tears roll down his face, and he wonders dimly if he's going to wet his pants or what. Every time he starts to get control of himself, his eyes fix on that little clump of pellets and he goes off into fresh gales. Snorting and snickering, he is at last able to get back into the driver's seat and restart the Mustang's engine. An Orinco chemical fertilizer truck snores by in a blast of wind. After it passes him, Rich pulls out and heads for Derry again. He feels better now, in control. Or maybe it's just that he's moving again, making miles, and the dream has reasserted itself. He starts thinking about Mr. Nell again. Mr. Nell and that day by the dam. Mr. Nell had asked them who thought this little trick up. He can see the five of them looking uneasily at each other, and remembers how Ben finally stepped forward, cheeks pale and eyes downcast, face trembling all over as he fought grimly to keep from blubbering. Poor kid probably thought he was going to get 5 to 10 in Shawshank for backflooding the drains on Witcham Street, Rich thinks now, but he had owned up to it just the same. And by doing that, he had forced the rest of them to come forward and back him up. It was either that or consider themselves bad guys, cowards. All the things their TV heroes were not. And that had welded them together, for better or worse. Had apparently welded them together for the last 27 years. Sometimes events are dominoes. The first knocks over the second knocks over the third, and there you are. When, Richie wonders, did it become too late to turn back? When he and Stan showed up and pitched in, helping to build the dam? When Bill told them how the school picture of his brother had turned its head and winked? Maybe. But to Rich Tozier it seemed that the dominoes really began to fall when Ben Hanscom stepped forward and said, "I showed them, too. How to do it. It's my fault." Mr. Nell simply stood there looking at him, lips pressed together, hands on his creaking black leather belt. He looked from Ben to the spreading pool behind the dam and then back to Ben again, his face that of a man who can't believe what he is seeing. He was a burly Irishman, his hair a premature white, combed back in neat waves beneath his peaked blue cap. His eyes were bright blue, his nose bright red. There were small nests of burst capillaries in his cheeks. He was a man of no more than medium height, but to the 5 boys arrayed before him he looked at least 8 feet tall. Mr. Nell opened his mouth to speak, but before he could, Bill Denbrough had stepped up beside Ben. It was my idea, he finally managed to say. He heaved in a gigantic, gulping breath, and as Mr. Nell stood there regarding him impassively, the sun tossing back imperial flashes from his badge, Bill managed to stutter out the rest of what he needed to say. It wasn't Ben's fault. Ben just happened to come along and show them how to do better what they were already doing badly. "Me too," Eddie said abruptly, and stepped up on Ben's other side. "What's this me too?" Mr. Nell asked. "Is that your name or your address, buckaroo?" Eddie flushed brightly. The color went all the way up to the roots of his hair. "I was with Bill before Ben even came," he said. "That was all I meant." Richie stepped up next to Eddie. The idea that a voice or two might cheer Mr. Nell up a little, get him thinking jolly thoughts, popped into his head. On second thought, and second thoughts were, for Richie, extremely rare and wonderful things, maybe a voice or two might only make things worse. Mr. Nell didn't look like he was in what Richie sometimes thought of as a chuckalicious mood. In fact, Mr. Nell looked like maybe chucks were the last thing on his mind. So he just said, "I was in on it too," in a low voice, and then made his mouth shut up. "And me," Stan said, stepping next to Bill. Now the 5 of them were standing before Mr. Nell in a line. Ben looked from one side to the other, more than dazed. He was almost stupefied by their support. For a moment, Richie thought old Haystack was going to burst into tears of gratitude. "Jesus," Mr. Nell said again, and although he sounded deeply disgusted, his face suddenly looked as if it might like to laugh. "A sorrier bunch of boyos I ain't never seen. If your folks knew where you were, I guess there'd be some hot bottoms tonight. I ain't sure there won't be anyway." Richie could hold back no longer. His mouth simply fell open and then ran away like the gingerbread man, as it so often did. "How's things back in the old country, Mr. Nell?" it bugled. "Ah, you're a sight for sore eyes. Sure and begorra, you're a lovely man, a credit to the old sod." "I'll be a credit to the seat of your pants in about 3 seconds, my dear little friend," Mr. Nell said dryly. Bill turned on him, snarled, "For God's sake, Richie, shut up." "Good advice, Master William Denbrough," Mr. Nell said. "I'll bet Zack doesn't know you're down here in the barns playing amongst the floating turdies, does he?" Bill dropped his eyes, shook his head. Wild roses burned in his cheeks. Mr. Nell looked at Ben. "I don't recall your name, son." "Ben Hanscom, sir," Ben whispered. Mr. Nell nodded and looked back at the dam again. "This was your idea?" "How to build it, yeah." Ben's whisper was now nearly inaudible. "Well, you're a hell of an engineer, big boy, but you don't know jack shit about these here barns or the dairy drainage system, do you?" Ben shook his head. Not unkindly, Mr. Nell told him, "There's 2 parts to the system. 1 part carries solid human waste. Shit, if I'd not be offending your tender ears. The other part carries gray water, water flushed from toilets or run down the drains from sinks and washing machines and showers. It's also the water that runs down the gutters into the city drains. Well, you've caused no problems with the solid waste removal, thank God. All that gets pumped into the Kenduskeag a bit farther down. There's probably some almighty big patties down that way, half a mile drying in the sun thanks to what you done. But you can be pretty sure that there ain't shit sticking to anyone's ceiling because of it.
But as for the gray water, well, there's no pumps for gray water. That all runs downhill in what the engineer boyos call gravity drains. And I'll bet you know where all them gravity drains end up, don't you, big boy?
Up there, Ben said. He pointed to the area behind the dam, the area they had in large part submerged. He did this without looking up. Big tears were beginning to course slowly down his cheeks. Mr. Nell pretended not to notice.
That's right, my large young friend. All them gravity drains feed into streams that feed into the upper barrens. In fact, a good many of them little streams that come trickling down are gray water and gray water only, coming out of drains you can't even see. They're so deep buried in the underbrush. The shit goes one way and everything else goes the other. God praise the clever mind of man. And did it ever cross your minds that you'd spent the whole livelong day paddling around in dairies, pee, and old wash-water?
Eddie suddenly began to gasp and had to use his aspirator.
What you did was back water up into about 6 of the 8 central catch basins that serve Witcham and Jackson and Kansas, and 4 or 5 little streets that run between 'em.
Mr. Nell fixed Bill Denbrough with a dry glance.
One of 'em serves your own hearth and home, young Master Denbrough. So there we are, with sinks that won't drain, washing machines that won't drain, outflow pipes pouring merrily into cellars.
Ben let out a dry, barking sob. The others turned toward him and then looked away. Mr. Nell put a large hand on the boy's shoulder. It was calloused and hard, but at the moment it was also gentle.
Now, no need to take on, big boy. Maybe it ain't that bad, at least not yet. Could be I exaggerated just a mite to make sure you took my point. They sent me down to see if a tree blew down across the stream. That happens from time to time. There's no need for anyone but me and you 5 to know it wasn't just that. We've got more important things to worry about in town these days than a little backed-up water. I'll say in my report that I located the blowdown, and some boys came along and helped me shift it out of the way of the water. Not that I'll mention ye by name. You'll not be getting any citations for dam building in the barns.
He surveyed the 5 of them. Ben was furiously wiping his eyes with his handkerchief. Bill was looking thoughtfully at the dam. Eddie was holding his aspirator in one hand. Stan stood close by Richie with one hand on Richie's arm, ready to squeeze, hard, if Richie should show the slightest sign of having anything to say other than thank you very much.
You boys got no business at all in a dirty place like this, Mr. Nell went on. There's probably 60 different kinds of disease braiding down here.
Breeding came out braidin', as in what a girl may do with her hair in the morning.
Dumped down one way, streams full of piss and gray water, muck and slop, bugs and brambles, quick mud. You got no business at all in a dirty place like this. 4 clean city parks for you boyos to be playing ball in all day long, and I catch you down here. Jesus Christ.
Well, but we like it down here, Bill said suddenly and defiantly. Well, when we come down here, nobody gives us any headache.
What'd he say?
Mr. Nell asked Eddie. He said when we come down here, nobody gives us any static, Eddie said. His voice was thin and whistling, but it was also unmistakably firm. And he's right. When guys like us go to the park and say we want to play baseball, the other guys say, sure, you want to be second base or third. Richie cackled. Eddie gets off a good one, and you are there. Mr. Nell swung his head to look at him. Richie shrugged. Sorry, but he's right, and Bill's right, too. We like it down here. Richie thought Mr. Nell would become angry again at that, but the white-haired cop surprised him, surprised them all, with a smile.
Yep, he said. I liked it down here myself as a boy, so I did. And I'll not forbid ye, but hark to what I'm telling you now.
He leveled a finger at them, and they all looked at him soberly.
If ye come down here to play, ye come in a gang like ye are now, together. Do you understand me?
They nodded.
That means together all the time. No hide-and-seek games where you're split up 1 and 1 and 1. You all know what's going on in this town. All the same, I don't forbid you to come down here, mostly because you'd be down here anyway. But for your own good, here or anywhere around, gang together.
He looked at Bill.
Do you disagree with me, young Master Bill Denbrough?
No, sir, Bill said. We'll stay
That's good enough for me, Mr. Nell said. Your hand on it.
Bill stuck out his hand, and Mr. Nell shook it. Richie shook off Stan and stepped forward.
Sure and begorra, Mr. Nell, you're a prince among men, y'are. A fine man, a fine man.
He stuck out his own hand, seized the Irishman's huge paw, and flagged it furiously, grinning all the time. To the bemused Mr. Nell, the boy looked like a hideous parody of Franklin D. Roosevelt.
Thank you, boy,
Mr. Nell said, retrieving his hand.
You want to work on that a bit. As of now, ye sound about as Irish as Groucho Marx.
The other boys laughed, mostly in relief. Even as he was laughing, Stan shot Richie a reproachful look. Grow up, Richie. Mr. Nell shook hands all around, gripping Ben's last of all.
Ye've nothing to be ashamed of but bad judgment, big boy. As for that there, did you see how to do it in a book?
Ben shook his head.
Just figured it out?
Yes, sir.
Well, if that don't beat Harry, you'll do great things some day, I've no doubt. But the Barrens isn't the place to do 'em.
He looked around thoughtfully.
No great thing will ever be done here. Nasty place.
He sighed.
Tear it down, dear boys. Tear it right down. I believe I'll just sit me down in the shade of this bush here and bide a wee as you do it.
He looked ironically at Richie as he said this last, as if inviting another manic outburst. Yes, sir, Richie said humbly, and that was all. Mr. Nell nodded, satisfied, and the boys fell to work, once again turning to Ben, this time to show them the quickest way to tear down what he had shown them how to build. Meanwhile, Mr. Nell removed a brown bottle from inside his tunic and helped himself to a large gulp. He coughed, then blew out breath in an explosive sigh and regarded the boys with watery, benign eyes.
"And what might ye have in your bottle, sor?"
Richie asked from the place where he was standing knee-deep in the water.
"Richie, can't you ever shut up?"
Eddie hissed.
"This?"
Mr. Nell regarded Richie with mild surprise and looked at the bottle again. It had no label of any kind on it.
"This is the cough medicine of the gods, my boy. Now let's see if you can bend your back anywhere near as fast as you can wag your tongue."
3. Bill and Richie were walking up Witcham Street together later on. Bill was pushing Silver. After first building and then tearing down the dam, he simply did not have the energy it would have taken to get Silver up to cruising speed. Both boys were dirty, disheveled, and pretty well used up. Stan had asked them if they wanted to come over to his house and play Monopoly or Parcheesi or something, but none of them wanted to. It was getting late. Ben, sounding tired and depressed, said he wanted to go home and see if anybody had returned his library books. He had some hope of this, since the Derry Library insisted on writing in the borrower's street address as well as his name on each book's pocket card. Eddie said he was going to watch the rock show on TV because Neil Sedaka was going to be on, and he wanted to see if Neil Sedaka was a Negro. Stan told Eddie not to be so stupid. Neil Sedaka was white. You could tell he was white just listening to him. Eddie claimed you couldn't tell anything by listening to them. Until last year, he had been positive Chuck Berry was white. But when he was on Bandstand, he turned out to be a Negro. "My mother still thinks he's white, so that's one good thing," Eddie said. "If she finds out he's a Negro, she probably won't let me listen to his songs anymore." Stan bet Eddie 4 funny books that Neil Sedaka was white, and the two of them set off together for Eddie's house to settle the issue. And here were Bill and Richie, headed in a direction which would bring them to Bill's house after a while, neither of them talking much. Richie found himself thinking about Bill's story of the picture that had turned its head and winked. And in spite of his tiredness, an idea came to him. It was crazy, but it also held a certain attraction.
"Billy, me boy,"
he said, "let's stop for a while. Take 5.
I'm dead."
"No such luck," Bill said, but he stopped, laid Silver carefully down on the edge of the green theological seminary lawn, and the two boys sat on the wide stone steps which led up to the rambling red Victorian structure. "What a day," Bill said glumly. There were dark purplish patches under his eyes. His face looked white and used. "You better call your house when we get to mine, so your folks don't go bananas." "Yeah, you bet. Listen, Bill." Richie paused for a moment, thinking about Ben's mummy, Eddie's leper, and whatever Stan had almost told them. For a moment something swam in his own mind, something about that Paul Bunyan statue out by City Center. But that had only been a dream, for God's sake. He pushed away such irrelevant thoughts and plunged. "Let's go up to your house. What do you say? Take a look in Georgie's room. I want to see that picture." Bill looked at Richie, shocked. He tried to speak, but could not. His stress was simply too great. He settled for shaking his head violently. Richie said, "You heard Eddie's story, and Ben's. Do you believe what they said?" "I don't know. I think they must have seen something." "Yeah, me too. All the kids that have been killed around here, I think all of them would have had stories to tell, too. The only difference between Ben and Eddie and those kids is that Ben and Eddie didn't get caught." Bill raised his eyebrows, but showed no great surprise. Richie had supposed Bill would have taken it that far himself. He couldn't talk so good, but he was no dummy. "So now dig on this a while, Big Bill," Richie said. "A guy could dress up in a clown suit and kill kids. I don't know why he'd want to, but nobody can tell why crazy people do things, right?" Right. It's not that much different than the Joker in a Batman funny book." Just hearing his ideas out loud excited Richie. He wondered briefly if he was actually trying to prove something or just throwing up a smokescreen of words so he could see that room, that picture. In the end, it probably didn't matter. In the end, maybe just seeing Bill's eyes light up with their own excitement was enough. But where does the picture fit in?" "What do you think, Billy?" In a low voice, not looking at Richie, Bill said he didn't think it had anything to do with the murders. "I think it was Georgie's ghost." "A ghost in a picture?" Bill nodded. Richie thought about it. The idea of ghosts gave his child's mind no trouble at all. He was sure there were such things. His parents were Methodists, and Richie went to church every Sunday and to Thursday night Methodist Youth Fellowship meetings as well. He knew a great deal of the Bible already, and he knew the Bible believed in all sorts of weird stuff. According to the Bible, God himself was at least 1/3 ghost, and that was just the beginning. You could tell the Bible believed in demons because Jesus threw a bunch of them out of the sky. Real chuckalicious ones, too. When Jesus asked the guy who had them what his name was, the demons answered and told him to go join the Foreign Legion, or something like that. The Bible believed in witches, or else why would it say, "Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live"? Some of the stuff in the Bible was even better than the stuff in the horror comics. People getting boiled in oil or hanging themselves like Judas Iscariot. The story about how wicked King Ahaz fell off the tower and all the dogs came and licked up his blood. The mass baby murders that had accompanied the births of both Moses and Jesus Christ. Guys who came out of their graves or flew into the air. Soldiers who witched down walls. Prophets who saw the future and fought monsters. All of that was in the Bible, and every word of it was true. So said Reverend Craig, and so said Richie's folks, and so said Richie. He was perfectly willing to credit the possibility of Bill's explanation. It was the logic which troubled him. "But you said you were scared. Why would George's ghost want to scare you, Bill?" Bill put a hand to his mouth and wiped it. The hand was trembling slightly. "He's probably mad at me for getting him killed. It was my fault. I sent him out with the He was incapable of getting the word out, so he rocked his hand in the air instead. Richie nodded to show he understood what Bill meant, but not to indicate agreement. "I don't think so," he said. "If you stabbed him in the back or shot him, that would be different. Or even if you, gave him a loaded gun that belonged to your dad to play with and he shot himself with it. But it wasn't a gun. It was just a boat. You didn't want to hurt him. In fact," Richie raised one finger and waggled it at Bill in a lawyerly way, "you just wanted the kid to have a little fun, right?" Bill thought back, thought desperately hard. What Richie had just said had made him feel better about George's death for the first time in months. But there was a part of him which insisted with quiet firmness that he was not supposed to feel better. "Of course it was your fault," that part of him insisted. "Not entirely, maybe, but at least partly." "If not, how come there's that cold place on the couch between your mother and father? If not, how come no one ever says anything at the supper table anymore? Now it's just knives and forks rattling until you can't take it anymore and ask if you can be excused, please." It was as if he were the ghost, a presence that spoke and moved but was not quite heard or seen, a thing vaguely sensed but still not accepted as real. He did not like the thought that he was to blame, but the only alternative he could think of to explain their behavior was much worse. That all the love and attention his parents had given him before had somehow been the result of George's presence. And with George gone, there was nothing for him. And all of that had happened at random, for no reason at all. And if you put your ear to that door, you could hear the winds of madness blowing outside. So he went over what he had done and felt and said on the day Georgie had died, part of him hoping that what Richie had said was true, part of him hoping just as hard it was not. He hadn't been a saint of a big brother to George, that much was certain. They had fights, plenty of them. Surely there had been one that day. No fight. For one thing, Bill himself had still been feeling too punked to work up a really good quarrel with George. He had been sleeping, dreaming something, dreaming about some turtle. Funny little animal, he couldn't remember just what, and he had awakened to the sound of the diminishing rain outside and George muttering unhappily to himself in the dining room. He asked George what was wrong. George came in and said he was trying to make a paper boat from the directions of his best book of activities, but it kept coming out wrong. Bill told George to bring his book, and sitting next to Richie on the steps leading up to the seminary, he remembered how Georgie's eyes lit up when the paper boat came out right, and how good that look had made him feel, like Georgie thought he was a real hot shit, a straight shooter, the guy who could do it until it got done. Making him feel, in short, like a big brother. The boat had killed George, but Richie was right. It hadn't been like handing George a loaded gun to play with. Bill hadn't known what was going to happen. No way he could. He drew a deep, shuddering breath, feeling something like a rock, something he hadn't even known was there, go rolling off his chest. All at once he felt better about everything. He opened his mouth to tell Richie this and burst into tears instead. Alarmed, Richie put an arm around Bill's shoulders. After taking a quick glance around to make sure no one who might mistake them for a couple of fagolas was looking. "You're okay," he said. "You're okay, Billy, right? Come on, turn off the waterworks." "I didn't want him to get killed," Bill sobbed. "That wasn't on my mind at all." "Christ, Billy, I know it wasn't," Richie said. "If you'd wanted to scrub him, you would have pushed him downstairs or something." Richie patted Bill's shoulder clumsily and gave him a hard little hug before letting go. "Come on, quit bawling, okay? You sound like a baby." Little by little, Bill stopped. He still hurt, but this hurt seemed cleaner, as if he had cut himself open and taken out something that was rotting inside him. And that feeling of relief was still there. "I didn't want him to get killed," Bill repeated. "And if you to tell anybody I was crying, I'll bust your nose." "I won't tell," Richie said. "Don't worry. He was your brother, for gosh sake. If my brother got killed, I'd cry my fucking head off." You don't have a brother." "Yeah, but if I did." You would?" "Course." Richie paused, fixing Bill with a wary eye, trying to decide if Bill was really over it. He was still wiping his red eyes with his snot rag, but Richie decided he probably was. "All I meant was that I don't know why George would want to haunt you. So maybe the picture's got something to do with, well, with that other, the clown." "Maybe George doesn't know. Maybe he thinks." Richie understood what Bill was trying to say and waved it aside. "After you croaked, you know everything people ever thought about you, Big Bill." He spoke with the indulgent air of a great teacher correcting a country bumpkin's fatuous ideas. "It's in the Bible. It says, 'Yea, even though we can't see too much in the mirror right now, we will see through it like it was a window after we die.' That's in 1 Thessalonians or 2 Babylonians, I forget which. It means—" "I see what it means," Bill said. "So what do you say?" "Huh?" "Let's go up to his room and take a look. Maybe we'll get a clue about who's killing all the kids." "I'm scared to." "I am too," Richie said, thinking it was just more sand, something to say that would get Bill moving. And then something heavy turned over in his midsection, and he discovered it was true. He was scared green. 4. The two boys slipped into the Denbrough house like ghosts. Bill's father was still at work. Sharon Denbrough was in the kitchen reading a paperback at the kitchen table. The smell of supper, codfish, drifted out into the front hall. Richie called home so his mom would know he wasn't dead, just at Bill's. "Someone there?" Mrs. Denbrough called as Richie put the phone down. They froze, eyeing each other guiltily. Then Bill called, "Me, Mom, and Richie Tozier, ma'am," Richie yelled. "Hello, Richie," Mrs. Denbrough called back, her voice disconnected, almost not there at all. "Would you like to stay for supper?" "Thanks, ma'am, but my mom's going to pick me up in half an hour or so." "Tell her I said hello, won't you?" "Yes, ma'am, I sure will." "Come on," Bill whispered. "That's enough small talk." They went upstairs and down the hall to Bill's room. It was boy-neat, which meant it would have given the mother of the boy in question only a mild headache to look at. The shelves were stuffed with a helter-skelter collection of books and comics. There were more comics, plus a few models and toys, and a stack of 45s on the desk. There was also an old Underwood office model typewriter on it. His folks had given it to him for Christmas 2 years ago, and Bill sometimes wrote stories on it. He did this a bit more frequently since George's death. The pretending seemed to ease his mind. There was a phonograph on the floor across from the bed with a pile of folded clothes stacked on the lid. Bill put the clothes in the drawers of his bureau and then took the records from the desk. He shuffled through them, picking half a dozen. He put them on the phonograph's fat spindle and turned the machine on. The Fleetwood started singing "Come Softly, Darling." Richie held his nose. Bill grinned in spite of his thumping heart. "They don't hike rock and roll," he said. "They gave me this one for my birthday. Also 2 Papat Boone records and Tommy Sands. I keep little Richard and Riemann J. Hawkins for when they're not here. But if she hears the music, she'll think we're in my room. Come on." George's room was across the hall. The door was shut. Richie looked at it and licked his lips. "They don't keep it locked?" he whispered to Bill. Suddenly he found himself hoping it was locked. Suddenly he was having trouble believing this had been his idea. Bill, his face pale, shook his head and turned the knob. He stepped in and looked back at Richie. After a moment, Richie followed. Bill shut the door behind them, muffling the Fleetwoods. Richie jumped a little at the soft snick of the latch. He looked around, fearful and intensely curious at the same time. The first thing he noticed was the dry mustiness of the air. "No one's opened a window in here for a long time," he thought. "Heck, no one's breathed in here for a long time. That's really what it feels like." He shuddered a little at the thought and licked his lips again. His eye fell on George's bed, and the thought of George sleeping now under a comforter of earth in Mount Hope Cemetery. Rotting there. His hands not folded because you needed 2 hands to do that old folding routine, and George had been buried with only one. A little sound escaped Richie's throat. Bill turned and looked at him inquiringly. "You're right," Richie said huskily. "It's spooky in here. I don't see how you could stand to come in alone." "He was my brother," Bill said simply. "Sometimes I want to, is all." There were posters on the walls, little kid posters. One showed Tom Terrific, the cartoon character on Captain Kangaroo's program. Tom was springing over the head and clutching hands of Krabby Appleton, who was, of course, rotten to the core. Another showed Donald Duck's nephews, Huey, Louie, and Dewey, marching off into the wilderness in their junior woodchuck's coonskin caps. A third, which George had colored himself, showed Mr. Dew holding up traffic so a bunch of little kids headed for school could cross the street. "Mr. Dew says wait for the crossing guard," it said underneath. Kid wasn't too cool about staying in the lines, Richie thought, and then shuddered. The kid was never going to get any better at it either. Richie looked at the table by the window. Mrs. Denbrough had stood up all of George's rank cards there, half open. Looking at them, knowing there would never be more, knowing that George had died before he could stay in the lines when he colored, knowing his life had ended irrevocably and eternally with only those few kindergarten and first-grade rank cards, all the idiot truth of death crashed home to Richie for the first time. It was as if a large iron safe had fallen into his brain and buried itself there. "I could die," his mind screamed at him suddenly in tones of betrayed horror. "Anybody could. Anybody could." "Boy, oh boy," he said in a shaky voice. He could manage no more. "Yeah," Bill said in a near whisper. He sat down in George's bed. "Look." Richie followed Bill's pointing finger and saw the photo album lying closed on the floor. "My photographs," Richie read. "George Elmer Denbrough, age 6. Age 6? His mind shrieked in those same tones of shrill betrayal. Age 6 forever. Anybody could. Shit. Fucking anybody. "It was open," Bill said. "But before." "So it closed," Richie said uneasily. He sat down on the bed beside Bill and looked at the photo album. Lots of books close on their own. The pages, maybe, but not the cover. It closed itself. He looked at Richie solemnly, his eyes very dark in his pale, tired face. "But it wants you to open it up again. That's what I think." Richie got up and walked slowly over to the photograph album. It lay at the base of a window screened with light curtains. Looking out, he could see the apple tree in the Denbrough backyard. A swing rocked slowly back and forth from one gnarled black limb. He looked down at George's book again. A dried maroon stain colored the thickness of the pages in the middle of the book. It could have been old ketchup. Sure, it was easy enough to see George looking at his photo album while eating a hot dog or a big sloppy hamburger. He takes a big bite and some ketchup squirts out onto the book. Little kids were always doing spasmoid stuff like that. It could be ketchup. But Richie knew it was not. He touched the album briefly and then drew his hand away. It felt cold. It had been lying in a place where the strong summer sunlight, only slightly filtered by those light curtains, would have been falling on it all day. But it felt cold. "Well, I'll just leave it alone," Richie thought. "I don't want to look in his stupid old album anyway, see a lot of people I don't know. I think maybe I'll tell Bill I changed my mind, and we can go to his room and read comic books for a while, and then I'll go home and eat supper and go to bed early because I'm pretty tired. And when I wake up tomorrow morning, I'll be sure that stuff was just ketchup. That's what I'll do. Yowza." So he opened the album with hands that seemed 1,000 miles away from him, at the end of long plastic arms, and he looked at the faces and places in George's album, the aunts, the uncles, the babies, the houses, the old Fords and Studebakers, the telephone lines, the mailboxes, the picket fences, the wheel ruts with muddy water in them, the Ferris wheel at the Estey County Fair, the standpipe, the ruins of the Kitchener Iron Works. His fingers flipped faster and faster, and suddenly the pages were blank. He turned back, not wanting to but unable to help himself. Here was a picture of downtown Derry, Main Street and Canal Street from around 1930, and beyond it there was nothing. "There's no school picture of George in here," Richie said. He looked at Bill with a mixture of relief and exasperation. "What kind of line were you handing me, Big Bill?" What? "This picture of downtown in the olden days is the last one in the book. All the rest of the pages are blank." Bill got off the bed and joined Richie. He looked at the picture of downtown Derry as it had been almost 30 years ago. Old-fashioned cars and trucks, old-fashioned street lights with clusters of globes like big white grapes, pedestrians by the canal caught in mid-stride by the click of a shutter. He turned the page and, just as Richie had said, there was nothing. No, wait. Not quite nothing. There was one studio corner, the sort of item you use to mount photographs. "It was here," he said, and tapped the studio corner. "Look." "Jeepers, what do you think happened to it?" "I don't know." Bill had taken the album from Richie and was now holding it on his own lap. He turned back through the pages, looking for George's picture. He gave up after a minute, but the pages did not. They turned themselves, flipping slowly but steadily with big, deliberate riffling sounds. Bill and Richie looked at each other wide-eyed and then back down. It arrived at that last picture again, and the pages stopped turning. Here was downtown Derry in sepia tones, the city as it had been long before either Bill or Richie had been born. "Say," Richie said suddenly, and took the album back from Bill. There was no fear in his voice now, and his face was suddenly full of wonder. "Holy shit!" "Well, what? What is it?" "Us. That's what it is. Holy Jeesley Crow, look." Bill took one side of the book, bent over it, sharing it. They looked like boys at choir practice. Bill drew in breath sharply, and Richie knew he had seen it too. Caught under the shiny surface of this old black-and-white photograph, two small boys were walking along Main Street toward the point where Main and Center intersected, the point where the canal went underground for 1.5 miles or so. The two boys showed up clearly against the low concrete wall at the edge of the canal. One was wearing knickers. The other was wearing something that looked almost like a sailor suit. A tweed cap was perched on his head. They were turned in three-quarter profile toward the camera, looking at something on the far side of the street. The boy in the knickers was Richie Tozier, beyond a doubt, and the boy in the sailor suit and the tweed cap was Stuttering Bill. They stared at themselves in a picture almost 3 times as old as they were, hypnotized. The inside of Richie's mouth suddenly felt as dry as dust and as smooth as glass. A few steps ahead of the boys in the picture, there was a man holding the brim of his fedora, his topcoat frozen forever as it flapped out behind him in a sudden gust of wind. There were Model Ts on the street, a Pierce Arrow, Chevrolets with running boards. I don't believe, Bill began, and that was when the picture began to move. The Model T that should have remained eternally in the middle of the intersection, or at least until the chemicals in the old photo finally dissolved completely, passed through it, a haze of exhaust puffing out of its tailpipe. It went on toward Up Mile Hill. A small white hand shot out of the driver's side window and signaled a left turn. It swung onto Court Street and passed beyond the photo's white border and so out of sight. The Pierce Arrow, the Chevrolets, the Packards, they all began to roll along, dodging their separate ways through the intersection. After 28 years or so, the skirt of the man's topcoat finally finished its flap. He settled his hat more firmly on his head and walked on. The two boys completed their turn, coming full face, and a moment later Richie saw what they had been looking at as a mangy dog came trotting across Center Street. The boy in the sailor suit, Bill, raised 2 fingers to the corners of his mouth and whistled. Stunned beyond any ability to move or think, Richie realized he could hear the whistle, could hear the car's irregular sewing machine engines. The sounds were faint, like sounds heard through thick glass, but they were there. The dog glanced toward the two boys, then trotted on. The boys glanced at each other and laughed like chipmunks. They started to walk on, and then the Richie in knickers grabbed Bill's arm and pointed toward the canal. They turned in that direction. No, Richie thought. Don't do that, don't. They went to the low concrete wall, and suddenly the clown popped up over its edge like a horrible jack-in-the-box. A clown with Georgie Denbro's face, his hair slicked back, his mouth a hideous grin full of bleeding grease paint, his eyes black holes. One hand clutched 3 balloons on a string. With the other, he reached for the boy in the sailor suit and seized his neck. No, Bill cried and reached for the picture. Reached into the picture. Stop it, Bill, Richie shouted and grabbed for him. He was almost too late. He saw the tips of Bill's fingers go through the surface of the photograph and into that other world. He saw the fingertips go from the warm pink of living flesh to the mummified cream color that passed for white in old photos. At the same time, they became small and disconnected. It was like the peculiar optical illusion one sees when one thrusts a hand into a glass bowl of water. The part of the hand underwater seems to be floating, disembodied, inches away from the part which is still out of the water. A series of diagonal cuts slashed across Bill's fingers at the point where they ceased being his fingers and became photo fingers. It was as if he had stuck his hand into the blades of a fan instead of into a picture. Richie seized his forearm and gave a tremendous yank. They both fell over. George's album hit the floor and snapped itself shut with a dry clap. Bill stuck his fingers in his mouth. Tears of pain stood in his eyes. Richie could see blood running down his palm to his wrist in thin streams. "Let me see," he said. "Hurts," Bill said. He held his hand out to Richie, palm down. There were ladder-like slash cuts running up his index, second, and third fingers. The pinky had barely touched the surface of the photograph, if it had a surface, and although that finger had not been cut, Bill told Richie later that the nail had been neatly clipped, as if with a pair of manicurist's scissors. "Jesus, Bill," Richie said. Band-aids. That was all he could think of. God, they had been lucky. If he hadn't pulled Bill's arm when he did, his fingers might have been amputated instead of just badly cut. "We got to fix those up. Your mother can—" "Never mind, my mother," Bill said. He grabbed the photo album again, spilling drops of blood on the floor. "Don't open that again," Richie cried, grabbing frantically at Bill's shoulder. "Jesus Christ, Billy, you almost lost your fingers." Bill shook him off. He flipped through the pages, and there was a grim determination on his face that scared Richie more than anything else. Bill's eyes looked almost mad. His wounded fingers printed George's album with new blood. It didn't look like ketchup yet, but when it had a little time to dry, it would. Of course it would. And here was the downtown scene again. The Model T stood in the middle of the intersection. The other cars were frozen in the places where they had been before. The man walking toward the intersection held the brim of his fedora. His coat once more belled out in mid-flap. The two boys were gone. There were no boys in the picture anywhere, but... "Look," Richie whispered and pointed. He was careful to keep the tip of his finger well away from the picture. An arc showed just over the low concrete wall at the edge of the canal, the top of something round. Something like a balloon. 5. They got out of George's room just in time. Bill's mother was a voice at the foot of the stairs and a shadow on the wall. "Have you boys been wrestling?" she asked sharply. "I heard a thud." "Just a little, Mom." Bill threw a sharp glance at Richie. "Be quiet," it said. "Well, I want you to stop it. I thought the ceiling was going to come right down on my head." We will." They heard her go back toward the front of the house. Bill had wrapped his handkerchief around his bleeding hand. It was turning red and in a moment would start to drip. The boys went down to the bathroom, where Bill held his hand under the faucet until the bleeding stopped. Cleaned, the cuts looked thin but cruelly deep. Looking at their white lips and the red meat just inside them made Richie feel sick to his stomach. He wrapped them with Band-Aids as fast as he could. "Hurts like hell," Bill said. "Well, why'd you want to go and put your hand in there, you wet end?" Bill looked solemnly at the rings of Band-Aids on his fingers, then up at Richie. It was the clown," he said. "It was the clown pretending to be George." "That's right," Richie said. "Like it was the clown pretending to be the mummy when Ben saw it. Like it was the clown pretending to be that sick bum Eddie saw. The leper." "Right." "But is it really a clown?" "It's a monster," Richie said flatly. "Some kind of monster. Some kind of monster right here in Derry. And it's killing kids." 6. On a Saturday, not long after the incident of the dam and the Barrens, Mr. Nell and the picture that moved, Richie, Ben, and Beverly Marsh, came face to face with not one monster but two, and they paid to do it. Richie did, anyway. These monsters were scary, but not really dangerous. They stalked their victims on the screen of the Aladdin Theater while Richie, Ben, and Bev watched from the balcony. One of the monsters was a werewolf, played by Michael Landon, and he was cool because even when he was the werewolf, he still had sort of a duck's ass haircut. The other was this smashed-up hot rodder, played by Gary Conway. He was brought back to life by a descendant of Victor Frankenstein, who fed all parts he didn't need to a bunch of alligators he kept in the basement. Also on the program, a movie-tone newsreel that showed the latest Paris fashions and the latest Vanguard rocket explosions at Cape Canaveral, 2 Warner Brothers cartoons, 1 Popeye cartoon, and a Chilly Willy cartoon. For some reason, the hat Chilly Willy wore always cracked Richie up. And previews of coming attractions. The coming attractions included 2 pictures Richie immediately put on his gotta-see list. I Married a Monster from Outer Space and The Blob. Ben was very quiet during the show. Old Haystack had nearly been spotted by Henry, Belch, and Victor earlier, and Richie assumed that was all that was troubling him. Ben, however, had forgotten all about the creeps. They were sitting close to the screen down below, chucking popcorn boxes at each other and hooting. Beverly was the reason for his silence. Her nearness was so overwhelming that he was almost ill with it. His body would break out in goosebumps, and then, if she would so much as shift in her seat, his skin would flash hot, as if with a tropical fever. When her hand brushed his reaching for the popcorn, he trembled with exultation. He thought later that those 3 hours in the dark next to Beverly had been both the longest and shortest hours of his life. Richie, unaware that Ben was in deep throes of calf love, was feeling just as fine as paint. In his book, the only thing any better than a couple of Francis the Talking Mule pictures was a couple of horror pictures in a theater filled with kids, all of them yelling and screaming at the gory parts. He certainly did not connect any of the goings-ons in the 2 low-budget American International pictures they were watching with what was going on in town. Not then, at least. He had seen the Twin Shock Show Saturday matinee ad in the news on Friday morning, and had almost immediately forgotten how badly he had slept the night before, and how he had finally gotten up and turned on the light in his closet, a real baby trick for sure, but he hadn't been able to get a wink of sleep until he'd done it. But by the following morning, things had seemed normal again. Well, almost. He began to think that maybe he and Bill had just shared a hallucination. Of course, the cuts on Bill's fingers weren't a hallucination, but maybe they'd just been paper cuts from some of the sheets in Georgie's album. Pretty thick paper. Could have been. Maybe. Besides, there was no law saying he had to spend the next 10 years thinking about it, was there? Nope. And so, following an experience that might well have sent an adult running for the nearest head shrinker, Richie Tozier got up, ate a giant pancake breakfast, saw the ad for the 2 horror movies on the amusements page of the paper, checked his funds, found them a little low, well, non-existent might actually have been a better word, and began to pester his father for chores. His dad, who had come to the table already wearing his white dentist tunic, put down the sports pages and poured himself a second cup of coffee. He was a pleasant-looking man with a rather thin face. He wore steel-rimmed spectacles, was developing a bald spot at the back of his head, and would die of cancer of the larynx in 1973. He looked at the ad to which Richie was pointing. "Horror movies," Wentworth Tozier said. "Yeah," Richie said, grinning. "Feel like you have to go," Wentworth Tozier said. "Yeah. Feel like you'll probably die in convulsions of disappointment if you don't get to see those 2 trashy movies." Yeah, I would. I know I would." "Greg!" Richie fell out of his chair onto the floor, clutching his throat, his tongue sticking out. This was Richie's admittedly peculiar way of turning on the charm. "Oh, God, Richie, will you please stop it?" his mother asked him from the stove, where she was frying him a couple of eggs to top off the pancakes. "Gee, Rich," his father said as Richie got back into his chair, "I guess I must have forgotten to pay you your allowance on Monday. That's the only reason I can think of for you needing more money on Friday." "Well, gone? Well, that's an extremely deep subject for a boy with such a shallow mind," Wentworth Tozier said. He put his elbow on the table and then cupped his chin on the palm of his hand, regarding his only son with what appeared to be deep fascination. "Where'd it go?" Richie immediately fell into the voice of Toodles the English butler. "Why, I spent it, didn't I, Governor? Pip, pip, cheerio, and all that rot. My part of the war effort. All got to do our bit to beat back the bloody Hun, don't we? Bit of a sticky wicket, eh, what? Bit of a wet hedgehog, what? Bit of a pile of bullshit," Went said amiably and reached for the strawberry preserves. "Spare me the vulgarity at the breakfast table, if you please," Maggie Tozier said to her husband as she brought Richie's eggs over to the table. And to Richie, "I don't know why you want to fill your head up with such awful junk anyway." "Oh, Mom," Richie said. He was outwardly crushed, inwardly jubilant. He could read both of his parents like books. Well-worn and well-loved books, and he was pretty sure he was going to get what he wanted. Chores and permission to go to the show Saturday afternoon. Went leaned forward toward Richie and smiled widely. "I think I have you right where I want you," he said. "Is that right, Dad?" Richie said and smiled back, a trifle uneasily. "Oh, yes. You know our lawn, Richie? You are familiar with our lawn?" "Indeed I am, Governor," Richie said, becoming Toodles again, or trying to. "Bit shaggy, eh, what?" What? Went said. "And you, Richie, will remedy that condition." "I will?" "You will. Mow it, Richie." "Okay, Dad, sure," Richie said, but a terrible suspicion had suddenly blossomed in his mind. Maybe his dad didn't mean just the front lawn. Wentworth Tozier's smile widened to a predatory shark's grin. "All of it, O idiot child of my loins. Front, back, sides. And when you finish, I will cross your palm with 2 green pieces of paper with the likeness of George Washington on one side and a picture of a pyramid o'ertopped with the ever-watching oculary on the other." "I don't get you, Dad," Richie said, but he was afraid he did. $2. $2 for the whole lawn?" Richie cried, genuinely wounded. "It's the biggest lawn on the block. Geez, Dad." Went sighed and picked the paper up again. Richie could read the front page headline, "Missing Boy Prompts New Fears." He thought briefly of George Denbrough's strange scrapbook. But that had surely been a hallucination. And even if it hadn't been, that was yesterday and this was today. "Guess you didn't want to see those movies as bad as you thought," Went said from behind the paper. A moment later his eyes appeared over the top, studying Richie. Studying him a trifle smugly, in truth. Studying him the way a man with four-of-a-kind studies his poker opponent over the fan of his cards. "When the Clark twins do it all, you give them $2 each." "That's true," Went admitted. "But as far as I know, they don't want to go to the movies tomorrow. Or if they do, they must have funds sufficient to the occasion because they haven't popped by to check the state of our herbiage around our domicile lately. You, on the other hand, do want to go and find yourself lacking the funds to do so. That pressure you feel in your midsection may be the 5 pancakes and 2 eggs you ate for breakfast, Richie, or it may just be the barrel I have you over. What? Went's eyes submerged behind the paper again. "He's blackmailing me," Richie said to his mother, who was eating dry toast. She was trying to lose weight again. "This is blackmail. I just hope you know that." "Yes, dear, I know that," his mother said. "There's egg on your chin." Richie wiped the egg off his chin. $3 if I have it all done when you get home tonight?" he asked the newspaper. His father's eyes appeared again briefly. $2.50. "Oh, man," Richie said. "You and Jack Benny." "My idol," Went said from behind the paper. "Make up your mind, Richie. I want to read these box scores." "Deal," Richie said, and sighed. When your folks had you by the balls, they really knew how to squeeze. It was pretty chuckalicious when you thought it over. As he mowed, he practiced his voices. 7. He finished front, back, and sides by 3 o'clock Friday afternoon and began Saturday with $2.50 in his jeans. Pretty damn near a fortune. He called Bill up, but Bill told him glumly that he had to go up to Bangor and take some kind of speech therapy test. Richie sympathized and then added in his best stuttering Bill voice, "Give him help, big Bill." "You're facing my butt to the Tozier," Bill said and hung up. He called Eddie Casbrack next, but Eddie sounded even more depressed than Bill. His mother had gotten them each a full-day bus pass, he said, and they were going to visit Eddie's aunts in Haven and Bangor and Hamden. All 3 of them were fat, like Mrs. Casbrack, and all 3 of them were single. "They'll all pinch my cheek and tell me how much I've grown," Eddie said. "That's 'cause they know how cute you are, Eds, just like me. I saw what a cutie you were the first time I met you." "Sometimes you're really a turd, Richie." "It takes one to know one, Eds, and you know 'em all. You gonna be down in the Barrens next week?" "I guess so, if you guys are. Want to play guns?" "Maybe, but I think me and Big Bill have got something to tell you." "What?" "It's really Bill's story, I guess. I'll see you. Enjoy your aunts." "Very funny." His third call was to Stan the man, but Stan was in Dutch with his folks for breaking their picture window. He had been playing flying saucer with a pie plate, and it took a bad bank. Key rash. He had to do chores all weekend, and probably next weekend, too. Richie commiserated, and then asked Stan if he would be coming down to the Barrens next week. Stan said he guessed so, if his father didn't decide to ground him or something. "Geez, Stan, it was just a window," Richie said. "Yeah, but a big one," Stan said, and hung up. Richie started to leave the living room, then thought of Ben Hanscom. He thumbed through the telephone book and found a listing for an Arlene Hanscom. Since she was the only Lady Hanscom among the 4 listed, Richie figured it had to be Ben's number and called. "I'd like to go, but I already spent my allowance," Ben said. He sounded depressed and ashamed by the admission. He had, in fact, spent it all on candy, soda, chips, and beef jerky strips. Richie, who was rolling in dough, and who didn't like to go to the movies alone, said, "I got plenty of money. You can gimme Ozies." "Yeah? Really? You do that?" "Sure," Richie said, puzzled. "Why not?" "Okay," Ben said happily. "Okay, that'd be great. 2 horror movies. Did you say one was a werewolf picture?" "Yeah." "Man, I love werewolf pictures." "Geez, Haystack, don't wet your pants." Ben laughed. "I'll see you out in front of the Aladdin, okay?" "Yeah, great." Richie hung up and looked at the phone thoughtfully. It suddenly occurred to him that Ben Hanscom was lonely, and that in turn made him feel rather heroic. He was whistling as he ran upstairs to get some comics to read before the show. 8. The day was sunny, breezy, and cool. Richie jived along Center Street toward the Aladdin, popping his fingers and singing Rockin' Robin under his breath. He was feeling good. Going to the movies always made him feel good. He loved that magic world, those magic dreams. He felt sorry for anyone who had dull duties to discharge on such a day. Bill with his speech therapy, Eddie with his ants, poor old Stan the man who would be spending the afternoon scraping down the front porch steps or sweeping the garage because the pie plate he'd been throwing around swept right when it was supposed to sweep left. Richie had his yo-yo tucked in his back pocket, and now he took it out and tried again to get it to sleep. This was an ability Richie lusted to acquire, but so far, no soap. The crazy little fucker just wouldn't do it. Either it went down and popped right back up, or it went down and dropped dead at the end of its string. Halfway up Center Street Hill, he saw a girl in a beige pleated skirt and a white sleeveless blouse sitting on a bench outside Shook's drugstore. She was eating what looked like a pistachio ice cream cone. Bright red auburn hair, its highlights seeming coppery or sometimes almost blonde, hung down to her shoulder blades. Richie knew only one girl with hair of that particular shade. It was Beverly Marsh. Richie liked Bev a lot. Well, he liked her, but not that way. He admired her looks, and he knew he wasn't alone. Girls like Sally Mueller and Greta Bowie hated Beverly like fire, still too young to understand how they could have everything else so easily and still have to compete in the matter of looks with a girl who lived in one of those slummy apartments on Lower Main Street. But mostly he liked her because she was tough and had a really good sense of humor. Also, she usually had cigarettes. He liked her, in short, because she was a good guy. Still, he had once or twice caught himself wondering what color underwear she was wearing under her small selection of rather faded skirts, and that was not the sort of thing you wondered about the other guys, was it? And, Richie had to admit, she was one hell of a pretty guy. Approaching the bench where she sat eating her ice cream, Richie belted an invisible topcoat around his middle, pulled down an invisible slouch hat, and pretended to be Humphrey Bogart. Adding the correct voice, he became Humphrey Bogart. At least to himself. To others he would have sounded like Richie Tozier with a mild head cold. "Hello, sweetheart," he said, gliding up to the bench where she was sitting and looking out at the traffic. "No sense waiting for a bus here. The Nazis have cut off our retreat. The last plane leaves at midnight. You be on it. He needs you, sweetheart. So do I. But I'll get along somehow." "Hi, Richie," Bev said, and when she turned toward him, he saw a purple-blackish bruise on her right cheek, like the shadow of a crow's wing. He was again struck by her good looks. Only it occurred to him now that she might actually be beautiful. It had never really occurred to him until that moment that there might be beautiful girls outside of the movies, or that he himself might know one. Perhaps it was the bruise that allowed him to see the possibility of her beauty, an essential contrast, a particular flaw which first drew attention to itself and then somehow defined the rest. The gray-blue eyes, the naturally red lips, the creamy, unblemished child skin. There was a tiny spray of freckles across her nose. "See anything green?" she asked, tossing her head pertly. "You, sweetheart," Richie said. "You've turned green ash Limburger cheese. But when we get you out of Casablanca, you're going into the finest hospital money can buy. We'll turn you white again. I swear it, on my mother's name." "You're an asshole, Richie. That doesn't sound like Humphrey Bogart at all." But she smiled a little as she said it. Richie sat down next to her. "You going to the movies?" "I don't have any money," she said. "Can I see your yo-yo?" He handed it over. "I ought to take it back," he told her. "It's supposed to sleep, but it doesn't. I got chapped." She poked her finger through the loop of string, and Richie pushed his glasses up on the bridge of his nose so he could watch what she was doing better. She turned her hand over, palm toward the sky, the Duncan yo-yo tucked neatly into the valley of flesh formed by her cupped hand. She rolled the yo-yo off her index finger. It went down to the end of its string and fell asleep. When she twitched her fingers in a come-on gesture, it promptly woke up and climbed its string to her palm again. "Oh, bug dung, look at that," Richie said. "That's kid stuff," Bev said. "Watch this." She snapped the yo-yo down again. She let it sleep for a moment, and then walked the dog with it in a smart series of snap jerks up the string to her hand again. "Oh, stop it," Richie said. "I hate show-offs."
"Or how about this?" Bev asked, smiling sweetly. She got the yo-yo going back and front, making the red wooden Duncan look like a bolo bouncer Richie had had once. She finished with 2 around-the-worlds, almost hitting a shuffling old lady who glared at them. The yo-yo ended up in her cupped palm, its string neatly rolled around its spindle. Bev handed it back to Richie and sat down on the bench again. Richie sat down next to her, his jaw hanging agape in perfectly unaffected admiration. Bev looked at him and giggled. "Shut your mouth, you're drawing flies." Richie shut his mouth with a snap. "Besides, that last part was just luck. First time in my life I did 2 around-the-worlds in a row without fizzing out." Kids were walking past them now on their way to the show. Peter Gordon walked by with Marcia Fadden. They were supposed to be going together, but Richie figured it was just that they lived next door to each other on West Broadway and were such a couple of assholes that they needed each other's support and attention. Peter Gordon was already getting a pretty good crop of acne, although he was only 12. He sometimes hung around with Bowers, Chris, and Huggins, but he wasn't quite brave enough to try anything on his own. He glanced over at Richie and Bev sitting together on the bench and chanted, "Richie and Beverly up in a tree. Kissing. First comes love, then comes marriage." "And here comes Richie with the baby carriage," Marcia finished, cawing laughter. "Sit on this, dear heart," Bev said, and whipped the finger on them. Marcia looked away, disgusted, as if she could not believe anyone could be so uncouth. Gordon slipped an arm around her and called back over his shoulder to Richie, "Maybe I'll see you later, Four Eyes." "Maybe you'll see your mother's girdle," Richie responded smartly, if a little senselessly. Beverly collapsed with laughter. She leaned against Richie's shoulder for a moment, and Richie had just time to reflect that her touch and the sensation of her lightly carried weight was not exactly unpleasant. Then she sat up again. "What a pair of jerks," she said. "Yeah, I think Marcia Fadden pees rose water," Richie said, and Beverly got the giggles again. "Chanel No. 5, she said, her voice muffled because her hands were over her mouth. "You bet," said Richie, although he hadn't the slightest idea what Chanel No. 5 was. "Bev?" "What?" "Can you show me how to make it sleep?" "I guess so. I never tried to show anyone." "How did you learn? Who showed you?" She gave him a disgusted look. "No one showed me. I just figured it out. Like twirling a baton. I'm great at that." "No conceit in your family," Richie said, rolling his eyes. "Well, I am," she said. "But I didn't take classes or anything." "You really can twirl?" "Sure." "Probably be a cheerleader in junior high, huh?" She smiled. It was a kind of smile Richie had never seen before. It was wise, cynical, and sad all at the same time. He recoiled a little from its unknowing power, as he had recoiled from the picture of downtown in Georgie's album when it had begun to move. "That's for girls like Marcia Fadden," she said. "Her and Sally Mueller and Greta Bowie. Girls who pee rose water. Their fathers helped to buy the sports equipment and the uniforms. They got an in. I'll never be a cheerleader." "Geez, Bev, that's no attitude to take." "Sure it is, if it's the truth." She shrugged. "I don't care. Who wants to do somersaults and show your underwear to 1,000,000 people anyway? Look, Richie, watch this." For the next 10 minutes she worked on showing Richie how to make his yo-yo sleep. Near the end, Richie actually began to get the hang of it, although he could usually only get it to come halfway up the string after waking it up. "You're not jerking your fingers hard enough, that's all," she said. Richie looked at the clock on the Merrill Trust across the street and jumped up, stuffing his yo-yo into his back pocket. "Jeepers, I gotta get going, Bev. I'm supposed to meet old Haystack. He'll think I changed my mind or something." "Who's Haystack?" "Oh, Ben Hanscom. I call him Haystack, though. You know, like Haystack Calhoun, the wrestler." Bev frowned at him. "That's not very nice. I like Ben." "Don't whup me, massa," Richie screeched in his pickaninny voice, rolling his eyes and flapping his hands. "Don't whup me. I's gwine be a good darky, ma'am. I's—" "Richie," Bev said thinly. Richie quit it. "I like him, too," he said. "We all built a dam down in the Barrens a couple of days ago, and—" "You go down there? You and Ben play down there?" "Sure, a bunch of us guys do. It's sort of cool down there." Richie glanced at the clock again. "I really got to split for the scene. Ben'll be waiting." "Okay."
He paused, thought, and said, "If you're not doing anything, come on with me." "I told you I don't have any money." "I'll pay your way. I got a couple of bucks." She tossed the remains of her ice cream cone in a nearby litter barrel. Her eyes, that fine clear shade of blue-gray, turned up to his. They were coolly amused. She pretended to primp her hair and asked him, "Oh dear, am I being asked out on a date?" For a moment Richie was uncharacteristically flustered. He actually felt a blush rising in his cheeks. He had made the offer in a perfectly natural way, just as he had made it to Ben. Except hadn't he said something to Ben about Ozzy's? Yes, but he hadn't said anything about Ozzy's to Beverly. Richie suddenly felt a bit weird. He had dropped his eyes, retreating from her amused glance, and realized now that her skirt had ridden up a bit when she shifted forward to drop the ice cream cone in the litter barrel, and he could see her knees. He raised his eyes, but that was no help. Now he was looking at the beginning swells of her bosoms. Richie, as he usually did in such moments of confusion, took refuge in absurdity. "Yes, a date!" he screamed, throwing himself on his knees before her and holding his clasped hands up. Please come, I shall ruddy kill meself if you say no, eh, what?" "Oh, Richie, you're such a fuzzbrain," she said, giggling again. But weren't her cheeks also a trifle flushed? If so, it made her look prettier than ever. "Get up before you get arrested." He got up and plopped down beside her again. He felt as if his equilibrium had returned. A little foolishness always helped when you had a dizzy spell, he believed. "You want to go?" "Sure," she said. "Thank you very much. Think of it, my first date. Just wait until I write it in my diary tonight." She clasped her hands together between her budding breasts, fluttered her eyelashes rapidly, and then laughed. "I wish you'd stop calling it that," Richie said. She sighed. "You don't have much romance in your soul." "Damn right I don't." But he felt somehow delighted with himself. The world seemed suddenly very clear to him and very friendly. He found himself glancing sideways at her from time to time. She was looking in the shop windows, at the dresses and nightgowns in Cornell Hopley's, at the towels and pots in the window of the discount barn, and he stole glances at her hair, the line of her jaw. He observed the way her bare arms came out of the round holes of her blouse. He saw the edge of her slipstrap. All of these things delighted him. He could not have said why, but what had happened in George Denborough's bedroom had never seemed more distant to him than it did right then. It was time to go, time to meet Ben, but he would sit here just a moment longer while her eyes window-shopped, because it was good to look at her and be with her. 9. Kids were ponying up their quarter admissions at the Aladdin's box office window and going into the lobby. Looking through the bank of glass doors, Richie could see a crowd around the candy counter. The popcorn machine was in overdrive, spilling out drifts of the stuff, its greasy, hinged lid jittering up and down. He didn't see Ben anywhere. He asked Beverly if she had spotted him. She shook her head. Maybe he already went in. He said he didn't have any money. And the daughter of Frankenstein there would never let him in without a ticket. Richie cocked a thumb at Mrs. Cole, who had been the ticket-taker at the Aladdin since a time well before the pictures had begun to talk. Her hair, dyed a bright red, was so thin you could see her scalp beneath. She had enormous hanging lips which she painted with plum-colored lipstick. Wild blotches of rouge covered her cheeks. Her eyebrows were drawn on in black pencil. Mrs. Cole was a perfect Democrat. She hated all kids equally. "Boy, I don't want to go in without him, but the show's going to start," Richie said. "Where in heck is he?" "You can buy him a ticket and leave it at the box office," Bev said, reasonably enough. "Then when he comes—" But just then Ben came around the corner of Center and Macklin Streets. He was puffing, and his belly joggled beneath his sweatshirt. He saw Richie and raised one hand to wave. Then he saw Bev, and his hand stopped in mid-flap. His eyes widened momentarily. He finished his wave and then walked slowly to where they stood under the Aladdin's marquee. "Hi, Richie," he said, and then looked at Bev briefly. It was as if he was afraid that an overlong look might result in a flash burn. "Hi, Bev." "Hello, Ben," she said, and a strange silence fell between the two of them. It was not precisely awkward. It was, Richie thought, almost powerful. And he felt a vague twinge of jealousy because something had passed between them, and whatever it had been, he had been excluded from it.
"Howdy, Haystack," he said. "Thought you went chicken on me. These movies gon' scare 10 pounds off your pudgy body. I say, they gon' turn your hair white, boy. When you come out this theater, you gon' need an usher to help you up the aisle. You gon' be shaking so bad." Richie started for the box office, and Ben touched his arm. Ben started to speak, glanced at Bev, who was smiling at him, and had to start over again. "I was here," he said, "but I went up the street and around the corner when those guys came along." "What guys?" Richie asked, but he thought he already knew. "Henry Bowers, Victor Criss, Belch Huggins. Some other guys, too." Richie whistled. "They must have already gone inside the theater. I don't see 'em buying candy." "Yeah, I guess so." "If I was them, I wouldn't bother paying to see a couple of horror movies," Richie said. "I'd just stay home and look in the mirror, save some bread." Bev laughed merrily at that, but Ben only smiled a little. Henry Bowers had maybe only started out to hurt him that day last week, but he had ended up meaning to kill him. Ben was quite sure of that. "Tell you what," Richie said, "we'll go up in the balcony. They'll all be sitting down in the second or third row with their feet up." "You positive?" Ben asked. He was not at all sure Richie understood what bad news those kids were. Henry, of course, being the worst news of all. Richie, who had barely escaped what might have been a really bad beating at the hands of Henry and his spasmoid friends 3 months ago, he had managed to elude them in the toy department of Freese's department store, of all places, understood more about Henry and his merry crew than Ben thought he did. "If I wasn't fairly positive, I wouldn't go in," he said. "I want to see those movies, Haystack, but I don't want to, die for 'em." "Besides, if they give us any trouble, we'll just tell Foxy to kick them out," Bev said. Foxy was Mr. Foxworth, the thin, sallow, glum-looking man who managed the Aladdin. He was now selling candy and popcorn, chanting his litany of, "Wait your turn, wait your turn, wait your turn." In his threadbare tux and yellowing boiled shirt, he looked like an undertaker who had fallen on hard times. Ben looked doubtfully from Bev to Foxy to Richie. "You can't let 'em run your life, man," Richie said softly. "Don't you know that?" "I guess so," Ben said and sighed. Actually, he knew no such thing. But Beverly's being here had given the equation a crazy skew. If she hadn't come, he would have tried to persuade Richie to go to the movies another day. And if Richie had persisted, Ben might have bowed out. But Bev was here. He didn't want to look like a chicken in front of her. And the thought of being with her, in the balcony, in the dark, even if Richie was between them, as he probably would be, was a powerful attraction. "We'll wait until the show starts before we go in," Richie said. He grinned and punched Ben on the arm. "Shit, Haystack, you want to live forever?" Ben's brows drew together, and then he snorted laughter. Richie also laughed. Looking at them, Beverly laughed too. Richie approached the ticket booth again. Liverlips Cole looked at him sourly. "Good afternoon, dear lady," Richie said in his best barren butthole voice. "I am in dire need of 3 ticky-tickies to your dear old American flick tunes." "Cut the crap and tell me what you want, kid," Liverlips barked through the round hole cut in the glass, and something about the way her painted eyebrows were going up and down unsettled Richie so much that he simply pushed a rumpled dollar through the slot and muttered, "3, please." 3 tickets popped out of the slot. Richie took them. Liverlips rammed a quarter back at him. "Don't be smart. Don't throw popcorn boxes. Don't holler. Don't run in the lobby. Don't run in the aisles." "No, ma'am," Richie said, backing away to where Ben and Bev stood. He said to them, "It always warms my heart to see an old fart like that who really likes kids." They stood outside a while longer, waiting for the show to start. Liverlips glared at them suspiciously from her glass cage. Richie regaled Bev with the story of the dam and the barons, trumpeting Mr. Nell's lines in his new Irish cop voice. Beverly was giggling before long, laughing hard not long after that. Even Ben was grinning a little, although his eyes kept shifting either toward the Aladdin's glass doors or to Beverly's face. 10. The balcony was okay. During the first reel of I Was a Teenage Frankenstein, Richie spotted Henry Bowers and his shit-kicking friends. They were down in the second row, just as he had figured they would be. There were 5 or 6 of them in all, 5th, 6th, and 7th graders, all of them with their motor huckle boots cocked up on the seats in front of them. Foxy would come down and tell them to put their feet on the floor. They would.
Foxy would leave. Up went the motor huckle boots again as soon as he did. 5 or 10 minutes later, Foxy would return and the entire charade would be acted out again. Foxy didn't quite have the guts to kick them out, and they knew it. The movies were great. The Teenage Frankenstein was suitably gross. The Teenage Werewolf was somehow scarier, though perhaps because he also seemed a little sad. What had happened wasn't his own fault. There was this hypnotist who had fucked him up, but the only reason he'd been able to was that the kid who turned into the werewolf was full of anger and bad feelings. Richie found himself wondering if there were many people in the world hiding bad feelings like that. Henry Bowers was just overflowing with bad feelings, but he sure didn't bother hiding them. Beverly sat between the boys, ate popcorn from their boxes, screamed, covered her eyes, sometimes laughed. When the werewolf was stalking the girl doing exercises in the gym after school, she pressed her face against Ben's arm, and Richie heard Ben's gasp of surprise even over the screams of the 200 kids below them. The werewolf was finally killed. In the last scene, one cop solemnly told another that this should teach people not to fiddle with things best left to God. The curtain came down and the lights came up. There was applause. Richie felt totally satisfied, if a little headachy. He'd probably have to go to the eye doctor pretty soon and get his lenses changed again. He really would be wearing Coke bottles on his eyes by the time he got to high school, he thought glumly. Ben twitched at his sleeve. "They saw us, Richie," he said in a dry, dismayed voice. "Huh?" "Bowers and Chris. They looked up here on their way out. They saw us." Okay, Richie said. "Calm down, Haystack. Just calm down. We'll go out the side door. Nothing to worry about." They went down the stairs, Richie in the lead, Beverly in the middle, Ben bringing up the rear and looking back over his shoulder every 2 steps or so. "Have those guys really got it in for you, Ben?" Beverly asked. "Yeah, I guess they do," Ben said. "I got in a fight with Henry Bowers on the last day of school." "Did he beat you up?" "Not as much as he wanted to," Ben said. "That's why he's still mad, I guess." "Old Hank the Tank also lost a fair amount of skin," Richie murmured. "Or so I heard. I don't think he was very pleased about that either." He pushed open the exit door, and the 3 of them stepped out into the alley that ran between the Aladdin and Nan's luncheonette. A cat which had been rooting in a garbage can hissed and ran past them down the alley, which was blocked at the far end by a board fence. The cat scrambled up and over. A trash can lid clattered. Bev jumped, grabbed Richie's arm, and then laughed nervously. "I guess I'm still scared from the movies," she said. "You won't," Richie began. "Hello, fuckface," Henry Bowers said from behind them. Startled, the 3 of them turned around. Henry, Victor, and Belch were standing at the mouth of the alley. There were 2 other guys behind them. "Oh, shit. I knew this was going to happen," Ben moaned. Richie turned quickly back toward the Aladdin, but the exit door had closed behind them, and there was no way to open it from the outside. "Say goodbye, fuckface," Henry said, and suddenly ran at Ben. The things that happened next seemed to Richie both then and later like something out of a movie. Such things simply did not happen in real life. In real life, the little kids took their beatings, picked up their teeth, and went home. It didn't happen that way this time. Beverly stepped forward and to one side, almost as if she intended to meet Henry, perhaps shake his hand. Richie could hear the cleats of his boots rapping. Victor and Belch were coming after him. The other 2 boys stood at the mouth of the alley, guarding it. "Leave him alone," Beverly shouted. "Pick on someone your own size." "He's as big as a fucking Mack truck, bitch," Henry, no gentleman, snarled. "Now get out of my—" Richie stuck out his foot. He didn't think he meant to. His foot went out the same way wisecracks dangerous to his health sometimes emerged, all on their own, from his mouth. Henry ran into it and fell forward. The brick surface of the alley was slippery with spilled garbage from the overflowing cans on the luncheonette side. Henry went skidding like a shuffleboard weight. He started to get up, his shirt blotched with coffee grounds, mud, and bits of lettuce. "Oh, you guys are going to die," he screamed. Until this moment, Ben had been terrified. Now something in him snapped. He let out a roar and grabbed one of the garbage cans. For just a moment, holding it up, garbage spilling everywhere, he really did look like Haystack Calhoun. His face was pale and furious. He threw the garbage can. It struck Henry in the small of the back and knocked him flat again. "Let's get out of here," Richie screamed. They ran toward the mouth of the alley. Victor Criss jumped in front of them. Bellowing, Ben lowered his head and rammed it into Victor's middle. Woof! Victor grunted and sat down. Belch grabbed a handful of Beverly's ponytail and whipped her smartly against the Aladdin's brick wall. Beverly bounced off and ran down the alley, rubbing her arm. Richie ran after her, grabbing a garbage can lid on the way. Belch Huggins swung a fist almost the size of a daisy ham at him. Richie pistoned out the galvanized steel lid. Belch's fist met it. There was a loud bong, a sound that was almost mellow. Richie felt the shock travel all the way up his arm to the shoulder. Belch screamed and began to hop up and down, holding his swelling hand. "Yonder lies the tent of my father," Richie said confidentially, doing a very passable Tony Curtis voice, and then ran after Ben and Beverly. One of the boys at the mouth of the alley had caught Beverly. Ben was tussling with him. The other boy began to rabbit-punch Ben in the small of the back. Richie swung his foot. It connected with the rabbit-puncher's buttocks. The boy howled with pain. Richie grabbed Beverly's arm in one hand, Ben's in the other. "Run!" he shouted. The boy Ben had been tussling with let go of Beverly and looped a punch at Richie. His ear exploded with momentary pain, then went numb and became very warm. A high whistling sound began to whine in his head. It sounded like the noise you were supposed to listen for when the school nurse put the earphones on you to test your hearing. They ran down Center Street. People turned to look at them. Ben's large stomach pogoed up and down. Beverly's ponytail bounced. Richie let go of Ben and held his glasses against his forehead with his left thumb so he wouldn't lose them. His head was still ringing, and he believed his ear was going to swell, but he felt wonderful. He started laughing. Beverly joined him. Soon Ben was laughing, too. They cut up Court Street and collapsed on a bench in front of the police station. At that moment, it seemed the only place in Derry where they might possibly be safe. Beverly looped an arm around Ben's neck and Richie's. She gave them a furious hug. "That was great." Her eyes sparkled. "Did you see those guys? Did you see them?" "I saw them all right," Ben gasped, "and I never want to see them again." This sent them off into another storm of hysterical laughter. Richie kept expecting Henry's gang to come around the corner onto Court Street and take after them again, police station or not. Still, he could not stop laughing. Beverly was right. It had been great. "The Losers Club gets off a good one," Richie yelled exuberantly. "Wacka, wacka, wacka." He cupped his hands around his mouth and put on his Ben Burney voice. "Yowza, yowza, yowza, childrens." A cop poked his head out of an open second-floor window and shouted, "You kids get out of here, right now. Take a walk." Richie opened his mouth to say something brilliant, quite possibly in his brand-new Irish cop voice, and Ben kicked his foot. "Shut up, Richie," he said, and promptly had trouble believing that he had said such a thing. "Right, Richie," Bev said, looking at him fondly. "Beep, beep." "Okay," Richie said. "What do you guys want to do? Want to go find Henry Bowers and ask him if he wants to work it out over a game of Monopoly?" "Bite your tongue," Bev said. "Huh? What does that mean?" "Never mind," Bev said. "Some guys are so ignorant." Hesitantly, blushing furiously, Ben asked, "Did that guy hurt your hair, Beverly?" She smiled at him gently, and in that moment she became sure of something she had only guessed at before, that it had been Ben Hanscom who had sent her the postcard with the beautiful little haiku on it. "No, it wasn't bad," she said. "Let's go down in the Barrens," Richie proposed. And so that was where they went, or where they escaped. Richie would think later that it set a pattern for the rest of the summer. The Barrens had become their place. Beverly, like Ben on the day of his first encounter with the big boys, had never been down there before. She walked between Richie and Ben as the three of them moved single file down the path. Her skirt twitched prettily, and looking at her, Ben was aware of waves of feeling, as powerful as stomach cramps. She was wearing her ankle bracelet. It flashed in the afternoon sun. They crossed the arm of the Kenduskeag the boys had dammed up. The stream divided about 70 yards farther up along its course and became one again about 200 yards farther on toward town. Using stepping stones downstream of the place where the dam had been, found another path and eventually came out on the bank of the stream's eastern fork, which was much wider than the other. It sparkled in the afternoon light. To his left, Ben could see two of those concrete cylinders with the manhole covers on top. Below them, Jutting out over the stream were large concrete pipes. Thin streams of muddy water poured over the lips of these outflow pipes and into the Kenduskeag. Somebody takes a crap uptown, and here's where it comes out, Ben thought, remembering Mr. Nell's explanation of Derry's drainage system. He felt a dull sort of helpless anger. Once there had probably been fish in this river. Now your chances of catching a trout wouldn't be so hot. Your chances of catching a used wad of toilet paper would be better. It's so beautiful here, Bev sighed. Yeah, not bad, Richie agreed. The black flies are gone, and there's enough of a breeze to keep the mosquitoes away. He looked at her hopefully. Got any cigarettes? No, she said. I had a couple, but I smoked them yesterday. Too bad, Richie said. There was the blast of an air horn, and they all watched as a long freight rumbled across the embankment on the far side of the Barrens and toward the train yards. Geez, if it was a passenger train, they'd have a great view, Richie thought. First the poor folks' houses of the old Cape, then the bamboo swamps on the other side of the Kenduskeag, and finally, before leaving the Barrens, the smoldering gravel pit that was the town dump. For just a moment he found himself thinking about Eddie's story again. The leper under the abandoned house on Neibolt Street. He pushed it out of his mind and turned to Ben. So what was your best part, Haystack? Huh? Ben turned to him guiltily. As Bev looked out across the Kenduskeag, lost in thoughts of her own, he had been looking at her profile and at the bruise on her cheekbone. Of the movies, Dumbo. What was your best part? I liked it when Dr. Frankenstein started tossing the bodies to the crocodiles under the house, Ben said. That was my best part. That was gross, Beverly said and shivered. I hate things like that. Crocodiles and piranhas and sharks. Yeah? What's piranhas? Richie asked, immediately interested. Little tiny fish, Beverly said. And they've got all these little tiny teeth, but they're wicked sharp. And if you go into a river where they are, they eat you right down to the bone. Wow. I saw this movie once, and these natives wanted to cross a river, but the footbridge was down, she said. So they put a cow in the water on a rope and crossed while the piranhas were eating the cow. When they pulled it out, the cow was nothing but a skeleton. I had nightmares for a week. Man, I wish I had some of those fish, Richie said happily. I'd put 'em in Henry Bauer's bathtub. Ben began to giggle. I don't think he takes baths. I don't know about that, but I do know we better watch out for those guys, Beverly said. Her fingers touched the bruise on her cheek. My dad went up the side of my head day before yesterday for breaking a pile of dishes. 1 a week is enough. There was a moment of silence that might have been awkward, but was not. Richie broke it by saying his best part was when the teenage werewolf got the evil hypnotist. They talked about the movies and other horror movies they had seen and Alfred Hitchcock Presents on TV for an hour or more. Bev spotted daisies growing on the riverbank and picked one. She held it first under Richie's chin and then under Ben's chin to see if they liked butter. She said they both did. As she held the flower under their chins, each was conscious of her light touch on their shoulders and the clean scent of her hair. Her face was close to Ben's only for a moment or two, but that night he dreamed of how her eyes had looked during that brief, endless span of time. Conversation was fading a little when they heard the crackling sounds of people approaching along the path. The three of them turned quickly toward the sound, and Richie was suddenly acutely aware that the river was at their backs. There was no place to run. The voices drew closer. They got to their feet, Richie and Ben moving a little in front of Beverly without even thinking about it. The screen of bushes at the end of the path shook, and suddenly Bill Denbrough emerged. Another kid was with him, a fellow Richie knew a little bit. His name was Bradley something, and he had a terrible lisp. Probably went up to Bangor with Bill for that speech therapy thing, Richie thought. Big Bill, he said, and then in the voice of Toodles, We are glad to see you, Mr. Denbrough Moster. Bill looked at them and grinned, and a peculiar certainty stole over Richie as Bill looked from him to Ben to Beverly, and then back to Bradley, whatever his name was. Beverly was a part of them. Bill's eyes said so. Bradley what's-his-name was not. He might stay for a while today, might even come down to the Barrens again. No one would tell him no, so sorry, the Losers Club membership is full, we already have our speech impediment member. But he was not part of it. He was not part of them. This thought led to a sudden irrational fear. For a moment he felt the way you did when you suddenly realized you had swum out too far and the water was over your head. There was an intuitive flash. We're being drawn into something, being picked and chosen. None of this is accidental. Are we all here yet? Then the intuition fell into a meaningless jumble of thought, like the smash of a glass pane on a stone floor. Besides, it didn't matter. Bill was here, and Bill would take care. Bill would not let things get out of control. He was the tallest of them, and surely the most handsome. Richie only had to look sideways at Bev's eyes, fixed on Bill, and then farther to Ben's eyes, fixed knowingly and unhappily on Bev's face, to know that. Bill was also the strongest of them, and not just physically. There was a good deal more to it than that, but since Richie did not know either the word charisma or the full meaning of the word magnetism, he only felt that Bill's strength ran deep and might manifest itself in many ways, some of them probably unexpected. And Richie suspected if Beverly fell for him or got a crush on him or whatever they called it, Ben would not be jealous, like he would, Richie thought, if she got a crush on me. He would accept it as nothing but natural. And there was something else. Bill was good. It was stupid to think such a thing. He did not, in fact, precisely think it. He felt it. But there it was. Goodness and strength seemed to radiate from Bill. He was like a knight in an old movie, a movie that was corny but still had the power to make you cry and cheer and clap at the end. Strong and good. And 5 years later, after his memories of what had happened in Derry both during and before that summer had begun to fade rapidly, it occurred to Richie Tozier in his mid-teens that John Kennedy reminded him of Stuttering Bill. Who? His mind would respond. He would look up, faintly puzzled, and shake his head. Some guy I used to know, he would think, and would dismiss vague unease by pushing his glasses up on his nose and turning to his homework again. Some guy I used to know a long time ago. Bill Denbrough put his hands on his hips, smiled sunnily, and said, Well, here we are. Now, what are we doing? Got any cigarettes? Richie asked hopefully. 11. 5 days later, as June drew toward its end, Bill told Richie that he wanted to go down to Neibolt Street and investigate under the porch where Eddie had seen the leper. They had just arrived back at Richie's house, and Bill was walking Silver. He had ridden Richie double most of the way home, an exhilarating speed trip across Derry, but he had been careful to let Richie dismount a block away from his house. If Richie's mother saw Bill riding Richie double, she'd have a bird. Silver's wire basket was full of play six-shooters, 2 of them Bill's, 3 of them Richie's. They had been down in the Barrens for most of the afternoon playing guns. Beverly Marsh had shown up around 3 o'clock, wearing faded jeans and toting a very old Daisy air rifle that had lost most of its pop. When you pulled its tape-wrapped trigger, it uttered a wheeze that sounded to Richie more like someone sitting on a very old whoopee cushion than a rifle shot. Her specialty was Japanese sniper. She was very good at climbing trees and shooting the unwary as they passed below. The bruise on her cheekbone had faded to a faint yellow. "What did you say?" Richie asked. He was shocked, but also a little intrigued. "I will want to take a look under that porch," Bill said. His voice was stubborn, but he wouldn't look at Richie. There was a hard spot of flush high on each of his cheekbones. They had arrived in front of Richie's house. Maggie Tozier was on the porch reading a book. She waved to them and called, "Hi, boys, want some iced tea?" "We'll be right there, Mom," Richie said, and then to Bill, "There isn't going to be anything there. He probably just saw a hobo and got all bent out of shape, for God's sake. You know Eddie." Yeah, I know Eddie. But remember the picture in the album?" Richie shifted his feet, uncomfortable. Bill raised his right hand. The Band-Aids were gone now, but Richie could see circlets of healing scab on Bill's first 3 fingers. "Yeah, but listen to me," Bill said. He began to speak very slowly, holding Richie's eyes with his own. Once more he related the similarities between Ben's story and Eddie's, and tied those to what he had seen in the picture that moved. He suggested again that the clown had murdered the boys and girls who had been found dead in Derry since the previous December. "And maybe not just to them," Bill finished. "Well, what about all the ones who disappeared? Well, what about Eddie Corcoran?" Shit, his stepfather scared him off, Richie said. Well, maybe he did, and maybe he didn't, Bill said. I knew him a little bit, too, and I know his dad beat him. And I also know he used to stay out in the heights sometimes to get away from him. So maybe the clown got him while he was staying away, Richie said thoughtfully. Is that it? Bill nodded. What do you want, then? Its autograph? If the hound killed the others, then he killed Georgie, Bill said. His eyes caught Richie's. They were like slate, hard, uncompromising, unforgiving. I will want to kill it. Jesus Christ, Richie said, frightened. How are you going to do that? My dad's got a pistol, Bill said. A little spittle flew from his lips, but Richie barely noticed. He doesn't know I know, but I do. It's on the top shelf in his closet. That's great if it's a man, Richie said, and if we can find him sitting on a pile of kids' bones. I poured the tea, boys, Richie's mom called cheerily. Better come and get it. Right there, Mom, Richie called again, offering a big false smile. It disappeared immediately as he turned back to Bill. Because I wouldn't shoot a guy just because he was wearing a clown suit, Billy. You're my best friend, but I wouldn't do it, and I wouldn't let you do it if I could stop you. Well, what if there really was a pile of bones? Richie licked his lips and said nothing for a moment. Then he asked Bill, What are you going to do if it's not a man, Billy? What if it really is some kind of monster? What if there really are such things? Ben Hanscom said it was the mummy, and the balloons were floating against the wind, and it didn't cast a shadow. The picture in Georgie's album, either we imagined that or it was magic, and I gotta tell you, man, I don't think we just imagined it. Your fingers sure didn't imagine it, did they? Bill shook his head. So what are we going to do if it's not a man, Billy? Then we'll have to figure something else out. Oh, yeah, Richie said. I can see it. After you shoot it 4 or 5 times and it keeps coming at us like the teenage werewolf in that movie me and Ben and Bev saw, you can try your bullseye on it. And if the bullseye doesn't work, I'll throw some of my sneezing powder at it. And if it keeps on coming after that, we'll just call time and say, Hey now, hold on. This ain't getting it, Mr. Monster. Look, I got to read up on it at the library. I'll be back. Pardon me. Is that what you're going to say, Big Bill? He looked at his friend, his head thudding rapidly. Part of him wanted Bill to press on with his idea to check under the porch of that old house, but another part desperately wanted, Bill to give the idea up. In some ways, all of this was like having stepped into one of those Saturday afternoon horror movies at the Aladdin. But in another way, a crucial way, it wasn't like that at all. Because this wasn't safe like a movie, where you knew everything would turn out all right, and even if it didn't, it was no skin off your ass. The picture in Georgie's room hadn't been a movie. He had thought he was forgetting that, but apparently he had been fooling himself, because now he could see those cuts whirling up Billy's fingers. If he hadn't pulled Bill back... Incredibly, Bill was grinning. Actually grinning. You wanted me to take you to look at a picture, he said. Now, I will wanted to take you to look at a house. Tit for tat. You got no tits, Richie said, and they both burst out laughing. Tomorrow morning, Bill said, as if it had been resolved. And if it's a monster? Richie asked, holding Bill's eyes. If your dad's gun doesn't stop it, Big Bill, if it just keeps coming? We'll think of something else, Bill said again. We'll have to. He threw back his head and laughed like a loon. After a moment, Richie joined him. It was impossible not to. They walked up the crazy paving to Richie's porch together. Maggie had set out huge glasses of iced tea with mint sprigs in them and a plate of vanilla wafers. You will want to? Well, no, Richie said, but I will. Bill clapped him on the back, hard, and that seemed to make the fear bearable, although Richie was suddenly sure, and he was not wrong, that sleep would be long coming that night. "You boys looked like you were having a serious discussion out there," Mrs. Tozier said, sitting down with her book in one hand and a glass of iced tea in the other. She looked at the boys expectantly. "Oh, Denbro's got this crazy idea the Red Sox are going to finish in the first division," Richie said. "Me and my dad think that they got a shot at the third," Bill said, and sipped his iced tea. "This is very good, Mrs. Tozier." "Thank you, Bill." "The year the Sox finish in the first division will be the year you stop stuttering, mushmouth," Richie said. "Richie!" Mrs. Tozier screamed, shocked. She nearly dropped her glass of iced tea, but both Richie and Bill Denbro were laughing hysterically, totally cracked up. She looked from her son to Bill and back to her son again, touched by wonder that was mostly simple perplexity, but partly a fear so thin and sharp that it found its way deep into her inner heart and vibrated there like a tuning fork made of clear ice. "I don't understand either of them," she thought. "Where they go, what they do, what they want, or what will become of them. Sometimes, oh, sometimes their eyes are wild, and sometimes I'm afraid for them, and sometimes I'm afraid of them." She found herself thinking, not for the first time, that it would have been nice if she and Went could have had a girl as well, a pretty blonde girl that she could have dressed in skirts and matching bows and black patent leather shoes on Sundays. A pretty little girl who would ask to bake cupcakes after school, and who would want dolls instead of books on ventriloquism and Revell models of cars that went fast. A pretty little girl she could have understood. 12. "Did you get it?" Richie asked anxiously. They were walking their bikes up Kansas Street beside the Barrens at 10 o'clock the next morning. The sky was a dull gray. Rain had been forecast for that afternoon. Richie hadn't gotten to sleep until after midnight, and he thought Denbro looked as if he had spent a fairly restless night himself. Old Big Bill was toting a matched set of Samsonite bags, one under each eye. "I got it," Bill said. He patted the green duffel coat he was wearing. "Let me see," Richie said, fascinated. "Not now," Bill said, and then grinned. "Someone else might see, too. But look what else I brought." He reached behind him under the coat and brought his bullseye slingshot out of his back pocket. "Oh, shit, we're in trouble," Richie said, beginning to laugh. Bill pretended to be hurt. It was your idea, Tozier." Bill had gotten the custom aluminum slingshot for his birthday the year before. It had been Zach's compromise between the .22 Bill had wanted and his mother's adamant refusal to even consider giving a boy Bill's age a firearm. The instruction booklet said a slingshot could be a fine hunting weapon once you learned to use it. In the right hands, your bullseye slingshot is as deadly and effective as a good ash bow or a high-powered firearm, the booklet proclaimed. With such virtues dutifully extolled, the booklet went on to warn that a slingshot could be dangerous. The owner should no more aim one of the 20 ball-bearing slugs which came with it at a person than he would aim a loaded pistol at a person. Bill wasn't very good at it yet, and guessed privately he probably never would be, but he thought the booklet's caution was merited. The slingshot's thick elastic had a hard pull, and when you hit a tin can with it, it made one hell of a hole. "You doing any better with it, Big Bill?" Richie asked. "A little," Bill said. That was only partly true. After much study of the pictures in the booklet, which were labeled figs, as in Fig 1, Fig 2, and so on, and enough practice in Dairy Park to lame his arm, he had gotten so he could hit the paper target, which had also come with the slingshot, maybe 3 times out of every 10 tries. And once he had gotten a bullseye. Almost. Richie pulled the sling back by the cup, twanged it, then handed it back. He said nothing, but privately doubted if it would count for as much as Zach Denbro's pistol when it came to killing monsters. "Yeah?" he said. "You brought your slingshot. Okay, big deal. That's nothing. Look what I brought, Denbro." And from his own jacket he hauled out a packet with a cartoon picture on it of a bald man saying, "Achoo," as his cheeks puffed out like Dizzy Gillespie's. "Dr. Wacky's sneezing powder," the packet said. "It's a laugh riot." The two of them stared at each other for a long moment, and then broke up, screaming with laughter and pounding each other on the back. "Well, we're prepared for anything," Bill said finally, still giggling and wiping his eyes with the sleeve of his jacket. "Your face in my ass, stuttering Bill," Richie said. "I thought it was the other way around," Bill said. "Now listen. Well, we're gonna hash your bike down in the barrens. Well, where I put Silver when we play. You ride at a double behind me in case we have to make a quick getaway." Richie nodded, feeling no urge to argue. His 22-inch Raleigh, he sometimes whammed his kneecaps on the handlebars when he was pedaling fast, looked like a pygmy bike next to the scrawny, gantry-like edifice that was Silver. He knew that Bill was stronger and Silver was faster. They got to the little bridge, and Bill helped Richie stow his bike underneath. Then they sat down, and with the occasional rumble of traffic passing over their heads, Bill unzipped his duffel and took out his father's pistol. "You be goddamn careful," Bill said, handing it over after Richie had whistled his frank approval. "There's no safety on a pistol like that." "Is it loaded?" Richie asked, awed. The pistol, a PPK Walther that Zach Denbrough picked up during the occupation, seemed unbelievably heavy. "Not yet," Bill said. He patted his pocket. "I got some bullets in here. But my dad says sometimes you look, and then, if the gun thinks you're not being careful, it loads itself. So it can hoot you." His face uttered a strange smile, which said that, while he didn't believe anything so silly, he believed it completely. Richie understood. There was a caged deadliness in the thing that he had never sensed in his dad's .22, .30, or even the shotgun. Although there was something about the shotgun, wasn't there? Something about the way it leaned, mute and oily, in the corner of the garage closet, as if it might say, "I could be mean if I wanted to. Plenty mean, you bet," if it could speak. But this pistol, this Walther, it was as if it had been made for the express purpose of shooting people. With a chill, Richie realized that was why it had been made. What else could you do with a pistol? Use it to light your cigarettes? He turned the muzzle toward him, being careful to keep his hands far away from the trigger. One look into the Walther's black, lidless eye made him understand Bill's peculiar smile perfectly. He remembered his father saying, "If you remember there is no such thing as an unloaded gun, you'll be okay with firearms all your life, Richie." He handed the gun back to Bill, glad to be rid of it. Bill stowed it in his duffel coat again. Suddenly the house on Neibolt Street seemed less frightening to Richie. But the possibility that blood might actually be spilled, that seemed much stronger. He looked at Bill, perhaps meaning to appeal this idea again, but he saw Bill's face, read it, and only said, "You ready?" 13. As always, when Bill finally pulled his second foot up from the ground, Richie felt sure that they would crash, splitting their silly skulls on unyielding cement. The big bike wavered crazily from side to side. The car's clothespin to the fender struts stopped firing single shots and started machine gunning. The bike's drunken wavers became more pronounced. Richie closed his eyes and waited for the inevitable. Then Bill bellowed, "Hi-yo, Silver! Away!" The bike picked up more speed and finally stopped that seasick side-to-side wavering. Richie loosened his death grip on Bill's middle and held the front of the package carrier over the rear wheel instead. Bill crossed Kansas Street on a slant, raced down side streets at an ever-quickening pace, heading for Witcham as if racing down a set of geographical steps. They came bulleting out of Strapham Street and onto Witcham at an exorbitant rate of speed. Bill laid Silver damn near over on his side and bellowed, "Hi-yo, Silver!" again. "Ride it, Big Bill!" Richie screamed, so scared he was nearly creaming his jeans, but laughing wildly all the same. "Stand on this baby!" Bill suited the action to the word, getting up and leaning over the handlebars and pumping the pedals at a lunatic rate. Looking at Bill's back, which was amazingly broad for a boy of 11 going on 12, watching it work under the duffel coat, the shoulders slanting first one way and then the other as he shifted his weight from one pedal to the other, Richie suddenly became sure that they were invulnerable. They would live forever and ever. Well, perhaps not they, but Bill would. Bill had no idea of how strong he was, how somehow sure and perfect. They sped along, the houses thinning out a little now, the streets crossing Witcham at longer intervals. "Hi-yo, Silver!" Bill yelled, and Richie hollered in his nigger Jim voice, high and shrill, "Hi-yo, Silver, massa, that's right."
You is riding dis yere bike for show. Lawks a mussy. Hi-O Silver away.
Now they were passing green fields that looked flat and depthless under the gray sky. Richie could see the old brick train station up ahead in the distance. To the right of it, Quonset warehouses marched off in a row. Silver bumped over one set of train tracks, then another. And here was Neibolt Street, cutting off to the right. Derry Train Yards, a blue sign under the street sign read. It was rusty and hung askew. Below this was a much bigger sign, yellow field, black letters. It was almost like a comment on the train yards themselves. Dead End, it read. Bill turned onto Neibolt Street, coasted to the sidewalk, and put his foot back down. Let's walk from here. Richie slipped off the package carrier with mingled feelings of relief and regret. Okay. They walked along the sidewalk, which was cracked and weedy. Up ahead of them, in the train yards, a diesel engine revved slowly up, faded off, and then began all over again. Once or twice they heard the metallic music of couplings being smashed together. You scared? Richie asked Bill. Bill, walking Silver by the handlebars, looked over at Richie briefly and then nodded. Yeah. You? I sure am, Richie said. Bill told Richie he had asked his father about Neibolt Street the night before. His father said that a lot of trainmen had lived out this way until the end of World War II. Engineers, conductors, signalmen, yard workers, baggage handlers. The street had declined with the train yards, and as Bill and Richie moved farther along it, the houses became farther apart, seedier, dirtier. The last 3 or 4 on both sides were empty and boarded up, their yards overgrown. A for sale sign flapped forlornly from the porch of one. To Richie, the sign looked about 1,000 years old. The sidewalk stopped, and now they were walking along a beaten track from which weeds grew half-heartedly. Bill stopped and pointed. There it is, he said softly. 29 Neibolt Street had once been a trim red Cape Cod. Maybe, Richie thought, an engineer used to live there. A bachelor with no pants, but jeans and lots of those gloves with the big stiff cuffs and 4 or 5 pillow-tick caps. A fellow who would come home once or twice a month for stretches of 3 or 4 days and listen to the radio while he pottered in the garden. A fellow who would eat mostly fried foods, and no vegetables, although he would grow them for his friends, and who would, on windy nights, think about the girl he left behind. Now the red paint had faded to a wishy-washy pink that was peeling away in ugly patches that looked like sores. The windows were blind eyes, boarded up. Most of the shingles were gone. Weeds grew rankly down both sides of the house, and the lawn was covered with the season's first bumper crop of dandelions. To the left, a high board fence, perhaps once a neat white but now faded to a dull gray that almost matched the lowering sky, lurched drunkenly in and out of the dank shrubbery. About halfway down this fence, Richie could see a monstrous grove of sunflowers. The tallest looked 5 feet tall or more. They had a bloated, nasty look he didn't like. A breeze rustled them, and they seemed to nod together. The boys are here. Isn't that nice? More boys. Our boys. Richie shivered. While Bill leaned Silver carefully against an elm, Richie surveyed the house. He saw a wheel sticking out of the thick grass near the porch and pointed it out to Bill. Bill nodded. It was the overturned trike Eddie had mentioned. They looked up and down Neibolt Street. The chug of the diesel engine rose and fell off, then began again. The sound seemed to hang in the overcast like a charm. The street was utterly deserted. Richie could hear occasional cars passing on Route 2, but could not see them. The diesel engine chugged and faded, chugged and faded. The huge sunflowers nodded sagely together. Fresh boys, good boys, our boys. You ready? Bill asked, and Richie jumped a little. You know, I was just thinking that maybe the last bunch of library books I took out are due today, Richie said. Maybe I ought to... Cut the crap, Richie. Are you ready or not? I guess I am, Richie said, knowing he was not ready at all. He was never going to be ready for this scene. They crossed the overgrown lawn to the porch. Look there, Bill said. At the far left-hand side, the porch's lattice-work skirt leaned out against a tangle of bushes. Both boys could see the rusty nails that had been pulled free. There were old rose bushes here, and while the roses both to the right and the left of the unanchored stretch of latticework were blooming in a lackadaisical way, those directly around and in front of it were skeletal and dead. Bill and Richie looked at each other grimly. Everything Eddie said seemed true enough. 7 weeks later, the evidence was still here. "You don't really want to go under there, do you?" Richie asked. He was almost pleading. No, Bill said. But I'm gonna." And with a sinking heart, Richie saw that he absolutely meant it. That gray light was back in Billy's eyes, shining steadily. There was a stony eagerness in the lines of his face that made him look older. Richie thought, "I think he really does mean to kill it, if it's still there. Kill it and maybe cut off its head and take it to his father and say, 'Look, this is what killed Georgie. Now will you talk to me again at night? Maybe just tell me how your day was, or who lost when you guys were flipping to see who paid for the morning coffee?'" "Bill," he said. But Bill was no longer there. He was walking around to the right-hand end of the porch, where Eddie must have crawled under. Richie had to chase after him, and he almost fell over the trike caught in the weeds and slowly rusting its way into the ground. He caught up as Bill squatted, looking under the porch. There was no skirt at all on this end. Someone, some hobo, had pried it off long ago to gain access to the shelter underneath, out of the January snow or the cold November rain or a summer thunder shower. Richie squatted beside him, his heart thudding like a drum. There was nothing under the porch but drifts of moldering leaves, yellowing newspapers, and shadows. Too many shadows. "Bill," he repeated. What? Bill had produced his father's Walther again. He pulled the clip carefully from the grip and then took 4 bullets from his pants pocket. He loaded them in one at a time. Richie watched this, fascinated, and then looked under the porch again. He saw something else this time. Broken glass. Faintly glinting shards of glass. His stomach cramped painfully. He was not a stupid boy, and he understood this came close to completely confirming Eddie's story. Splinters of glass on the moldering leaves under the porch meant that the window had been broken from inside, from the cellar. "Well, what?" Bill asked again, looking up at Richie. His face was grim and white. Looking at that set face, Richie mentally threw in the towel. "Nothing," he said. "You cook a humming?" "Yeah." They crawled under the porch. The smell of decaying leaves was a smell Richie usually liked, but there was nothing pleasant about the smell under here. The leaves felt spongy under his hands and knees, and he had an impression that they might go down for 2 or 3 feet. He suddenly wondered what he would do if a hand or a claw sprang out of those leaves and seized him. Bill was examining the broken window. Glass had sprayed everywhere. The wooden strip which had been between the panes lay in 2 splintered pieces under the porch steps. The top of the window frame jutted out like a broken bone. "Something hit that fucker wicked hard," Richie breathed. Bill, now peering inside, or trying to, nodded. Richie elbowed him aside enough so he could look too. The basement was a dim litter of crates and boxes. The floor was earth, and, like the leaves, it gave off a damp and humid aroma. A furnace bulked to the left, thrusting round pipes at the low ceiling. Beyond it, at the end of the cellar, Richie could see a large stall with wooden sides. A horse stall was his first thought, but who kept horses in the Jeesley cellar? Then he realized that in a house as old as this one, the furnace must have burned coal instead of oil. Nobody had bothered to convert the furnace because no one wanted the house. That thing with the sides was a coal bin. To the far right, Richie could make out a flight of stairs going up to ground level. Now Bill was sitting down, hunching himself forward, and before Richie could actually believe what he was up to, his friend's legs were disappearing into the window. "Bill, Christ's sake," he hissed. "What are you doing? Get out of there." Bill didn't reply. He slithered through, scraping his duffel coat up from the small of his back, barely missing a chunk of glass that would have cut him a good one. A second later, Richie heard his tennies smack down on the earth hard inside. "Piss on this action," Richie muttered frantically to himself, looking at the square of darkness into which his friend had disappeared. "Bill, you gone out of your mind?" Bill's voice floated up. You can stay up there if you will want, Richie. Stand guard." Instead, he rolled over on his belly and shoved his legs through the cellar window before his nerve could go bad on him, hoping he wouldn't cut his hands or his stomach on the broken glass. Something clutched his legs. Richie screamed.
It's just me,
Bill hissed. And a moment later, Richie was standing beside him in the cellar, pulling down his shirt and his jacket.
Who did you think it was?
The boogeyman, Richie said, and laughed shakily.
You go that way, and I'll go.
Fuck that, Richie said. He could actually hear his heartbeat in his voice, making it sound bumpy and uneven, first up and then down.
I'm sticking with you, Big Bill.
They moved toward the coal pit first, Bill slightly in the lead, the gun in his hand, Richie close behind him, trying to look everywhere at once. Bill stood beyond one of the coal pit's jutting wooden sides for a moment, and then suddenly darted around it, pointing the gun with both hands. Richie squinched his eyes shut, steeling himself for the explosion. It didn't come. He opened his eyes again cautiously.
Nothing but coal,
Bill said, and giggled nervously. Richie stepped up beside Bill and looked. There was still a drift of old coal in here, piled up almost to the ceiling at the back of the stall and trickling away to a lump or two by their feet. It was as black as a crow's wing.
Let's,
Richie began, and then the door at the head of the cellar stairs crashed open against the wall with a violent bang, spilling thin white daylight down the stairs. Both boys screamed. Richie heard snarling sounds. They were very loud, the sounds a wild animal in a cage might make. He saw loafers descend the steps, faded jeans on top of them, swinging hands. But they weren't hands. They were paws, huge, misshapen paws.
Climb the coal,
Bill was screaming, but Richie stood frozen, suddenly knowing what was coming for them, what was going to kill them in this cellar that stank of damp earth and the cheap wine that had been spilled in the corners. Knowing but needing to see. There's a window at the top of the coal. The paws were covered with dense brown hair that curled and coiled like wire. The fingers were tipped with jagged nails. Now Richie saw a silk jacket. It was black with orange piping. The Derry High School colors.
Go,
Bill screamed and gave Richie a gigantic shove. Richie went sprawling into the coal. Sharp jags in corners of it poked him painfully, breaking through his daze. More coal avalanched over his hands. That mad snarling went on and on. Panic slipped its hood over Richie's mind. Barely aware of what he was doing, he scrambled up the mountain of coal, gaining ground, sliding back, lunging upward again, screaming as he went. The window at the top was grimed black with coal dust and let in next to no light at all. It was latched shut. Richie seized the latch, which was of the sort that turned, and threw all his weight against it. The latch moved not at all. The snarling was closer now. The gun went off below him, the sound nearly deafening in the closed room. Gun smoke, sharp and acrid, stung Richie's nose. It shocked him back to some sort of awareness, and he realized that he had been trying to turn the thumb latch the wrong way. He reversed the direction of the force he was applying, and the latch gave with a protracted, rusty squeal. Coal dust sifted down on his hands like pepper. The gun went off again with a second deafening bang. Bill Denbrough shouted, "You killed my brother, you fucker!" For a moment the creature which had come down the stairs seemed to laugh, seemed to speak. It was as if a vicious dog had suddenly begun to bark out garbled words, and for a moment Richie thought the thing in the high school jacket snarled back, "I'm going to kill you too." "Richie!" Bill screamed then, and Richie heard coal clattering and falling again as Bill scrambled up. The snarls and roars continued, wood splintered, there were mingled barks and howls, sounds out of a cold nightmare. Richie gave the window a tremendous shove, not caring if the glass broke and cut his hands to ribbons. He was beyond caring. It did not break. It swung outward on an old steel hinge flaked with rust. More coal dust sifted down, this time on Richie's face. He wriggled out into the side yard like an eel, smelling sweet, fresh air, feeling the long grass whip at his face. He was dimly aware that it was raining. He could see the thick stalks of the giant sunflowers, green and hairy. The Walther went off a third time, and the beast in the cellar screamed, a primitive sound of pure rage. Then Bill cried, "It's got me, Richie! Help! It's got me!" Richie turned around on his hands and knees and saw the terrified circle of his friend's upturned face in the square of the oversized cellar window through which a winter's load of coal had once been funneled each October. Bill was lying spread-eagled on the coal. His hands waved and clutched fruitlessly for the window frame, which was just out of reach. His shirt and jacket were rucked up almost to his breastbone, and he was sliding backward. No, he was being pulled backward by something Richie could barely see. It was a moving, bulking shadow behind Bill, a shadow that snarled and gibbered and sounded almost human. Richie didn't need to see it. He had seen it the previous Saturday on the screen of the Aladdin Theater. It was mad, totally mad, but even so it never occurred to Richie to doubt either his own sanity or his conclusion. The teenage werewolf had Bill Denbrough. Only it wasn't that guy Michael Landon with a lot of makeup on his face and a lot of fake fur. It was real. As if to prove it, Bill screamed again. Richie reached in and caught Bill's hands in his own. The Walther pistol was in one of them, and for the second time that day Richie looked into its black eye. Only this time it was loaded. They tussled for Bill, Richie gripping his hands, the werewolf gripping his ankles. "Get out of here, Richie," Bill screamed. "Get." The face of the werewolf suddenly swam out of the dark. Its forehead was low and prognathous, covered with scant hair. Its cheeks were hollow and furry. Its eyes were a dark brown, filled with horrible intelligence, horrible awareness. Its mouth dropped open and it began to snarl. White foam ran from the corners of its thick lower lip in twin streams that dripped from its chin. The hair on its head was swept back in a gruesome parody of a teenager's D.A. It threw its head back and roared, its eyes never leaving Richie's. Bill scrambled up the coal. Richie seized his forearms and pulled. For a moment he thought he was actually going to win. Then the werewolf laid hold of Bill's legs again and he was yanked backward toward the darkness once more. It was stronger. It had laid hold of Bill, and it meant to have him. Then, with no thought at all about what he was doing or why he was doing it, Richie heard the voice of the Irish cop coming out of his mouth, Mr. Nell's voice. But this was not Richie Tozier doing a bad imitation. It wasn't even precisely Mr. Nell. It was the voice of every Irish beat cop that had ever lived and twirled a billy by its rawhide rope as he tried the doors of closed shops after midnight. "Let go of him, boyo, or I'll crack your thick head, I swear to Jesus. Leave go of him now, or I'll serve ye your own arse on a platter." The creature in the cellar let out an ear-splitting roar of rage, but it seemed to Richie that there was another note in that bellow as well, perhaps fear or pain. He gave one more tremendous tug, and Bill flew out of the window and onto the grass. He stared up at Richie with dark, horrified eyes. The front of his jacket was smeared black with coal dust. Quick, Bill panted. He was nearly moaning. He grabbed at Richie's shirt. "We-hada." Richie could hear coal tumbling and avalanching down again. A moment later, the werewolf's face filled the cellar window. It snarled at them, its paws clutched at the listless grass. Bill still had the Walther. He had held on to the gun through all of it. Now he held it out in both hands, his eyes squinched down to slits, and pulled the trigger. There was another deafening bang. Richie saw a chunk of the werewolf's skull tear free, and a torrent of blood spilled down the side of its face, matting the fur there and soaking the collar of the school jacket it wore. Roaring, it began to climb out of the window. Moving slowly, dreamily, Richie reached under his coat and into his back pocket. He brought out the envelope with the picture of the sneezing man on it. He tore it open as the bleeding, roaring creature pulled itself out of the window, forcing its way, claws digging deep furrows in the earth. Richie tore the packet open and squeezed it. "Get back in your place, boyo," he ordered in the voice of the Irish cop. A white cloud puffed into the werewolf's face. Its roars suddenly stopped. It stared at Richie with almost comic surprise and made a choked wheezing sound. Its eyes, red and bleary, rolled toward Richie and seemed to mark him once and forever. Then it began to sneeze. It sneezed again and again and again. Ropey strings of saliva flew from its muzzle. Greenish-black clots of snot flew out of its nostrils. One of these splattered against Richie's skin and burned there, like acid. He wiped it away with a scream of hurt and disgust. There was still anger in its face, but there was also pain. It was unmistakable. Bill might have heard it with his dad's pistol, but Richie had heard it more, first with the voice of the Irish cop, and then with the sneezing powder. Jesus, if I had some itching powder, too, and maybe a joy buzzer, I might be able to kill it, Richie thought. And then Bill grabbed the collar of his jacket and jerked him backward. It was well that he did. The werewolf stopped sneezing as suddenly as it had started and lunged at Richie. It was quick, too, incredibly quick. Richie might have only sat there with the empty envelope of Dr. Wacky's sneezing powder in one hand, staring at the werewolf with a kind of drugged wonder, thinking how brown its fur was, how red the blood was, how nothing was in black and white in real life. He might have sat there until its paws closed around his neck and its long nails pulled his throat out, but Bill grabbed him again and pulled him to his feet. Richie stumbled after him. They ran around to the front of the house, and Richie thought, "It won't dare chase us any more. We're on the street now. It won't dare chase us. Won't dare, won't dare." But it was coming. He could hear it just behind them, gibbering and snarling and slobbering. There was Silver, still leaning against the tree. Bill jumped onto the seat and threw his father's pistol into the carrier basket where they had carried so many play guns. Richie chanced a glance behind him as he flung himself onto the package carrier and saw the werewolf crossing the lawn toward them, less than 20 feet away now. Blood and slobber mixed on its high school jacket. White bone gleamed through its pelt about the right temple. There were white smudges of sneezing powder on the sides of its nose. And Richie saw two other things which seemed to complete the horror. There was no zipper on the thing's jacket. Instead, there were big, fluffy orange buttons like pom-poms. The other thing was worse. It was the other thing that made him feel as if he might faint or just give up and let it kill him. A name was stitched on the jacket in gold thread, the kind of thing you could get down at Machen's for $1 if you wanted it. Stitched on the bloody left breast of the werewolf's jacket, stained but readable, were the words, "Richie Tozier." It lunged at them. "Go, Bill!" Richie screamed. Silver began to move, but slowly, much too slowly. It took Bill so long to get going. The werewolf crossed the rutted path just as Bill pedaled into the middle of Neibolt Street. Blood splattered its faded jeans, and looking back over his shoulder, filled with a kind of dreadful, unbreakable fascination that was akin to hypnosis, Richie saw that the seams of the jeans were giving way in places, and tufts of coarse brown fur had sprung through. Silver wavered wildly back and forth. Bill was standing up, gripping the bike's handlebars from underneath, head turned up toward the cloudy sky, cord standing out on his neck. And still the playing cards were only firing single shots. One paw groped for Richie. He screamed miserably and ducked away from it. The werewolf snarled and grinned. It was close enough so Richie could see the yellowing corneas of its eyes, could smell sweet, rotten meat on its breath. Its teeth were crooked fangs. Richie screamed again as it swung a paw at him. He was sure it was going to take his head off, but the paw passed in front of him, missing by no more than an inch. The force of the swing blew Richie's sweaty hair back from his forehead. "Hi-yo, Silver, away!" Bill screamed at the top of his voice. He had reached the top of a short, shallow hill. Not much, but enough to get Silver rolling. The playing cards picked up speed and began to burr along. Bill pumped the pedals madly. Silver stopped wavering and cut a straight course down Neibolt Street toward Route 2. "Thank God, thank God, thank God," Richie thought incoherently. The werewolf roared again. "Oh, my God, it sounds like it's right beside me." And Richie's wind was cut off as his shirt and jacket were jerked back against his windpipe. He made a gargling, choking sound and managed to grip Bill's middle just before he was pulled off the back of the bike. Bill tilted backward but held on to Silver's handlebar grips. For one moment, Richie thought the big bike would simply do a wheelie and spill both of them off the back. Then his jacket, which had been just about ready for the rag bag anyway, parted down the back with a loud ripping noise that sounded weirdly like a big fart. Richie could breathe again. He looked around and stared directly into those muddy, murderous eyes. "Bill!" He tried to howl it, but the word had no force, no sound. Bill seemed to hear him anyway. He pedaled even harder, harder than he ever had in his life. All his guts seemed to be rising, coming unanchored. He could taste thick, coppery blood in the back of his throat. His eyeballs were starting from their sockets. His mouth hung open, scooping air. And a crazy, ineluctable sense of exhilaration filled him, something that was wild and free and all his own. A desire. He stood on the pedals, coaxed them, battered them. Silver continued to pick up speed. He was beginning to feel the road now, beginning to fly. Bill could feel him go. "Hi-yo, Silver!" he screamed again. "Hi-yo, Silver! Away!" Richie could hear the fast rattle thud of loafers on the macadam. He turned. The werewolf's paw struck him above the eyes with stunning force. And for a moment Richie really did think the top of his head had come off. Things suddenly seemed dim, unimportant. Sounds faded in and out. The color washed out of the world. He turned back, clinging desperately to Bill. Warm blood ran into his right eye, stinging. The paw swung again, striking the back fender this time. Richie felt the bike waver crazily, for a moment on the verge of tipping over, finally straightening out again. Bill yelled, "Hi-yo, Silver, away!" again. But that was distant too, like an echo heard just before it dies out. Richie closed his eyes and held onto Bill and waited for the end. 14. Bill had also heard the running steps and understood that the clown hadn't given up yet, but he didn't dare turn around and look. He would know if it caught up and knocked them flat. That was really all he needed to know. "Come on, boy," he thought. "Give me everything now, everything you got. Go, Silver, go." So once again Bill Denbrough found himself racing to beat the devil. Only now the devil was a hideously grinning clown, whose face sweated white grease paint, whose mouth curved up in a leering red vampire smile, whose eyes were bright silver coins. A clown who was, for some lunatic reason, wearing a Derry high school jacket over its silvery suit with the orange ruff and the orange pom-pom buttons. "Go, boy, go. Silver, what do you say?" Neibolt Street blurred by him now. Silver was starting to hum good now. Had those running footfalls faded back a bit? He still didn't dare turn around to see. Richie had him in a death grip. He was pinching off his wind, and Bill wanted to tell Richie to loosen up a little, but he didn't dare waste breath on that either. There, up ahead, like a beautiful dream, was the stop sign marking the intersection of Neibolt Street and Route 2. Cars were passing back and forth on Witcham. In his state of exhausted terror, this seemed somehow like a miracle to Bill. Now, because he would have to put on his brakes in a moment or do something really inventive, he risked a look back over his shoulder. What he saw caused him to reverse Silver's pedal with a single snap jerk. Silver skidded, laying rubber with its locked rear tire, and Richie's head smacked painfully into the hollow of Bill's right shoulder. The street was completely empty. But 25 yards or so behind them, by the first of the abandoned houses which formed a kind of funeral cortege leading up to the train yards, there was a bright flick of orange. It lay close to a storm drain cut into the curbing. Almost too late, Bill realized that Richie was sliding off the back of Silver. Richie's eyes were turned up so Bill could only see the lower rims of the irises below his upper lids. The mended bow of his glasses hung askew. Blood was flowing slowly from his forehead. Bill grabbed his arm. They both slipped to the right, and Silver overbalanced. They crashed to the street in a tangle of arms and legs. Bill barked his crazy bone a good one and shouted with pain. Richie's eyes flickered at the sound.
"I am going to show you how to get to this treasure, senor. But this man Dobbs is plenty dangerous,"
Richie said in a snoring gasp. It was his Pancho Vanilla voice, but its floating, unconnected quality scared Bill badly. He saw several coarse brown hairs clinging to the shallow head wound on Richie's forehead. They were slightly kinky, like his father's pubic hair. They made him feel even more afraid, and he fetched Richie a strong smack upside the head. "Youch!" Richie cried. His eyes fluttered, then opened wide.
"What are you hitting me for, Big Bill? You'll break my glasses. They ain't in very good shape anyway, just in case you didn't notice."
"I thought you were dying or something," Bill said. Richie sat up slowly in the street and put a hand to his head. He groaned. "What happened?" And then he remembered. His eyes widened in sudden shock and terror, and he scrambled around on his knees, gasping harshly. "Don't," Bill said. "It's gone, Richie. It's gone." Richie saw the empty street where nothing moved and suddenly burst into tears. Bill looked at him for a moment, and then put his arms around Richie and hugged him. Richie clutched at Bill's neck and hugged him back. He wanted to say something clever, something about how Bill should have tried the bullseye on the werewolf, but nothing would come out, nothing except sobs.
"Don't, Richie,"
Bill said. "Da-da-da-ha-ha." Then he burst into tears himself, and they only hugged each other on their knees in the street beside Bill's spilled bike, and their tears made clean streaks down their cheeks, which were sooted with coal dust. Chapter 9. Cleaning Up. 1. Somewhere high over New York State on the afternoon of May 29th, 1985, Beverly Rogan begins to laugh again. She stifles it in both hands, afraid someone will think she is crazy, but can't quite stop. We laughed a lot back then, she thinks. It is something else, another light on in the dark. We were afraid all the time, but we couldn't stop laughing, any more than I can stop now. The guy sitting next to her in the aisle seat is young, long-haired, good-looking. He has given her several appreciative glances since the plane took off in Milwaukee at 2:30, almost 2.5 hours ago now, with a stop in Cleveland and another one in Philly, but has respected her clear desire not to talk. After a couple of conversational gambits to which she has responded with politeness but no more, he opens his tote bag and takes out a Robert Ludlum novel. Now he closes it, holding his place with his finger, and says with some concern, "Everything cool with you?" She nods, trying to make her face serious, and then snorts more laughter. He smiles a little, puzzled, questioning. "It's nothing," she says, once again trying to be serious, but it's no good. The more she tries to be serious, the more her face wants to crack up. Just like the old days. "It's just that all at once I realized I didn't know what airline I was on. Only that there was a great big duck on the side." But the thought is too much. She goes off into gales of merry laughter. People look around at her, some frowning. "Republic," he says. "Pardon?" "You are whizzing through the air at 470 miles an hour, courtesy of Republic Airlines. It's on the KYAG folder in the seat pocket." "KYAG?" He pulls the folder, which does indeed have the Republic logo on the front, out of the pocket. It shows where the emergency exits are, where the flotation devices are, how to use the oxygen masks, how to assume the crash landing position. "The kiss your ass goodbye folder," he says. And this time they both burst out laughing. He really is good-looking, she thinks suddenly. It is a fresh thought, somehow clear-eyed, the sort of thought you might expect to have upon waking, when your mind isn't all junked up. He's wearing a pullover sweater and faded jeans. His darkish blonde hair is tied back with a piece of rawhide, and this makes her think of the ponytail she always wore her hair in when she was a kid. She thinks, I bet he's got a nice, polite college boy's cock. Long enough to jazz with, not thick enough to be really arrogant. She starts to laugh again, totally unable to help it. She realizes she doesn't even have a handkerchief with which to wipe her streaming eyes, and this makes her laugh harder. "You better get yourself under control or the stewardess will throw you off the plane," he says solemnly, and she only shakes her head, laughing. Her sides and her stomach hurt now. He hands her a clean white handkerchief, and she uses it. Somehow this helps her to get it under control finally. She doesn't stop all at once, though. It just sort of tapers off into little hitchings and gaspings. Every now and then she thinks of the big duck on the side of the plane and belches out another little stream of giggles. She passes his handkerchief back after a bit. "Thank you." "Jesus, ma'am, what happened to your hand?" He holds it for a moment, concerned. She looks down at it and sees the torn fingernails, the ones she ripped down to the quick, tipping the vanity over on Tom. The memory of doing that hurts more than the fingernails themselves, and that stops the laughter for good. She takes her hand away from him, but gently. "I slammed it in the car door at the airport," she says, thinking of all the times she has lied about things Tom has done to her, and all the times she lied about the bruises her father put on her. Is this the last time, the last lie? How wonderful that would be, almost too wonderful to be believed. She thinks of a doctor coming in to see a terminal cancer patient and saying, "The X-rays show the tumor is shrinking. We don't have any idea why, but it's happening." "It must have hurt like hell," he says. "I took some aspirin." She opens the in-flight magazine again, although he probably knows she's been through it twice already. "Where are you headed?" She closes the magazine, looks at him, smiles. "You're very nice," she says. "But I don't want to talk, all right?" "All right," he says, smiling back. "But if you want to drink to the big duck on the side of the plane when we get to Boston, I'm buying." "Thank you, but I have another plane to catch." "Boy, was my horoscope ever wrong this morning," he says, and reopens his novel. "But you sound great when you laugh. A guy could fall in love." She opens the magazine again, but finds herself looking at her jagged nails instead of the article on the pleasures of New Orleans. There are purple blood blisters under 2 of them. In her mind, she hears Tom screaming down the stairwell, "I'll kill you, you bitch! You fucking bitch!" She shivers, cold. A bitch to Tom. A bitch to the seamstresses who goofed up before important shows and took a Beverly Rogan reaming for it. A bitch to her father long before either Tom or the hapless seamstresses became part of their lives. A bitch. You fucking bitch. She closes her eyes momentarily. Her foot, cut on a shard of perfume bottle as she fled their bedroom, throbs more than her fingers. Kay gave her a Band-Aid, a pair of shoes, and a check for $1,000, which Beverly cashed promptly at 9 o'clock at the First Bank of Chicago in Water Tower Square. Over Kay's protests, Beverly wrote her own check for $1,000 on a plain sheet of typing paper. "I read once that they have to take a check no matter what it's written on," she told Kay. Her voice seemed to be coming from somewhere else. A radio in another room, maybe. "Someone cashed a check once that was written on an artillery shell. I read that in the Book of Lists, I think." She paused, then laughed uneasily. Kay looked at her soberly, even solemnly. "But I'd cash it fast before Tom thinks to freeze the accounts." Although she doesn't feel tired, she is aware, however, that by now she must be going purely on nerves and Kay's black coffee. The previous night seems like something she must have dreamed. She can remember being followed by 3 teenaged boys who called and whistled but didn't quite dare come right up to her. She remembers the relief that washed over her when she saw the white fluorescent glow of a 7-Eleven store spilling out onto the sidewalks at an intersection. She went in and let the pimply-faced counterman look down the front of her old blouse and talked him into loaning her 40 cents for the payphone. It wasn't hard, the view being what it was. She called Kay McCall first, dialing from memory. The phone rang a dozen times, and she began to fear that Kay was in New York. Kay's sleepy voice mumbled, "It better be good, whoever you are," just as Beverly was about to hang up. "It's Bev, Kay," she said, hesitated, and then plunged. "I need help." There was a moment of silence, and then Kay spoke again, sounding fully awake now. "Where are you? What happened?" "I'm at a 7-Eleven on the corner of Strayland Avenue and some other street. Kay, I've left Tom." Kay, quick and empathetic and excited. "Good. Finally. Hooray. I'll come and get you, that son of a bitch, that piece of shit. I'll come and get you in the fucking Mercedes. I'll hire a 40-piece band. I'll take a cab," Bev said, holding the other 2 dimes in one sweating palm. In the round mirror at the back of the store, she could see the pimply clerk staring at her ass with deep and dreamy concentration. "But you'll have to pay the tab when I get there. I don't have any money, not a cent." "I'll tip the bastard $5, Kay cried. "This is the best fucking news since Nixon resigned. You get your buns over here, girl, and—" She paused, and when she spoke again her voice was serious and so full of kindness and love that Beverly felt she might weep. "Thank God you finally did it, Bev. I mean that. Thank God." Kay McCall is a former designer who married rich, divorced richer, and discovered feminist politics in 1972, about 3 years before Beverly first met her. At the time of her greatest controversy, she was accused of having embraced feminism after using archaic, chauvinistic laws to take her manufacturer husband for every cent the law would allow her. "Bullshit," Kay had once exclaimed to Beverly. "The people who say that stuff never had to go to bed with Sam Chakowitz. 2 pumps, a tickle, and a squirt. That was old Sammy's motto. The only time he could keep it up for longer than 70 seconds was when he was pulling off in the tub. I didn't cheat him. I just took my combat pay retroactively." She wrote 3 books, one on feminism and the working woman, one on feminism and the family, one on feminism and spirituality. The first 2 were quite popular. In the 3 years since her last, she had fallen out of fashion to a degree, and Beverly thought it was something of a relief to her. Her investments had done well. Feminism and capitalism are not mutually exclusive, thank God, she had once told Bev. And now she was a wealthy woman with a townhouse, a place in the country, and 2 or 3 lovers virile enough to go the distance with her in the sack, but not quite virile enough to beat her at tennis. "When they get that good, I drop them at once," she said. And although Kay clearly thought this was a joke, Beverly wondered if it really was. Beverly called a cab, and when it came, she piled into the back with her suitcase, glad to be away from the clerk's eyes, and gave the driver Kay's address. She was waiting at the end of her driveway, wearing her mink coat over a flannel nightgown. Pink fuzzy mules with great big pom-poms were on her feet. Not orange pom-poms, thank God. That might have sent Beverly screaming into the night again. The ride over to Kay's had been weird. Things were coming back to her, memories pouring in so fast and so clearly that it was frightening. She felt as if someone had started up a big bulldozer in her head and begun excavating a mental graveyard she hadn't even known was there. Only it was names instead of bodies that were turning up. Names she hadn't thought of in years. Ben Hanscom, Richie Tozier, Greta Bowie, Henry Bowers, Eddie Kasprak, Bill Denbrough. Especially Bill, Stuttering Bill they had called him, with that openness of children that is sometimes called candor, sometimes cruelty. He had seemed so tall to her, so perfect, until he opened his mouth and started to talk, that was. Names, places, things that had happened. Alternately hot and cold, she had remembered the voices from the drain and the blood. She had screamed and her father had popped her one. Her father, Tom. Tears threatened, and then Kay was paying the cab driver and tipping him big enough to make the startled cabbie exclaim, "Thanks, lady, wow." Kay took her into the house, got her into the shower, gave her a robe when she got out, made coffee, examined her injuries. Mercura chromed her cut foot and put a Band-Aid on it. She poured a generous dollop of brandy into Bev's second cup of coffee and hectored her into drinking every drop. Then she cooked them each a rare strip steak and sautéed fresh mushrooms to go with them. "All right," she said. "What happened? Do we call the cops or just send you to Reno to do your residency?" "I can't tell you too much," Beverly said. "It would sound too crazy. But it was my fault, mostly." Kay slammed her hand down on the table. It made a sound on the polished mahogany like a small-caliber pistol shot. Bev jumped. "Don't you say that," Kay said. There was high color in her cheeks, and her brown eyes were blazing. "How long have we been friends? 9 years? 10? If I hear you say it was your fault one more time, I'm going to puke. You hear me? I'm just going to fucking puke. It wasn't your fault this time, or last time, or the time before, or any of the times. Don't you know most of your friends thought that sooner or later he'd put you in a body cast, or maybe even kill you?" Beverly was looking at her wide-eyed. "And that would have been your fault, at least to a degree, for staying there and letting it happen. But now you're gone. Thank God for small favors. But don't you sit there with half of your fingernails ripped off and your foot cut open and belt marks on your shoulders and tell me it was your fault." "He didn't use his belt on me," Bev said. The lie was automatic, and so was the deep shame which brought a miserable flush to her cheeks. "If you're done with Tom, you ought to be done with the lies as well," Kay said quietly. And she looked at Bev so long and so lovingly that Bev had to drop her eyes. She could taste salt tears in the back of her throat. "Who did you think you were fooling?" Kay asked, still speaking quietly. She reached across the table and took Bev's hands. "The dark glasses, the blouses with high necks and long sleeves. Maybe you fooled a buyer or two, but you can't fool your friends, Bev, not the people who love you." And then Beverly did cry, long and hard, and Kay held her, and later, just before going to bed, she told Kay what she could. That an old friend from Derry, Maine, where she had grown up, had called, and had reminded her of a promise she had made long ago. The time to fulfill the promise had arrived, he said. Would she come? She said she would. Then the trouble with Tom had started. "What was this promise?" Kay asked. Beverly shook her head slowly. "I can't tell you that, Kay, much as I'd like to." Kay chewed on this and then nodded. "All right, fair enough. What are you going to do about Tom when you get back from Maine?" And Bev, who had begun to feel more and more that she wouldn't be coming back from Derry ever, said only, "I'll come to you first, and we'll decide together, okay?" "Very much okay," Kay said. "Is that a promise, too?" "As soon as I'm back," Bev said steadily. "You can count on it." And she hugged Kay hard. With Kay's check cashed and Kay's shoes on her feet, she had taken a Greyhound north to Milwaukee, afraid that Tom might have gone out to O'Hare to look for her. Kay, who had gone with her to the bank and the bus depot, tried to talk her out of it. "O'Hare's lousy with security people, dear," she said. "You don't have to worry about him. If he comes near you, what you do is scream your fucking head off." Beverly shook her head. "I want to avoid him altogether. This is the way to do it." Kay looked at her shrewdly. "You're afraid he might talk you out of it, aren't you?" Beverly thought of the 7 of them standing in the stream, of Stanley and his piece of broken Coke bottle glinting in the sun. She thought of the thin pain as he cut her palm lightly on a slant. She thought of them clasping hands in a children's circle, promising to come back if it ever started again, to come back and kill it for good. "No," she said. "He couldn't talk me out of this. But he might hurt me, security guards or not. You didn't see him last night, Kay." "I've seen him enough on other occasions," Kay said, her brows drawing together. "The asshole that walks like a man." "He was crazy," Bev said. "Security guards might not stop him. This is better, believe me." "All right," Kay said reluctantly, and Bev thought with some amusement that Kay was disappointed that there was going to be no confrontation, no big blow-off. "Cash the check quick," Beverly told her again, "before he can think to freeze the accounts. He will, you know." "Sure," Kay said. "If he does that, I'll go see the son of a bitch with a horsewhip and take it out in trade." "You stay away from him," Beverly said sharply. "He's dangerous, Kay, believe me. He was like my father was," what trembled on her lips. Instead she said, "He was like a wild man." "Okay," Kay said. "Be easy in your mind, dear. Go keep your promise, and do some thinking about what comes after." "I will," Bev said, but that was a lie. She had too many other things to think about. What had happened the summer she was 11, for instance? Showing Richie Tozier how to make his yo-yo sleep, for instance. Voices from the drain, for instance. And something she had seen, something so horrible that even then, embracing Kay for the last time by the long silvery side of the grumbling Greyhound bus, her mind would not quite let her see it. Now, as the plane with the duck on the side begins its long descent into the Boston area, her mind turns to that again, and to Stan Uris, and to an unsigned poem that came on a postcard, and the voices, and to those few seconds when she had been eye to eye with something that was perhaps infinite. She looks out the window, looks down, and thinks that Tom's evil is a small and petty thing compared with the evil waiting for her in Derry. If there is a compensation, it is that Bill Denbrough will be there, and there was a time when an 11-year-old girl named Beverly Marsh loved Bill Denbrough. She remembers the postcard with a lovely poem written on the back, and remembers that she once knew who wrote it. She doesn't remember any more than she remembers exactly what the poem said. But she thinks it might have been Bill. Yes, it might well have been stuttering Bill Denbrough. She thinks suddenly of getting ready for bed the night after Richie and Ben took her to see those 2 horror movies. After her first date. She had cracked wise with Richie about it. In those days that had been her defense when she was out on the street. But a part of her had been touched and excited and a little scared. It really had been her first date, even though there had been 2 boys instead of 1. Richie had paid her way and everything, just like a real date. Then afterward, there had been those boys who chased them, and they had spent the rest of the afternoon in the Barrens, and Bill Denbrough had come down with another kid, she couldn't remember who, but she remembered the way Bill's eyes had rested on hers for a moment, and the electric shock she had felt. The shock and a flush that seemed to warm her entire body. She remembers thinking of all these things as she pulled on her nightgown and went into the bathroom to wash her face and brush her teeth. She remembers thinking that it would take her a long time to get to sleep that night, because there was so much to think about. And to think about in a good way, because they seemed like good kids, like kids you could maybe goof with, and maybe even trust a little bit. That would be nice. That would be, well, like heaven. And thinking these things, she took her washcloth and leaned over the basin to get some water, and the voice, too, came whispering out of the drain. "Help me." Beverly drew back, startled, the dry washcloth dropping onto the floor. She shook her head a little, as if to clear it, and then she bent over the basin again and looked curiously at the drain. The bathroom was at the back of their 4-room apartment. She could hear, faintly, some Western program going on the TV. When it was over, her father would probably switch over to a baseball game or the fights, and then go to sleep in his easy chair. The wallpaper in here was a hideous pattern of frogs on lily pads. It bulged and swayed over the lumpy plaster beneath. It was watermarked in some places, actually peeling away in others. The tub was rust-marked, the toilet seat cracked. One naked 40-watt bulb jutted from a porcelain socket over the basin. Beverly could remember, vaguely, that there had once been a light fixture, but it had been broken some years ago and never replaced. The floor was covered with linoleum from which the pattern had faded, except for a small patch under the sink. Not a very cheery room, but Beverly had used it so long that she no longer noticed what it looked like. The wash basin was also water-stained. The drain was a simple cross-hatched circle about 2 inches in diameter. There had once been a chrome facing, but that was also long gone. A rubber drain plug on a chain was looped nonchalantly over the faucet marked C. The drain hole was pipe dark, and as she leaned over it, she noticed for the first time that there was a faint, unpleasant smell, a slightly fishy smell coming from the drain. She wrinkled her nose a little in disgust. "Help me!" She gasped. It was a voice. She had thought perhaps a rattle in the pipes, or maybe just her imagination, some holdover from those movies. "Help me, Beverly." Alternate waves of coldness and warmth swept her. She had taken the rubber band out of her hair, which lay spread across her shoulders in a bright cascade. She could feel the roots trying to stiffen. Unaware that she meant to speak, she bent over the basin again and half-whispered, "Hello? Is someone there?" The voice from the drain had been that of a very young child who had perhaps just learned to talk, and in spite of the gooseflesh on her arms, her mind searched for some rational explanation. It was an apartment house. The Marshes lived in the back apartment on the ground floor. There were 4 other apartments. Maybe there was a kid in the building amusing himself by calling into the drain. And some trick of sound. "Is someone there?" she asked the drain in the bathroom, louder this time. It suddenly occurred to her that if her father happened to come in just now, he would think her crazy. There was no answer from the drain, but that unpleasant smell seemed stronger. It made her think of the bamboo patch in the Barrens and the dump beyond it. It called up images of slow, bitter smokes and black mud that wanted to suck the shoes off your feet. There were no really little kids in the building, that was the thing. The Tremonts had had a boy who was 5 and girls who were 3 and 6 months, but Mr. Tremont had lost his job at the shoe shop on Tracker Avenue. They got behind on the rent, and one day not long before school let out, they had all just disappeared in Mr. Tremont's rusty old Power Flight Buick. There was Skipper Bolton in the front apartment on the 2nd floor, but Skipper was 14. "We all want to meet you, Beverly." Her hand went to her mouth and her eyes widened in horror. For a moment, just for a moment, she believed she had seen something moving down there. She was suddenly aware that her hair was now hanging over her shoulders in 2 thick sheaves, and that they dangled close, very close, to that drain hole. Some clear instinct made her straighten up quick and get her hair away from there. She looked around. The bathroom door was firmly closed. She could hear the TV faintly, Cheyenne Bodie warning the bad guy to put the gun down before someone got hurt. She was alone. Except, of course, for that voice. "Who are you?" she called into the basin, pitching her voice low. "Matthew Clements," the voice whispered. "The clown took me down here in the pipes and I died, and pretty soon he'll come and take you, Beverly, and Ben Hanscom and Bill Denbrough and Eddie." Her hands flew to her cheeks and clutched them. Her eyes widened, widened. She felt her body growing cold. Now the voice sounded choked and ancient, and still it crawled with corrupted glee. "You float down here with your friends, Beverly. We all float down here. Tell Bill that Georgie says hello. Tell Bill that Georgie misses him, but he'll see him soon. Tell him Georgie will be in the closet some night with a piece of piano wire to stick in his eye. Tell him—" The voice broke up in a series of choking hiccups, and suddenly a bright red bubble backed up the drain and popped, spraying beads of blood on the disdained porcelain. The choking voice spoke rapidly now, and as it spoke, it changed. Now it was the young voice of the child she had first heard. Now it was the teenaged girl's voice. Now, horribly, it became the voice of a girl Beverly had known, Veronica Grogan. But Veronica was dead. She had been found dead in a sewer drain. "I'm Matthew. I'm Betty. I'm Veronica. We're down here with the clown, and the creature, and the mummy, and the werewolf. And you, Beverly, we're down here with you, and we float.
We change.
A gout of blood suddenly belched from the drain, splattering the sink and the mirror and the wallpaper with its frogs and lily pads pattern. Beverly screamed suddenly and piercingly. She backed away from the sink, struck the door, rebounded, clawed it open, and ran for the living room where her father was just getting to his feet. "What the Sam Hill's wrong with you?" he asked, his brows drawing together. The two of them were here alone this evening. Bev's mom was working the 3 to 11 shift at Green's Farm, Derry's best restaurant. "The bathroom!" she cried hysterically. "The bathroom, Daddy, in the bathroom!" "Was someone peeking at you, Beverly? Huh?" His arm shot out and his hand gripped her arm hard, sinking into the flesh. There was concern on his face, but it was a predatory concern, somehow more frightening than comforting. "No! The sink! In the sink! The... She burst into hysterical tears before she could say anything more. Her heart was thundering so hard in her chest that she thought it would choke her. Al Marsh thrust her aside with an "Oh, Jesus Christ, what next?" expression on his face and went into the bathroom. He was in there so long that Beverly became afraid again. Then he bawled, "Beverly, you come here, girl." There was no question of not going. If the two of them had been standing on the edge of a high cliff and he had told her to step off, "Right now, girl," her instinctive obedience would almost certainly have carried her over the edge before her rational mind could have intervened. The bathroom door was open. There her father stood, a big man who was now losing the auburn hair he had passed on to Beverly. He was still wearing his gray fatigue pants and his gray shirt. He was a janitor at the Derry Home Hospital, and he was looking hard at Beverly. He did not drink, he did not smoke, he did not chase after women. "I got all the women I need at home," he said on occasion, and when he said it a peculiar secretive smile would cross his face. It did not brighten it, but did quite the opposite. Watching that smile was like watching the shadow of a cloud travel rapidly across a rocky field. "They take care of me, and when they need it, I take care of them." "Now just what the Sam Hill is this foolishness all about?" he asked as she came in. Beverly felt as if her throat had been lined with slate. Her heart raced in her chest. She thought that she might vomit soon. There was blood on the mirror, running in long drips. There were spots of blood on the light over the sink. She could smell it cooking onto the 40-watt bulb. Blood ran down the porcelain sides of the sink and plopped in fat drops on the linoleum floor. "Daddy," she whispered huskily. He turned, disgusted with her, as he was so often, and began casually to wash his hands in the bloody sink. "Good God, girl, speak up. You scared hell out of me. Explain yourself, for Lord's sake." He was washing his hands in the basin. She could see blood staining the gray fabric of his pants where they rubbed against the lip of the sink. And if his forehead touched the mirror, it was close. It would be on his skin. She made a choked noise in her throat. He turned off the water, grabbed a towel on which 2 fans of blood from the drain had splashed, and began to dry his hands. She watched, near swooning, as he grimed blood into his big knuckles and the lines of his palms. She could see blood under his fingernails like marks of guilt. "Well, I'm waiting." He tossed the bloody towel back over the rod. There was blood everywhere. And her father didn't see it. "Daddy." She had no idea what might have come next, but her father interrupted her. "I worry about you," Al Marsh said. "I don't think you're ever going to grow up, Beverly. You go out running around. You don't do hardly any of the housework around here. You can't cook, you can't sew. Half the time you're off on a cloud someplace with your nose stuck in a book, and the other half you've got vapors and megrims. I worry." His hand suddenly swung and spatted painfully against her buttocks. She uttered a cry, her eyes fixed on his. There was a tiny stipple of blood caught in his bushy right eyebrow. "If I look at that long enough, I'll just go crazy and none of this will matter," she thought dimly. "I worry a lot," he said, and hit her again, harder, on the arm above the elbow. That arm cried out and then seemed to go to sleep. She would have a spreading yellowish-purple bruise there the next day. "An awful lot," he said, and punched her in the stomach. He pulled the punch at the last second, and Beverly lost only half of her air. She doubled over, gasping, tears starting in her eyes. Her father looked at her impassively. He shoved his bloody hands in the pockets of his trousers. "You got to grow up, Beverly," he said, and now his voice was kind and forgiving. "Isn't that so?" She nodded. Her head throbbed. She cried, but silently. If she sobbed aloud, started what her father called that baby whining, he might go to work on her in earnest. Al Marsh had lived his entire life in Derry and told people who asked, and sometimes those who did not, that he intended to be buried here, hopefully at the age of 110. No reason why I shouldn't live forever, he sometimes told Roger Orlett, who cut his hair once each month. I have no vices. Now explain yourself, he said, and make it quick. There was... She swallowed, and it hurt because there was no moisture in her throat, none at all. There was a spider, a big fat black spider. It crawled out of the drain, and I guess it crawled back down. Oh, he smiled a little at her now, as if pleased by this explanation. Was that it? Damn, if you'd told me, Beverly, I never would have hit you. All girls are scared of spiders. Sam Hill, why didn't you speak up? He bent over the drain, and she had to bite her lip to keep from crying out a warning. And some other voice spoke deep inside her, some terrible voice which could not have been a part of her. Surely it was the voice of the devil himself. Let it get him, if it wants him. Let it pull him down. Good fucking riddance. She turned away from that voice in horror. To allow such a thought to stay for even a moment in her head would surely damn her to hell. He peered into the eye of the drain, his hands squelched in the blood on the rim of the basin. Beverly fought grimly with her gorge. Her belly ached where her dad had hit her. Don't see a thing, he said. All these buildings are old, Bev. Got drains the size of freeways, you know it? When I was janitoring down in the old high school, we used to get drowned rats in the toilet bowls once in a while. It drove the girls crazy. He laughed fondly at the thought of such female vapors and megrims. Mostly when the Kenduskeag was high. Less wildlife in the pipes since they put in the new drain system, though. He put an arm around her and hugged her. Look, you go to bed and don't think about it anymore, okay? She felt her love for him. I never hit you when you didn't deserve it, Beverly, he told her once when she had cried out that some punishment had been unfair. And surely that had to be true, because he was capable of love. Sometimes he would spend a whole day with her, showing her how to do things, or just telling her stuff, or walking around town with her. And when he was kind like that, she thought her heart would swell with happiness until it killed her. She loved him and tried to understand that he had to correct her often because it was, as he said, his God-given job. Daughters, Al Marsh said, need more correction than sons. He had no sons, and she felt vaguely as if that might be partly her fault as well. Okay, Daddy, she said, I won't. They walked into her small bedroom together. Her right arm now ached fiercely from the blow it had taken. She looked back over her shoulder and saw the bloody sink, bloody mirror, bloody wall, bloody floor. The bloody towel her father had used and then hung casually over the rod. She thought, how can I ever go in there to wash up again? Please, God, dear God, I'm sorry if I had a bad thought about my dad, and you can punish me for it if you want. I deserve to be punished. Make me fall down and hurt myself, or make me have the flu like last winter when I coughed so hard once I threw up. But please, God, make the blood be gone in the morning. Pretty please, God, okay? Okay? Her father tucked her in, as he always did, and kissed her forehead. Then he only stood there for a moment in what she would always think of as his way of standing, perhaps of being, bent slightly forward, hands plunged deep to above the wrist in his pockets, the bright blue eyes in his mournful basset hound's face looking down at her from above. In later years, long after she stopped thinking about Derry at all, she would see a man sitting on the bus or maybe standing on a corner with his dinner bucket in his hand. Shapes, oh, shapes of men, sometimes seen as day closed down, sometimes seen across Water Tower Square in the noonlight of a clear, windy autumn day. Shapes of men, rules of men, desires of men. Or Tom, so like her father when he took off his shirt and stood slightly slumped in front of the bathroom mirror to shave. Shapes of men. Sometimes I worry about you, Bev, he said, but there was no trouble or anger in his voice now. He touched her hair gently, smoothing it back from her forehead. The bathroom was full of blood, Daddy, she almost screamed then. Didn't you see it? It's everywhere. Cooking onto the light over the sink even. Didn't you see it? But she kept her silence as he went out and closed the door behind him, filling her room with darkness. She was still awake, still staring into the darkness, when her mother came in at 11:30 and the TV went off. She heard her parents go into their room, and she heard the bed springs creaking steadily as they did their sex act thing. Beverly had overheard Greta Bowie telling Sally Mueller that the sex act thing hurt like fire and no nice girl ever wanted to do it. "At the end of it, the man pees all over your bug," Greta said, and Sally had cried, "Oh, yuck, I'd never let a boy do that to me." If it hurt as badly as Greta said, then Bev's mother kept the hurt to herself. Bev had heard her mom cry out once or twice in a low voice, but it hadn't sounded at all like a pain cry. The slow creak of the spring speeded up to a beat so rapid it was just short of frantic, and then stopped. There was a period of silence, then some low talk, then the sound of her mother's footsteps as she went into the bathroom. Beverly held her breath, waiting for her mother to scream or not. There was no scream, only the sound of water running into the basin. That was followed by some low splashing. Then the water ran out of the basin with its familiar gurgling sound. Her mother was brushing her teeth now. Moments later, the bed springs in her parents' room creaked again as her mom got back into bed. 5 minutes or so after that, her father began to snore. A black fear stole over her heart and closed her throat. She found herself afraid to turn over on her right side, her favorite sleeping position, because she might see something looking in the window at her. So she just lay on her back, stiff as a poker, looking up at the pressed tin ceiling. Some time later, minutes or hours, there was no way of telling, she fell into a thin, troubled sleep. 3. Beverly always woke up when the alarm went off in her parents' bedroom. You had to be fast because the alarm no more than got started before her father banged it off. She dressed quickly while her father used the bathroom. She paused briefly, as she now almost always did, to look at her chest in the mirror, trying to decide if her breasts had gotten any bigger in the night. She had started getting them late last year. There had been some faint pain at first, but that was gone now. They were extremely small, not much more than spring apples, really, but they were there. It was true. Childhood would end. She would be a woman. She smiled at her reflection and put a hand behind her head, pushing her hair up and sticking her chest out. She giggled a little girl's unaffected giggle, and suddenly remembered the blood spewing out of the bathroom drain the night before. The giggle stopped abruptly. She looked at her arm and saw the bruise that had formed there in the night, an ugly stain between her shoulder and elbow, a stain with many discolored fingers. The toilet went with a bang and a flush. Moving quickly, not wanting him to be mad with her this morning, not wanting him to even notice her this morning, Beverly pulled on a pair of jeans and her Derry High School sweatshirt. And then, because it could no longer be put off, she left her room for the bathroom. Her father passed her in the living room on his way back to his room to get dressed. His blue pajama suit flapped loosely around him. He grunted something at her she didn't understand. "Okay, Daddy," she replied nevertheless. She stood in front of the closed bathroom door for a moment, trying to get her mind ready for what she might see inside. At least it's daytime, she thought, and that brought some comfort. Not much, but some. She grasped the doorknob, turned it, and stepped inside. 4. That was a busy morning for Beverly. She got her father his breakfast, orange juice, scrambled eggs, Al Marsh's version of toast, the bread hot but not really toasted at all. He sat at the table, barricaded behind the news, and ate it all. "Where's the bacon?" "Gone, Daddy. We finished it yesterday." "Cook me a hamburger." "There's only a little bit of that left. The paper rustled, then dropped. His blue stare fell on her like weight. "What did you say?" he asked softly. "I said right away, Daddy." He looked at her a moment longer, then the paper went back up and Beverly hurried to the refrigerator to get the meat. She cooked him a hamburger, mashing the little bit of ground meat that was left in the icebox as hard as she could to make it look bigger. He ate it reading the sports page, and Beverly made his lunch, a couple of peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, a big piece of cake her mother had brought back from Green's farm last night, a thermos of hot coffee heavily laced with sugar. "You tell your mother I said to get this place cleaned up today," he said, taking his dinner bucket. "It looks like a damn old pigsty. Sam Hill, I spend the whole day cleaning up messes over to the hospital. I don't need to come home to a pigsty. You mind me, Beverly?" "Okay, Daddy, I will." He kissed her cheek, gave her a rough hug, and left. As she always did, Beverly went to the window of her room and watched him walk down the street. And as she always did, she felt a sneaking sense of relief when he turned the corner, and hated herself for it. She did the dishes and then took the book she was reading out on the back steps for a while. Lars Theremenius, his long blonde hair glowing with its own serene inner light, toddled over from the next building to show Beverly his new Tonka truck and the new scrapes on his knees. Beverly exclaimed over both. Then her mother was calling her. They changed both beds, washed the floors, and waxed the kitchen linoleum. Her mother did the bathroom floor, for which Beverly was profoundly grateful. Elfrida Marsh was a small woman with graying hair and a grim look. Her lined face told the world that she had been around for a while and intended to stay around a while longer. It also told the world that none of it had been easy, and she did not look for an early change in that state of affairs. "Will you do the living room windows, Bevy?" she asked, coming back into the kitchen. She had changed into her waitress uniform. "I have to go up to St. Joe's in Bangor to see Cheryl Tarrant. She broke her leg last night." "Yeah, I'll do them," Beverly said. "What happened to Mrs. Tarrant? Did she fall down or something?" Cheryl Tarrant was a woman Elfrida worked for at the restaurant. "She and that no-good she's married to were in a car wreck," Beverly's mother said grimly. "He was drinking. You want to thank God in your prayers every night that your father doesn't drink, Bevy." "I do," Beverly said. She did. "She's going to lose her job, I guess, and he can't hold one." Now tones of grim horror crept into Elfrida's voice. "They'll have to go on the county, I guess." It was the worst thing Elfrida Marsh could think of. Losing a child or finding out you had cancer didn't hold a candle to it. You could be poor. You could spend your life doing what she called scratchin'. But at the bottom of everything, below even the gutter, was a time when you might have to go on the county and drink the work sweat from the brows of others as a gift. This, she knew, was the prospect that now faced Cheryl Tarrant. "Once you got the windows washed and take the trash out, you can go and play a while if you want. It's your father's bowling night, so you won't have to fix his supper. But I want you in before dark. You know why." "Okay, Mom." "My God, you're growing up fast," Elfrida said. She looked for a moment at the nubs in Beverly's sweatshirt. Her glance was loving but pitiless. "I don't know what I'm going to do around here once you're married and have a place of your own." "I'll be around for just about ever," Beverly said, smiling. Her mother hugged her briefly and kissed the corner of her mouth with her warm, dry lips. "I know better," she said, "but I love you, Bevy." "I love you too, Mama." "You make sure there aren't any streaks on those windows when you're done," she said, picking up her purse and going to the door. "If there are, you'll catch the Blue Devil from your father." "I'll be careful." As her mother opened the door to go out, Beverly asked in a tone she hoped was casual, "Did you see anything funny in the bathroom, Mom?" Elfrida looked back at her, frowning a little. "Funny?" "Well, I saw a spider in there last night. It crawled out of the drain. Didn't Daddy tell you?" "Did you get your dad angry at you last night, Bevy?" "No, I told him a spider crawled out of the drain and scared me, and he said sometimes they used to find drowned rats in the toilets at the old high school. Because of the drains. He didn't tell you about the spider I saw?" "No." "Oh, well, it doesn't matter. I just wondered if you saw it." "I didn't see any spider. I wish we could afford a little new linoleum for that bathroom floor." She glanced at the sky, which was blue and cloudless. "They say if you kill a spider, it brings rain. You didn't kill it, did you?" "No," Beverly said. "I didn't kill it." Her mother looked back at her, her lips pressed together so tightly they almost weren't there. "You sure your dad wasn't angry with you last night?" "No." "Bevy, does he ever touch you?" "What?" Beverly looked at her mother, totally perplexed. God, her father touched her every day. "I don't get what you—" "Never mind," Elfrida said shortly. "Don't forget the trash, and if those windows are streaked, you won't need your father to give you Blue Devil." "I won't." "Does he ever touch you?" "Forget." "And be in before dark." "I will." "Does he?" "Worry an awful lot." Elfrida left. Beverly went into her room again and watched her around the corner and out of view as she had her father. Then, when she was sure her mother was well on her way to the bus stop, Beverly got the floor bucket, the Windex, and some rags from under the sink. She went into the living room and began on the windows. The apartment seemed too quiet. Each time the floor creaked or a door slammed, she jumped a little. When the Boltons' toilet flushed above her, she uttered a gasp that was nearly a scream. And she kept looking toward the closed bathroom door. At last she walked down there and drew it open again and looked inside. Her mother had cleaned in here this morning, and most of the blood which had pooled under the sink was gone. So was the blood on the sink's rim. but there were still maroon streaks drying in the sink itself, spots and splashes of it on the mirror and on the wallpaper. Beverly looked at her pale reflection and realized with sudden superstitious dread that the blood on the mirror made it seem as if her face was bleeding. She thought again, what am I going to do about this? Have I gone crazy? Am I imagining it? The drain suddenly gave a burping chuckle. Beverly screamed and slammed the door, and 5 minutes later her hands were still trembling so badly that she almost dropped the bottle of Windex as she washed the windows in the living room. 5. It was around 3 o'clock that afternoon, the apartment locked up and the extra key tucked snugly away in the pocket of her jeans, when Beverly Marsh happened to turn up Richards Alley, a narrow walk-through which connected Main and Center Streets, and came upon Ben Hanscom, Eddie Casbrack, and a boy named Bradley Donovan pitching pennies. "Hi, Bev," Eddie said. "You get any nightmares from those movies?" "Nope," Beverly said, squatting down to watch the game. "How'd you know about that?" "Haystack told me," Eddie said, jerking a thumb at Ben, who was blushing wildly for no good reason Beverly could see. "What movie?" Bradley asked, and now Beverly recognized him. He had come down to the Barrens a week ago with Bill Denbrough. They had a speech class together in Bangor. Beverly more or less dismissed him from her mind. If asked, she might have said he seemed somehow less important than Ben and Eddie. Less there. "Couple of creature features," she said to him, and duck-walked closer until she was between Ben and Eddie. "You pitchin'?" "Yes," Ben said. He looked at her quickly, then looked away. "Who's winning?" "Eddie," Ben said. "Eddie's real good." She looked at Eddie, who polished his nails solemnly on the front of his shirt, and then giggled. "Can I play?" "Okay with me," Eddie said. "You got pence?" She felt in her pocket and brought out 3. "Geez, how do you dare to go out of the house with such a wad?" Eddie asked. "I'd be scared." Ben and Bradley Donovan laughed. "Girls can be brave, too," Beverly said gravely, and a moment later they were all laughing. Bradley pitched first, then Ben, then Beverly. Because he was winning, Eddie had lasties. They tossed the pennies toward the back wall of the Center Street drugstore. Sometimes they landed short, sometimes they struck and bounced back. At the end of each round, the shooter with the penny closest to the wall collected all 4 pennies. 5 minutes later, Beverly had 24 cents. She had lost only a single round. "Girls cheat," Bradley said, disgusted, and got up to go. His good humor was gone, and he looked at Beverly with both anger and humiliation. "Girls shouldn't be allowed to—" Ben bounced to his feet. It was awesome to watch Ben Hanscom bounce. "Take that back." Bradley looked at Ben, his mouth open. "What?" "Take it back. She didn't cheat." Bradley looked from Ben to Eddie to Beverly, who was still on her knees. Then he looked back at Ben again. "You want a fat lip to math the rest of you, asshole?" "Sure," Ben said, and a grin suddenly crossed his face. Something in its quality caused Bradley to take a surprised, uneasy step backward. Perhaps what he saw in that grin was the simple fact that after tangling with Henry Bowers and coming out ahead not once but twice, Ben Hanscom was not about to be terrorized by skinny old Bradley Donovan, who had warts all over his hands as well as that cataclysmic lisp. "Yeah, and then you all gang up on me," Bradley said, taking another step backward. His voice had picked up an uncertain waver, and tears stood out in his eyes. "All a bunch of cheaters." "You just take back what you said about her," Ben said. "Never mind, Ben," Beverly said. She held out a handful of coppers to Bradley. "Take what's yours. I wasn't playing for keepsies anyway." Tears of humiliation spilled over Bradley's lower lashes. He struck the pennies from Beverly's hand and ran for the Center Street end of Richards Alley. The others stood looking at him, open-mouthed. With safety within reach, Bradley turned around and shouted, "You're just a little biff, that's all. Cheater, cheater. Your mother's a whore." Beverly gasped. Ben ran up the alley toward Bradley and succeeded in doing no more than tripping over an empty crate and falling down. Bradley was gone, and Ben knew better than to believe he could ever catch him. He turned toward Beverly instead to see if she was all right. The word had shocked him as much as it had her. She saw the concern in his face. She opened her mouth to say she was okay, not to worry. Sticks and stones will break my bones, but names will never hurt me. And that odd question her mother had asked, "Does he ever touch you?" recurred. Odd question, yes. Simple yet nonsensical, full of somehow ominous undertones, murky as old coffee. Instead of saying that names would never hurt her, she burst into tears. Eddie looked at her uncomfortably, took his aspirator from his pants pocket, and sucked on it. Then he bent down and began picking up the scattered pennies. There was a fussy, careful expression on his face as he did this. Ben moved toward her instinctively, wanting to hug and give comfort, and then stopped. She was too pretty. In the face of that prettiness, he felt helpless. "Cheer up," he said, knowing it must sound idiotic, but unable to think of anything more useful. He touched her shoulders lightly. She had put her hands over her face to hide her wet eyes and blotchy cheeks, and then took them away as if she were too hot to touch. He was now blushing so hard he looked apoplectic. "Cheer up, Beverly." She lowered her hands and cried out in a shrill, furious voice, "My mother is not a whore. She's a waitress." This was greeted by absolute silence. Ben stared at her with his lower jaw sprung ajar. Eddie looked up at her from the cobbled surface of the alley, his hands full of pennies. And suddenly all three of them were laughing hysterically. "A waitress!" Eddie cackled. He had only the faintest idea of what a whore was, but something about this comparison struck him as delicious just the same. "Is that what she is?" Yes, she is," Beverly gasped, laughing and crying at the same time. Ben was laughing so hard he couldn't stand up. He sat heavily on a trash can. His bulk drove the lid into the can and spilled him into the alley on his side. Eddie pointed at him and howled with laughter. Beverly helped him to his feet. A window went up above them and a woman yelled, "You kids get out of there. There's people that have to work the night shift, you know. Get lost." Without thinking, the three of them linked hands, Beverly in the middle, and ran for Center Street. They were still laughing. 6. They pooled their money and discovered they had 40 cents, enough for 2 ice cream fraps from the drugstore. Because old Mr. Keene was a grouch and wouldn't let kids under 12 eat their stuff at the soda fountain, he claimed the pinball machines in the back room might corrupt them, they took the fraps in 2 huge waxed containers up to Basie Park and sat on the grass to drink them. Ben had coffee, Eddie strawberry. Beverly sat between the 2 boys with the straw, sampling each in turn like a bee at flowers. She felt okay again for the first time since the drain had coughed up its gout of blood the night before. Washed out and emotionally exhausted, but okay, at peace with herself. For the time being, anyway. "I just don't get what was wrong with Bradley," Eddie said at last. It had the tone of awkward apology. "He never acted like that before." "You stood up for me," Beverly said, and suddenly kissed Ben on one cheek. "Thank you." Ben went scarlet again. "You weren't cheating," he mumbled, and abruptly gulped down half of his coffee frap and 3 monster swallows. This was followed by a burp as loud as a shotgun blast. "Get any on you, Daddy-O?" Eddie asked, and Beverly laughed helplessly, holding her stomach. "No more," she giggled. "My stomach hurts. Please, no more." Ben was smiling. That night, before sleep, he would play the moment when she had kissed him over and over again in his mind. "Are you really okay now?" he asked. She nodded. "It wasn't him. It really wasn't even what he said about my mother. It was something that happened last night." She hesitated, looking from Ben to Eddie and back to Ben again. I have to tell somebody, or show somebody, or something. I guess I cried because I've been scared I'm going Looney Tunes." "What are you talking about, Looney Tunes?" a new voice asked. It was Stanley Uris. As always, he looked small, slim, and preternaturally neat, much too neat for a kid who was just barely 11. In his white shirt, neatly tucked into his fresh jeans all the way around, his hair combed, the toes of his high-top keds spotlessly clean, he looked instead like the world's smallest adult. Then he smiled, and the illusion was broken. "She won't say whatever she was going to say," Eddie thought, "because he wasn't there when Bradley called her mother that name." But after a moment's hesitation, Beverly did tell, because somehow Stanley was different from Bradley. He was there in a way Bradley had not been. Stanley's one of us, Beverly thought, and wondered why that should cause her arms to suddenly break out in bumps. "I'm not doing any of them any favors by telling," she thought. "Not them, and not me neither." But it was too late. She was already speaking. Stan sat down with them, his face still and grave. Eddie offered him the last of the strawberry frap, and Stan only shook his head, his eyes never leaving Beverly's face. None of the boys spoke. She told them about the voices, about recognizing Ronnie Grogan's voice. She knew Ronnie was dead, but it was her voice all the same. She told them about the blood and how her father had not seen it or felt it, and how her mother had not seen it this morning. When she finished, she looked around at their faces, afraid of what she might see there. But she saw no disbelief. Terror, but no disbelief. Finally, Ben said, "Let's go look." 7. They went in by the back door, not just because that was the lock Bev's key fitted, but because she said her father would kill her if Mrs. Bolton saw her going into the apartment with 3 boys while her folks were gone. "Why?" Eddie asked. "You wouldn't understand, numbnuts," Stan said. "Just be quiet." Eddie started to reply, looked again at Stan's white, strained face, and decided to keep his mouth shut. The door gave on the kitchen, which was full of late-afternoon sun and summer silence. The breakfast dishes sparkled in the drainer. The 4 of them stood by the kitchen table, bunched up, and when a door slammed upstairs, they all jumped and then laughed nervously. "Where is it?" Ben asked. He was whispering. Her heart thudding in her temples, Beverly led them down the little hall with her parents' bedroom on one side and the closed bathroom door at the end. She pulled it open, stepped quickly inside, and pulled the chain over the sink. Then she stepped back between Ben and Eddie again. The blood had dried to maroon smears on the mirror and the basin and the wallpaper. She looked at the blood because it was suddenly easier to look at that than at them. In a small voice she could hardly recognize as her own, she asked, "Do you see it? Do any of you see it? Is it there?" Ben stepped forward, and she was again struck by how delicately he moved for such a fat boy. He touched one of the smears of blood, then a second, then a long drip on the mirror. Here, here, here. His voice was flat and authoritative. "Jeepers, it looks like somebody killed a pig in here," Stan said, softly awed. "It all came out of the drain?" Eddie asked. The sight of the blood made him feel ill. His breath was shortening. He clutched at his aspirator. Beverly had to struggle to keep from bursting into fresh tears. She didn't want to do that. She was afraid if she did, they would dismiss her as just another girl. But she had to clutch for the doorknob as relief washed through her in a wave of frightening strength. Until that moment, she hadn't realized how sure she was that she was going crazy, having hallucinations, something. "And your mom and dad never saw it?" Ben marveled. He touched a splotch of blood which had dried on the basin, and then pulled his hand away and wiped it on the tail of his shirt. "Jeepers creepers." "I don't know how I can ever come in here again," Beverly said. "Not to wash up or brush my teeth or... you know." "Well, why don't we clean the place up?" Stanley asked suddenly. Beverly looked at him. "Clean it?" "Sure. Maybe we couldn't get all of it off the wallpaper. It looks sorta, you know, on its last legs. But we could get the rest. Haven't you got some rags?" "Under the kitchen sink," Beverly said. "But my mom will wonder where they went if we use them." "I've got 50 cents, Stan said quietly. His eyes never left the blood that had spattered the area of the bathroom around the wash basin. "We'll clean up as good as we can, then take the rags down to that coin-op laundry place back the way we came. We'll wash them and dry them, and they'll all be back under the sink before your folks get home." "My mother says you can't get blood out of cloth," Eddie objected. "She says it sets in or something." Ben uttered a hysterical little giggle. "Doesn't matter if it comes out of the rags or not," he said. "They can't see it." No one had to ask him who he meant by they. "All right," Beverly said. "Let's try it." 8. For the next half hour, the 4 of them cleaned like grim elves, and as the blood disappeared from the walls and the mirror and the porcelain basin, Beverly felt her heart grow lighter and lighter. Ben and Eddie did the sink and mirror while she scrubbed the floor. Stan worked on the wallpaper with studious care, using a rag that was almost dry. In the end, they got almost all of it. Ben finished by removing the light bulb over the sink and replacing it with one from a box of bulbs in the pantry. There were plenty. Elfrida Marsh had bought a 2-year supply from the Dairy Lions during their annual light bulb sale the fall before. They used Elfrida's floor bucket, her Ajax, and plenty of hot water. They dumped the water frequently because none of them liked to have their hands in it once it had turned pink. At last Stanley backed away, looked at the bathroom with the critical eye of a boy in whom neatness and order are not simply ingrained but actually innate, and told them, "It's the best we can do, I think." There were still faint traces of blood on the wallpaper to the left of the sink, where the paper was so thin and ragged that Stanley had dared do no more than blot it gently. Yet even here the blood had been sapped of its former ominous strength. It was little more than a meaningless pastel smear. "Thank you," Beverly said to all of them. She could not remember ever having meant thanks so deeply. "Thank you all." "It's okay," Ben mumbled. He was, of course, blushing again. "Sure," Eddie agreed. "Let's get these rags done," Stanley said. His face was set, almost stern, and later Beverly would think that perhaps only Stan realized that they had taken another step toward some unthinkable confrontation. 9. They measured out a cup of Mrs. Marsh's Tide and put it in an empty mayonnaise jar. Bev found a paper shopping bag to put the bloody rags in, and the four of them went down to the clean clothes washateria on the corner of Main and Coney Streets. 2 blocks farther up, they could see the canal gleaming a bright blue in the afternoon sun. The clean clothes was empty except for a woman in a white nurse's uniform who was waiting for her dryer to stop. She glanced at the 4 kids distrustfully and then went back to her paperback of Peyton Place. "Cold water," Ben said in a low voice. "My mom says you gotta wash blood in cold water." They dumped the rags into the washer while Stan changed his 2 quarters for 4 dimes and 2 nickels. He came back and watched as Bev dumped the Tide over the rags and swung the washer's door closed. Then he plugged 2 dimes into the coin-op slot and twisted the start knob. Beverly had chipped in most of the pennies she had won at pitch for the Fraps, but she found 4 survivors deep down in the left-hand pocket of her jeans. She fished them out and offered them to Stan, who looked pained. "Geez," he said, "I take a girl on a laundry date and right away she wants to go Dutch." Beverly laughed a little. "You sure?" "I'm sure," Stan said in his dry way. "I mean, it's really breaking my heart to give up those 4 pence, Beverly, but I'm sure." The 4 of them went over to the line of plastic contour chairs against the washateria's cinder block wall and sat there, not talking. The Maytag with the rags in it chugged and sloshed. Fans of suds slobbered against the thick glass of its round porthole. At first the suds were reddish. Looking at them made Bev feel a little sick, but she found it was hard to look away. The bloody foam had a gruesome sort of fascination. The lady in the nurse's uniform glanced at them more and more over the top of her book. She had perhaps been afraid they would be rowdy. Now their very silence seemed to unnerve her. When her dryer stopped, she took her clothes out, folded them, put them into a blue plastic laundry bag, and left, giving them one last puzzled look as she went out the door. As soon as she was gone, Ben said abruptly, almost harshly, "You're not alone." "What?" Beverly asked. "You're not alone," Ben repeated. "You see—" He stopped and looked at Eddie, who nodded. He looked at Stan, who looked unhappy, but who, after a moment, shrugged and also nodded. "What in the world are you talking about?" Beverly asked. She was tired of people saying inexplicable things to her today. She gripped Ben's lower arm. "If you know something about this, tell me." "Do you want to do it?" Ben asked Eddie. Eddie shook his head. He took his aspirator out of his pocket and sucked in on it with a monstrous gasp. Speaking slowly, picking his words, Ben told Beverly how he had happened to meet Bill Denbrough and Eddie Casbrack in the Barrens on the day school let out. That was almost a week ago, as hard as that was to believe. He told her about how they had built the dam in the Barrens the following day. He told Bill's story of how the school photograph of his dead brother had turned its head and winked. He told his own story of the mummy who had walked on the icy canal in the dead heart of winter with balloons that floated against the wind. Beverly listened to all this with growing horror. She could feel her eyes widening, her hands and feet growing cold. Ben stopped and looked at Eddie. Eddie took another wheezing pull on his aspirator, and then told the story of the leper again, speaking as rapidly as Ben had slowly, his words tumbling over one another in their urgency to escape and be gone. He finished with a sucking little half-sob, but this time he didn't cry. "And you?" she asked, looking at Stan Uris. There was sudden silence, making them all start the way a sudden explosion might have done. "The wash is done," Stan said. They watched him get up, small, economical, graceful, and open the washer. He pulled out the rags, which were stuck together in a clump, and examined them. "There's a little stain left," he said, "but it's not too bad. Looks like it could be cranberry juice." He showed them, and they all nodded gravely, as if over important documents. Beverly felt a relief that was similar to the relief she had felt when the bathroom was clean again. She could stand the faded pastel smear on the peeling wallpaper in there, and she could stand the faint reddish stain on her mother's cleaning rags. They had done something about it. That seemed to be the important thing. Maybe it hadn't worked completely, but she discovered it had worked well enough to give her heart peace. And, brother, that was good enough for Al Marsh's daughter Beverly. Stan tossed them into one of the barrel-shaped dryers and put in 2 nickels. The dryer started to turn, and Stan came back and took his seat between Eddie and Ben. For a moment the 4 of them sat silent again, watching the rags turn and fall, turn and fall. The drone of the gas-fired dryer was soothing, almost soporific. A woman passed by the chocked-open door, wheeling a cart of groceries. She glanced in at them and passed on. "I did see something," Stan said suddenly. "I didn't want to talk about it, because I wanted to think it was a dream or something. Maybe even a fit, like that Stavier kid has. Any of you guys know that kid?" Ben and Bev shook their heads. Eddie said, "The kid who's got epilepsy?" "Yeah, right. That's how bad it was. I would have rather thought I had something like that than that I saw something really real." "What was it?" Bev asked, but she wasn't sure she really wanted to know. This was not like listening to ghost stories around a campfire while you ate wieners and toasted buns and cooked marshmallows over the flames until they were black and crinkly. Here they sat in this stifling laundromat, and she could see great big dust kitties under the washing machines, ghost turds, her father called them. She could see dust motes dancing in the hot shafts of sunlight which fell through the laundromat's dirty plate glass window. She could see old magazines with their covers torn off. These were all normal things, nice and normal and boring. But she was scared, terribly scared, because she sensed none of these things were made-up stories, made-up monsters. Ben's mummy, Eddie's leper. Either or both of them might be out tonight when the sun went down. Or Bill Denbrough's brother, one-armed and implacable, cruising through the black drains under the city with silver coins for eyes. Yet when Stan did not answer immediately, she asked again, "What was it?" Speaking carefully, Stan said, "I was over in that little park where the standpipe is." "Oh, God, I don't like that place," Eddie said dolefully. "If there's a haunted house in Derry, that's it." "What?" Stan said sharply. "What did you say?" "Don't you know about that place?" Eddie asked. "My mom wouldn't let me go near there even before the kids started getting killed. She takes real good care of me." He offered them an uneasy grin and held his aspirator tighter in his lap. "You see, some kids have been drowned in there, 3 or 4. Stan? Stan, are you all right?" Stan Uris's face had gone a leaden gray. His mouth worked soundlessly. His eyes rolled up until the others could only see the bottommost curves of his irises. One hand clutched weakly at empty air and then fell against his thigh. Eddie did the only thing he could think of. He leaned over, put one thin arm around Stan's slumping shoulders, jammed his aspirator into Stan's mouth, and triggered off a big blast. Stan began to cough and choke and gag. He sat up straight, his eyes back in focus again. He coughed into his cupped hands. At last he uttered a huge burping gasp and slumped back against his chair. "What was that?" he managed at last. "My asthma medicine," Eddie said apologetically. "God, it tastes like dead dog shit." They all laughed at this, but it was nervous laughter. The others were looking nervously at Stan. Thin color now burned in his cheeks. "It's pretty bad, all right," Eddie said with some pride. "Yeah, but is it kosher?" Stan said, and they all laughed again, although none of them, including Stan, really knew what kosher meant. Stan stopped laughing first and looked at Eddie intently. "Tell me what you know about the standpipe," he said. Eddie started, but both Ben and Beverly also contributed. The Derry standpipe stood on Kansas Street, about 1.5 miles west of downtown, near the southern edge of the Barrens. At one time, near the end of the previous century, it had supplied all of Derry's water, holding 1 3/4 million gallons. Because the circular open-air gallery just below the standpipe's roof offered a spectacular view of the town and the surrounding countryside, it had been a popular place until 1930 or so. Families would come out to Tiny Memorial Park on a Saturday or Sunday forenoon when the weather was fine, climb the 160 stairs inside the standpipe to the gallery, and take in the view. More often than not, they spread and ate a picnic lunch while they did so. The stairs were between the standpipe's outside, which was shingled a blinding white, and its inner sleeve, a great stainless steel cylinder standing 106 feet high. These stairs wound to the top in a narrow spiral. Just below the gallery level, a thick wooden door in the standpipe's inner jacket gave on a platform over the water itself. A black, gently lapping tarn lit by naked magnesium bulbs screwed into reflective tin hoods. The water was exactly 100 feet deep when the supply was all the way up. "Where did the water come from?" Ben asked. Bev, Eddie, and Stan looked at each other. None of them knew. "Well, what about the kids that drowned then?" They were only a bit clearer on that. It seemed that in those days, olden days, Ben called them solemnly, as he took up this part of the tale, the door leading to the platform over the water had always been left unlocked. One night a couple of kids, or maybe just one, or as many as 3, had found the ground-level door also unlocked. They had gone up on a dare. They found their way out onto the platform over the water instead of onto the gallery by mistake. In the darkness, they had fallen over the edge before they quite knew where they were. "I heard it from this kid Vic Crumley, who said he heard it from his dad," Beverly said, "so maybe it's true. Vic said his dad said that once they fell into the water, they were as good as dead because there was nothing to hold on to. The platform was just out of reach. He said they paddled around in there, yelling for help all night long, probably. Only no one heard them, and they just got tireder and tireder until—" She trailed off, feeling the horror of it sink into her. She could see those boys in her mind's eye, real or made up, paddling around like drenched puppies, going under, coming up sputtering, splashing more and swimming less as panic set in. Soggy sneakers treading water, fingers scrabbling uselessly for any kind of purchase on the smooth steel walls of the sleeve. She could taste the water they must have swallowed. She could hear the flat, echoing quality of their cries. How long? 15 minutes? Half an hour? How long before the cries had ceased and they had simply floated face down, strange fish for the caretaker to find the next morning? "God," Stan said dryly. "I heard there was a woman who lost her baby, too," Eddie said suddenly. "That was when they closed the place for good. At least that's what I heard. They did used to let people go up, I know that. But then one time there was this lady and her baby. I don't know how old the baby was, but this platform, it's supposed to go right out over the water. And the lady went to the railing, and she was, holding the baby, and either she dropped it or maybe it just wriggled. I heard this guy tried to save it, doing the hero bit, He jumped right in, but the baby was gone. Maybe he was wearing a jacket or something. When your clothes get wet, they drag you down." Eddie abruptly put his hand into his pocket and brought out a small brown glass bottle. He opened it, took out 2 white pills, and swallowed them dry. "What were those?" Beverly asked. "Aspirin. I've got a headache." He looked at her defensively, but Beverly said nothing more. Ben finished. After the incident of the baby, he himself, he said, had heard that it was actually a kid, a little girl of about 3. The town council had voted to lock the standpipe, both downstairs and up, and stop the day trips and picnics on the gallery. It had remained locked from then until now. Oh, the caretaker came and went, and the maintenance men once in a while, and once every season there were guided tours. Interested citizens could follow a lady from the Historical Society up the spiral of stairs to the gallery at the top, where they could ooh and ah over the view and snap Kodaks to show their friends. But the door to the inner sleeve was always locked now. "Is it still full of water?" Stan asked. "I guess so," Ben said. "I've seen fire trucks filling up there during grass fire season. They hook a hose to the pipe at the bottom." Stanley was looking at the dryer again, watching the rags go around and around. The clump had broken up now, and some of them floated like parachutes. "What did you see there?" Bev asked him gently. For a moment it seemed he would not answer at all. Then he drew a deep, shuddering breath and said something that at first struck them all as being far from the point. "They named it Memorial Park after the 23rd Maine in the Civil War. The Derry Blues, they were called. There used to be a statue, but it blew down during a storm in the 40s. They didn't have money enough to fix the statue, so they put in a bird bath instead, a big stone bird bath. They were all looking at him. Stan swallowed. There was an audible click in his throat. I watch birds, you see. I have an album, a pair of Zeiss Icon binoculars, and everything. He looked at Eddie. Do you have any more aspirins? Eddie handed him the bottle. Stan took two, hesitated, then took another. He gave the bottle back and swallowed the pills one after another, grimacing. Then he went on with his story. 10. Stan's encounter had happened on a rainy April evening 2 months ago. He had donned his slicker, put his bird book and his binoculars in a waterproof sack with a drawstring at the top, and set out for Memorial Park. He and his father usually went out together, but his father had had to work over that night and had called specially at supper time to talk to Stan. One of his customers at the agency, another bird watcher, had spotted what he believed to be a male cardinal, Fringillidae richmondina, drinking from the bird bath in Memorial Park, he told Stan. They like to eat, drink, and bathe right around dusk. It was very rare to spot a cardinal this far north of Massachusetts. Would Stan like to go down there and see if he could collect it? He knew the weather was pretty foul, but Stan had been agreeable. His mother made him promise to keep the hood of his slicker up, but Stan would have done that anyway. He was a fastidious boy. There were never any fights about getting him to wear his rubbers or his snow pants in the winter. He walked the 1.5 miles to Memorial Park in a rain so fine and hesitant that it really wasn't even a drizzle. It was more like a constant hanging mist. The air was muted, but somehow exciting just the same. In spite of the last dwindling piles of snow under bushes and in groves of trees, to Stan they looked like piles of dirty cast-off pillowcases, there was a smell of new growth in the air. Looking at the branches of elms and maples and oaks against the lead-white sky, Stan thought that their silhouettes looked mysteriously thicker. They would burst open in a week or two, unrolling leaves of a delicate, almost transparent green. The air smells green tonight, he thought, and smiled a little. He walked quickly because the light would be gone in an hour, or even less. He was as fastidious about his sightings as he was about his dress and study habits, and unless there was enough light left for him to be absolutely sure, he would not allow himself to collect the cardinal, even if he knew in his heart he had really seen it. He cut across Memorial Park on a diagonal. The standpipe was a white, bulking shape to his left. Stan barely glanced at it. He had no interest whatsoever in the standpipe. Memorial Park was a rough rectangle which sloped downhill. The grass, white and dead at this time of year, was kept neatly cut in the summertime, and there were circular beds of flowers. There was no playground equipment, however. This was considered a grown-ups park. At the far end, the grade smoothed out before dropping abruptly down to Kansas Street and the barrens beyond. The bird bath his father had mentioned stood on this flat area. It was a shallow stone dish set into a squat masonry pedestal that was really much too big for the humble function it fulfilled. Stan's father had told him that, before the money ran out, they had intended to put the statue of the soldier back up here again. I like the bird bath better, Daddy, Stan said. Mr. Uris ruffled his hair. Me too, son, he said. More baths and less bullets. That's my motto. At the top of this pedestal, a motto had been carved in the stone. Stanley read it, but did not understand it. The only Latin he understood was the genus classifications of the birds in his book. Operebat eidolon senex. Pliny, the inscription read. Stan sat down on a bench, took his bird album out of the bag, and turned over to the picture of the cardinal one more time, going over it, familiarizing himself with the recognizable points. A male cardinal would be hard to mistake for something else. It was as red as a fire engine, if not so large. But Stan was a creature of habit and convention. These things comforted him and reinforced his sense of place and belonging in the world. So he gave the picture a good 3-minute study before closing the book. The moisture in the air was making the corners of the pages turn up, and putting it back into the bag. He uncased his binoculars and put them to his eyes. There was no need to adjust the field of focus, because the last time he had used the glasses he had been sitting on this same bench and looking at that same bird bath. Fastidious boy, patient boy. He did not fidget. He did not get up and walk around or swing the binoculars here and there to see what else there might be to be seen. He sat still, field glasses trained on the bird bath, and the mist collected in fat drops on his yellow slicker. He was not bored. He was looking down into the equivalent of an avian convention site. 4 brown sparrows sat there for a while, dipping into the water with their beaks, flicking droplets casually back over their shoulders and onto their backs. Then a blue jay came hauling in like a cop breaking up a gaggle of loiterers. The jay was as big as a house in Stan's glasses, his quarrelsome cries absurdly thin by comparison. After you looked through the binoculars steadily for a while, the magnified birds you saw began to seem not odd but perfectly correct. The sparrows flew off. The jay, now in charge, strutted, bathed, grew bored, departed. The sparrows returned, then flew off again as a pair of robins cruised in to bathe and, perhaps, to discuss matters of importance to the hollow-boned set. Stan's father had laughed at Stan's hesitant suggestion that maybe birds talked, and he was sure his dad was right when he said birds weren't smart enough to talk, that their brain pans were too small, but by gosh, they sure looked like they were talking. A new bird joined them. It was red. Stan hastily adjusted the field of focus on the binoculars a bit. Was it? No. It was a scarlet tanager, a good bird, but not the cardinal he was looking for. It was joined by a flicker that was a frequent visitor to the Memorial Park bird bath. Stan recognized him by the tattered right wing. As always, he speculated on how that might have happened. A close call with some cat seemed the most likely explanation. Other birds came and went. Stan saw a grackle, as clumsy and ugly as a flying boxcar, a bluebird, another flicker. He was finally rewarded by a new bird, not the cardinal, but a cowbird that looked vast and stupid in the eyepieces of the binoculars. He dropped them against his chest and fumbled the bird book out of the bag again, hoping that the cowbird wouldn't fly away before he could confirm the sighting. He would have something to take home to his father at least. And it was time to go. The light was fading fast. He felt cold and damp. He checked the book, then looked through the glasses again. It was still there, not bathing, but only standing on the rim of the bird bath, looking dumb. It was almost surely a cowbird, with no distinctive markings, at least none he could pick up at this distance, and in the fading light it was hard to be 100% sure, but maybe he had just enough time and light for one more check. He looked at the picture in the book, studying it with a fierce frown of concentration, and then picked up the glasses again. He had only fixed them on the bird bath when a hollow rolling boom set the cowbird, if it had been a cowbird, winging. Stan tried to follow it with the glasses, knowing how slim his chances were of picking it up again. He lost it and made a hissing sound of disgust between his teeth. Well, if it had come once, it would perhaps come again. And it had only been a cowbird. Probably a cowbird. After all, not a golden eagle or a great auk. Stan recased his binoculars and put away his bird album. Then he got up and looked around to see if he could tell what had been responsible for that sudden loud noise. It hadn't sounded like a gun or a car backfire. More like a door being thrown open in a spooky movie about castles and dungeons, complete with hokey echo effects. He could see nothing. He got up and started toward the slope down to Kansas Street. The standpipe was now on his right, a chalky white cylinder, phantom-like in the mist and the growing darkness. It seemed almost to float. That was an odd thought. He supposed it must have come from his own head. Where else could a thought come from? But it somehow did not seem like his own thought at all. He looked at the standpipe more closely, and then veered in that direction without even thinking about it. Windows circled the building at intervals, rising around it in a spiral that made Stan think of the barber pole in front of Mr. Orlet's shop, where he and his dad got their haircuts. The bone-white shingles bulged out over each of those dark windows like brows over eyes. Wonder how they did that, Stan thought. Not with as much interest as Ben Hanscom would have felt, but with some, and that was when he saw there was a much larger space of darkness at the foot of the standpipe. A clear oblong in the circular base. He stopped, frowning, thinking that was a funny place for a window. It was completely out of symmetry with the others. Then he realized it wasn't a window. It was a door. The noise I heard, he thought. It was that door blowing open. He looked around. Early, gloomy dusk. white sky now fading to a dull, dusky purple, mist thickening a bit more toward the steady rain which would fall most of the night. Dusk and mist and no wind at all. So, if it hadn't blown open, had someone pushed it open? Why? And it looked like an awfully heavy door to slam open hard enough to make a noise like that boom. He supposed a very big person, maybe. Curious, Stan walked over for a closer look. The door was bigger than he had first supposed. 6 feet high and 2 feet thick, the boards which composed it bound with brass strips. Stan swung it half closed. It moved smoothly and easily on its hinges in spite of its size. It also moved silently. There was not a single squeak. He had moved it to see how much damage it had done to the shingles, blasting open like that. There was no damage at all, not so much as a single mark. Weirdsville, as Richie would say. Well, it wasn't the door you heard, that's all, he thought. Maybe a jet from Loring boomed over Derry or something. Door was probably open all. His foot struck something. Stan looked down and saw it was a padlock. Correction, it was the remains of a padlock. It had been burst wide open. It looked, in fact, as if someone had rammed the lock's keyway full of gunpowder and then set a match to it. Flowers of metal, deadly sharp, stood out from the body of the lock in a stiff spray. Stan could see the layers of steel inside. The thick hasp hung askew by one bolt, which had been yanked 3/4 of the way out of the wood. The other 3 hasp bolts lay on the wet grass. They had been twisted like pretzels. Frowning, Stan swung the door open again and peered inside. Narrow stairs led upward, circling around and out of sight. The outer wall of the staircase was bare wood supported by giant crossbeams, which had been pegged together rather than nailed. To Stan, some of the pegs looked thicker than his own upper arm. The inner wall was steel from which gigantic rivets swelled like boils. "Is anyone here?" Stan asked. There was no answer. He hesitated, then stepped inside so he could see up the narrow throat of the staircase a little better. Nothing. And it was Creep City in here, as Richie would also say. He turned to leave and heard music. It was faint but still instantly recognizable. Calliope music. He cocked his head, listening, the frown on his face starting to dissolve a little. Calliope music, all right, the music of carnivals and county fairs. It conjured up trace memories which were as delightful as they were ephemeral. Popcorn, cotton candy, doughboys frying in hot grease, the chain-driven clatter of rides like the Wild Mouse, the Whip, the Coaster Cups. Now the frown had become a tentative grin. Stan went up 1 step, then 2 more, head still cocked. He paused again, as if thinking about carnivals could actually create one. He could now actually smell the popcorn, the cotton candy, the doughboys, and more. Peppers, chili dogs, cigarette smoke, and sawdust. There was the sharp smell of white vinegar, the kind you could shake over your French fries through a hole in the tin cap. He could smell mustard, bright yellow and stinging hot, that you spread in your hot dog with a wooden paddle. This was amazing, incredible, irresistible. He took another step up, and that was when he heard the rustling, eager footsteps above him, descending the stairs. He cocked his head again. The calliope music had gotten suddenly louder, as if to mask the sound of the footsteps. He could recognize the tune now. It was Camptown Races. Footsteps, yeah, but they weren't exactly rustling footsteps, were they? They actually sounded kind of squishy, didn't they? The sound was like people walking in rubbers full of water. Camptown ladies sing this song, doo-dah, doo-dah. Squish, squish. Camptown racetrack 9 miles long, doo-dah, doo-dah. Squish, slosh. Closer now. Ride around all night, ride around all day. Now there were shadows bobbing on the wall above him. The terror leaped down Stan's throat all at once. It was like swallowing something hot and horrible, bad medicine that suddenly galvanized you like electricity. It was the shadows that did it. He saw them only for a moment. He had just that small bit of time to observe that there were 2 of them, that they were slumped and somehow unnatural. He had only that moment because the light in here was fading too fast, and as he turned, the heavy standpipe door swung ponderously shut behind him. Stanley ran back down the stairs. Somehow he had climbed more than a dozen, although he could only remember climbing 2, 3 at most. Very much afraid now. It was too dark in here to see anything. He could hear his own breathing. He could hear the calliope tootling away somewhere above him. What's a calliope doing up there in the dark? Who's playing it? And he could hear those wet footsteps. Approaching him now, getting closer. He hit the door with his hands splayed out in front of him, hit it hard enough to send sparkly tingles of pain all the way up to his elbows. It had swung so easily before, and now it would not move at all. No, that was not quite true. At first it had moved just a bit, just enough for him to see a mocking strip of gray light running vertically down its left side. Then gone again, as if someone was on the other side of it, holding the door closed. Panting, terrified, Stan pushed against the door with all of his strength. He could feel the brass bindings digging into his hands. Nothing. He whirled around, now pressing his back and his splayed hands against the door. He could feel sweat, oily and hot, running down his forehead. The calliope music had gotten louder yet. It drifted and echoed down the spiral staircase. There was nothing cheery about it now. It had changed. It had become a dirge. It screamed like wind and water, and in his mind's eye Stan saw a county fair at the end of autumn, wind and rain blowing up a deserted midway, pennons flapping, tents bulging, falling over, wheeling away like canvas bats. He saw empty rides standing against the sky like scaffolds. The wind drummed and hooted in the weird angles of their struts. He suddenly understood that death was in this place with him, that death was coming for him out of the dark, and he could not run. A sudden rush of water spilled down the stairs. Now it was not popcorn and doughboys and cotton candy he smelled, but wet decay, the stench of dead pork which has exploded in a fury of maggots in a place hidden away from the sun. "Who's here?" he screamed in a high, trembling voice. He was answered by a low, bubbling voice that seemed choked with mud and old water. "The dead ones, Stanley. We're the dead ones. We sank, but now we float. And you'll float, too." He could feel water washing around his feet. He cringed back against the door in an agony of fear. They were very close now. He could feel their nearness. He could smell them. Something was digging into his hip as he struck the door again and again in a mindless, useless effort to get away. "We're dead, but sometimes we clown around a little, Stanley. Sometimes we—" It was his bird book. Without thinking, Stan grabbed for it. It was stuck in his slicker pocket and wouldn't come out. One of them was down now. He could hear it shuffling across the little stone areaway where he had come in. It would reach for him in a moment, and he would feel its cold flesh. He gave one more tremendous yank, and the bird book was in his hands. He held it in front of him like a puny shield, not thinking of what he was doing, but suddenly sure that this was right. "Robbins!" he screamed into the darkness, and for a moment the thing approaching, it was surely less than 5 steps away now, hesitated. He was almost sure it did. And for a moment hadn't he felt some give in the door against which he was now cringing? But he wasn't cringing anymore. He was standing up straight in the darkness. When had that happened? No time to wonder. Stan licked his dry lips and began to chant. Robins, gray egrets, loons, scarlet tanagers, grackles, hammerhead woodpeckers, red-headed woodpeckers, chickadees, wrens, The door opened with a protesting scream, and Stan took a giant step backward into thin, misty air. He fell sprawling on the dead grass. He had bent the bird book nearly in half, and later that night he would see the clear impressions of his fingers sunken into its cover, as if it had been bound in Play-Doh instead of hard pressboard. He didn't try to get up, but began to dig in with his heels instead, his butt grooving through the slick grass. His lips were pulled back over his teeth. Inside that dim oblong he could see 2 sets of legs below the diagonal shadow line thrown by the door, which now stood half open. He could see jeans that had decayed to a purplish black. Orange threads lay plastered limply against the seams, and water dripped from the cuffs to puddle around shoes that had mostly rotted away, revealing swelled purple toes within. Their hands lay limply at their sides, too long, too waxy white. Depending from each finger was a small orange pom-pom. Holding his bent bird book in front of him, his face wet with drizzle, sweat, and tears, Stan whispered in a husky monotone, "Chicken hawks, grosbeaks,
Hummingbirds, albatrosses, kiwis. One of those hands turned over, showing a palm from which endless water had eroded all the lines, leaving something as idiot smooth as the hand of a department store dummy. One finger unrolled, then rolled up again. The pom-pom bounced and dangled, dangled and bounced. It was beckoning him. Stan Uris, who would die in a bathtub with crosses slashed into his forearms 27 years later, got to his knees, then to his feet, then ran. He ran across Kansas Street without looking either way for traffic and paused, panting, on the far sidewalk to look back. From this angle he couldn't see the door and the base of the standpipe, only the standpipe itself, thick and yet somehow graceful, standing in the murk. They were dead, Stan whispered to himself, shocked. He wheeled suddenly and ran for home. 11. The dryer had stopped. So had Stan. The three others only looked at him for a long moment. His skin was nearly as gray as the April evening of which he had just told them. "Wow," Ben said at last. He let out his breath in a ragged, whistling sigh. "It's true," Stan said in a low voice. "I swear to God it is." "I believe you," Beverly said. "After what happened at my house, I'd believe anything." She got up suddenly, almost knocking over her chair, and went to the dryer. She began to pull out the rags, one by one, folding them. Her back was turned, but Ben suspected she was crying. He wanted to go to her and lacked the courage. "We got to talk to Bill about this," Eddie said. "Bill will know what to do." "Do?" Stan said, turning to look at him. "What do you mean, do?" Eddie looked at him, uncomfortable. "Well, I don't want to do anything," Stan said. He was looking at Eddie with such a hard, fierce stare that Eddie squirmed in his chair. "I want to forget about it. That's all I want to do." "Not that easy," Beverly said, quietly turning around. Ben had been right. The hot sunlight slanting in through the washateria's dirty windows reflected off bright lines of tears on her cheeks. "It's not just us. I heard Ronnie Grogan, and the little boy I heard first. I think maybe it was that little Clements kid, the one who disappeared off his trike." "So what?" Stan said defiantly. "So what if it gets more?" she asked. "What if it gets more kids?" His eyes, a hot brown, locked with her blue ones, answering the question without speaking. "So what if it does?" But Beverly did not look down or away, and at last Stan dropped his own eyes, perhaps only because she was still crying, but perhaps because her concern somehow made her stronger. "Eddie's right," she said. "We ought to talk to Bill. Then maybe to the police chief." "Right," Stan said. If he was trying to sound contemptuous, it didn't work. His voice came out sounding only tired. "Dead kids in the standpipe. Blood that only kids can see, not grown-ups. Clowns walking on the canal, balloons that blow against the wind, mummies, lepers under porches. Chief Borton'll laugh his bum off, and then stick us in the loony bin." "If we all went to him," Ben said, troubled, "if we all went together." "Sure," Stan said. "Right. Tell me more, Haystack. Write me a book." He got up and went to the window, hands in pockets, looking angry and upset and scared. He stared out for a moment, shoulders stiff and rejecting beneath his neat shirt. Without turning back to them, he repeated, "Write me a frigging book." "No," Ben said quietly. "Bill's going to write the books." Stan wheeled back, surprised, and the others looked at him. There was a shocked look on Ben Hanscom's face, as if he had suddenly and unexpectedly slapped himself. Bev folded the last of the rags. "Birds," Eddie said. "What?" Bev and Ben said together. Eddie was looking at Stan. "You got out by yelling birds' names at them?" "Maybe," Stan said reluctantly. "Or maybe the door was just stuck and finally popped open." "Without you leaning on it?" Bev asked. Stan shrugged. It was not a sullen shrug. It only said he didn't know. "I think it was the birds you shouted at them," Eddie said. "But why? In the movies you hold up a cross." "Or say the Lord's Prayer," Ben added. "Or the 23rd Psalm," Beverly put in. "I know the 23rd Psalm," Stan said angrily, "but I wouldn't do so good with the old crucifix business. I'm Jewish, remember?" They looked away from him, embarrassed, either for his having been born that way or for their having forgotten it. "Birds," Eddie said again.
Jesus. Then he glanced guiltily at Stan again, but Stan was looking moodily across the street at the Bangor Hydro office. "Bill will know what to do," Ben said suddenly, as if finally agreeing with Bev and Eddie. "Betcha anything. Betcha any amount of money." "Look," Stan said, looking at all of them earnestly, "that's okay. We can talk to Bill about it if you want. But that's where things stop for me. You can call me a chicken or yellow. I don't care. I'm not a chicken, I don't think. It's just that those things in the standpipe." "If you weren't afraid of something like that, you'd have to be crazy, Stan," Beverly said softly. "Yeah, I was scared. But that's not the problem," Stan said hotly. "It's not even what I'm talking about. Don't you see?" They were looking at him expectantly, their eyes both troubled and faintly hopeful, but Stan found he could not explain how he felt. The words had run out. There was a brick of feeling inside him, almost choking him, and he could not get it out of his throat. Neat as he was, sure as he was still only an 11-year-old boy who had that year finished the 4th grade. He wanted to tell them that there were worse things than being frightened. You could be frightened by things like almost having a car hit you while you were riding your bike, or, before the Salk vaccine, getting polio. You could be frightened of that crazy man, Khrushchev, or of drowning if you went out over your head. You could be frightened of all those things and still function. But those things in the standpipe... He wanted to tell them that those dead boys who had lurched and shambled their way down the spiral staircase had done something worse than frighten him. They had offended him. Offended, yes. It was the only word he could think of. And if he used it, they would laugh. They liked him, he knew that, and they had accepted him as one of them. But they would still laugh. All the same, there were things that were not supposed to be. They offended any sane person's sense of order. They offended the central idea that God had given the earth a final tilt on its axis so that twilight would only last about 12 minutes at the equator and linger for an hour or more up where the Eskimos built their ice cube houses. That he had done that, and he then had said, in effect, "Okay, if you can figure out the tilt, you can figure out any damn thing you choose. Because even light has weight, and when the note of a train whistle suddenly drops, it's the Doppler effect, and when an airplane breaks the sound barrier, that bang isn't the applause of the angels or the flatulence of demons, but only air collapsing back into place. I gave you the tilt, and then I sat back about halfway up the auditorium to watch the show. I got nothing else to say except that 2 and 2 makes 4. The lights in the sky are stars. If there's blood, grown-ups can see it as well as kids. And dead boys stay dead. You can live with fear, I think," Stan would have said if he could. "Maybe not forever, but for a long, long time. It's a fence you maybe can't live with, because it opens up a crack inside your thinking. And if you look down into it, you see there are live things down there, and they have little yellow eyes that don't blink. And there's a stink down in that dark, and after a while you think maybe there's a whole other universe down there. A universe where a square moon rises in the sky and the stars laugh in cold voices. And some of the triangles have 4 sides, and some have 5, and some of them have 5 raised to the 5th power of sides. In this universe there might grow roses which sing. Everything leads to everything. He would have told them if he could. Go to your church and listen to your stories about Jesus walking on the water, but if I saw a guy doing that, I'd scream and scream and scream, because it wouldn't look like a miracle to me. It would look like an offense." Because he could say none of these things, he just reiterated, "Being scared isn't the problem. I just don't want to be involved in something that will land me in the nuthatch." "Will you at least go with us to talk to him?" Bev asked. "Listen to what he says?" "Sure," Stan said, and then laughed. "Maybe I ought to bring my bird book." They all laughed then, and it was a little easier. 12. Beverly left them outside the clean clothes and took the rags back home by herself. The apartment was still empty. She put them under the kitchen sink and closed the cupboard. She stood up and looked down toward the bathroom. "I'm not going down there," she thought. "I'm going to watch Bandstand on TV, see if I can't learn how to do the dog." So she went into the living room and turned on the TV, and 5 minutes later she turned it off while Dick Clark was showing how much oil just one Stridex medicated pad could take off the face of your average teenager. "If you think you can get clean with just soap and water," Dick said, holding the dirty pad up to the glassy eye of the camera so that every teenager in America could get a good look, You ought to take a good look at this." She went back to the kitchen cupboard over the sink, where her father kept his tools. Among them was a pocket tape, the kind that runs out a long yellow tongue of inches. She folded this into one cold hand and went down to the bathroom. It was sparkling clean, silent. Somewhere, far distant it seemed, she could hear Mrs. Doyen yelling for her boy Jim to get in out of the road right now. She went to the bathroom basin and looked down into the dark eye of the drain. She stood there for some time, her legs as cold as marble inside her jeans, her nipples feeling sharp enough and hard enough to cut paper, her lips dead dry. She waited for the voices. No voices came. A little shuddery sigh came from her, and she began to feed the thin steel tape into the drain. It went down smoothly, like a sword into the gullet of a county fair sideshow performer. 6 inches, 8 inches, 10. It stopped, bound up in the elbow bend under the sink, Beverly supposed. She wiggled it, pushing gently at the same time, and eventually the tape began to feed into the drain again. 16 inches now, then 2 feet, then 3. She watched the yellow tape slipping out of the chromed steel case, which had been worn black on the sides by her father's big hand. In her mind's eye, she saw it sliding through the black bore of the pipe, picking up some muck, scraping away flakes of rust. Down there where the sun never shines and the night never stops, she thought. She imagined the head of the tape, with its small steel butt plate no bigger than a fingernail, sliding farther and farther into the darkness, and part of her mind screamed, "What are you doing?" She did not ignore that voice, but she seemed helpless to heed it. She saw the end of the tape going straight down now, descending into the cellar. She saw it striking the sewage pipe, and even as she saw it, the tape bound up again. She wiggled it again, and the tape, thin enough to be limber, made a faint, eerie sound that reminded her a little bit of the way a saw sounds when you bend it back and forth across your legs. She could see its tip wiggling against the bottom of this wider pipe, which would have a baked ceramic surface. She could see it bending. And then she was able to push it forward again. She ran out 6 feet, 7, 9. And suddenly the tape began to run through her hands by itself, as if something down there was pulling the other end. Not just pulling it, running with it. She stared at the flowing tape, her eyes wide, her mouth a sagging O of fear. Fear, yes, but no surprise. Hadn't she known? Hadn't she known something like this was going to happen? The tape ran out to its final stop, 18 feet, and even 6 yards. A soft chuckle came wafting out of the drain, followed by a low whisper that was almost reproachful. "Beverly, Beverly, Beverly, you can't fight us. You'll die if you try, die if you try, die if you try. Beverly, 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 Lee, Lee, Lee." Something clicked inside the tape measure's housing, and it suddenly began to run rapidly back into its case, the numbers and hash marks blurring by. Near the end, the last 5 or 6 feet, the yellow became a dark, dripping red, and she screamed and dropped it on the floor as if the tape had suddenly turned into a live snake. Fresh blood trickled over the clean white porcelain of the basin and back down into the drain's wide eye. She bent, sobbing now, her fear a freezing weight in her stomach, and picked the tape up. She tweezed it between the thumb and first finger of her right hand and, holding it in front of her, took it into the kitchen. As she walked, blood dripped from the tape onto the faded linoleum of the hall and the kitchen. She steadied herself by thinking of what her father would say to her, what he would do to her, if he found that she had gotten his measuring tape all bloody. Of course, he wouldn't be able to see the blood, but it helped to think that. She took one of the clean rags, still as warm as fresh bread from the dryer, and went back into the bathroom. Before she began to clean, she put the hard rubber plug in the drain, closing that eye. The blood was fresh, and it cleaned up easily. She went up her own trail, wiping away the dime-sized drops on the linoleum, then rinsing the rag, wringing it out and putting it aside. She got a second rag and used it to clean her father's measuring tape. The blood was thick, viscous. In 2 places there were clots of the stuff, black and spongy. Although the blood only went back 5 or 6 feet, she cleaned the entire length of the tape, removing from it all traces of pipe muck. That done, she put it back into the cupboard over the sink and took the 2 stained rags out in back of the apartment. Mrs. Doyen was yelling at Jim again. Her voice was clear, almost bell-like in the still hot late afternoon. In the backyard, which was mostly bare dirt, weeds, and clotheslines, there was a rusty incinerator. Beverly threw the rags into it, then sat down on the back steps. Tears came suddenly, with surprising violence, and this time she made no effort to hold them back. She put her arms on her knees, her head in her arms, and wept while Mrs. Doyen called for Jim to come out of that road. Did he want to get hit by a car and be killed? Derry. The second interlude. Quaeque ipsa miserrima vidi, et quorum pars magna fui. Virgil. You don't fuck around with the infinite. Mean Streets. February 14th, 1985, Valentine's Day. 2 more disappearances in the past week, both children. Just as I was beginning to relax. One of them a 16-year-old boy named Dennis Torrio, the other a girl of just 5 who was sledding in back of her house on West Broadway. The hysterical mother found her sled, one of those blue plastic flying saucers, but nothing else. There had been a fresh fall of snow the night before, 4 inches or so. No tracks but hers, Chief Rademacher said when I called him. He is becoming extremely annoyed with me, I think. Not anything that's going to keep me awake nights. I have worse things to do than that, don't I? Asked him if I could see the police photos. He refused. Asked him if her tracks led away toward any sort of drain or sewer grating. This was followed by a long period of silence. Then Rademacher said, "I'm beginning to wonder if maybe you shouldn't see a doctor, Hanlon. The head peeper kind of doctor. The kid was snatched by her father. Don't you read the papers?" "Was the Torrio boy snatched by his father?" I asked. Another long pause. "Give it a rest, Hanlon," he said. "Give me a rest." He hung up. Of course I read the papers. Don't I put them out in the reading room of the public library each morning myself? The little girl, Lori Ann Winterbarger, had been in the custody of her mother following an acrimonious divorce proceeding in the spring of 1982. The police are operating on the theory that Horst Winterbarger, who is supposedly working as a machinery maintenance man somewhere in Florida, drove up to Maine to snatch his daughter. They further theorize that he parked his car beside the house and called to his daughter, who then joined him, hence the lack of any tracks other than the little girl's. They have less to say about the fact that the girl had not seen her father since she was 2. Part of the deep bitterness which accompanied the Winterbargers' divorce came from Mrs. Winterbarger's allegations that on at least 2 occasions Horst Winterbarger had sexually molested the child. She asked the court to deny Winterbarger all visitation rights, a request the court granted in spite of Winterbarger's hot denials. Rademacher claims the court's decision, which had the effect of cutting Winterbarger off completely from his only child, may have pushed Winterbarger into taking his daughter. That, at least, has some dim plausibility, but ask yourself this. Would little Lori Ann have recognized him after 3 years and run to him when he called her? Rademacher says yes, even though she was 2 the last time she saw him. I don't think so. And her mother says Lori Ann had been well trained about not approaching or talking to strangers, a lesson most Derry children learn early and well. Rademacher says he's got Florida State Police looking for Winterbarger and that his responsibility ends there. Matters of custody are more the province of the lawyers than that of the police. This pompous, overweight asshole is quoted as saying in last Friday's Derry News. But the Torrio boy, that's something else. Wonderful home life, played football for the Derry Tigers, honor roll student. Had gone through the Outward Bound Survival School in the summer of '84 and passed with flying colors. No history of drug use. Had a girlfriend that he was apparently head over heels about. Had everything to live for, everything to stay in Derry for, at least for the next couple of years. All the same, he's gone. What happened to him? A sudden attack of wanderlust? A drunk driver who maybe hit him, killed him, and buried him? Or is he maybe still in Derry? Is he maybe on the night side of Derry, keeping company with folks like Betty Ripsum and Patrick Hochstetter and Eddie Corcoran and all the rest? Is it... Later. I'm doing it again, going over and over the same ground, doing nothing constructive, only cranking myself up to the screaming point.
I jump when the iron stairs leading up to the stacks creak. I jump at shadows. I find myself wondering how I'd react if I was shelving books up there in the stacks, pushing my little rubber-wheel trolley in front of me, and a hand reached from between two leaning rows of books, a groping hand. Had again a well-nigh insurmountable desire to begin calling them this afternoon. At one point, I even got as far as dialing 404, the Atlanta area code, with Stanley Uris's number in front of me. Then I just held the phone against my ear, asking myself if I wanted to call them because I was really sure, 100% sure, or simply because I'm now so badly spooked that I can't stand to be alone, that I have to talk to someone who knows, or will know, what it is I am spooked about. For a moment, I could hear Richie saying, "Batches? Batches? We don't need no stinking batches, senor," in his Pancho Vanilla voice, as clearly as if he were standing beside me, and I hung up the phone. Because when you want to see someone as badly as I wanted to see Richie, or any of them, at that moment, you just can't trust your own motivations. We lie best when we lie to ourselves. The fact is, I'm still not 100% sure. If another body should turn up, I will call. But for now I must suppose that even such a pompous ass as Rademacher may be right. She could have remembered her father. There may have been pictures of him. And I suppose a really persuasive adult could talk a kid into coming to his car, no matter what that child had been taught. There's another fear that haunts me. Rademacher suggested that I might be going crazy. I don't believe that, but if I call them now, they may think I'm crazy. Worse than that, what if they should not remember me at all? Mike Hanlon? Who? I don't remember any Mike Hanlon. I don't remember you at all. What promise? I feel that there will come a right time to call them, and when that time comes, I'll know that it's right. Their own circuits will open at the same time. It's as if there are two great wheels slowly coming into some sort of powerful convergence with each other, myself and the rest of Derry on one, and all my childhood friends on the other. When the time comes, they will hear the voice of the turtle. So I'll wait, and sooner or later I'll know. I don't believe it's a question anymore of calling them or not calling them. Only a question of when. February 20th, 1985. The fire at the Black Spot. A perfect example of how the Chamber of Commerce will try to rewrite history, Mike, old Albert Carson would have told me, probably cackling as he said it. They'll try, and sometimes they almost succeed. But the old people remember how things really went. They always remember. And sometimes they'll tell you, if you ask them right. There are people who have lived in Derry for 20 years and don't know that there was once a special barracks for non-coms at the old Derry Army Air Corps base, a barracks that was a good half a mile from the rest of the base. And in the middle of February, with the temperature standing right around zero and a 40-mile-an-hour wind howling across those flat runways and whopping the wind chill factor down to something you could hardly believe, that extra half a mile became something that could give you frost freeze or frostbite, or maybe even kill you. The other 7 barracks had oil heat, storm windows, and insulation. They were toasty and cozy. The special barracks, which housed the 27 men of Company E, was heated by a bulky old wood furnace. Supplies of wood for it were catch as catch can. The only insulation was the deep bank of pine and spruce boughs the men laid around the outside. One of the men promoted a complete set of storm windows for the place one day, but the 27 inmates of the special barracks were detailed up to Bangor that same day to help with some work at the base up there. And when they came back that night, tired and cold, all of those windows had been broken. Every one. This was in 1930, when half of America's Air Force still consisted of biplanes. In Washington, Billy Mitchell had been court-martialed and demoted to flying a desk because his gadfly insistence on trying to build a more modern Air Force had finally irritated his elders enough for them to slap him down hard. Not long after, he would resign. So there was precious little flying that went on at the Derry base, in spite of its 3 runways, one of which was actually paved. Most of the soldiering that went on there was of the make-work variety. One of the Company E soldiers who returned to Derry after his service tour came to an end in 1937 was my dad. He told me this story. One day in the spring of 1930, This was about 6 months before the fire at the Black Spot. I was coming back with 4 of my buddies from a 3-day pass we had spent down in Boston. When we come through the gate, there was this big old boy standing just inside the checkpoint, leaning on a shovel and picking the seat of his suntans out of his ass. A sergeant from someplace down south. Carroty red hair, bad teeth, pimples. Not much more than an ape without the body hair, if you know what I mean. There were a lot of them like that in the Army during the Depression. So here we come, 4 young guys back from leave, all of us still feeling fine, and we could see in his eyes that he was just looking for something to bust us with. So we snapped him salutes as if he was General Blackjack Pershing himself. I guess we might have been all right, but it was one fine late April day, sun shining down, and I had to shoot off my lip. "A good afternoon to you, Sergeant Wilson, sir," said I, and he landed on me with both feet. "Did I give you any permission to speak to me?" he asks. "No, sir," I say. He looks around at the rest of them, Trevor Dawson, Carl Roon, and Henry Whitson, who was killed in the fire that fall, and he says to them, "This here smart nigger is in hack with me. If the rest of you jigaboos don't want to join him in one hard-working dirty bitch of an afternoon, you get over to your barracks, stow your gear, and get your asses over to the O.D. You understand?" Well, they got going, and Wilson hollers, "Double time, you fuckers. Let me see the soles of your 80 fucking nines." So they double-timed off. Wilson took me over to one of the equipment sheds, and he got me a spade. He took me out into the big field that used to be just about where the Northeast Airlines Airbus terminal stands today. And he looks at me, kind of grinning, and he points at the ground, and he says, "You see that hole there, nigger?" There was no hole there, but I figured it was best for me to agree with whatever he said, so I looked down at the ground where he was pointing and said I sure did see it. So then he busted me one in the nose and knocked me over, and there I was on the ground with blood running down over the last fresh shirt I had. "You don't see it because some big-mouthed jig bastard filled it up," he shouted at me, and he had 2 big blotches of color on his cheeks. But he was grinning, too, and you could tell he was enjoying himself. "So what do you do, Mr. A Good Afternoon to you? What you do is you get the dirt out of my hole. Double time." So I dug for most 2 hours, and pretty soon I was in that hole up to my chin. The last couple of feet was clay, and by the time I finished I was standing in water up to my ankles, and my shoes were soaked right through. "Get out of there, Hanlon," Sergeant Wilson said. He was sitting there in the grass, smoking a cigarette. He didn't offer me any help. I was dirt and muck from top to bottom, not to mention the blood drying on the blouse of my suntans. He stood up and walked over. He pointed at the hole. "What you see there, nigger?" he asked me. "Your hole, Sergeant Wilson," says I. "Yeah, well, I decided I don't want it," he says. "I don't want no hole dug by a nigger. Put my dirt back in, Private Hanlon." So I filled it back in, and by the time I was done, the sun was going down and it was getting cold. He comes over and looks at it after I finished patting down the last of the dirt with the flat of the spade. "Now what do you see there, nigger?" he asks. "Bunch of dirt, sir," I said, and he hit me again. My God, Mikey, I came this close to just bouncing up off on the ground and splitting his head open with the edge of that shovel. But if I'd done that, I never would have looked at the sky again, except through a set of bars. Still, there were times when I almost think it would have been worth it. I managed to hold my peace somehow, though. "That ain't a bunch of dirt, you stupid coon-tail night fighter," he screams at me, the spit flying off on his lips. "That's my hole, and you best get the dirt out of it right now, double time." So I dug the dirt out of his hole, and then I filled it in again. And then he asks me why I went and filled in his hole just when he was getting ready to take a crap in it. So I dug it out again, and he drops his pants and hangs his skinny shanks cracker redneck ass over the hole, and he grins up at me while he's doing his business and says, "How you doing, Hanlon?" "I am doing just fine, sir," I says right back, because I had decided I wasn't going to give up until I felt unconscious or dropped dead. I had my dander up. "Well, I aim to fix that," he says. "To start with, you better just fill that hole in, Private Hanlon, and I want to see some life. You're slowing down." So I got her filled in again, and I could see by the way he was grinning that he was only warming up. But just then this friend of his came humping across the field with a gas lantern and told him there'd been a surprise inspection and Wilson was in hack for having missed it. My friends covered for me and I was okay, but Wilson's friends, if that's what he called them, couldn't be bothered. He let me go then, and I waited to see if his name would go up on the punishment roster the next day, but it never did. I guess he must have just told the loot he missed the inspection because he was teaching a smart-mouthed nigger who it was owned all the holes at the dairy base, those that had already been dug and those that hadn't been. They probably gave him a medal instead of potatoes to peel. And that's how things were for Company E here in Derry. It was right around 1958 that my father told me the story, and I guess he was pushing 50, although my mother was only 40 or so. I asked him if that was the way Derry was. Why had he come back? Well, I was only 16 when I joined the Army, Mikey, he said. Lied about my age to get in. Wasn't my idea either. My mother told me to do it. I was big, and that's the only reason the lie stuck, I guess. I was born and grew up in Burgaw, North Carolina, and the only time we saw meat was right after the tobacco was in, or sometimes in the winter if my father shot a coon or a possum. The only good thing I remember about Burgaw is possum pie with hoe cake spread around her just as pretty as you could want. So when my dad died in an accident with some farm machinery, my ma said she was going to take Philly Lou Bird up to Corinth, where she had people. Philly Lou Bird was the baby of the family. You mean my Uncle Phil? I asked, smiling to think of anybody calling him Philly Lou Bird. He was a lawyer in Tucson, Arizona, and had been on the city council there for 6 years. When I was a kid, I thought Uncle Phil was rich. For a black man in 1958, I suppose he was. He made $20,000 a year. That's who I mean, my dad said. But in those days, he was just a 12-year-old kid who wore a rice paper sailor hat and mended byeballs and had no shoes. He was the youngest. I was the second youngest. All the others were gone. 2 dead, 2 married, 1 in jail. That was Howard. He never was any good. You are going to join the Army, your Grandma Shirley told me. I don't know if they start paying you right away or not, but once they do, you're going to send me allotment every month. I hate to send you away, son, but if you don't take care of me and Philly, I don't know what's going to become of us. She gave me my birth certificate to show the recruiter, and I seen she fixed the year on it somehow to make me 18. So I went to the courthouse where the Army recruiter was and asked about joining up. He showed me the papers and the line where I could make my mark. I can write my name, I said, and he laughed like he didn't believe me. Well then, you go on and write it, black boy, he says. Hang on a minute, I says back. I want to ask you a couple of questions. Fire away then, he says. I can answer anything you can ask. Do they have meat twice a week in the Army? I asked. My mama says they do, but she is powerful set on me joining up. No, they don't have it twice a week, he says. Well, that's about what I thought, I says, thinking that the man surely does seem like a booger, but at least he's an honest booger. Then he says, they got it every night, making me wonder how I ever could have thought he was honest. You must think I'm a pure D fool, I says. You got that right, nigger, he says. Well, if I join up, I got to do something for my mama and Philly Lou Bird, I says. Mama says it's allotment. That's this here, he says, and taps the allotment form. Now what else is on your mind? Well, says I, what about training to be an officer? He threw his head back when I said that and laughed until I thought he was going to choke on his own spit. Then he says, son, the day they got nigger officers in this man's army will be the day you see the bleeding Jesus Christ doing the Charleston at Birdland. Now you sign or you don't sign. I'm out of patience. Also, you're stinking the place up. So I signed and watched him staple the allotment form to my muster sheet, and then he'd give me the oath, and then I was a soldier. I was thinking that they'd send me up to New Jersey, where the Army was building bridges on account of there being no wars to fight. Instead, I got Derry, Maine, and Company E. He sighed and shifted in his chair, a big man with white hair that curled close to his skull. At that time, we had one of the bigger farms in Derry, and probably the best roadside produce stand south of Bangor. The 3 of us worked hard, and my father had to hire on extra help during harvesting time, and we made out. He said, I came back because I'd seen the South, and I'd seen the North, and there was the same hate in both places. It wasn't Sergeant Wilson that convinced me of that. He was nothing but a Georgia cracker, and he took the South with him wherever he went. He didn't have to be south of the Mason-Dixon line to hate niggers. He just did. No, it was the fire at the black spot that convinced me of that. You know, Mikey, in a way... He glanced over at my mother, who was knitting. She hadn't looked up, but I knew she was listening closely, and my father knew it too, I think. In a way, it was the fire made me a man. There was 60 people killed in that fire, 18 of them from Company E. There really wasn't any company left when that fire was over. Henry Whitson, Stork Anson, Alan Snopes, Everett McCaslin, Horton Satoris, all my friends, all dead in that fire. And that fire wasn't set by old Sarge Wilson and his grits and cornpone friends. It was set by the Derry branch of the Maine Legion of White Decency. Some of the kids you go to school with, son, their fathers struck the matches that lit the black spot on fire. And I'm not talking about the poor kids, neither. Why, Daddy? Why did they? Well, part of it was just Derry, my father said, frowning. He lit his pipe slowly and shook out the wooden match. I don't know why it happened here. I can't explain it, but at the same time, I ain't surprised by it. The Legion of White Decency was the Northerners' version of the Ku Klux Klan, you see. They marched in the same white sheets, they burned the same crosses, they wrote the same hate notes to black folks they felt were getting above their station or taking jobs that were meant for white men. In churches where the preachers talked about black equality, they sometimes planted charges of dynamite. Most of the history books talk more about the KKK than they do about the Legion of White Decency, and a lot of people don't even know there was such a thing. I think it might be because most of the histories have been written by Northerners and they're ashamed. It was most popular in the big cities and the manufacturing areas. New York, New Jersey, Detroit, Baltimore, Boston, Portsmouth. They all had their chapters. They tried to organize in Maine, but Derry was the only place they had any real success. Oh, for a while there was a pretty good chapter in Lewiston. This was around the same time as the fire at the Black Spot. But they weren't worried about niggers raping white women or taking jobs that should have belonged to white men because there weren't any niggers to speak of up here. In Lewiston, they were worried about tramps and hobos, and that something called the Bonus Army would join up with something they called the Communist Riff-Raff Army, by which they meant any man who was out of work. The Legion of Decency used to send these fellows out of town just as fast as they came in. Sometimes they stuffed poison ivy down the backs of their pants. Sometimes they set their shirts on fire. Well, the Legion was pretty much done up here after the fire at the Black Spot. Things got out of hand, you see, the way things seem to do in this town sometimes. He paused, puffing. It's like the Legion of White Decency was just another seed, Mikey, and it found some earth that nourished it well here. It was a regular rich man's club, and after the fire, they all just laid away their sheets and lied each other up, and it was papered over. Now there was a kind of vicious contempt in his voice that made my mother look up, frowning. After all, who got killed? 18 Army niggers, 14 or 15 town niggers, 4 members of a nigger jazz band, and a bunch of nigger lovers. What did it matter? Will, my mother said softly, that's enough. No, I said, I want to hear. It's getting to be your bedtime, Mikey, he said, ruffling my hair with his big hard hand. I just want to tell you one thing more, and I don't think you'll understand it, because I'm not sure I understand it myself. What happened that night at the Black Spot, bad as it was, I don't really think it happened because we was black. Not even because the spot was close behind West Broadway, where the rich whites in Derry lived then and still live today. I don't think that the Legion of White Decency happened to get along so well here because they hated black people and bums more in Derry than they did in Portland or Lewiston or Brunswick. It's because of that soil. It seems that bad things, hurtful things, do right well in the soil of this town. I've thought so again and again over the years. I don't know why it should be, but it is. But there are good folks here, too, and there were good folks here then. When the funerals were held afterward, thousands of people turned out, and they turned out for the blacks as well as the whites. Businesses closed up for most of a week. The hospitals treated the hurt ones free of charge. There were food baskets and letters of condolence that were honestly meant. And there were helping hands held out. I met my friend Dewey Conroy during that time, and you know he's just as white as vanilla ice cream, but I feel like he's my brother. I'd die for Dewey if he asked me to, and although no man really knows another man's heart, I think he'd die for me if it came to that. Anyway, the Army sent away those of us that were left after that fire, like they were ashamed. And I guess they were. I ended up down at Fort Hood, and I stayed there for 6 years. I met your mother there, and we were married in Galveston at her folks' house. But all through the years between, Derry never escaped my mind. And after the war, I brought your mom back here, and we had you. And here we are, not 3 miles from where the black spot stood in 1930. And I think it's your bedtime, Mr. Man. I want to hear about the fire, I yelled. Tell me about it, Daddy. And he looked at me in that frowning way that always shut me up. Maybe because he didn't look that way often. Mostly he was a smiling man. That's no story for a boy, he said. Another time, Mikey, when we've both walked around a few more years. As it turned out, we both walked around another 4 years before I heard the story of what happened at the black spot that night, and by then my father's walking days were all done. He told me from the hospital bed where he lay, full of dope, dozing in and out of reality as the cancer worked away inside of his intestines, eating him up. February 26th, 1985. I got reading over what I had written last in this notebook and surprised myself by bursting into tears over my father, who has now been dead for 23 years. I can remember my grief for him. It lasted for almost 2 years. Then when I graduated from high school in 1965, and my mother looked at me and said, "How proud your father would have been." We cried in each other's arms, and I thought that was the end, that we had finished the job of burying him with those late tears. But who knows how long a grief may last? Isn't it possible that even 30 or 40 years after the death of a child, or a brother or a sister, one may half waken thinking of that person with that same lost emptiness, that feeling of places which may never be filled, perhaps not even in death? He left the Army in 1937 with a disability pension. By that year, my father's Army had become a good deal more warlike. Anyone with half an eye, he told me once, could see by then that soon all the guns would be coming out of storage again. He had risen to the rank of sergeant in the interim, and he had lost most of his left foot when a new recruit who was so scared he was almost shitting peach pits pulled the pin on a hand grenade and then dropped it instead of throwing it. It rolled over to my father and exploded with a sound that was, he said, like a cough in the middle of the night. A lot of the ordnance those long-ago soldiers had to train with was either defective or had sat so long in almost forgotten supply depots that it was impotent. They had bullets that wouldn't fire and rifles that sometimes exploded in their hands when the bullets did fire. The Navy had torpedoes that usually didn't go where they were aimed and didn't explode when they did. The Army Air Corps and the Navy Air Arm had planes whose wings fell off if they landed hard, and at Pensacola in 1939, I have read, a supply officer discovered a whole fleet of government trucks that wouldn't run because cockroaches had eaten the rubber hoses and the fan belts. So my father's life was saved, including, of course, the part of him that became your obedient servant, Michael Hanlon, by a combination of bureaucratic, pork-barreling, falderall, and defective equipment. The grenade only half exploded, and he just lost part of one foot instead of everything from the breastbone on down. Because of the disability money, he was able to marry my mother a year earlier than he had planned. They didn't come to Derry at once. They moved to Houston, where they did war work until 1945. My father was a foreman in a factory that made bomb casings. My mother was a Rosie the Riveter. But as he told me that night when I was 11, the thought of Derry never escaped his mind. And now I wonder if that blind thing might not have been at work even then, drawing him back so I could take my place in that circle in the barrens that August evening. If the wheels of the universe are untrue, then good always compensates for evil. But good can be awful as well. My father had a subscription to the Derry News. He kept his eye on the ads announcing land for sale. They had saved up a good bit of money. At last he saw a farm for sale that looked like a good proposition, on paper at least. The two of them rode up from Texas on a Trailways bus, looked at it, and bought it the same day. The First Merchants of Penobscot County issued my father a 10-year mortgage, and they settled down. We had some problems at first, my father said another time. There were people who didn't want Negroes in the neighborhood. We knew it was going to be that way. I hadn't forgotten about the black spot. And we just hunkered down to wait it out. Kids would go by and throw rocks or beer cans. I must have replaced 20 windows that first year. And some of them weren't just kids either. One day when we got up, There was a swastika painted on the side of the chicken house, and all the chickens were dead. Someone had poisoned their feed. Those were the last chickens I ever tried to keep. But the county sheriff, there wasn't any police chief in those days, Derry wasn't quite big enough for such a thing, got to work on the matter, and he worked hard. That's what I mean, Mikey, when I say there is good here as well as bad. It didn't make any difference to that man Sullivan that my skin was brown and my hair was kinky. He come out half a dozen times, he talked to people, and finally he found out who done it. And who do you think it was? I'll give you 3 guesses, and the first 2 don't count. I don't know, I said. My father laughed until tears spouted out of his eyes. He took a big white handkerchief out of his pocket and wiped them away. Why, it was Butch Bowers, that's who. The father of the kid you say is the biggest bully at your school. The father's a turd and the son's a little fart. There are kids at school who say Henry's father is crazy, I told him. I think I was in the 4th grade at that time, far enough along to have had my can righteously kicked by Henry Bowers more than once anyway. And now that I think about it, most of the pejorative terms for black or Negro I've ever heard, I heard first from the lips of Henry Bowers, between grades 1 and 4. Well, I'll tell you, he said, the idea that Butch Bowers is crazy might not be far wrong. People said he was never right after he come back from the Pacific. He was in the Marines over there. Anyway, the sheriff took him into custody, and Butch was hollering that it was a put-up job, and they were all just a bunch of nigger lovers. Oh, he was going to sue everybody. I guess he had a list that would have stretched from here to Witcham Street. I doubt if he had a single pair of underdrawers that was whole in the seat, but he was going to sue me, Sheriff Sullivan, the town of Derry, the county of Penobscot, and God alone knows who else. As to what happened next, well, I can't swear it's true, but this is how I heard it from Dewey Conroy. Dewey said the sheriff went in to see Butch at the jail up in Bangor, and Sheriff Sullivan says, "It's time for you to shut your mouth and do some listening, Butch. That black guy, he don't want to press charges. He don't want to send you to Shawshank. He just wants the worth of his chickens. He figures $200 would do her." Butch tells the sheriff he can put his $200 where the sun don't shine, and Sheriff Sullivan, he tells Butch, "They got a lime pit down at the shank, Butch, and they tell me after you've been working there about 2 years, your tongue goes as green as a lime popsicle. Now you pick. 2 years peeling lime or $200. What do you think?" "No jury in Maine will convict me," Butch says, "not for killing a nigger's chickens." "I know that," Sullivan says. "Then what the Christ are we chinning about?" Butch asks him. "You better wake up, Butch. They won't put you away for the chickens, but they will put you away for the swastika you painted on the door after you killed 'em." Well, Dewey said Butch's mouth just kind of dropped open, and Sullivan went away to let him think about it. About 3 days later, Butch told his brother, the one that froze to death a couple of years after while out hunting drunk, to sell his new Mercury, which Butch had bought with his muster-out pay and was mighty sweet on. So I got my $200, and Butch swore he was going to burn me out. He went around telling all his friends that. So I caught up with him one afternoon. He'd bought an old pre-war Ford to replace the Merc, and I had my pickup. I cut him off out on Witcham Street by the train yards and got out with my Winchester rifle. "Any fires out my way, and you got one bad black man gunning for you, old hoss," I told him. "You can't talk to me that way, nigger," he said, and he was damn near to blubbering between being mad and being scared. "You can't talk to no white man that way, not a jig like you." Well, I'd had enough of the whole thing, Mikey, and I knew if I didn't scare him off for good right then, I'd never be shed of him. There wasn't nobody around. I reached in that Ford with one hand and caught him by the hair of the head. I put the stock of my rifle against the buckle of my belt and got the muzzle right up under his chin. I said, "The next time you call me a nigger or a jig, your brains are going to be dripping off the dome light of your car." And you believe me, Butch. Any fires out my way, and I'm gunning for you. I may come gunning for your wife and your brat and your no-count brother as well. I have had enough. Then he did start to cry, and I never saw an uglier sight in my life. "Look what things has come to here," he says, when a feller can put a gun to a working man's head in broad daylight by the side of the road." "Yeah, the world must be going to a camp-meeting hell when something like that can happen," I agreed.
But that don't matter now. All that matters now is, do we have an understanding here, or do you want to see if you can learn how to breathe through your forehead? He allowed as how we had an understanding, and that was the last bit of trouble I ever had with Butch Bowers, except for maybe when your dog, Mr. Chips, died, and I've got no proof that was Bowers' doing. Chippy might have just got a poisoned bait or something. Since that day, we've been pretty much left alone to make our way, and when I look back on it, there ain't much I regret. We've had a good life here, and if there are nights when I dream about that fire, well, there isn't nobody that can live a natural life without having a few bad dreams.
February 28th, 1985. It's been days since I sat down to write the story of the fire at the Black Spot as my father told it to me, and I haven't gotten to it yet. It's in The Lord of the Rings, I think, where one of the characters says that way leads on to way, that you could start at a path leading nowhere more fantastic than from your own front steps to the sidewalk, and from there you could go, well, anywhere at all. It's the same way with stories. One leads to the next, and to the next. Maybe they go in the direction you wanted to go, but maybe they don't. Maybe in the end it's the voice that tells the stories more than the stories themselves that matters. It's his voice that I remember, certainly. My father's voice, low and slow, how he would chuckle sometimes or laugh outright. The pauses to light his pipe or to blow his nose or to go and get a can of Narragansett. Nasty Gansett, he called it, from the icebox. That voice, which is for me somehow the voice of all voices, the voice of all years, the ultimate voice of this place, one that's in none of the Ives interviews nor in any of the poor histories of this place, nor on any of my own tapes. My father's voice. Now it's 10 o'clock. The library closed an hour ago, and a proper old geezer is starting to crank up outside. I can hear tiny spicules of sleet striking the windows in here and in the glassed-in corridor which leads to the children's library. I can hear other sounds, too. Stealthy creaks and bumps outside the circle of light where I sit, writing on the lined yellow pages of a legal pad. Just the sounds of an old building settling, I tell myself. But I wonder. As I wonder if somewhere out in this storm there is a clown selling balloons tonight. Well, never mind. I think I've finally found my way to my father's final story. I heard it in his hospital room no more than 6 weeks before he died. I went to see him with my mother every afternoon after school, and alone every evening. My mother had to stay home and do the chores then, but she insisted that I go. I rode my bike. She wouldn't let me hook rides, not even 4 years after the murders had ended. That was a hard 6 weeks for a boy who was only 15. I loved my father, but I came to hate those evening visits, watching him shrink and shrivel, watching the pain lines spread and deepen on his face. Sometimes he would cry, although he tried not to. And going home, it would be getting dark, and I would think back to the summer of '58, and I'd be afraid to look behind me because the clown might be there, or the werewolf, or Ben's mummy, or my bird. But I was mostly afraid that no matter what shape it took, it would have my father's cancer-rattled face. So I would pedal as fast as I could, no matter how hard my heart thundered in my chest, and come in flushed and sweaty-haired and out of breath, and my mother would say, "Why do you want to ride so fast, Mikey? You'll make yourself sick." And I'd say, "I wanted to get back in time to help you with the chores." And she'd give me a hug and kiss and tell me I was a good boy. As time went on, it got so I could hardly think of things to talk about with him anymore. Riding into town, I'd rack my brain for subjects of conversation, dreading the moment when both of us would run out of things to say. His dying scared me and enraged me, but it embarrassed me, too. It seemed to me then, and it seems to me now, that when a man or woman goes, it should be a quick thing. The cancer was doing more than killing him. It was degrading him, demeaning him. We never spoke of the cancer, and in some of those silences I thought that we must speak of it, that there would be nothing else, and we would be stuck with it like kids caught without a place to sit in a game of musical chairs when the piano stops, and I would become almost frantic trying to think of something, anything, to say so that we would not have to acknowledge the thing which was now destroying my daddy, who had once taken Butch Bowers by the hair and jammed his rifle into the shelf of his chin and demanded of Butch to be left alone. We would be forced to speak of it, and if we were, I would cry. I wouldn't be able to help it. And at 15, I think the thought of crying in front of my father scared and distressed me more than anything else. It was during one of those interminable, scary pauses that I asked him again about the fire at the Black Spot. They'd filled him full of dope that evening because the pain was very bad, and he had been drifting in and out of consciousness, sometimes speaking clearly, sometimes speaking in that exotic language I think of as sleep mud. Sometimes I knew he was talking to me, but at other times he seemed to have confused me with his brother Phil. I asked him about the Black Spot for no real reason. It had just jumped into my mind, and I seized on it. His eyes sharpened, and he smiled a little. "You ain't never forgot that, have you, Mikey?" "No, sir," I said, and although I hadn't thought about it in 3 years or better, I added what he sometimes said. "It hasn't ever escaped my mind." "Well, I'll tell you now," he said. 15 is old enough, I guess, and your mother ain't here to stop me. Besides, you ought to know. I think something like it could only have happened in Derry, and you need to know that, too, so you can beware. The conditions for such things have always seemed right here. You're careful, aren't you, Mikey?" "Yes, sir," I said. "Good," he said, and his head dropped back on his pillow. "That's good." I thought he was going to drift off again. His eyes had slipped closed, but instead he began to talk. "When I was at the Army base here in 29 and 30, he said, there was an NCO club up there on the hill where Derry Community College is now. It was right behind the PX, where you used to be able to get a pack of Lucky Strike greens for 7 cents. The NCO club was only a big old Quonset hut, but they had fixed it up nice inside. Carpet on the floor, booths along the walls, a jukebox, and you could get soft drinks on the weekend. If you were white, that was. They would have bands in most Saturday nights, and it was quite a place to go. It was just pop over the bar, it being prohibition, but we heard you could get stronger stuff if you wanted it, and if you had a little green star on your Army card. That was like a secret sign they had. Homebrew beer mostly, but on weekends you could sometimes get stronger stuff, if you were white. Us Company E boys weren't allowed any place near it, of course. So we went on the town if we had a pass in the evening. In those days, Derry was still something of a logging town, and there were 8 or 10 bars, most of them down in a part of town they called Hell's Half Acre. They wasn't speakeasies. That was too grand a name for 'em. Wasn't anybody in 'em spoke very easy anyhow. They was what folks called blind pigs. And that was about right, because most of the customers acted like pigs when they were in there, and they was about blind when they turned 'em out. The sheriff knew and the cops knew, but those places roared all night long, same as they'd done since the logging days in the 1890s. I suppose palms got greased, but maybe not as many or with so much as you might think. In Derry, people have a way of looking the other way. Some served hard stuff as well as beer, and by all accounts I ever heard, the stuff you could get in town was 10 times as good as the rot-gut whiskey and bathtub gin you could get at the White Boys NCO on Friday and Saturday nights. The downtown hooch came over the border from Canada in pulp trucks, and most of them bottles had what the label said. The good stuff was expensive, but there was plenty of furnace oil, too, and it might hang you over, but it didn't kill you, and if you did go blind, it didn't last. On any given night, you'd have to duck your head when the bottles came flying by. There was Nan's, the Paradise, Wally's Spa, the Silver Dollar, and one bar, the Powder Horn, where you could sometimes get a whore. Oh, you could pick up a woman at any pig. You didn't even have to work at it that hard. There was a lot of them wanted to find out if a slice off on the rye loaf was any different. But to kids like me and Trevor Dawson and Carl Roon, my friends in those days, the thought of buying a whore, a white whore, that was something you had to sit down and consider. As I've told you, he was heavily doped that night. I don't believe he would have said any of that stuff, not to his 15-year-old son, if he had not been. Well, it wasn't very long before a representative of the town council showed up, wanting to see Major Fuller. He said he wanted to talk about some problems between the townspeople and the enlisted men, and concerns of the electorate, and questions of propriety, but what he really wanted Fuller to know was as clear as a window pane. They didn't want no army niggers in their pigs, bothering white women and drinking illegal hooch at a bar where only white men was supposed to be standing and drinking illegal hooch. All of which was a laugh, all right. The flower of white womanhood they were so worried about was mostly a bunch of bar bags, and as far as getting in the way of the men, well, all I can say is that I never saw a member of the Derry Town Council down in the Silver Dollar or in the Powder Horn. The men who drank in those dives were pulp cutters in those big red and black checked lumbermen's jackets, scars and scabs all over their hands, some of 'em missing eyes or fingers, all of 'em missing most of their teeth, all of 'em smelling like wood chips and sawdust and sap. They wore green flannel pants and green gum rubber boots and tracked snow across the floor until it was black with it. They smelled big, Mikey, and they walked big, and they talked big. They were big. I was in Wally's Spa one night when I saw a fella split his shirt right down one arm while he was arm-wrestling this other fella. It didn't just rip. You probably think that's what I mean, but it ain't. Arm of that man's shirt damn near exploded, sort of blew off his arm in rags. And everybody cheered and applauded, and somebody slapped me on the back and said, "That's what you call an arm-wrestler's fart, blackface." What I'm telling you is that if the men who use those blind pigs on Friday and Saturday nights when they come out of the woods to drink whiskey and fuck women instead of knotholes greased up with lard, if those men hadn't wanted us there, they would have thrown us out on our asses. But the fact of it was, Mikey, they didn't seem to give much of a toot one way or the other. One of 'em took me aside one night. He was 6 foot, which was damn big for those days, and he was dead drunk, and he smelled as high as a basket of month-old peaches. If he'd stepped out of his clothes, I think they would have stood up alone. He looks at me and says, "Mister, I gonna ask you something, me. Are you be a Negro?" "That's right," I says. "Comment ça va?" he says in the St. John Valley French that sounds almost like Cajun talk, and grins so big I saw all 4 of his teeth. "I knew you was, me. Hey, I seen one in a book once. Had the same—" And he couldn't think how to say what was on his mind, so he reaches out and flaps at my mouth. "Big lips," I says. Yeah, he says, laughing like a kid. "Big lips. Épais lèvres. Big lips. Gonna buy you a beer, me?" "Buy away," I says, not wanting to get on his bad side. He laughed at that, too, and clapped me on the back, almost knocking me on my face, and pushed his way up to the plankwood bar, where there must have been 70 men and maybe 15 women lined up. "I need 2 beers 'fore I tear this dump apart," he yells at the bartender, who is a big lug with a broken nose named Romeo Dupree. "One for me and one pour l'homme avec les épais lèvres." And they all laughed like hell at that, but not in a mean way, Mikey. So he gets the beers and gives me mine, and he says, "What's your name? I don't want to call you Big Leaps, me. Don't sound good." "William Hanlon," I says. "Well, here's to you, William Hanlon," he says. "No, here's to you," I says. "You're the first white man who ever bought me a drink," which was true. So we drank those beers down, and then we had 2 more, and he says, "You sure you're a Negro? Except for them épais lips, you look just like a white man with brown skin to me." My father got to laughing at this, and so did I. He laughed so hard his stomach started to hurt him, and he held it, grimacing, his eyes turned up, his upper plate biting down on his lower lip. "You want me to ring for the nurse, Daddy?" I asked, alarmed. No. I'm going to be okay. The worst thing of this, Mikey, is that you can't even laugh anymore when you feel like it, which is damn seldom. He fell silent for a few moments, and I realized now that that was the only time we came close to talking about what was killing him. Maybe it would have been better for both of us, if we had done more. He took a sip of water and then went on. "Anyway, it wasn't the few women who traveled the pigs, and it wasn't the lumberjacks that made up their main custom who wanted us out. It was those 5 old men on the town council who were really offended, them and the dozen or so men that stood behind them. Derry's old line, you know. None of them had ever stepped a foot inside of the Paradise or Wally's Spa. They did their boozing at the country club, which then stood over on Derry Heights. but they wanted to make sure that none of those bar bags or peavy swingers got polluted by the blacks of Company E. So Major Fuller says, I never wanted them here in the first place. I keep thinking it's an oversight, and they'll get sent back down south or maybe to New Jersey. That's not my problem, this old fart tells him. Mueller, I think his name was. Sally Mueller's father? I asked, startled. Sally Mueller was in the same high school class with me. My father grinned a sour, crooked little grin. No, this would have been her uncle. Sally Mueller's dad was off in college somewhere then. But if he'd been in Derry, he would have been there, I guess, standing with his brother. And in case you're wondering how true this part of the story is, all I can tell you is that the conversation was repeated to me by Trevor Dawson, who was swabbing the floors over there in officers' country that day and heard it all. Where the government sends the black boys is your problem, not mine, Mueller tells Major Fuller. My problem is where you're letting them go on Friday and Saturday nights. If they go on whooping it up downtown, there's going to be trouble. We've got the Legion in this town, you know. Well, but I am in a bit of a tight here, Mr. Mueller, he says. I can't let them drink over at the NCO club. Not only is it against the regulations for the Negroes to drink with the whites, they couldn't anyway. It's an NCO club, don't you see? Every one of those black boys is a bucky-tail private. That's not my problem either. I simply trust you will take care of the matter. Responsibility accompanies rank. And off he goes. Well, Fuller solved the problem. The Derry Army base was a damn big patch of land in those days, although there wasn't a hell of a lot on it. Better than 100 acres all told. Going north, it ended right behind West Broadway, where a sort of green belt was planted. Where Memorial Park is now, that was where the black spot stood. It was just an old requisition shed in early 1930 when all of this happened, but Major Fuller mustered in Company E and told us it was going to be our club. Acted like he was Daddy Warbucks or something, and maybe he even felt that way, giving a bunch of black privates their own place, even if it was nothing but a shed. Then he added, like it was nothing, that the pigs downtown were off limits to us. There was a lot of bitterness about it, but what could we do? We had no real power. It was this young fellow, a PFC named Dick Halloran, who was a mess cook, who suggested that maybe we could fix it up pretty nice if we really tried. So we did. We really tried. And we made out pretty well, all things considered. The first time a bunch of us went in there to look it over, we were pretty depressed. It was dark and smelly, full of old tools and boxes of papers that had gone moldy. There was only 2 little windows and no electricity. The floor was dirt. Carl Roon laughed in a kind of bitter way, I remember that, and said, "The old mage. He a real prince, ain't he? Give us our own club. Show." And George Brannock, who was also killed in the fire that fall, he said, "Yeah, it's a hell of a black spot, all right." And the name just stuck. Halloran got us going, though. Halloran and Carl and me. I guess God will forgive us for what we did, though, 'cause he knows we had no idea how it would turn out. After a while, the rest of the fellows pitched in. With most of Derry off limits, there wasn't much else we could do. We hammered and nailed and cleaned. Trev Dawson was a pretty good jackleg carpenter, and he showed us how to cut some more windows along the side. And damned if Alan Snopes didn't come up with panes of glass for them that were different colors, sort of a cross between carnival glass and the sort you see in church windows. "Where'd you get this?" I asked him. Alan was the oldest of us. He was about 42, old enough so that most of us called him Pop Snopes. He stuck a camel in his mouth and tipped me a wink. "Midnight requisitions," he says, and would say no more. So the place come along pretty good, and by the middle of summer we was using it. Trev Dawson and some of the others had partitioned off the back quarter of the building and got a little kitchen set up in there, not much more than a grill and a couple of deep fryers, so that you could get a hamburg and some French fries if you wanted. There was a bar down one side, but it was just meant for sodas and drinks like Virgin Marys. Shit, we knew our place. Hadn't we been taught it? If we wanted to drink hard, we'd do it in the dark. The floor was still dirt, but we kept it oiled down nice. Trev and Pop Snopes ran in electric line. More midnight requisitions, I imagine. By July, you could go in there any Saturday night and sit down and have a cola and a hamburger or a slaw dog. It was nice. It never really got finished. We were still working on it when the fire burned it down. It got to be a kind of hobby, or a way of thumbing our noses at Fuller and Mueller and the town council. But I guess we knew it was ours when Ev McCaslin and I put up a sign one Friday night that said, "The Black Spot," and just below that, Company E and guests. Like we were exclusive, you know. It got looking nice enough that the white boys started to grumble about it, and next thing you know, the white boys' NCO was looking finer than ever. They was adding on a special lounge and a little cafeteria. It was like they wanted to race, but that was one race that we didn't want to run. My dad smiled at me from his hospital bed. We were young, except for Snopesy, but we weren't entirely foolish. We knew that the white boys let you race against them, but if it starts to look like you are getting ahead, why, somebody just breaks your legs so you can't run as fast. We had what we wanted, and that was enough. But then, something happened. He fell silent, frowning. "What was that, Daddy?" "We found out that we had a pretty decent jazz band among us," he said slowly. "Martin Devereaux, who was a corporal, played drums. Ace Stevenson played cornet. Pop Snopes played a pretty decent barrel-house piano. He wasn't great, but he wasn't no slouch either. There was another fellow who played clarinet, and George Brannock played the saxophone. There were others of us who sat in from time to time, playing guitar or harmonica or juice harp or even just a comb with waxed paper over it. This didn't all happen at once, you understand, but by the end of that August there was a pretty hot little Dixieland combo playing Friday and Saturday nights at the Black Spot. They got better and better as the fall drew on, and while they were never great, I don't want to give you that idea, they played in a way that was different, hotter somehow. He waved his skinny hand above the bedclothes. "They played bodacious," I suggested, grinning. "That's right," he exclaimed, grinning back. "You got it. They played bodacious Dixieland. And the next thing you know, people from town started to show up at our club. Even some of the white soldiers from the base. It got so the place was getting crowded a right smart every weekend. That didn't happen all at once, either. At first those white faces looked like sprinkles of salt in a pepper pot, but more and more of them turned up as time went on. When those white people showed up, that's when we forgot to be careful. They were bringing in their own booze in brown bags, most of it the finest high-tension stuff there is. Made the stuff you could get in the pigs downtown look like soda pop. Country club booze is what I mean, Mikey. Rich people's booze. Chivas, Glenfiddich. The kind of champagne they served to first-class passengers on ocean liners. Champers, some of them called it. Same as we used to call ugly-minded mules back home. We should have found a way to stop it, but we didn't know how. They was town. Hell, they was white. And like I said, we were young and proud of what we'd done, and we underestimated how bad things might get. We all knew that Mueller and his friends must have known what was going on, but I don't think any of us realized that it was driving them crazy. And I mean what I say, crazy. There they were in their grand old Victorian houses on West Broadway, not a quarter of a mile away from where we were, listening to things like Aunt Hager's Blues and Diggin' My Potatoes. That was bad. Knowing that the young people were there too, whooping it up right cheek to jowl with the blacks, that must have been ever so much worse. Because it wasn't just the lumberjacks and the bar bags that were turning up as September came into October. It got to be kind of a thing in town. Young folks would come to drink and to dance to that no-name jazz band until 1 in the morning came and shut us down. They didn't just come from Derry either. They come from Bangor and Newport and Haven and Cleves Mills and Old Town and all the little burgs around these parts. You could see fraternity boys from the University of Maine at Orono cutting capers with their sorority girlfriends, and when the band learned how to play a ragtime version of the Maine Stein song, they just about ripped the roof off. Of course, it was an enlisted man's club, technically at least, and off-limits to civilians who didn't have an invitation. But in fact, Mikey, we just opened the door at 7 and let her stand open until 1. By the middle of October, it got so that any time you went out on the dance floor, you were standing hip to hip with 6 other people. There wasn't no room to dance, so you had to just sort of stand there and wiggle. But if anyone minded, I never heard him let on. By midnight, it was like an empty freight car rocking and reeling on an express run. He paused, took another drink of water, and then went on. His eyes were bright now. Well, well, Fuller would have put an end to it sooner or later. If it had been sooner, a lot less people would have died. All he had to do was send in MPs and have them confiscate all the bottles of liquor that people had brought in with them. That would have been good enough. Just what he wanted, in fact. It would have shut us down good and proper. There would have been court-martials and the stockade in Rye for some of us, and transfers for all the rest. But Fuller was slow. I think he was afraid of the same thing some of us was afraid of, that some of the townies would be mad. Mueller hadn't been back to see him, and I think Major Fuller must have been scared to go downtown and see Mueller. He talked big, Fuller did, but he had all the spine of a jellyfish. So instead of the thing ending in some put-up way that would have at least left all those that burned up that night still alive, the Legion of Decency ended it. They came in their white sheets early that November and cooked themselves a barbecue. He fell silent again, not sipping at his water this time, only looking moodily into the far corner of his room while outside a bell dinged softly somewhere, and a nurse passed the open doorway, the soles of her shoes squeaking on the linoleum. I could hear a TV someplace, a radio someplace else. I remember that I could hear the wind blowing outside, snuffling up the side of the building. And although it was August, the wind made a cold sound. It knew nothing of Kane's 100 on the television or the Four Seasons singing Walk Like a Man on the radio. Some of them came through that green belt between the base and West Broadway, he resumed at last. They must have met at someone's house over there, maybe in the basement, to get their sheets on and to make the torches that they used. I've heard that others came right onto the base by Ridgeline Road, which was the main way onto the base back then. I heard, I won't say where, that they came in a brand-new Packard automobile, dressed in their white sheets with their white goblin hats on their laps and torches on the floor. The torches were Louisville sluggers with big hunks of burlap snugged down over the fat parts with red rubber gaskets, the kind ladies use when they put up preserves. There was a booth where Ridgeline Road branched off Witcham Road and came onto the base, and the O.D. passed that Packard right along. It was Saturday night, and the joint was jumping, going round and round. There might have been 200 people there, maybe 3. And here came these white men, 6 or 8 in their bottle green Packard, and more coming through the trees between the base and the fancy houses on West Broadway. They wasn't young, not many of them, and sometimes I wonder how many cases of angina and bleeding ulcers there were the next day. I hope there was a lot. Those dirty, sneaking, murdering bastards. The Packard parked on the hill and flashed its lights twice. About 4 men got out of it and joined the rest. Some had those 2-gallon tins of gasoline that you could buy at service stations back in those days. All of them had torches. One of them stayed behind the wheel of that Packard. Mueller had a Packard, you know. Yes, he did, a green one. They got together at the back of the black spot and doused their torches with gas. Maybe they only meant to scare us. I've heard it the other way, but I've heard it that way too. I'd rather believe that's how they meant it, because I ain't got feeling mean enough, even yet, to want to believe the worst. It could have been that the gas dripped down to the handles of some of those torches, and when they lit them, why, those holding them panicked and threw them any which way just to get rid of them. Whatever, that black November night was suddenly blazing with torches. Some was holding 'em up and waving 'em around, little flaming pieces of burlap falling off in the tops of 'em. Some of them were laughing, but like I say, some of the others up and threw 'em through the back windows into what was our kitchen. The place was burning merry hell in a minute and a half. The men outside, they were all wearing their peaky white hoods by then. Some of them were chanting, "Come out, niggers, come out, niggers, come out, niggers." Maybe some of them were chanting to scare us, but I like to believe most of them were trying to warn us, same way as I like to believe that maybe those torches going into the kitchen the way they did was an accident. Either way, it didn't much matter. The band was playing louder than a factory whistle. Everybody was whooping it up and having a good time. Nobody inside knew anything was wrong until Jerry McCrew, who was playing assistant cook that night, opened the door to the kitchen and damn near got blowtorched. Flames shot out 10 feet and burned his mess jacket right off, burned most of his hair off as well. I was sitting about halfway down the east wall with Trev Dawson and Dick Halloran when it happened, and at first I had an idea the gas stove had exploded. I'd no more than got on my feet when I was knocked down by people headed for the door. About 24 of them went marching right up my back, and I guess that was the only time during the whole thing that I really felt scared. I could hear people screaming and telling each other they had to get out. The place was on fire. But every time I tried to get up, someone footed me right back down again. Someone landed his big shoe square in the back of my head, and I saw stars. My nose mashed on that oiled floor, and I snuffled up dirt and began to cough and sneeze at the same time. Someone else stepped on the small of my back. I felt a lady's high heel slam down between the cheeks of my butt, and, son, I never want another half-ass enema like that one. If the seat of my khakis had ripped, I believe I'd be bleeding down there to this day. It sounds funny now, but I damn near died in that stampede. I was whopped, whapped, stomped, walked on, and kicked in so many places I couldn't walk tall the next day. I was screaming, and none of those people topside heard me or paid any mind. It was Trev saved me. I seen this big brown hand in front of me, and I grabbed it like a drowning man grabs a life preserver. I grabbed, and he hauled, and up I came. Someone's foot got me in the side of my neck right here.
He massaged that area where the jaw turns up toward the ear, and I nodded.
And it hurt so bad that I guess I blacked out for a minute. But I never let go of Trev's hand, and he never let go of mine. I got to my feet finally, just as the wall we'd put up between the kitchen and the hall fell over. It made a noise like floop, the noise a puddle of gasoline makes when you light it. I saw it go over in a big bundle of sparks, and I saw the people running to get out of its way as it fell. Some of them made it, some didn't. One of our fellas, I think it might have been Hort Sartoris, was buried under it, and for just 1 second I seen his hand underneath all those blazing coals, opening and closing. There was a white girl, surely no more than 20, and the back of her dress went up. She was with a college boy, and I heard her screaming at him, begging him to help her. He took just about 2 swipes at it and then ran away with the others. She stood there screaming as her dress went up on her. It was like hell out where the kitchen had been. The flames was so bright you couldn't look at them. The heat was baking hot, Mikey, roasting hot. You could feel your skin going shiny. You could feel the hairs in your nose getting crispy. "We gotta break out of here," Trev yells and starts to drag me along the wall. "Come on." Then Dick Halloran catches hold of him. He couldn't have been no more than 19, and his eyes were as big as billiard balls. But he kept his head better than we did. He saved our lives. "Not that way," he yells. "This way." And he pointed back toward the bandstand, toward the fire, you know. "You're crazy," Trevor screamed back. He had a big bull voice, but you could barely hear him over the thunder of the fire and the screaming people. "Die if you want to, but me and Willie are getting out." He still had me by the hand, and he started to haul me toward the door again, although there were so many people around it by then you couldn't see it at all. I would have gone with him. I was so shell-shocked I didn't know what end was up. All I knew was that I didn't want to be baked like a human turkey. Dick grabbed Trev by the hair of the head just as hard as he could, and when Trev turned back, Dick slapped his face. I remember seeing Trev's head bounce off the wall and thinking Dick had gone crazy. Then he was hollering in Trev's face, "You go that way and you gon' die. They jammed up against that door, nigger." "You don't know that," Trev screamed back at him. And then there was this loud bang, like a firecracker. Only what it was the heat exploding Marty Devereaux's bass drum. The fire was running along the beams overhead, and the oil on the floor was catching. "I know it," Dick screams back. "I know it." He grabbed my other hand, and for a minute there I felt like the rope in a tug-of-war game. Then Trev took a good look at the door and went Dick's way. Dick got us down to a window and grabbed a chair to bust it out. But before he could swing it, the heat blew it out for him. Then he grabbed Trev Dawson by the back of his pants and hauled him up. "Climb," he shouts. "Climb, motherfucker." And Trev went, head up and tail over the dashboard. He boosted me next, and I went up. I grabbed the sides of the window and hauled. I had a good crop of blisters all over my palms the next day. That wood was already smoking. I come out head first, and if Trev hadn't grabbed me, I might have broke my neck.
We turned back around, and it was like something from the worst nightmare you ever had, Mikey. That window was just a yellow blazing square of light. Flames was shooting up through that tin roof in a dozen places. We could hear people screaming inside. I saw two brown hands waving around in front of the fire, Dick's hands. Trev Dawson made me a step with his own hands, and I reached through that window and grabbed Dick. When I took his weight, my gut went against the side of the building, and it was like having your belly against a stove that's just starting to get real good and hot. Dick's face came up, and for a few seconds I didn't think we was going to be able to get him. He'd taken a right smart of smoke, and he was close to passing out. His lips had cracked open, the back of his shirt was smoldering. And then I damn near let go, because I could smell the people burning inside. I've heard people say that smell is like barbecuing pork ribs, but it ain't like that. It's more like what happens sometimes after they geld hosses. They build a big fire and throw all that shit into it, and when the fire gets hot enough, you can hear them hoss balls popping like chestnuts, and that's what people smell like when they start to cook right inside their clothes. I could smell that, and I knew I couldn't take it for long, so I gave one more great big yank, and out came Dick. He lost one of his shoes. I tumbled off Trev's hands and went down. Dick come down on top of me, and I'm here to tell you that nigger's head was hard. I lost most of my breath and just laid there in the dirt for a few seconds, rolling around and holding my belly guts. Presently I was able to get to my knees, then to my feet, and I seen these shapes running off toward the green belt. At first I thought they were ghosts, and then I seen shoes. By then it was so bright around the black spot it was like daylight. I seen shoes and understood it was men wearing sheets. One of them had fallen a little bit behind the others, and I saw... He trailed off, licking his lips. "What did you see, Daddy?" I asked. "Never you mind," he said. "Give me my water, Mikey." I did. He drank most of it, and then got coughing. A passing nurse looked in and said, "Do you need anything, Mr. Hanlon?" "New set of testins," my dad said. "You got any handy, Rhoda?" She smiled a nervous, doubtful smile and passed on. My dad handed the glass to me, and I put it back on his table. "It's longer tellin' than it is rememberin'," he said. "You gon' fill that glass up for me before you leave?" "Sure, Daddy." "This story gon' give you nightmares, Mikey?" I opened my mouth to lie, and then thought better of it. And I think now that if I had lied, he would have stopped right there. He was far gone by then, but maybe not that far gone. "I guess so," I said. "That's not such a bad thing," he said to me. "In nightmares we can think the worst. That's what they're there for, I guess." He reached out his hand, and I took it, and we held hands while he finished. "I looked around just in time to see Trev and Dick going around the front of the building, and I chased after them, still trying to catch my wind. There was maybe 40 or 50 people out there, some of them crying, some of them puking, some of them screaming, some of them doing all three things at once, it seemed like. Others were laying on the grass, fainted dead away with the smoke. The door was shut, and we heard people screaming on the other side, screaming to let them out for the love of Jesus. They were burning up. It was the only door, except for the one that went through the kitchen to where the garbage cans and things were, you see. To go in, you pushed the door open. To go out, you had to pull it. Some people had gotten out, and then they started to jam up at that door and push. The door got slammed shut. The ones in the back kept pushing forward to get away from the fire, and everybody got jammed up. The ones right up front were squashed. Wasn't no way they could get that door open against the weight of all those behind. So there they were, trapped, and the fire raged. It was Trev Dawson that made it so it was only 80 or so that died instead of 100 or maybe 200, and what he got for his pains wasn't a medal, but 2 years in the Rye Stockade. See, right about then, this big old cargo truck pulled up, and who should be behind the wheel but my old friend Sergeant Wilson, the fellow who owned all the holes there on the base. He gets out and starts shouting orders that didn't make much sense and which people couldn't hear anyway. Trev grabbed my arm and we run over to him. I lost all track of Dick Halloran by then and didn't even see him until the next day. "Sergeant, I have to use your truck," Trev yells in his face.
"Get out of my way, nigger," Wilson says and pushes him down. Then he starts yelling all that confused shit again. Wasn't nobody paying any attention to him, and he didn't go on for long anyway because Trevor Dawson popped up like a jack-in-the-box and decked him. Trev could hit damned hard, and almost any other man would have stayed down, but that cracker had a hard head. He got up, blood pouring out of his mouth and nose, and he said, "I'm goin' to kill you for that." Well, Trev hit him in the belly just as hard as he could, and when he doubled over, I put my hands together and pounded the back of his neck just as hard as I could. It was a cowardly thing to do, hitting a man from behind like that, but desperate times call for desperate measures. And I would be lying, Mikey, if I didn't tell you that hitting that poor-mouthed son of a bitch didn't give me a bit of pleasure. Down he went, just like a steer hit with a pole-axe. Trev run to the truck, fired it up, and drove it around so it was facing the front of the black spot, but to the left of the door. He throwed it into first, popped the clutch on that cocksucker, and here he come. "Look out there," I shouted at the crowd of people standing around. "Where that truck?" They scattered like quail, and for a wonder Trev didn't hit none of 'em. He hit the side of the building going maybe 30, and cracked his face a good one on the steering wheel of the truck. I seen the blood fly from his nose when he shook his head to clear it. He punched out reverse, backed up 50 yards, and come down on her again. Wham! The black spot wasn't nothing but corrugated tin, and that second hit did her. The whole side of that oven fell in, and the flames come roaring out. How anything could have still been alive in there, I don't know, but there was. People are a lot tougher than you'd believe, Mikey. And if you don't believe it, just take a look at me, sliding off the skin of the world by my fingernails. That place was like a smelting furnace. It was a hell of flames and smoke, but people came running out in a regular torrent. There were so many that Trev didn't even dare back the truck up again for fear he would run over some of them. So he got out and ran back to me, leaving it where it was. We stood there, watching it end. It hadn't been 5 minutes all told, but it felt like forever. The last dozen or so that made it out were on fire. People grabbed him and started to roll him around on the ground, trying to put him out. Looking in, we could see other people trying to come, and we knew they wasn't never going to make it. Trev grabbed my hand, and I grabbed him back twice as hard. We stood there holding hands just like you and me are doing now, Mikey. Him with his nose broken, blood running down his face, and his eyes puffing shut. And we watched them people. They were the real ghosts we saw that night. Nothing but shimmers shaped like men and women in that fire, walking toward the opening Trev had bashed with Sergeant Wilson's truck. Some of them had their arms held out, like they expected someone to save them. The others just walked, but they didn't seem to get nowhere. Their clothes were blazing, their faces were running, and one after another they just toppled over and you didn't see them no more. The last one was a woman. Her dress had burned off her, and there she was in her slip. She was burning like a candle. She seemed to look right at me at the end, and I seen her eyelids was on fire. When she fell down, it was over. The whole place went up in a pillar of fire. By the time the base fire trucks and 2 more from the Main Street fire station got there, it was already burning itself out. That was the fire at the black spot, Mikey. He drank the last of his water and handed me the glass to fill at the drinking fountain in the hall. "Goin' piss the bed tonight, I guess, Mikey." I kissed his cheek and then went out into the hall to fill his glass. When I returned, he was drifting away again, his eyes glassy and contemplative. When I put the glass on the night table, he mumbled a thank you I could barely understand. I looked at the West clocks on his table and saw it was almost 8. Time for me to go home. I leaned over to kiss him goodbye, and instead heard myself whisper, "What did you see?" His eyes, which were now slipping shut, barely turned toward the sound of my voice. He might have known it was me, or he might have believed he was hearing the voice of his own thoughts. "Huh?" "The thing you saw," I whispered. I didn't want to hear, but I had to hear. I was both hot and cold, my eyes burning, my hands freezing, but I had to hear. As I suppose Lot's wife had to turn back and look at the destruction of Sodom. "'Twas a bird," he said, "right over the last of those running men. A hawk, maybe, what they call a kestrel. But it was big. Never told no one. Would have been locked up. That bird was maybe 60 feet from wing tip to wing tip.
It was the size of a Japanese zero. But I seen its eyes, and I think it seen me.
His head slipped over to the side, toward the window where the dark was coming.
It swooped down and grabbed that last man up. Got him right by the sheet, it did. And I heard that bird's wings. The sound was like fire, and it hovered. And I thought, birds can't hover. But this one could because...
He fell silent.
"Why, Daddy?" I whispered. "Why could it hover?" "It didn't hover," he said.
I sat there in silence, thinking he had gone to sleep for sure this time. I had never been so afraid in my life, because 4 years before, I had seen that bird. Somehow, in some unimaginable way, I had nearly forgotten that nightmare. It was my father who brought it back.
"It didn't hover," he said. "It floated. It floated. There were big bunches of balloons tied to each wing, and it floated."
My father went to sleep. March 1st, 1985. It's come again. I know that now. I'll wait, but in my heart, I know it. I'm not sure I can stand it. As a kid, I was able to deal with it, but it's different with kids. In some fundamental way, it's different. I wrote all of that last night in a kind of frenzy, not that I could have gone home anyway. Derry has been blanketed in a thick glaze of ice, and although the sun is out this morning, nothing is moving. I wrote until long after 3 this morning, pushing the pen faster and faster, trying to get it all out. I had forgotten about seeing the giant bird when I was 11. It was my father's story that brought it back, and I never forgot it again. Not any of it. In a way, I suppose it was his final gift to me. A terrible gift, you would say, but wonderful in its way. I slept right where I was, my head in my arms, my notebook and pen on the table in front of me. I woke up this morning with a numb ass and an aching back, but feeling free somehow, purged of that old story. And then I saw that I had had company in the night as I slept. The tracks, drying to faint, muddy impressions, led from the front door of the library, which I locked, I always lock it, to the desk where I slept. There were no tracks leading away. Whatever it was, it came to me in the night, left its talisman, and then simply disappeared. Tied to my reading lamp was a single balloon. Filled with helium, it floated in a morning sun ray which slanted in through one of the high windows. On it was a picture of my face. The eyes gone, blood running down from the ragged sockets, a scream distorting the mouth on the balloon's thin and bulging rubber skin. I looked at it and I screamed. The scream echoed through the library, echoing back, vibrating from the circular iron staircase leading to the stacks. The balloon burst with a bang. Part 3. Grown-ups. The descent, made up of despairs and without accomplishment, realizes a new awakening, which is a reversal of despair. For what we cannot accomplish, what is denied to love, what we have lost in the anticipation, a descent follows, endless and indestructible. William Carlos Williams, Patterson. Don't it make you want to go home now? Don't it make you want to go home? All God's children get weary when they roam. Don't it make you want to go home? Don't it make you want to go home? Joe South. Chapter 10. The Reunion. 1. Bill Denbrough gets a cab. The telephone was ringing, bringing him up and out of a sleep too deep for dreams. He groped for it without opening his eyes, without coming more than halfway awake. If it had stopped ringing just then, he would have slipped back down into sleep without a hitch. He would have done it as simply and easily as he had once slipped down the snow-covered hills in McCarran Park on his flexible flyer. You ran with the sled, threw yourself onto it, and down you went, seemingly at the speed of sound. You couldn't do that as a grown-up. It racked the hell out of your balls. His fingers walked over the telephone's dial, slipped off, climbed it again. He had a dim premonition that it would be Mike Hanlon calling from Derry, telling him he had to come back, telling him he had to remember, telling him they had made a promise. Stan Uris had cut their palms with a sliver of Coke bottle, and they had made a promise. Except all of that had already happened. He had gotten in late yesterday afternoon, just before 6 p.m., actually. He supposed that, if he had been the last call on Mike's list, all of them must have gotten in at varying times. Some might even have spent most of the day here. He himself had seen none of them, felt no urge to see any of them. He had simply checked in, gone up to his room, ordered a meal from room service, which he found he could not eat once it was laid out before him, and then had tumbled into bed and slept dreamlessly until now. Bill cracked one eye open and fumbled for the telephone's handset. It fell off onto the table, and he groped for it, opening his other eye. He felt totally blank inside his head, totally unplugged, running on batteries. He finally managed to scoop up the phone. He got up on one elbow and put it against his ear. "Hello? Bill?" It was Mike Hanlon's voice. He'd had at least that much right. Last week he didn't remember Mike at all, and now a single word was enough to identify him. It was rather marvelous, but in an ominous way. "Yeah, Mike." "Woke you up, huh?" "Yeah, you did. That's okay." On the wall above the TV was an abysmal painting of lobster men in yellow slickers and rain hats pulling lobster traps. Looking at it, Bill remembered where he was. The Derry townhouse on Upper Main Street. Half a mile farther up and across the street was Basie Park, the Kissing Bridge, the canal. "What time is it, Mike?" 10:15. "What day?" "The 30th. Mike sounded a little amused. "Yeah, 'kay. "I've arranged a little reunion," Mike said. He sounded diffident now. "Yeah?" Bill swung his legs out of bed. "They all came?" "All but Stan Uris," Mike said. Now there was something in his voice that Bill couldn't read. "Bev was the last one. She got in late last evening." "Why do you say the last one, Mike? Stan might show up today." "Bill, Stan's dead." "What? How? Did his plane?" "Nothing like that," Mike said. "Look, if it's all the same to you, I think it ought to wait until we get together. It would be better if I could tell all of you at the same time." "It has to do with this?" "Yes, I think so." Mike paused briefly. "I'm sure it does." Bill felt the familiar weight of dread settle around his heart again. Was it something you could get used to so quickly then? Or had it been something he had carried all along, simply unfelt and unthought of, like the inevitable fact of his own death? He reached for his cigarettes, lit one, and blew out the match with the first drag. "None of them got together yesterday?" "No, I don't believe so." "And you haven't seen any of us yet?" "No, just talked to you on the phone." "Okay," he said. "Where's the reunion?" "You remember where the old ironworks used to be?" "Pasture Road, sure." "You're behind the times, old chum. That's Mall Road these days. We've got the third biggest shopping mall in the state out there. 48 different merchants under one roof for your shopping convenience." "Sounds really, American, all right." "Bill?" "What?" "You all right?" Yes, but his heart was beating too fast, the tip of his cigarette jittering a tiny bit. He had stuttered. Mike had heard it. There was a moment of silence, and then Mike said, "Just out past the mall, there's a restaurant called Jade of the Orient. They have private rooms for parties. I arranged for one of them yesterday. We can have it the whole afternoon if we want." "You think this might take that long?" "I just don't know." "A cab will know how to get there?" "Sure." "All right," Bill said. He wrote the name of the restaurant down on the pad by the phone. "Why there?" "Because it's new, I guess," Mike said slowly. "It seemed like... I don't know." "Neutral ground," Bill suggested. "Yes, I guess that's it." "Food any good?" "I don't know," Mike said. "How's your appetite?" Bill chuffed out smoke and half laughed, half coughed. "It ain't so good, old pal." "Yeah," Mike said. "I hear you." "Noon?" "More like 1, I guess. We'll let Beverly catch a few more Z's." Bill snuffed the cigarette. "She married?" Mike hesitated again. "We'll catch up on everything," he said. "Just like when you go back to your old high school reunion 10 years later, huh?" Bill said. "You get to see who got fat, who got bald, who got kids." "I wish it was like that," Mike said. "Yeah, me too, Mikey, me too." He hung up the phone, took a long shower, and ordered a breakfast that he didn't want and which he only picked at. No, his appetite was really not much good at all. Bill dialed the big yellow cab company and asked to be picked up at 1:15, thinking that 15 minutes would be plenty of time to get him out to Pasture Road. He found himself totally unable to think of it as Mall Road, even when he actually saw the mall. But he had underestimated the lunch hour traffic flow and how much Derry had grown. In 1958, it had been a big town, not much more. There were maybe 30,000 people inside the Derry incorporated city limits, and maybe another 7,000 beyond that in the surrounding burgs. Now it had become a city, a very small city by London or New York standards, but doing just fine by Maine standards, where Portland, the state's largest, could boast barely 300,000. As the cab moved slowly down Main Street, "We're over the canal now," Bill thought. "Can't see it, but it's down there, running in the dark." And then turned up center, his first thought was predictable enough. How much had changed? But the predictable thought was accompanied by a deep dismay that he never would have expected. He remembered his childhood here as a fearful, nervous time, not only because of the summer of '58, when the 7 of them had faced the terror, but because of George's death. The deep dream his parents seemed to have fallen into following that death, the constant ragging about his stutter, Bowers and Huggins and Chris constantly on the prod for them after the rock fight in the Barrens. Bowers and Huggins and Chris, oh my, Bowers and Huggins and Chris, oh my. And just a feeling that Derry was cold, that Derry was hard, that Derry didn't much give a shit if any of them lived or died, and certainly not if they triumphed over Pennywise the Clown. Derry folk had lived with Pennywise in all his guises for a long time, and maybe, in some mad way, they had even come to understand him, to like him, need him, love him? Maybe. Yes, maybe that too. So why this dismay? Perhaps only because it seemed such dull change somehow, or perhaps because Derry seemed to have lost its essential face for him. The Bijou Theater was gone, replaced with a parking lot, by permit only, the sign over the ramp announced, violators subject to tow. The Shoeboat and Bailey's Lunch, which had stood next to it, were also gone. They had been replaced by a branch of the Northern National Bank. A digital readout jutted from the front of the bland cinder block structure, showing the time and the temperature, the latter in both degrees Fahrenheit and degrees Celsius. The Center Street drug, lair of Mr. Keene, and the place where Bill had gotten Eddie his asthma medicine that day, was also gone. Richard's Alley had become some strange hybrid called a mini-mall. Looking inside as the cab idled at a stoplight, Bill could see a record shop, a natural food store, and a toys and games shop which was featuring a clearance sale on all Dungeons and Dragons supplies. The cab pulled forward with a jerk. "Gonna take a while," the driver said. "I wish all these goddamn banks would stagger their lunch hours. Pardon my French if you're a religious man." "That's all right," Bill said. It was overcast outside, and now a few splatters of rain hit the cab's windshield. The radio muttered about an escaped mental patient from somewhere who was supposed to be very dangerous, and then began muttering about the Red Sox who weren't. Showers early, then clearing. When Barry Manilow began moaning about Mandy, who came and who gave without taking, the cabbie snapped the radio off. Bill asked, "When did they go up?" "What? The banks?" "Uh-huh." "Oh, late 60s, early 70s, most of them," the cabbie said. He was a big man with a thick neck. He wore a red and black checked hunter's jacket. A fluorescent orange cap was jammed down squarely on his head. It was smudged with engine oil. "They got this urban renewal money. Revenue sharing, they call it. So how they shared it was rip down everything. And the banks come in. I guess that was all that could afford to come in. Hell of a note, ain't it? Urban renewal, says they. Shit for dinner, says I. Pardon my French if you're a religious man. There was a lot of talk about how they was going to revitalize the downtown. Yep, they revitalized it just fine. Tore down most of the old stores and put up a lot of banks and parking lots. And you know, you still can't find a fucking slot to park your car in. Ought to string the whole city council up by their cocks. Except for that Polak woman that's on it. String her up by her tits. On second thought, it don't seem like she's got any. Flat as a fucking board. Pardon my French if you're a religious man." "I am," Bill said, grinning. "Then get out of my cab and go to fucking church," the cabbie said, and they both burst out laughing. "You lived here long?" Bill asked. "My whole life. Born in Derry Home Hospital, and they'll bury my fucking remains out in Mount Hope Cemetery. Good deal, Bill said. Yeah, right, the cabbie said. He hawked, rolled down his window, and spat an extremely large yellow-green lunger into the rainy air. His attitude, contradictory but somehow attractive, almost piquant, was one of glum good cheer. Guy who catches that won't have to buy no fucking chewing gum for a week. Pardon my French if you're a religious man. It hasn't all changed, Bill said. The depressing promenade of banks and parking lots was slipping behind them as they climbed Center Street. Over the hill and past the First National, they began to pick up some speed. The Aladdin's still there. Yeah, the cabbie conceded, but just barely. Suckers tried to tear that down, too. For another bank? Bill asked, a part of him amused to find that another part of him stood aghast at the idea. He couldn't believe that anyone in his right mind would want to tear down that stately pleasure dome with its glittering glass chandelier, its sweeping right and left staircases, which spiraled up to the balcony, and its mammoth curtain, which did not simply pull apart when the show started, but which instead rose in magical folds and tucks and gathers, all underlit in fabulous shades of red and blue and yellow and green, while pulleys off stage ratcheted and groaned. Not the Aladdin. That shocked part of him cried out. How could they ever think of tearing down the Aladdin for a bank? Oh, yup, a bank, the cabbie said. You're fucking a... Pardon my French if you're a religious man. It was the first merchants of Penobscot County had its eye on the Aladdin. Wanted to pull it down and put up what they called a complete banking mall. Got all the papers from the city council, and the Aladdin was condemned. Then a bunch of folks formed a committee, folks that had lived here a long time, and they petitioned, and they marched, and they hollered, and finally they had a public city council meeting about it, and Hanlon blew those suckers out. The cabbie sounded extremely satisfied. Hanlon? Bill asked, startled. Mike Hanlon? Yep, the cabbie said. He twisted around briefly to look at Bill, revealing a round, chapped face and horn-rimmed glasses with old specks of white paint on the bows. Librarian, black fella. You know him? I did, Bill said, remembering how he had met Mike back in July 1958. It had been Bowers and Huggins and Chris again. Of course, Bowers and Huggins and Chris. Oh, my. At every turn, playing their own part, unwinning vice grips driving the seven of them together. Tight, tighter, tightest. We played together when we were kids, before I moved away. Well, there you go, the cabbie said. It's a small fucking world. Pardon my French if you're a religious man, Bill finished with him. There you go, the cabbie repeated comfortably, and they rode in silence for a while before he said, It's changed a lot, Derry has, but yeah, a lot of it's still here. The townhouse where I picked you up, the Standpipe and Memorial Park. You remember that place, mister? When we were kids, we used to think that place was haunted. I remember it, Bill said. Look, there's the hospital. You recognize it? They were passing the Derry Home Hospital on the right now. Behind it, the Penobscot flowed toward its meeting place with the Kenduskeag. Under the rainy spring sky, the river was dull pewter. The hospital that Bill remembered, a white wood frame building with 2 wings, 3 stories high, was still there. But now it was surrounded, dwarfed, by a whole complex of buildings, maybe a dozen in all. He could see a parking lot off to the left, and what looked like better than 500 cars parked there. My God, that's not a hospital, that's a fucking college campus, Bill exclaimed. The cab driver cackled. Not being a religious man, I'll pardon your French. Yeah, it's almost as big as the Eastern Maine up in Bangor now. They got radiation labs and a therapy center and 600 rooms and their own laundry and God knows what else. The old hospital's still there, but it's all administration now. Bill felt a queer doubling sensation in his mind, the sort of sensation he remembered getting the first time he watched a 3D movie. Trying to bring together 2 images that didn't quite jibe. You could fool your eyes and your brain into doing that trick, he remembered, but you were apt to end up with a whopper of a headache. And he could feel his own headache coming on now. New Derry, fine. But the old Derry was still here, like the wooden home hospital building. The old Derry was mostly buried under all the new construction, but your eye was somehow dragged helplessly back to look at it, to look for it. The train yard's probably gone, isn't it? Bill asked. The cabbie laughed again, delighted. For someone who moved away when he was just a kid, you got a good memory, mister. Bill thought. You should have met me last week, my French-speaking friend. It's all still out there, but it's nothing but ruins and rusty tracks now. The freights don't even stop no more. Fella wanted to buy the land and put up a whole roadside entertainment thing. Pitch and putt, batting cages, driving ranges, mini golf, go-karts, little shack full of video games. I don't know what all. But there's some kind of big mix-up about who owns the land now. I guess he'll get it eventually. He's a persistent fella. But right now it's in the courts. And the canal, Bill murmured as they turned off Outer Center Street and onto Pasture Road, which, as Mike had said, was now marked with a green road sign reading Mall Road. The canal's still here. Yep, the cabbie said. That'll always be here, I guess. Now the Dairy Mall was on Bill's left, and as they rolled past it, he felt that queer doubling sensation again. When they had been kids, all of this had been a great long field full of rank grasses and gigantic nodding sunflowers, which marked the northeastern end of the Barrens. Behind it, to the west, was the old Cape low-income housing development. He could remember them exploring this field, being careful not to fall into the gaping cellar hold of the Kitchener Iron Works, which had exploded on Easter Sunday in the year 1906. The field had been full of relics, and they had unearthed them with all the solemn interest of archaeologists exploring Egyptian ruins. Bricks, dippers, chunks of iron with rusty bolts hanging from them, panes of glass, bottles full of unnameable gunk that smelled like the worst poison in the world. Something bad had happened near here, too, in the gravel pit close to the dump, but he could not yet remember it. He could only remember a name, Patrick Humboldt, and that it had something to do with the refrigerator, and something about a bird that had chased Mike Hanlon. What? He shook his head. Fragments, straws in the wind, that was all. The field was gone now, as were the remains of the ironworks. Bill remembered the great chimney of the ironworks suddenly. Faced with tile caked black with soot for the final 10 feet of its length, it had lain in the high grass like a gigantic pipe. They had scrambled up somehow and had walked along it, arms held out like tight-wire walkers, laughing. He shook his head, as if to dismiss the mirage of the mall, an ugly collection of buildings with signs that said Sears and J.C. Penney and Woolworths and CVS and York's Steakhouse and Walden Books and dozens of others. Roads wove in and out of parking lots. The mall did not go away, because it was no mirage. The Kitchener Iron Works was gone, and the field that had grown up around its ruins was likewise gone. The mall was the reality, not the memories. But somehow he didn't believe that. "Here you go, mister," the cabbie said. He pulled into the parking lot of a building that looked like a large plastic pagoda. "A little late, but better late than never, am I right?" "Indeed you are," Bill said. He gave the cab driver a 5. "Keep the change." "Good fucking deal," the cabbie exclaimed. "You need someone to drive, call Big Yellow and ask for Dave. Ask for me by name." "I'll just ask for the religious fella," Bill said, grinning. "The one who's got his plot all picked out in Mount Hope." "You got it," Dave said, laughing. "Have a good one, mister." "You too, Dave." He stood in the light rain for a moment, watching the cab draw away. He realized that he had meant to ask the driver one more question and had forgotten, perhaps on purpose. He had meant to ask Dave if he liked living in Derry. Abruptly, Bill Denbrough turned and walked into the Jade of the Orient. Mike Hanlon was in the lobby, sitting in a wicker chair with a huge flaring back. He got to his feet, and Bill felt deep unreality wash over him, through him. That sensation of doubling was back, but now it was much, much worse. He remembered a boy who had been about 5'3", trim and agile. Before him was a man who stood about 5'7". He was skinny. His clothes seemed to hang on him, and the lines in his face said that he was on the darker side of 40 instead of only 38 or so. Bill's shock must have shown on his face because Mike said quietly, "I know how I look." Bill flushed and said, "It's not that bad, Mike. It's just that I remember you as a kid. That's all it is." "Is it?" "You look a little tired." "I am a little tired," Mike said, "but I'll make it, I guess." He smiled then, and the smile lit his face. In it Bill saw the boy he had known 27 years ago.
As the old wood-frame home hospital had been overwhelmed with modern glass and cinder block, so had the boy that Bill had known been overwhelmed with the inevitable accessories of adulthood. There were wrinkles on his forehead, lines had grooved themselves from the corners of his mouth nearly to his chin, and his hair was graying on both sides above the ears. But as the old hospital, although overwhelmed, was still there, still visible, so was the boy Bill had known. Mike stuck out his hand and said, "Welcome back to Derry, Big Bill." Bill ignored the hand and embraced Mike. Mike hugged him back fiercely, and Bill could feel his hair, stiff and kinky, against his own shoulder and the side of his neck. "Whatever's wrong, Mike, we'll take care of it," Bill said. He heard the rough sound of tears in his throat and didn't care. "We beat it once, and we can beat it again." Mike pulled away from him, held him at arm's length. Although he was still smiling, there was too much sparkle in his eyes. He took out his handkerchief and wiped them. "Sure, Bill," he said. "You bet." "Would you gentlemen like to follow me?" the hostess asked. She was a smiling Oriental woman in a delicate pink kimono upon which a dragon cavorted and curled its plaited tail. Her dark hair was piled high on her head and held with ivory combs. "I know the way, Rose," Mike said. "Very good, Mr. Hanlon." She smiled at both of them. "You are well met in friendship, I think." "I think we are," Mike said. "This way, Bill." He led him down a dim corridor, past the main dining room, and toward a door where a beaded curtain hung. "The others," Bill began. "All here now," Mike said. "All that could come." Bill hesitated for a moment outside the door, suddenly frightened. It was not the unknown that scared him, not the supernatural. It was the simple knowledge that he was 15 inches taller than he had been in 1958 and minus most of his hair. He was suddenly uneasy, almost terrified, at the thought of seeing them all again, their children's faces almost worn away, almost buried under change as the old hospital had been buried. Banks erected inside their heads where once magic picture palaces had stood. "We grew up," he thought. "We didn't think it would happen. Not then, not to us. But it did. And if I go in there, it will be real. We're all grown-ups now." He looked at Mike, suddenly bewildered and timid. "How do they look?" he heard himself asking in a faltering voice. "Mike, how do they look?" "Come in and find out," Mike said, kindly enough, and led Bill into the small private room. 2. Bill Denbrough gets a look. Perhaps it was simply the dimness of the room that caused the illusion, which lasted for only the briefest moment, but Bill wondered later if it wasn't some sort of message meant strictly for him, that fate could also be kind. In that brief moment, it seemed to him that none of them had grown up, that his friends had somehow done a Peter Pan act and were all still children. Richie Tozier was rocked back in his chair so that he was leaning against the wall, caught in the act of saying something to Beverly Marsh, who had a hand cupped over her mouth to hide a giggle. Richie had a wise-ass grin on his face that was perfectly familiar. There was Eddie Kasprak, sitting on Beverly's left, and in front of him on the table, next to the water glass, was a plastic squeeze bottle with a pistol grip handle curving down from its top. The trimmings were a little more state-of-the-art, but the purpose was obviously the same. It was an aspirator. Sitting on one end of the table, watching this trio with an expression of mixed anxiety, amusement, and concentration, was Ben Hanscom. Bill found his hand wanting to go to his head and realized with a sorry kind of amusement that in that second he had almost rubbed his pate to see if his hair had magically come back. That red, fine hair that he had begun to lose when he was only a college sophomore. That broke the bubble. Richie was not wearing glasses, he saw, and thought, he probably has contacts now. He would. He hated those glasses. The T-shirts and cord pants he'd habitually worn had been replaced by a suit that hadn't been purchased off any rack. Bill estimated that he was looking at $900 worth of tailor-made on the hoof. Beverly Marsh, if her name still was Marsh, had become a stunningly beautiful woman. Instead of the casual ponytail, her hair, which was almost exactly the same shade his own had been, spilled over the shoulders of her plain white ship-and-shore blouse in a torrent of subdued color. In this dim light it merely glowed like a well-banked bed of embers. In daylight, even the light of such a subdued day as this one, Bill imagined it would flame. and he found himself wondering what it would feel like to plunge his hands into that hair. The world's oldest story, he thought wryly. I love my wife, but oh, you kid. Eddie, it was weird but true, had grown up to look quite a little bit like Anthony Perkins. His face was prematurely lined, although in his movements he seemed somehow younger than either Richie or Ben, and made older still by the rimless spectacles he wore. Spectacles you would imagine a British barrister wearing as he approached the bench or leafed through a legal brief. His hair was short, worn in an out-of-date style that had been known as Ivy League in the late 50s and early 60s. He was wearing a loud-checked sport coat that looked like something grabbed from the distress sale rack of a men's clothing store that would shortly be out of business. But the watch on one wrist was a Patek Philippe, and the ring on the little finger of his right hand was a ruby. The stone was too hugely vulgar and too ostentatious to be anything but real. Ben was the one who had really changed, and, looking at him again, Bill felt unreality wash easily over him. His face was the same, and his hair, although graying and longer, was combed in the same unusual right side part. But Ben had gotten thin. He sat easily enough in his chair, his unadorned leather vest open to show the blue chambray work shirt beneath. He wore Levi's with straight legs, cowboy boots, and a wide belt with a beaten silver buckle. These clothes hung easily to a body which was slim and narrow-hipped. He wore a bracelet with heavy links on one wrist. Not gold links, but copper ones. He got thin, Bill thought. He's a shadow of his former self, so to speak. Oh, Ben got thin. Wonders never cease. There was a moment of silence among the six of them that was beyond description. It was one of the strangest moments Bill Denbrough ever passed in his life. Stan was not here, but a seventh had come nonetheless. Here in this private restaurant dining room, Bill felt its presence so fully that it was almost personified. But not as an old man in a white robe with a scythe on his shoulder. It was the white spot on the map which lay between 1958 and 1985, an area an explorer might have called the Great Don't Know. Bill wondered what exactly was there. Beverly Marsh in a short skirt which showed most of her long, coltish legs, a Beverly Marsh in white go-go boots, her hair parted in the middle and ironed. Richie Tozier carrying a sign which said, "Stop the War" on one side and "Get ROTC off campus" on the other. Ben Hanscom in a yellow hard hat with a flag decal on the front, running a bulldozer under a canvas parasol, his shirt off, showing a stomach which protruded less and less over the waistband of his pants. Was this seventh creature black? No relation to either H. Rap Brown or Grandmaster Flash, not this fellow. This fellow wore plain white shirts and fade-into-the-woodwork J.C. Penney slacks, and he sat in a library corral at the University of Maine, writing papers on the origin of footnotes and the possible advantages of ISBN numbers in book cataloging, while the marchers marched outside and Phil Oakes sang, "Richard Nixon, find yourself another country to be part of," and men died with their stomachs blown out for villages whose names they could not pronounce. He sat there studiously bent over his work. Bill saw him, which lay in a slant of crisp white winter light, his face sober and absorbed, knowing that to be a librarian was to come as close as any human being can to sitting in the peak seat of eternity's engine. Was he the seventh? Or was it a young man standing before his mirror, looking at the way his forehead was growing, looking at a combful of pulled-out red hairs, looking at a pile of university notebooks on the desk reflected in the mirror, notebooks which held the completed messy first draft of a novel entitled Joanna, which would be published a year later? Some of the above, all of the above, none of the above. It didn't matter, really. The seventh was there. And in that one moment they all felt it, and perhaps understood best the dreadful power of the thing that had brought them back. It lives, Bill thought, cold inside his clothes. Eye of Newt, tail of dragon, hand of glory. Whatever it was, it's here again, in Derry. It. And he felt suddenly that it was the seventh, that it and time were somehow interchangeable, that it wore all their faces as well as the 1,000 others with which it had terrified and killed. And the idea that it might be them was somehow the most frightening idea of all. How much of us was left behind here, he thought with sudden rising terror. How much of us never left the drains and the sewers where it lived and where it fed? Is that why we forgot? Because part of each of us never had any future, never grew, never left Derry? Is that why? He saw no answers on their faces, only his own questions reflected back at him. Thoughts form and pass in a matter of seconds or milliseconds and create their own time frames, and all of this passed through Bill Denborough's mind in a space of no more than 5 seconds. Then Richie Tozier leaned back against the wall, grinned again, and said, "Oh my, look at this. Bill Denborough went for the chrome dome look. How long you been turtle waxing your head, Big Bill?" And Bill, with no idea at all of what might come out, opened his mouth and heard himself say, "Fuck you and the horse you rode in on, Trashmouth." There was a moment of silence, and then the room exploded with laughter. Bill crossed to them and began to shake hands, and while there was something horrible in what he now felt, there was also something comforting about it, the sensation of having come home for good. 3. Ben Hanscom gets skinny. Mike Hanlon ordered drinks, and as if to make up for the prior silence, everyone began to talk at once. Beverly Marsh was now Beverly Rogan, it turned out. She said she was married to a wonderful man in Chicago who had turned her whole life around and who had, by some benign magic, been able to transform his wife's simple talent for sewing into a successful dress business. Eddie Casbrack owned a limousine company in New York. "For all I know, my wife could be in bed with Al Pacino right now," he said, smiling mildly, and the room broke up. They all knew what Bill and Ben had been up to, but Bill had a peculiar sense that there had been no personal association of their names. Ben as an architect, himself as a writer, with people they had known as children until very, very recently. Beverly had paperback copies of Joanna and the Black Rapids in her purse and asked him if he would sign them. Bill did so, noticing as he did that both books were in mint condition, as if they had been purchased in the airport newsstand as she got off the plane. In like fashion, Richie told Ben how much he had admired the BBC Communications Centre in London, but there was a puzzled sort of light in his eyes, as if he could not quite reconcile that building with this man, or with the fat, earnest boy who had showed them how to flood out half the barrens with scrounged boards and a rusty car door. Richie was a disc jockey in California. He told them he was known as the man of 1,000 voices, and Bill groaned, "God, Richie, your voices were always so terrible." "Flattery will get you nowhere, master," Richie replied loftily. When Beverly asked him if he wore contacts now, Richie said in a low voice, "Come a little closer, baby. Look in my eyes." Beverly did, and exclaimed delightedly as Richie tilted his head a little so she could see the lower rims of the Hydromist soft lenses he wore. "Is the library still the same?" Ben asked Mike Hanlon. Mike took out his wallet and produced a snap of the library, taken from above. He did it with the proud air of a man producing snapshots of his kids when asked about his family. "Guy in a light plane took this," he said, as the picture went from hand to hand. "I've been trying to get either the city council or some well-heeled private donor to supply enough cash to get it blown up to mural size for the children's library. So far, no soap. But it's a good picture, huh?" They all agreed that it was. Ben held it longest, looking at it fixedly. Finally, he tapped the glass corridor which connected the two buildings. "Do you recognize this from anywhere else, Mike?" Mike smiled. "It's your communications center," he said, and all 6 of them burst out laughing. The drinks came, they sat down. That silence, sudden, awkward, and perplexing, fell again. They looked at each other. "Well?" Beverly asked in her sweet, slightly husky voice. "What do we drink to?" "To us," Richie said suddenly, and now he wasn't smiling. His eyes caught Bill's, and with a force so great he could barely deal with it, Bill remembered himself and Richie in the middle of Neibolt Street, after the thing which might have been a clown or which might have been a werewolf had disappeared, embracing each other and weeping. When he picked up his glass, his hand was trembling, and some of his drink spilled on the napery. Richie rose slowly to his feet, and one by one the others followed suit. Bill first, then Ben and Eddie, Beverly, and finally Mike Hanlon. "To us," Richie said, and like Bill's hand, his voice trembled a little. "To the Losers Club of 1958. "The Losers," Beverly said, slightly amused. "The Losers," Eddie said. His face was pale and old behind his rimless glasses. "The Losers," Ben agreed. A faint and painful smile ghosted at the corners of his mouth. "The losers," Mike Hanlon said softly. "The losers," Bill finished. Their glasses touched, they drank. That silence fell again, and this time Richie did not break it. This time the silence seemed necessary. They sat back down, and Bill said, "So spill it, Mike. Tell us what's been happening here and what we can do." "Eat first," Mike said. "We'll talk afterward." So they ate, and they ate long and well. Like that old joke about the condemned man, Bill thought, but his own appetite was better than it had been in ages. Since he was a kid, he was tempted to think. The food was not stunningly good, but it was far from bad, and there was a lot of it. The six of them began trading stuff back and forth: spare ribs, mugu gai pan, chicken wings that had been delicately braised, egg rolls, water chestnuts wrapped in bacon, strips of beef that had been threaded on wooden skewers. They began with poo-poo platters, and Richie made a childish but amusing business of broiling a little bit of everything over the flaming pot in the center of the platter he was sharing with Beverly, including half an egg roll and a few red kidney beans. "Flambe at my table. I love it," he told Ben. "I'd eat shit on a shingle if it was flambe at my table." "And probably has," Bill remarked. Beverly laughed so hard at this she had to spit a mouthful of food into her napkin. "Oh, God, I think I'm gonna Ralph," Richie said in an eerily exact imitation of Don Pardo, and Beverly laughed harder, blushing a bright red. "Stop it, Richie," she said. "I'm warning you." "The warning is taken," Richie said. "Eat well, dear." Rose herself brought them their dessert, a great mound of baked Alaska which she ignited at the head of the table where Mike sat. "More flambe at my table," Richie said in the voice of a man who has died and gone to heaven. "This may be the best meal I've ever eaten in my life." "But of course," Rose said demurely. "If I blow that out, do I get my wish?" he asked her. "At Jade of the Orient, all wishes are granted, sir." Richie's smile faltered suddenly. "I applaud the sentiment," he said, "but you know, I really doubt the veracity." They almost demolished the baked Alaska. As Bill sat back, his belly straining the waistband of his pants, he happened to notice the glasses on the table. There seemed to be hundreds of them. He grinned a little, realizing that he himself had sunk 2 martinis before the meal, and God knew how many bottles of Kirin beer with it. The others had done about as well. In their state, fried chunks of bowling pin would probably have tasted okay. And yet he didn't feel drunk. "I haven't eaten like that since I was a kid," Ben said. They looked at him, and a faint flush of color tinged his cheeks. "I mean it, literally. That may be the biggest meal I've eaten since I was a sophomore in high school." "You went on a diet?" Eddie asked. "Yeah," Ben said, "I did. The Ben Hanscom Freedom Diet." "What got you going?" Richie asked. "You don't want to hear all that ancient history." Ben shifted uncomfortably. "I don't know about the rest of them," Bill said, "but I do. Come on, Ben, give. What turned Haystack Calhoun into the magazine model we see before us today?" Richie snorted a little. "Haystack, right. I'd forgotten that." "It's not much of a story," Ben said. "No story at all, really. After that summer, after 1958, we stayed in Derry another 2 years. Then my mom lost her job, and we ended up moving to Nebraska because she had a sister there who offered to take us in until my mother got on her feet again. It wasn't so great. Her sister, my Aunt Jean, was a miserly bitch who had to keep telling you what your place in the great scheme of things was. How lucky we were that my mom had a sister who could give us charity. How lucky we were not to be on welfare. All that sort of thing. I was so fat I disgusted her. She couldn't leave it alone. Ben, you ought to get more exercise. Ben, you'll have a heart attack before you're 40 if you don't lose weight. Ben, with little children starving in the world, you ought to be ashamed of yourself." He paused for a moment and sipped some water. "The thing was, she also trotted the starving children out if I didn't clean my plate." Richie laughed and nodded. "Anyway, the country was just pulling out of a recession, and my mother was almost a year finding steady work. By the time we moved out of Aunt Jean's place in La Vista and got our own in Omaha, I'd put on about 90 pounds over when you guys knew me. I think I put on most of it just to spite my Aunt Jean." Eddie whistled. "That would have put you at about At about 210, Ben said gravely. Anyway, I was going to East Side High School in Omaha, and the phys ed periods were, well, pretty bad. The other kids called me Jugs. That ought to give you the idea. The ragging went on for about 7 months, and then one day, while we were getting dressed in the locker room after the period, 2 or 3 of the guys started to kind of slap my gut. They called it fat paddling. Pretty soon 2 or 3 others got in on it. Then 4 or 5 more. Pretty soon it was all of them, chasing me around the locker room and up the hall, whacking my gut, my butt, my back, my legs. I got scared and started to scream. That made the rest of them laugh like crazy. You know, he said, looking down and carefully rearranging his silverware, that's the last time I can remember thinking of Henry Bowers until Mike called me 2 days ago. The kid who started it was a farm boy with these big old hands, and while they were chasing after me, I remember thinking that Henry had come back. I know. That's when I panicked. They chased me up the hall past the lockers where the guys who played sports kept their stuff. I was naked and red as a lobster. I'd lost any sense of dignity or of myself, I guess you'd say. Where myself was. I was screaming for help, and here they came after me screaming, fat paddling, fat paddling, fat paddling. There was a bench. Ben, you don't have to put yourself through this, Beverly said suddenly. Her face had gone ashy pale. She toyed with her water glass and almost spilled it. Let him finish, Bill said. Ben looked at him for a moment and then nodded. There was a bench at the end of the corridor. I fell over it and hit my head. They were all around me in another minute or two, and then this voice said, "Okay, that's enough. You guys go change up." It was Coach, standing there in the doorway, wearing his blue sweatpants with the white stripe up the sides and his white T-shirt. There was no way of telling how long he'd been standing there. They all looked at him, some of them grinning, some of them guilty, some of them just looking sort of vacant. They went away, and I burst into tears. Coach just stood there in the doorway, leaning back to the gym, watching me, watching this naked fat boy with his skin all red from the fat paddling, watching this fat kid crying on the floor. And finally he said, "Benny, why don't you just fucking shut up?" It shocked me so much to hear a teacher use that word that I did. I looked up at him, and he came over and sat down on the bench I'd fallen over. He leaned over me, and the whistle around his neck swung out and bonked me on the forehead. For a second I thought he was going to kiss me or something, and I shrank back from him. But what he did was grab one of my tits in each hand and squeeze. Then he took his hands away and rubbed them on his pants like he'd touched something dirty. "You think I'm going to comfort you?" he asked me. "I'm not. You disgust them, and you disgust me as well. We got different reasons, but that's because they're kids and I'm not. They don't know why you disgust them. I do know. It's because I see you burying the good body God gave you in a great big mess of fat. It's a lot of stupid self-indulgence, and it makes me want to puke. Now listen to me, Benny, because this is the only time I'm going to say it to you. I got a football team to coach, and basketball and track, and somewhere in between I've got swimming team. So I'll just say it once. You're fat up here." And he tapped my forehead right where his damned whistle had bonked me. "That's where everybody's fat. You put what's between your ears on a diet, and you're going to lose weight. But guys like you never do." "What a bastard," Beverly said indignantly. "Yeah," Ben said, grinning. But he didn't know he was a bastard. That's how dumb he was. He'd probably seen Jack Webb in that movie The D.I. about 60 times, and he actually thought he was doing me a favor. And as it turned out, he was, because I thought of something right then. I thought... He looked away, frowning, and Bill had the strangest feeling that he knew what Ben was going to say before he said it. "I told you that the last time I can remember thinking of Henry Bowers was when the other boys were chasing after me and fat paddling. Well, when the coach was getting up to go, that was the last time I really thought of what we'd done in the summer of '58. I thought..." He hesitated again, looking at each of them in turn, seeming to search their faces. He went on carefully. "I thought of how good we were together. I thought of what we did and how we did it. And all at once it hit me that if Coach had to face anything like that, his hair would probably have turned white all at once and his heart would have stopped dead in his chest like an old watch. It wasn't fair, of course, but he hadn't been fair to me.
What happened was simple enough.
You got mad, Bill said. Ben smiled.
Yeah, that's right, he said. I called Coach. He turned around and looked at me. You say you coach track? I asked him. That's right, he said. Not that it's anything to you. You listen to me, you stupid stone-brained son of a bitch, I said, and his mouth dropped open and his eyes bugged out. I'll be out there for the track team in March. What do you think about that? I think you better shut your mouth before it gets you into big trouble, he said. I'm going to run down everyone you get out, I said. I'm going to run down your best, and then I want a fucking apology from you. His fist clenched, and for a minute I thought he was going to come back in there and let me have it. Then they unclenched again. You just keep talking, fat boy, he said softly. You got the motor mouth. But the day you can outrun my best will be the day I quit this place and go back to picking corn on the circuit. And he left. You lost the weight? Richie asked. Well, I did, Ben said, but Coach was wrong. It didn't start in my head. It started with my mother. I went home that night and told her I wanted to lose some weight. We ended up having a hell of a fight, both of us crying. She started out with that same old song and dance. I wasn't really fat. I just had big bones. And a big boy who was going to be a big man had to eat big just to stay even. It was a kind of security thing with her, I think. It was scary for her, trying to raise a boy on her own. She had no education and no real skills, just a willingness to work hard. And when she could give me a second helping, or when she could look across the table at me and see that I was looking solid, she felt like she was winning the battle, Mike said. Uh-huh. Ben drank off the last of his beer and wiped a small mustache of foam off his upper lip with the heel of his hand. So the biggest fight wasn't with my head, it was with her. She just wouldn't accept it, not for months. She wouldn't take in my clothes, and she wouldn't buy me new ones. I was running by then. I ran everywhere, and sometimes my heart pounded so hard I felt like I was going to pass out. The first of my mile runs I finished by puking and then fainting. Then for a while I just puked, and after a while I was holding my pants while I ran. I got a paper route and ran with the bag around my neck, bouncing against my chest while I held up my pants. My shirt started to look like sails. And nights when I went home and would only eat half the stuff on my plate, my mother would burst into tears and say that I was starving myself, killing myself, that I didn't love her anymore, that I didn't care about how hard she had worked for me. Christ, Richie muttered, lighting a cigarette. I don't know how you handled it, Ben. I just kept the coach's face in front of me, Ben said. I just kept remembering the way he looked after he grabbed my tits in the hallway to the boys' locker room that time. That's how I did it. I got myself some new jeans and stuff with the paper route money, and the old guy in the first-floor apartment used his awl to punch some new holes in my belt. About 5 of them, as I remember. I think I might have remembered the other time I had to buy a pair of new jeans. That was when Henry pushed me into the Barrens that day, and they just about got torn off my body. Yeah, Eddie said, grinning. And you told me about the chocolate milk. Remember that? Ben nodded. If I did remember, he went on, it was just for a second, there and gone. About that same time, I started taking health and nutrition at school, and I found out you could eat just about all the raw green stuff you wanted and not gain weight. So one night my mother put on a salad with lettuce and raw spinach in it, chunks of apple, and maybe a little leftover ham. Now, I've never liked rabbit food that much, but I had 3 helpings and just raved on and on to my mother about how good it was. That went a long way toward solving the problem. She didn't care so much what I ate as long as I ate a lot of it. She buried me in salads. I ate them for the next 3 years. There were times when I had to look in the mirror to make sure my nose wasn't wriggling. So what happened about the coach? Eddie asked. Did you go out for track? He touched his aspirator as if the thought of running had reminded him of it. Oh, yeah, I went out, Ben said. The 220 and the 440. By then I'd lost 70 pounds, and I'd sprung up 2 inches so that what was left was better distributed. On the first day of trials, I won the 220 by 6 lengths and the 440 by 8. Then I went over to Coach, who looked mad enough to chew nails and spit out staples, and I said, "Looks like it's time you got out on the circuit and started picking corn. When are you heading down Kansas way?" He didn't say a thing at first, Just swung a roundhouse and knocked me flat on my back. Then he told me to get off the field. Said he didn't want a smart-mouthed bastard like me on his track team. I wouldn't be on it if President Kennedy appointed me to it, I said, wiping blood out of the corner of my mouth. And since you got me going, I won't hold you to it. But the next time you sit down to a big plate of corn on the cob, spare me a thought. He told me if I didn't get out right then, he was going to beat the living crap out of me. Ben was smiling a little, but there was nothing pleasant about that smile. Certainly nothing nostalgic. Those were his exact words. Everyone was watching us, including the kids I'd beaten. They looked pretty embarrassed. So I just said, I'll tell you what, Coach. You get one free, on account of you're a sore loser but too old to learn any better now. But you put one more on me, and I'll try to see to it that you lose your job. I'm not sure I can do it, but I can make a good try. I lost the weight so I could have a little dignity and a little peace. Those are things worth fighting for. Bill said, all of that sounds wonderful, Ben, but the writer in me wonders if any kid ever really talked like that. Ben nodded, still smiling that peculiar smile. I doubt if any kid who hadn't been through the things we went through ever did, he said. But I said them, and I meant them. Bill thought about this and then nodded. All right. The coach stood back with his hands on the hips of his sweatpants, Ben said. He opened his mouth, and then he closed it again. Nobody said anything. I walked off, and that was the last I had to do with Coach Woodley. When my homeroom teacher handed me my course sheet for my junior year, someone had typed the word excused next to phys ed, and he'd initialed it. You beat him, Richie exclaimed and shook his clenched hands over his head. Way to go, Ben. Ben shrugged. I think what I did was beat part of myself. Coach got me going, I guess. But it was thinking of you guys that made me really believe that I could do it. And I did do it. Ben shrugged charmingly, but Bill believed he could see fine drops of sweat at his hairline. End of true confessions. Except I sure could use another beer. Talking's thirsty work. Mike signaled the waitress. All 6 of them ended up ordering another round, and they talked of light matters until the drinks came. Bill looked into his beer, watching the way the bubbles crawled up the sides of the glass. He was both amused and appalled to realize he was hoping someone else would begin to story about the years between. That Beverly would tell them about the wonderful man she had married, even if he was boring, as most wonderful men were. Or that Richie Tozier would begin to expound on funny incidents in the broadcasting studio. Or that Eddie Kasprak would tell them what Teddy Kennedy was really like, how much Robert Redford tipped. Or maybe offer some insights into why Ben had been able to give up the extra pounds while he needed to hang on to his aspirator. The fact is, Bill thought, Mike is going to start talking any minute now, and I'm not sure I want to hear what he has to say. The fact is, my heart is beating just a little too fast, and my hands are just a little too cold. The fact is, I'm just about 25 years too old to be this scared. We all are. So say something, someone. Let's talk of careers and spouses and what it's like to look at your old playmates and realize that you've taken a few really good shots in the nose from time itself. Let's talk about sex, baseball, the price of gas, the future of the Warsaw Pact nations. Anything but what we came here to talk about. So say something, somebody. Somebody did. Eddie Kasprak did. But it was not what Teddy Kennedy was really like, or how much Redford tipped, or even why he had found it necessary to keep what Richie had sometimes called Eddie's lung sucker in the old days. He asked Mike when Stan Uris had died. The night before last, when I made the calls. Did it have to do with why we're here? I could beg the question and say that since he didn't leave a note, no one can know for sure, Mike answered. But since it happened almost immediately after I called him, I think the assumption is safe enough. He killed himself, didn't he? Beverly said dully. Oh, God, poor Stan. The others were looking at Mike, who finished his drink and said, He committed suicide, yes. Apparently went up to the bathroom shortly after I called him, drew a bath, got into it, and cut his wrists. Bill looked down the table, which seemed suddenly lined with shocked, pale faces. No bodies, only those faces, like white circles. Like white balloons, moon balloons, tethered here by an old promise that should have long since lapsed.
How did you find out? Richie asked. Was it carried in the papers up here? No. For some time now I've subscribed to the papers of those towns closest to all of you. I have kept tabs over the years. I spy. Richie's face was sour. Thanks, Mike. It was my job, Mike said simply. Poor Stan, Beverly repeated. She seemed stunned, unable to cope with the news. But he was so brave back then, so determined. People change, Eddie said. Do they? Bill asked. Stan was... He moved his hands on the tablecloth, trying to catch the right words. He was an ordered person, the kind of person who has to have his books divided up into fiction and non-fiction on his shelves, and then wants to have each section in alphabetical order. I can remember something he said once. I don't remember where we were or what we were doing, at least not yet, but I think it was toward the end of things. He said he could stand to be scared, but he hated being dirty. That seemed to me the essence of Stan. Maybe it was just too much when Mike called. He saw his choices as being only two: stay alive and get dirty, or die clean. Maybe people really don't change as much as we think. Maybe they just stiffen up. There was a moment of silence, and then Richie said, All right, Mike, what's happening in Derry? Tell us. I can tell you some, Mike said. I can tell you, for instance, what's happening now, and I can tell you some things about yourselves. But I can't tell you everything that happened back in the summer of 1958, and I don't believe I'll ever have to. Eventually, you'll remember it for yourselves. And I think if I told you too much before your minds were ready to remember, what happened to Stan might happen to us, Ben asked quietly. Mike nodded. Yes, that's exactly what I'm afraid of. Bill said, Then tell us what you can, Mike. All right, he said, I will. 4. The losers get the scoop. The murders have started again, Mike said flatly. He looked up and down the table, and then his eyes fixed on Bill's. The first of the new murders, if you'll allow me that rather grisly conceit, began on Main Street Bridge and ended underneath it. The victim was a gay and rather childlike man named Adrian Mellon. He had a bad case of asthma. Eddie's hand stole out and touched the side of his aspirator. It happened last summer on July 21st, the last night of the Canal Days Festival, which was a kind of celebration, a Derry ritual, Bill said in a low voice. His long fingers were slowly massaging his temples, and it was not hard to guess he was thinking about his brother George. George, who had almost certainly opened the way the last time this had happened. A ritual, Mike said quietly. Yes. He told them the story of what had happened to Adrian Mellon quickly, watching with no pleasure as their eyes got bigger and bigger. He told them what the news had reported and what it had not, the latter including the testimony of Dan Haggerty and Christopher Unwin about a certain clown which had been under the bridge like the troll in the fabled story of yore, a clown which had looked like a cross between Ronald McDonald and Bozo, according to Haggerty. It was him, Ben said in a sick, hoarse voice. It was that fucker Pennywise. There's one other thing, Mike said, looking at Bill. One of the investigating officers, the one who actually pulled Adrian Mellon out of the canal, was a town cop named Harold Gardner. Oh, Jesus Christ, Bill said in a weak, teary voice. Bill? Beverly looked at him, then put a hand on his arm. Her voice was full of startled concern. Bill, what's wrong? Harold would have been about 5 then, Bill said. His stunned eyes searched Mike's face for confirmation. Yes. What is it, Bill? Richie asked. Harold Gardner was the son of Dave Gardner, Bill said. Dave lived down the street from us back then, when George was killed. He was the one who got to to my brother first and brought him up to the house, wrapped in a piece of quilt. They sat silently, saying nothing. Beverly put a hand briefly over her eyes. It all fits rather too well, doesn't it? Mike said finally. Yes, Bill said in a low voice. It fits all right. I'd kept tabs on the 6 of you over the years, as I said, Mike went on. But it wasn't until then that I began to understand just why I had been doing it. that it had a real and concrete purpose. Still, I held off, waiting to see how things would develop. You see, I felt that I had to be absolutely sure before I disturbed your lives. Not 90%, not even 95%. 100 was all that would do it. In December of last year, an 8-year-old boy named Stephen Johnson was found dead in Memorial Park. Like Adrian Mellon, he had been badly mutilated just before or just after his death. But he looked as if he could have died of just plain fright. Sexually assaulted? Eddie asked. No, just plain mutilated. How many in all? Eddie asked, not looking as if he really wanted to know. It's bad, Mike said. How many? Bill repeated. 9 so far. It can't be, Beverly cried. I would have read about it in the paper, seen it on the news. When that crazy cop killed all those women in Castle Rock, Maine, and those children that were murdered in Atlanta. Yes, that, Mike said. I've thought about that a lot. It's really the closest correlative to what's going on here, and Bev's right. That really was coast-to-coast news. In some ways, the Atlanta comparison is the thing about all of this that frightens me the most. The murder of 9 children. We should have TV news correspondents here, and phony psychics, and reporters from the Atlantic Monthly and Rolling Stone. The whole media circus, in short. But it hasn't happened, Bill said. No, Mike answered, it hasn't. Oh, there was a Sunday supplement piece about it in the Portland Sunday Telegram, and another one in the Boston Globe after the last 2. A Boston-based television program called Good Day did a segment this February on unsolved murders, and one of the experts mentioned the Derry murders, but only passingly. And he certainly gave no indication of knowing there had been a similar batch of murders in 1957-58 and another in 1929-30. There are some ostensible reasons, of course. Atlanta, New York, Chicago, Detroit, those are big media towns. And in big media towns, when something happens, it makes a bang. There isn't a single TV or radio station in Derry, unless you count the little FM the English and Speech Department runs up at the high school. Bangor's got the corner on the market when it comes to the media. Except for the Derry News, Eddie said, and they all laughed. But we all know that doesn't really cut it with the way the world is today. The communication web is there, and at some point the story should have broken nationally, but it didn't. And I think the reason is just this. It doesn't want it to. It, Bill mused, almost to himself. It, Mike agreed. If we have to call it something, it might as well be what we used to call it. I've begun to think, you see, that it has been here so long, whatever it really is, that it's become a part of Derry, something as much a part of the town as the standpipe or the canal, or Basie Park or the library. Only it's not a matter of outward geography, you understand. Maybe that was true once, but now it's inside. Somehow it's gotten inside. That's the only way I know to understand all of the terrible things that have happened here, the nominally explicable as well as the utterly inexplicable. There was a fire at a Negro nightclub called the Black Spot in 1930. A year before that, a bunch of half-bright Depression outlaws was gunned down on Canal Street in the middle of the afternoon. The Bradley Gang, Bill said. The FBI got them, right? That's what the histories say, but that's not precisely true. So far as I've been able to find out, and I'd give a lot to believe that it wasn't so, because I love this town, the Bradley Gang, all 7 of them, were actually gunned down by the good citizens of Derry. I'll tell you about it sometime. There was the explosion at the Kitchener Iron Works during an Easter egg hunt in 1906. There was a horrible series of animal mutilations that same year that was finally traced to Andrew Rulin, the granduncle of the man who now runs the Rulin Farms. He was apparently bludgeoned to death by the 3 deputies who were supposed to bring him in. None of the deputies were ever brought to trial. Mike Hanlon produced a small notebook from an inner pocket and paged through it, talking without looking up. In 1877, there were 4 lynchings inside the incorporated town limits. One of those that climbed a rope was the lay preacher of the Methodist Church, who apparently drowned all 4 of his children in the bathtub as if they were kittens, and then shot his wife in the head. He put the gun in her hand to make it look like suicide, but no one was fooled. A year before that, 4 loggers were found dead in a cabin downstream on the Kenduskeag, literally torn apart. Disappearances of children, of whole families, are recorded in old diary extracts, but not in any public document. It goes on, but perhaps you get the idea.
I get the idea, all right, Ben said. Something's going on here, but it's private.
Mike closed his notebook, replaced it in his inner pocket, and looked at them soberly. If I were an insurance man instead of a librarian, I'd draw you a graph, maybe. It would show an unusually high rate of every violent crime we know of, not excluding rape, incest, breaking and entering, auto theft, child abuse, spouse abuse, assault. There's a medium-sized city in Texas where the violent crime rate is far below what you'd expect for a city of its size and mixed racial makeup. The extraordinary placidity of the people who live there has been traced to something in the water, a natural trank of some kind. The exact opposite holds true here. Derry is a violent place to live in an ordinary year, but every 27 years, although the cycle has never been perfectly exact, that violence has escalated to a furious peak, and it has never been national news. You're saying there's a cancer at work here, Beverly said. Not at all. An untreated cancer invariably kills. Derry hasn't died. On the contrary, it has thrived. In an unspectacular, unnewsworthy way, of course. It is simply a fairly prosperous, small city in a relatively unpopulous state where bad things happen too often, and where ferocious things happen every quarter of a century or so.
That holds true all down the line? Ben asked.
Mike nodded. All down the line, 1715-16, 1740 until roughly 1743, that must have been a bad one, 1769-70, and on, right up to the present time. I have a feeling that it's been getting steadily worse, maybe because there have been more people in Derry at the end of each cycle, maybe for some other reason. And in 1958, the cycle appears to have come to a premature end, for which we were responsible. Bill Denbrough leaned forward, his eyes suddenly bright.
You're sure of that? Sure?
Yes, Mike said. All the other cycles reached their peak around September and then ended in a big way. Life usually took on its more or less normal tenor by Christmas, Easter at the latest. In other words, there were bad years for 14 to 20 months every 27 years. But the bad year that began when your brother was killed in October of 1957 ended quite abruptly in August of 1958.
Why?
Eddie asked urgently. His breath had thinned. Bill remembered that high whistle as Eddie inhaled breath and knew that he would soon be tooting on the old lung sucker. What did we do? The question hung there. Mike seemed to regard it, and at last he shook his head. You'll remember, he said. In time, you'll remember.
What if we don't? Ben asked.
Then God help us all.
9 children dead this year, Rich said. Christ.
Lisa Albrecht and Stephen Johnson in late 1984, Mike said. In February, a boy named Dennis Torrio disappeared, a high school boy. His body was found in mid-March in the Barrens, mutilated. This was nearby. He took a photograph from the same pocket into which he had replaced the notebook. It made its way around the table. Beverly and Eddie looked at it, puzzled. But Richie Tozier reacted violently. He dropped it as if it were hot. Jesus! Jesus, Mike! He looked up, his eyes wide and shocked. A moment later, he passed the picture to Bill. Bill looked at it and felt the world swim into gray tones all around him. For a moment, he was sure he would pass out. He heard a groan and knew he had made the sound. He dropped the picture. What is it? He heard Beverly saying. What does it mean, Bill? It's my brother's school picture, Bill said at last. It's Georgie. The picture from his album. The one that moved. The one that winked. They handed it around again then, while Bill sat as still as stone at the head of the table, looking out into space. It was a photograph of a photograph. The picture showed a tattered school photo propped up against a white background, smiling lips parted to exhibit 2 holes where new teeth had never grown. Unless they grow in your coffin, Bill thought and shuddered. On the margin below George's picture were the words, "School Friends, 1957-58. "It was found this year?" Beverly asked again. Mike nodded, and she turned to Bill. "When did you see it last, Bill?" He wet his lips, tried to speak. Nothing came out. He tried again, hearing the words echo in his head, aware of the stutter coming back, fighting the terror. "I haven't seen that picture since 1958. That spring, the year after George died. When I tried to show it to Richie, it was gone." There was an explosive gasping sound that made them all look around. Eddie was setting his aspirator back on the table and looking slightly embarrassed. "Eddie Kasprak blasts off," Richie cried cheerfully, and then suddenly and eerily, the voice of the movie-tone newsreel narrator came from Rich's mouth. "Today, in Derry, a whole city turns out for asthmatics on parade, and the star of the show is Big Ed the Snothead, known all over New England as—" He stopped abruptly, and one hand moved toward his face, as if to cover his eyes. And Bill suddenly thought, No, that's not it. Not to cover his eyes, but to push his glasses up on his nose. The glasses that aren't even there anymore. Oh, dear Christ, what's going on here? "Eddie, I'm sorry," Rich said. "That was cruel. I don't know what the hell I was thinking about." He looked around at the others, bewildered. Mike Hanlon spoke into the silence. "I'd promised myself after Stephen Johnson's body was discovered that if anything else happened, if there was one more clear case, I would make the calls that I ended up not making for another 2 months. It was as if I was hypnotized by what was happening, by the consciousness of it, the deliberateness of it. George's picture was found by a fallen log less than 10 feet from the Torrio boy's body. It wasn't hidden, quite the contrary. It was as if the killer wanted it to be found, as I'm sure the killer did." "How did you get the police photo, Mike?" Ben asked. "That's what it is, isn't it?" "Yes, that's what it is. There's a fellow in the police department who isn't averse to making a little extra money. I pay him $20 a month, all that I can afford. He's a pipeline." The body of Dawn Roy was found 4 days after the Torrio boy, McCarran Park, 13 years old, decapitated. April 23rd of this year, Adam Terrault, 16, reported missing when he didn't come home from band practice. Found the next day just off the path that runs through the green belt behind West Broadway. Also decapitated. May 6th, Frederick Cohen, 2½, found in an upstairs bathroom, drowned in the toilet. "Oh, Mike," Beverly cried. "Yeah, it's bad," he said, almost angrily. "Don't you think I know that?" "The police are convinced that it couldn't have been, well, some kind of accident?" Bev asked. Mike shook his head. "His mother was hanging clothes in the backyard. She heard sounds of a struggle, heard her son screaming. She ran as fast as she could. As she went up the stairs, she says she heard the sound of the toilet flushing repeatedly. That, and someone laughing. She said it didn't sound human." "And she saw nothing at all?" Eddie asked. "Her son," Mike said simply. "His back had been broken, his skull fractured. The glass door of the shower stall was broken. There was blood everywhere. The mother is in the Bangor Mental Health Institute now. My police department source says she's quite lost her mind." "No fucking wonder," Richie said hoarsely. "Who's got a cigarette?" Beverly gave him one. Rich lit it with hands that shook badly. "The police line is that the killer came in through the front door while the Cohen boy's mother was hanging her clothes in the backyard. Then, when she ran up the back stairs, he supposedly jumped from the bathroom window into the yard she'd just left and got away clean. But the window was only one of those half-sized jobs. A kid of 7 would have to wriggle to get through it. And the drop was 25 feet to a stone-flagged patio. Rademacher doesn't like to talk about those things, and no one in the press, certainly no one at the news, has pressed him about them." Mike took a drink of water and then passed another picture down the line. This was not a police photograph. It was another school picture. It showed a grinning boy who was maybe 13. He was dressed in his best for the school photo, and his hands were clean and folded neatly in his lap. But there was a devilish little glint in his eyes. He was black. "Jeffrey Holly," Mike said. "May 13th. a week after the Cohen boy was killed. Torn open. He was found in Basie Park, by the canal. 9 days after that, May 22nd, a fifth grader named John Fury was found dead out on Neibolt Street. Eddie uttered a high, quavering scream. He groped for his aspirator and knocked it off the table. It rolled down to Bill, who picked it up. Eddie's face had gone a sickish yellow color. His breath whistled coldly in his throat. "Get him something to drink," Ben roared. "Somebody get him—" But Eddie was shaking his head. He triggered the aspirator down his throat. His chest heaved as he tore in a gulp of air. He triggered the aspirator again and then sat down, eyes half closed, panting. "I'll be all right," he gasped. "Give me a minute. I'm with you." "Eddie, are you sure?" Beverly asked. "Maybe you ought to lie down." "I'll be all right," he repeated querulously. "It was just the shock. You know, the shock. I'd forgotten all about Neibolt Street." No one replied. No one had to. Bill thought, "You believe your capacity has been reached, and then Mike produces another name, and yet another, like a black magician with a hatful of malign tricks, and you're knocked on your ass again." It was too much to face all at once, this outpouring of inexplicable violence, somehow directly aimed at the 6 people here, or so George's photograph seemed to suggest. "Both of John Fury's legs were gone," Mike continued softly, "but the medical examiner says that happened after he died. His heart gave out. He seems to have quite literally died of fear. He was found by the postman, who saw a hand sticking out from under the porch." "It was 29, wasn't it?" Rich said, and Bill looked at him quickly. Rich glanced back at him, nodded slightly, and then looked at Mike again. 29 Neibolt Street. "Oh, yes," Mike said in that same calm voice. "It was number 29. He drank more water. "Are you really all right, Eddie?" Eddie nodded. His breathing had eased. "Rademacher made an arrest the day after Fury's body was discovered," Mike said. "There was a front-page editorial in the news that same day calling for his resignation, incidentally." "After 8 murders," Ben said. "Pretty radical of them, wouldn't you say?" Beverly wanted to know who had been arrested. "A guy who lives in a little shack way out on Route 7, almost over the town line and into Newport," Mike said. "Kind of a hermit. Burned scrap wood in his stove, roofed the place with scavenged shingles and hubcaps. Name of Harold Earl. Probably doesn't see $200 in cash money over the course of a year. Someone driving by saw him standing out in his dooryard, just looking up at the sky, on the day John Fury's body was discovered. His clothes were covered with blood." "Then maybe," Rich began hopefully. "He had 3 butchered deer in his shed," Mike said. "He'd been jacking over in Haven. The blood on his clothes was deer blood. Rademacher asked him if he killed John Fury, and Earl is supposed to have said, 'Oh, yeah, I killed a lot of people. I shot most of them in the war.' He also said he'd seen things in the woods at night, blue lights sometimes, floating just a few inches off the ground. Corpse lights, he called them. And Bigfoot. They sent him up to the Bangor Mental Health. According to the medical report, his liver's almost entirely gone. He's been drinking paint thinner." "Oh, my God," Beverly said. "And is prone to hallucinations. They've been holding on to him, and until 3 days ago Rademacher was sticking to his idea that Earl was the most likely suspect. He had 8 guys out there, digging around his shack and looking for the missing heads, lampshades made out of human skin, God knows what." Mike paused, head lowered, and then went on. His voice was slightly hoarse now. "I'd held off and held off. But when I saw this last one, I made the calls. I wish to God I'd made them sooner." "Let's see," Ben said abruptly. "The victim was another 5th grader," Mike said, "a classmate of the Fury boy. He was found just off Kansas Street, near where Bill used to hide his bike when we were in the Barrens. His name was Jerry Bellwood. He was torn apart. What was left of him was found at the foot of a cement retaining wall that was put in along most of Kansas Street about 20 years ago to stop the soil erosion. This police photograph of the section of that wall where Bellwood was found was taken less than half an hour after the body was removed. Here." He passed the picture to Rich Tozier, who looked and passed it on to Beverly. She glanced at it briefly, winced, and passed it on to Eddie, who gazed at it long and raptly before handing it on to Ben. Ben passed it to Bill with barely a glance. Printing straggled its way across the concrete retaining wall. It said, "Come home, come home, come home." Bill looked up at Mike grimly. He had been bewildered and frightened. Now he felt the first stirrings of anger. He was glad. Angry was not such a great way to feel, but it was better than the shock, better than the miserable fear. "Is that written in what I think it's written in?" "Yes," Mike said. "Jerry Bellwood's blood." 5. Richie gets beeped. Mike had taken his photographs back. He had an idea that Bill might ask for the one of George's last school picture, but Bill did not. He put them in his inside jacket pocket, and when they were out of sight, all of them, Mike included, felt a sense of relief. 9 children, Beverly was saying softly. "I can't believe it. I can believe it, but I can't believe it. 9 kids and nothing at all?" "It's not quite like that," Mike said. "People are angry, people are scared, or so it seems. It's really impossible to tell which ones really feel that way and which ones are faking." "Faking?" "Beverly, do you remember when we were kids, the man who just folded his newspaper and went inside his house while you were screaming at him for help?" For a moment something seemed to jump in her eyes, and she looked both terrified and aware. Then she only looked puzzled. "No. When was that, Mike?" "Never mind. It will come to you in time. All I can say now is that everything looks the way it should in Derry. Faced with such a grisly string of murders, people are doing all the things you'd expect them to do, and most of them are the same things that went on while kids were disappearing and getting murdered back in '58. The Save Our Children Committee is meeting again, only this time at Derry Elementary School instead of Derry High. There are 16 detectives from the State Attorney General's office in town, and a contingent of FBI agents as well. I don't know how many, and although Rademacher talks big, I don't think he does either. The curfew's back in effect." "Oh, yes, the curfew." Ben was rubbing the side of his neck slowly and deliberately. "That did wonders back in '58. I remember that much. And there are Mothers Walker groups to make sure that every child who goes to school, grades K through 8, is chaperoned home. The news has gotten over 2,000 letters demanding a solution in the last 3 weeks alone. And, of course, the out-migration has begun again. I sometimes think that's the only way to really tell who's sincere about wanting it stopped and who isn't. The really sincere ones get scared and leave." "People really are leaving?" Richie asked. "It happens each time the cycle cranks up again. It's impossible to tell just how many go, because the cycle hasn't fallen squarely in a census year since 1850 or so. But it's a fairish number. They run like kids who just found out the house was haunted for real after all." "Come home, come home, come home," Beverly said softly. When she looked up from her hands, it was Bill she looked at, not Mike. "It wanted us to come back. Why?" "It may want us all back," Mike said a little cryptically. "Sure, it may. It may want revenge. After all, we balked it once before." "Revenge, or just to set things back in order," Bill said. Mike nodded. "Things are out of order in your own lives, too, you know. None of you left Derry untouched, without its mark on you. All of you forgot what happened here, and your memories of that summer are still only fragmentary. And then there's the passing curious fact that you're all rich." "Oh, come on now," Richie said. "That's hardly—" Be soft, Mike said, holding his hand up and smiling faintly. "I'm not accusing you of anything, just trying to get the facts out on the table. You are rich by the standards of a small-town librarian who makes just under 11 grand a year after taxes, okay?" Rich shrugged the shoulders of his expensive suit uncomfortably. Ben appeared deeply absorbed in tearing small strips from the edge of his napkin. No one was looking directly at Mike except Bill. "None of you are in the H.L. Hunt class, certainly," Mike said, "but you are all well-to-do even by the standards of the American upper-middle class. We're all friends here, so fess up. If there's one of you who declared less than $90,000 on his or her 1984 tax return, raise your hand." They glanced around at each other almost furtively, embarrassed, as Americans always seem to be, by the raw fact of their own success, as if cash were hard-cooked eggs and affluence the farts that inevitably follow an overdose of same. Bill felt hot blood in his cheeks and was helpless to stop its rise. He had been paid $10,000 more than the sum Mike had mentioned just for doing the first draft of the Attic Room screenplay. He had been promised an additional $20,000 each for 2 rewrites if needed. Then there were royalties and the hefty advance on a 2-book contract just signed. How much had he declared on his '84 tax return? Just about $800,000, right? Enough, anyway, to seem almost monstrous in light of Mike Hanlon's stated income of just under $11,000 a year. "So that's how much they pay you to keep the lighthouse, Mike, old kid," Bill thought. "Jesus Christ, somewhere along the line you should have asked for a raise." Mike said, "Bill Denbrough, a successful novelist in a society where there are only a few novelists and fewer still lucky enough to be making a living from the craft. Beverly Rogan, who's in the rag trade, a field to which more are called but even fewer chosen. She is, in fact, the most sought-after designer in the middle third of the country right now." "Oh, it's not me," Beverly said. She uttered a nervous little laugh and lit a fresh cigarette from the smoldering stub of the old one. "It's Tom. Tom's the one. Without him, I'd still be relining skirts and sewing up hems. I don't have any business sense at all. Even Tom says so. It's just, you know, Tom. And luck." She took a single deep drag from her cigarette and then snuffed it. "Methinks the lady doth protest too much," Richie said slyly. She turned quickly in her seat and gave him a hard look, her color high. "Just what's that supposed to mean, Richie Tozier?" "Don't hits me, Miss Scarlett," Richie cried in a high, trembling, pickaninny voice. And in that moment Bill could see with an eerie clarity the boy he had known. He was not just a superseded presence lurking under Rich Tozier's grown-up exterior, but a creature almost more real than the man himself. "Don't hits me. Let me bring you another mint julep, Miss Scarlett. You's gon' drink hit out on de porch where it's be a little bit cooler? Don't whup dis yere boy." "You're impossible, Richie," Beverly said coldly. "You ought to grow up." Richie looked at her, his grin fading slowly into uncertainty. "Until I came back here," he said, "I thought I had." "Rich, you may just be the most successful disc jockey in the United States," Mike said. "You've certainly got L.A. in the palm of your hand. On top of that, there are 2 syndicated programs, one of them a straight top 40 countdown show, the other one something called The Freaky 40. "You better watch out, fool," Richie said in a gruff Mr. T voice, but he was blushing. "I'll make your front and back change places. I'll give you brain surgery with my fist. Eddie," Mike went on, ignoring Richie, "you've got a healthy limousine service in a city where you just about have to elbow long black cars out of your way when you cross the street. 2 limo companies a week go smash in the Big Apple, but you're doing fine. Ben, you're probably the most successful young architect in the world." Ben opened his mouth, probably to protest, and then closed it again abruptly. Mike smiled at them, spread his hands. "I don't want to embarrass anyone, but I do want all the cards on the table. There are people who succeed young, and there are people who succeed in highly specialized jobs. If there weren't people who bucked the odds successfully, I guess everybody would give up. If it was just 1 or 2 of you, we could pass it off as coincidence. But it's not just 1 or 2, it's all of you, and that includes Stan Uris, who is the most successful young accountant in Atlanta, which means in the whole South. My conclusion is that your success stems from what happened here 27 years ago.
If you had all been exposed to asbestos at that time and had all developed lung cancer by now, the correlative would be no less clear or persuasive. Do any of you want to dispute it?" He looked at them. No one answered. "All except you," Bill said. "What happened to you, Mikey?" "Isn't it obvious?" He grinned. "I stayed here." "You kept the lighthouse," Ben said. Bill jerked around and looked at him, startled, but Ben was staring hard at Mike and didn't see. "That doesn't make me feel so good, Mike. In fact, it makes me feel sort of like a bug turd." "Amen," Beverly said. Mike shook his head patiently. "You have nothing to feel guilty about, any of you. Do you think it was my choice to stay here any more than it was your choice, any of you, to leave? Hell, we were kids. For one reason or another, your parents moved away, and you guys were part of the baggage they took along. My parents stayed. And was it really their decision? Any of them? I don't think so. How was it decided who would go and who would stay? Was it luck, fate, it, some other? I don't know, but it wasn't us guys, so quit it. You're not bitter? Eddie asked timidly. I've been too busy to be bitter, Mike said. I've spent a long time watching and waiting. I was watching and waiting even before I knew it, I think. But for the last 5 years or so, I've been on what you might call red alert. Since the turn of the year, I've been keeping a journal. And when a man writes, he thinks harder, or maybe just more specifically. And one of the things I've spent time writing and thinking about is the nature of it. It changes. We know that. I think it also manipulates and leaves its marks on people just by the nature of what it is. The way you can smell a skunk on you even after a long bath if it lets go its bag of scent too near you. The way a grasshopper will spit bug juice into your palm if you catch it in your hand. Mike slowly unbuttoned his shirt and spread it wide. They could all see the pinkish scrawls of scar across the smooth brown skin of his chest between the nipples. The way claws leave scars, he said. The werewolf, Richie almost moaned. Oh, Christ, Big Bill, the werewolf, when we went back to Neibolt Street. What? Bill asked. He sounded like a man called out of a dream. What, Richie? Don't you remember? No, do you? I almost do. Looking both confused and scared, Richie subsided. Are you saying this thing isn't evil? Eddie asked Mike abruptly. He was staring at the scars as if hypnotized. That it's just some part of the natural order? It's no part of a natural order we understand or condone, Mike said, rebuttoning his shirt. And I see no reason to operate on any other basis than the one we do understand. That it kills children, and that's wrong. Bill understood that before any of us. Do you remember, Bill? I remember that I wanted to kill it, Bill said, and for the first time, and ever after, he heard the pronoun gain proper noun status in his own voice. But I didn't have much of a world view on the subject, if you see what I mean. I just wanted to kill it because it killed George. And do you still? Bill considered this carefully. He looked down at his spread hands on the table and remembered George and his yellow slicker, his hood up, the paper boat with its thin glaze of paraffin in one hand. He looked up at Mike. More than ever, he said. Mike nodded as if this were exactly what he had expected. It left its mark on us. It worked its will on us, just as it has worked its will on this whole town, day in and day out, even during those long periods when it is asleep or hibernating or whatever it does between its more lively periods. Mike raised one finger. But if it worked its will on us, at some point, in some way, we also worked our will on it. We stopped it before it was done. I know we did. Did we weaken it, hurt it? Did we, in fact, almost kill it? I think we did. I think we came so close to killing it that we went away thinking we had. But you don't remember that part either, do you? Ben asked. No. I can remember everything up until August 15th, 1958, with almost perfect clarity. But from then until September 4th or so, when school was called in again, everything is a total blank. It isn't murky or hazy. It is just completely gone, with one exception. I seem to remember Bill screaming about something called the deadlights. Bill's arm jerked convulsively. It struck one of his empty beer bottles, and the bottle shattered on the floor like a bomb. Did you cut yourself? Beverly asked. She had half risen. No, he said. His voice was harsh and dry. His arms had broken out in gooseflesh. It seemed that his skull had somehow grown. He could feel the deadlights, it pressing out against the stretched skin of his face in steady, numbing throbs. I'll pick up the... No, just sit down. He wanted to look at her and couldn't. He couldn't take his eyes off Mike. Do you remember the deadlights, Bill? Mike asked softly. No, he said. His mouth felt the way it did when the dentist got a little too enthusiastic with the Novocaine. You will. I hope to God I don't. You will anyway, Mike said. But for now, no, not me either. Do any of you? One by one, they shook their heads. But we did something, Mike said quietly. At some point, we were able to exercise some sort of group will. At some point, we achieved some special understanding, whether conscious or unconscious. He stirred restlessly. God, I wish Stan was here. I have a feeling that Stan, with his ordered mind, might have had some idea. Maybe he did, Beverly said. Maybe that's why he killed himself. Maybe he understood that if there was magic, it wouldn't work for grown-ups. I think it could, though, Mike said, because there's one other thing we 6 have in common. I wonder if any of you have realized what it is. It was Bill's turn to open his mouth and then shut it again. Go on, Mike said. You know what it is. I can see it on your face. I'm not sure I know, Bill replied, but I think, well, we're all childless. Is that it? There was a moment of shocked silence. Yeah, Mike said, that's it. Jesus Christ almighty, Eddie spoke up indignantly. What in the world does that have to do with the price of beans in Peru? What gave you the idea that everyone in the world has to have kids? That's nuts. Do you and your wife have children? Mike asked. If you've been keeping track of us the way you said, then you know goddamn well we don't. But I still say it doesn't mean a damn thing. Have you tried to have children? We don't use birth control, if that's what you mean, Eddie spoke with an oddly moving dignity, but his cheeks were flushed. It just so happens that my wife is a little... Oh, hell, she's a lot overweight. We went to see a doctor, and she told us my wife might never have kids if she didn't lose some weight. Does that make us criminals? Take it easy, Eds, Richie soothed and leaned toward him. Don't call me Eds, and don't you dare pinch my cheek, he cried, rounding on Richie. You know I hate that. I always hated it. Richie recoiled, blinking. Beverly? Mike asked. What about you and Tom? No children, she said. Also, no birth control. Tom wants kids, and so do I, of course, she added hastily, glancing around at them quickly. Bill thought her eyes seemed over-bright, almost the eyes of an actress giving a good performance. It just hasn't happened yet. Have you had those tests? Ben asked her. Oh, yes, of course, she said, and uttered a light laugh that was almost a titter. And in one of those leaps of comprehension that sometimes come to people who are gifted with both curiosity and insight, Bill suddenly understood a great deal about Beverly and her husband Tom, alias the greatest man in the world. Beverly had gone to have fertility tests. His guess was that the greatest man in the world had refused to entertain even for a moment the notion that there might be something wrong with the sperm being manufactured in the sacred sacs. What about you and your wife, Big Bill? Rich asked. Been trying? They all looked at him curiously, because his wife was someone they knew. Audra was by no means the best-known or the best-loved actress in the world, but she was certainly part of the celebrity coinage that had somehow replaced talent as a medium of exchange in the latter half of the 20th century. There had been a picture of her in People magazine when she cut her hair short, and during a particularly boring stretch in New York. The play she had been planning to do off-Broadway fell through. She had done a week-long stint on Hollywood squares over her agent's strenuous objections. She was a stranger whose lovely face was known to them. He thought Beverly looked particularly curious. We've been trying off and on for the last 6 years, Bill said. For the last 8 months or so it's been off because of the movie we were doing. Attic Room, it's called. You know, we run a little entertainment, Cindy, every day from 5:15 in the afternoon until 5:30, Richie said. Seeing Stars, it's called. They had a feature on that damned movie just last week. Husband and wife working happily together kind of thing. They said both of your names, and I never made the connection. Funny, isn't it? Very, Bill said. Anyway, Audra said it would be just our luck if she caught pregnant while we were in pre-production and she had to do 10 weeks of strenuous acting and being morning sick at the same time. But we want kids, yes, and we've tried quite hard. Had fertility tests? Ben asked. Uh-huh, 4 years ago in New York. The doctors discovered a very small benign tumor in Audra's womb, and they said it was a lucky thing because, although it wouldn't have prevented her from getting pregnant, it might have caused a tubal pregnancy. She and I are both fertile, though.
Eddie repeated stubbornly, "It doesn't prove a goddamn thing." "Suggestive, though," Ben murmured. "No little accidents on your front, Ben?" Bill asked. He was shocked and amused to find that his mouth had very nearly called Ben Haystack instead. "I've never been married, I've always been careful, and there have been no paternity suits," Ben said. "Beyond that, I don't think there's any real way of telling." "You want to hear a funny story?" Richie asked. He was smiling, but there was no smile in his eyes. "Sure," Bill said. "You were always good at the funny stuff, Richie." "Your face in me own buttocks, boyo," Richie said in the Irish cop's voice. It was a great Irish cop's voice. "You've improved out of all measure, Richie," Bill thought. "As a kid, you couldn't do an Irish cop no matter how you busted your brains. Except once. Or twice. When, the deadlights, was that?" "Your face in me own buttocks. Just keep remembering that comparison, me foine bucko." Ben Hanscom suddenly held his nose and cried in a high, quavering, boyish voice, "Beep, beep, Richie, beep, 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 beep." After a moment, laughing, Eddie held his own nose and joined in. Beverly did the same. All right," Richie cried, laughing himself. "All right, I give up, Christ's sake." "Oh, man," Eddie said. He collapsed back in his chair, laughing so hard he was almost crying. "We got you that time, trash mouth. Way to go, Ben." Ben was smiling, but he looked a little bewildered. "Beep, beep," Bev said and giggled. "I forgot all about that. We always used to beep you, Richie." "You guys never appreciated true talent, that's all," Richie said comfortably. As in the old days, you could knock him off balance, but he was like one of those inflatable Joe Palooka dolls with sand in the base. He floated upright again almost at once. "That was one of your little contributions to the Losers Club, wasn't it, Haystack?" "Yeah, I guess it was." "What a man," Richie said in a trembling, awestruck voice, and then began to salaam over the table, nearly sticking his nose in his teacup each time he went down. "What a man! Oh, chillin', what a man!" "Beep, beep, Richie," Ben said solemnly, and then exploded laughter in a hearty baritone utterly unlike his wavering childhood voice. "You're the same old road runner." "You guys want to hear this story or not?" Richie asked. "I mean, no big deal one way or the other. Beep away if you want to. I can take abuse. I mean, you're looking at a man who once did an interview with Ozzy Osbourne." "Tell it," Bill said. He glanced over at Mike and saw that Mike looked happier, or more at rest, since the luncheon had begun. Was it because he saw the almost unconscious knitting together that was happening, the sort of easy falling back into old roles that almost never happened when old chums got together? Bill thought so, and he thought, if there are certain preconditions for the belief in magic that makes it possible to use the magic, then maybe those preconditions will inevitably arrange themselves. It was not a very comforting thought. It made him feel like a man strapped to the nose cone of a guided missile. Beep, beep, indeed. "Well," Richie was saying, "I could make this long and sad, or I could give you the Blondie and Dagwood comic strip version, but I'll settle for something in the middle. The year after I moved out to California, I met a girl, and we fell pretty hard for each other, started living together. She was on the pill at first, but it made her feel sick almost all the time. She talked about getting an IUD, but I wasn't too crazy about that. The first stories about how they might not be completely safe were just starting to come out in the papers. We had talked a lot about kids, and had pretty well decided we didn't want them even if we decided to legalize the relationship. Irresponsible to bring kids into such a shitty, dangerous, overpopulated world. And blah, 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 babble, babble, babble. Let's go out and put a bomb in the men's room of the Bank of America, and then come on back to the crash pad and smoke some dope and talk about the difference between Maoism and Trotskyism, if you see what I mean. Or maybe I'm being too hard on both of us. Shit, we were young and reasonably idealistic. The upshot was that I got my wires cut, as the Beverly Hills crowd puts it with their unfailing vulgar chic. The operation went with no problem, and I had no adverse after effects. There can be, you know. I had a friend whose balls swelled up to roughly the size of the tires of a 1959 Cadillac. I was going to give him a pair of suspenders and a couple of barrels for his birthday, sort of a designer truss, but they went down before then. All put with your customary tact and dignity, Bill remarked, and Beverly began to laugh again. Richie offered a large, sincere smile. Thank you, Bill, for those words of support. The word fuck was used 206 times in your last book. I counted. Beep, beep, trash mouth, Bill said solemnly, and they all laughed. Bill found it nearly impossible to believe they had been talking about dead children less than 10 minutes ago. Press onward, Richie, Ben said. The hour groweth late. Sandy and I lived together for 2.5 years, Richie went on. Came really close to getting married twice. As things turned out, I guess we saved ourselves a lot of heartache and all that community property bullshit by keeping it simple. She got an offer to join a corporate law firm in Washington around the same time I got an offer to come to KLAD as a weekend jock. Not much, but a foot in the door. She told me it was her big chance, and I had to be the most insensitive male chauvinist oinker in the United States to be dragging my feet, and furthermore, she'd had it with California anyway. I told her I also had a chance. So we thrashed it out, and we trashed each other out, and at the end of all the thrashing and trashing, Sandy went. About a year after that, I decided to try and get the vasectomy reversed. No real reason for it, and I knew from the stuff I'd read that the chances were pretty spotty, but I thought, what the hell? You were seeing someone steadily then? Bill asked. No, that's the funny part of it, Richie said, frowning. I just woke up one day with this, I don't know, this hobby horse about getting it reversed. You must have been nuts, Eddie said. General anesthetic instead of a local? Surgery? Maybe a week in the hospital afterward? Yeah, the doctor told me all of that stuff, Richie replied. And I told him I wanted to go ahead anyway. I don't know why. The doc asked me if I understood the aftermath of the operation was sure to be painful, while the result was only going to be a coin toss at best. I said I did. He said okay, and I asked him when. My attitude being the sooner the better, you know. So he says, hold your horses, son, hold your horses. The first step is to get a sperm sample just to make sure the reversal operation is necessary. I said, come on, I had the exam after the vasectomy. It worked. He told me that sometimes the vasa reconnected spontaneously. Yo, Mama, I says, nobody ever told me that. He said the chances were very small, infinitesimal, really. But because the operation was so serious, we ought to check it out. So I popped into the men's room with the Fredericks of Hollywood catalog and jerked off into a Dixie cup. Beep, beep, Richie, Beverly said. Yeah, you're right, Richie said. The part about the Fredericks catalog is a lie. You never find anything that good in a doctor's office. Anyway, the doc called me 3 days later and asked me which I wanted first, the good news or the bad news. Give me the good news first, I said. The good news is the operation won't be necessary, he said. The bad news is that anybody you've been to bed with over the last 2 or 3 years could hit you with a paternity suit pretty much at will. Are you saying what I think you're saying? I asked him. I'm telling you that you aren't shooting blanks and haven't been for quite a while now, he said. Millions of little wigglies in your sperm sample. Your days of going gaily in bareback with no questions asked have temporarily come to an end, Richard. I thanked him and hung up. Then I called Sandy in Washington. Rich, she says to me. And Richie's voice suddenly became the voice of this girl, Sandy, whom none of them had ever met. It was not an imitation or even a likeness exactly. It was more like an auditory painting. It's great to hear from you. I got married. Yeah, that's great, I said. You should have let me know. I would have sent you a blender. She goes, same old Richie, always full of gags. So I said, sure, same old Richie, always full of gags. By the way, Sandy, you didn't happen to have a kid or anything after you left L.A., did you? Or maybe an unscheduled D&C or something? That gag isn't so funny, Rich, she said, and I had a brainwave that she was getting ready to hang up on me, so I told her what happened. She started laughing, only this time it was real hard. She was laughing the way I always used to laugh with you guys, like somebody had told her the world's biggest belly buster. So when she finally starts slowing down, I ask her what in God's name is funny. It's just so wonderful, she said. This time the joke's on you. After all these years, the joke is finally on Records Tozier. How many bastards have you sired since I came east, Rich? I take it that means you still haven't experienced the joys of motherhood, I ask her. I'm due in July, she says. Were there any more questions? Yeah, I go. When did you change your mind about the immorality of bringing children into such a shitty world? When I finally met a man who wasn't a shit, she answers and hangs up. Bill began to laugh. He laughed until tears rolled down his cheeks. "Yeah," Richie said. "I think she cut it off quick so she'd really get the last word. But she could have hung on the line all day. I know when I've been aced." I went back to the doctor a week later and asked him if he could be a little clearer on the odds against that sort of spontaneous regeneration. He said he'd talked with some of his colleagues about the matter. It turned out that in the 3-year period, 1980 through 82, the California branch of the AMA logged 23 reports of spontaneous regeneration. 6 of those turned out to be simply botched operations. 6 others were either hoaxes or cons, guys looking to take a bite out of some doctor's bank account. So, 11 real ones in 3 years. 11 out of how many? Beverly asked. 28,618, Richie said calmly. Silence around the table. "So I went and beat Irish sweepstakes odds," Richie said, "and still no kid to show for it. That give you any good chucks, Eds?" Eddie began stubbornly. "It still doesn't prove—" "No," Bill said, "it doesn't prove a thing, but it certainly suggests a link. The question is, what do we do now? Have you thought about that, Mike?" "I thought about it, sure," Mike said, "but it was impossible to decide anything until you all got together again and talked, the way you've been doing. There was no way I could predict how this reunion would go until it actually happened." He paused for a long time, looking thoughtfully at them. "I've got one idea," he said, "but before I tell you what it is, I think we have to agree on whether or not we have business to do here. Do we want to try again to do what we tried to do once before? Do we want to try to kill it again? Or do we just divide the checkup 6 ways and go back to what we were doing?" "It seems as if—" Beverly began, but Mike shook his head at her. He wasn't done. "You have to understand that our chances of success are impossible to predict. I know they're not good, just as I know they would have been a little better if Stan was here, too. Still not real good, but better. With Stan gone, the circle we made that day is broken. I don't really think we can destroy it, or even send it away for a little while, as we did before, with a broken circle. I think it will kill us, one by one, and probably in some extremely horrible ways. As children, we made a complete circle in some way I don't understand even now. I think that, if we agree to go ahead, we'll have to try to form a smaller circle. I don't know if that can be done. I believe it might be possible to think we'd done it, only to discover, when it was too late, well, that it was too late." Mike regarded them again, eyes sunken and tired in his brown face. "So I think we need to take a vote. Stay and try it again or go home. Those are the choices. I got you here on the strength of an old promise I wasn't even sure you'd remember, but I can't hold you here on the strength of that promise. The results of that would be worse and more of it." He looked at Bill, and at that moment Bill understood what was coming. He dreaded it, was helpless to stop it, and then, with the same feeling of relief he imagined must come to a suicide when he takes his hands off the wheel of the speeding car and simply uses them to cover his eyes, he accepted it. Mike had gotten them here. Mike had laid it all neatly out for them. And now he was relinquishing the mantle of leadership. He intended that mantle to go back to the person who had worn it in 1958. "What do you say, Big Bill? Call the question." "Before I do," Bill said, "does everyone understand the question? You were going to say something, Bev." She shook her head. "All right. I guess the question is, do we stay and fight, or do we forget the whole thing? Those in favor of staying?" No one at the table moved at all for perhaps 5 seconds, and Bill was reminded of auctions he had attended where the price on an item suddenly soared into the stratosphere, and those who didn't want to bid anymore almost literally played statues. One was afraid to scratch an itch or wave a fly off the end of one's nose for fear the auctioneer would take it for another $5 grand or 25. Bill thought of Georgie, who had meant no one any harm, who had only wanted to get out of the house after being cooped up all week. Georgie with his color high, his newspaper boat in one hand, snapping the buckles of his yellow rain slicker with the other. Georgie thanking him, and then bending over and kissing Bill's fever-heated cheek. "Thanks, Bill. It's a neat boat." He felt the old rage rise in him. but he was older now, and his perspective was wider. It wasn't just Georgie now. A horrid slew of names marched through his head. Betty Ripsum, found frozen into the ground. Cheryl LaMonica, fished out of the Kenduskeag. Matthew Clements, torn from his tricycle. Veronica Grogan, 9 years old and found in a sewer. Stephen Johnson, Lisa Albrecht, all the others, and God only knew how many of them missing. He raised his hand slowly and said, "Let's kill it. This time let's really kill it." For a moment his hand hung there alone, like the hand of the only kid in class who knows the right answer. The one all the other kids hate. Then Richie sighed, raised his own hand, and said, "What the hell? It can't be any worse than interviewing Ozzy Osbourne." Beverly raised her hand. Her color was back now, but in hectic patches that flared along her cheekbones. She looked both tremendously excited and scared to death. Mike raised his hand. Ben raised his. Eddie Kasprak sat back in his chair, looking as if he wished he could actually melt into it and thus disappear. His face, thin and delicate-looking, was miserably afraid as he looked first right and then left and then back to Bill. For a moment Bill felt sure Eddie was simply going to push back his chair, rise, and bolt from the room without looking back. Then he raised one hand in the air and grasped his aspirator tightly in the other. "Way to go, Eds," Richie said. "We're really going to have ourselves some chucks this time, I bet." "Beep, beep, Richie," Eddie said in a wavering voice. 6. The losers get dessert. "So what's your one idea, Mike?" Bill asked. The mood had been broken by Rose, the hostess, who had come in with a dish of fortune cookies. She looked around at the 6 people who had their hands in the air with a carefully polite lack of curiosity. They lowered them hastily, and no one said anything until Rose was gone again. "It's simple enough," Mike said, "but it might be pretty damn dangerous, too." "Spill it," Richie said. "I think we ought to split up for the rest of the day. I think each of us ought to go back to the place in Derry he or she remembers best. Outside the Barrens, that is. I don't think any of us should go there. Not yet. Think of it as a series of walking tours, if you like." "What's the purpose, Mike?" Ben asked. "I'm not entirely sure. You have to understand that I'm going pretty much on intuition here." "But this has got a good beat, and you can dance to it," Richie said. The others smiled. Mike did not. He nodded instead. "That's as good a way of putting it as any. Going on intuition is like picking up a beat and dancing to it. Using intuition is a hard thing for grown-ups to do, and that's the main reason I think it might be the right thing for us to do. Kids, after all, operate on it about 80% of the time, at least until they're 14 or so." "You're talking about plugging back into the situation," Eddie said. "I suppose so. Anyway, that's my idea. If no specific place to go comes to you, just follow your feet and see where they take you. Then we meet tonight at the library and talk over what happened." "If anything happens," Ben said. "Oh, I think things will." "What sort of things?" Bill asked. Mike shook his head. "I have no idea. I think whatever happens is apt to be unpleasant. I think it's even possible that one of us may not turn up at the library tonight. No reason for thinking that, except that intuition thing again." Silence greeted this. "Why alone?" Beverly asked finally. "If we're supposed to do this as a group, why do you want us to start alone, Mike? Especially if the risk really turns out to be as high as you think it might be." "I think I can answer that," Bill said. "Go ahead, Bill," Mike said. "It started alone for each of us," Bill said to Beverly. "I don't remember everything, not yet, but I sure remember that much. The picture in George's room that moved, Ben's mummy, the leper that Eddie saw under the porch on Neibolt Street, Mike finding the blood on the grass near the canal in Basie Park. And the bird. There was something about a bird, wasn't there, Mike?" Mike nodded grimly. "A big bird." "Yes, but not as friendly as the one on Sesame Street." Richie cackled wildly. "Derry's answer to James Brown gets off a good one. Oh, chillin', is we blessed or is we blessed?" "Beep, beep, Richie," Mike said, and Richie subsided. "For you it was the voice from the pipe and the blood that came out of the drain," Bill said to Beverly. "And for Richie—" But here he paused, puzzled. I must be the exception that proves the rule, Big Bill, Richie said. The first time I came in contact with anything that summer that was weird, I mean really big league weird, was in George's room with you. When you and I went back to your house that day and looked at his photo album, the picture of Center Street by the canal started to move. Do you remember?
Yes, Bill said. But are you sure there was nothing before that, Richie? Nothing at all?
Something flickered in Richie's eyes. He said slowly, "Well, there was the day Henry and his friends chased me. Before the end of school, this was, and I got away from them in the toy department of Freese's. I went up by City Center and sat down on a park bench for a while, and I thought I saw... But that was just something I dreamed."
"What was it?" Beverly asked.
"Nothing," Richie said almost brusquely. "A dream, really." He looked at Mike. "I don't mind taking a walk, though. It'll kill the afternoon. Views of the old homestead."
"So we're agreed?" Bill asked. They nodded. "And we'll meet at the library tonight at... When do you suggest, Mike?"
7 o'clock. Ring the bell if you're late. The lib closes at 7 on weekdays until summer vacation starts for the kids."
7 it is, Bill said,
and let his eyes range soberly over them.
"And be careful. You want to remember that none of us really knows what we're doing. Think of this as reconnaissance. If you should see something, don't fight. Run."
"I'm a lover, not a fighter," Richie said in a dreamy Michael Jackson voice.
"Well, if we're going to do it, we ought to get going," Ben said.
A small smile pulled up the left corner of his mouth. It was more bitter than amused. "Although I'll be damned if I could tell you right this minute where I'm going to go, if the Barons are out. That was the best of it for me, going down there with you guys." His eyes moved to Beverly, held there for a moment, moved away. "I can't think of any place else that means very much to me. Probably I'll just wander around for a couple of hours, looking at buildings and getting wet feet." "You'll find a place to go, Haystack," Richie said. "Visit some of your old food stops and gas up." Ben laughed. "My capacity's gone down a lot since I was 11. I'm so full you guys may just have to roll me out of here."
"Well, I'm all set," Eddie said.
"Wait a sec," Beverly cried as they began to push back from their chairs. "The fortune cookies, don't forget those." "Yeah," Richie said. "I can see mine now. You will soon be eaten up by a large monster. Have a nice day." They laughed, and Mike passed the little bowl of fortune cookies to Richie, who took one and then sent it on around the table. Bill noticed that no one opened his or her cookie until each had one. They sat with the little hat-shaped cookies either in front of them or held in their hands, and even as Beverly, still smiling, picked hers up, Bill felt a cry rising in his throat. "No, don't do that. It's part of it. Put it back. Don't open it." But it was too late. Beverly had broken hers open. Ben was doing the same to his, Eddie was cutting into his with the edge of his fork, and just before Beverly's smile turned to a grimace of horror, Bill had time to think. We knew, somehow we knew, because no one simply bit into his or her fortune cookie. That would have been the normal thing to do, but no one did it. Somehow, some part of us still remembers. Everything. And he found that insensate underknowledge somehow the most horrifying realization of all. It spoke more eloquently than Mike could have about how surely and deeply it had touched each one of them, and how its touch was still upon them. Blood spurted up from Beverly's fortune cookie as if from a slashed artery. It splashed across her hand and then gouted onto the white napery which covered the table, staining it a bright red that sank in and then spread out in grasping pink fingers. Eddie Kasprak uttered a strangled cry and pushed himself away from the table with such a sudden, revolted confusion of arms and legs that his chair nearly tipped over. A huge bug, its chitinous carapace an ugly yellow-brown, was pushing its way out of his fortune cookie as if from a cocoon. Its obsidian eyes stared blindly forward. As it lurched onto Eddie's bread-and-butter plate, cookie crumbs fell from its back in a little shower that Bill heard clearly and which came back to haunt his dreams when he slept for a while later that afternoon. As it freed itself entirely, it rubbed its thin rear legs together, producing a dry, reedy hum, and Bill realized it was some sort of terribly mutated cricket. It lumbered to the edge of the dish and tumbled onto the tablecloth on its back.
"Oh, God," Richie managed in a choked voice. "Oh, God, Big Bill, it's an eye, dear God, it's an eye, a fucking eye."
Bill's head snapped around, and he saw Richie staring down at his fortune cookie, his lips drawn back from his teeth in a kind of sickened leer. A chunk of his cookie's glazed surface had fallen onto the tablecloth, revealing a hole from which a human eyeball stared with glazed intensity. Cookie crumbs were scattered across its blank brown iris and embedded in its sclera. Ben Hanscom threw his, not a calculated throw, but the startled reaction of a person who has been utterly surprised by some piece of nasty work. As his fortune cookie rolled across the table, Bill saw 2 teeth inside its hollow, their roots dark with clotted blood. They rattled together like seeds in a hollow gourd. He looked back at Beverly and saw she was hitching in breath to scream. Her eyes were fixed on the thing that had crawled out of Eddie's cookie, the thing that was now kicking its sluggish legs as it lay overturned on the tablecloth. Bill got moving. He was not thinking, only reacting. Intuition, he thought crazily as he lunged out of his seat and clapped his hand over Beverly's mouth just before she could utter the scream. Here I am, acting on intuition. Mike should be proud of me. What came out of Beverly's mouth was not a scream, but a strangled "Oomph." Eddie was making those whistling sounds that Bill remembered so well. No problem there. A good honk on the old lung sucker would set Eddie right. Right as a trivet, Freddie Firestone would have said. And Bill wondered, not for the first time, why a person had such weird thoughts at times like these. He glanced around fiercely at the others, and what came out was something else from that summer, something that sounded both impossibly archaic and exactly right. Dummy up, all of you. Not one sound. Just dummy up. Rich wiped a hand across his mouth. Mike's complexion had gone a dirty gray, but he nodded at Bill. All of them moved away from the table. Bill had not opened his own fortune cookie, but now he could see its sides moving slowly in and out. Bulge and relax, bulge and relax, bulge and relax, as his own party favor tried to escape. "Oomph," Beverly said against his hand again, her breath tickling his palm. "Dummy up, Bev," he said, and took his hand away. Her face seemed to be all eyes. Her mouth twitched. Bill, did you see?" Her eyes strayed back to the cricket and then fixed there. The cricket appeared to be dying. Its rugose eyes stared back at her, and presently Beverly began to moan. Quit that," he said grimly. "Pull back to the table." "I can't, Billy. I can't get near that thing." "You can. You have to." He heard footsteps, light and quick, coming up the short hall on the other side of the beaded curtain. He looked around at the others. "All of you, pull up to the table. Talk. Look natural." Beverly looked at him, eyes pleading, and Bill shook his head. He sat down and pulled his chair in, trying not to look at the fortune cookie on his plate. It had swelled like some unimaginable boil which was filling with pus. And still it pulsed slowly in and out. "I could have bitten into that," he thought faintly. Eddie triggered his aspirator down his throat again, gasping mist into his lungs in a long, thin, screaming sound. "So who do you think's going to win the pennant?" Bill asked Mike, smiling insanely. Rose came through the curtain just then, her face politely questioning. Out of the corner of his eye, Bill saw that Bev had pulled up to the table again. Good girl, he thought. "I think the Chicago Bears look good," Mike said. "Everything is all right?" Rose asked. "Fine," Bill said. He cocked a thumb in Eddie's direction. "Our friend had an asthma attack. He took his medication. He's better now." Rose looked at Eddie, concerned. "Better," Eddie wheezed. "You would like that I clear now?" "Very shortly," Mike said, and offered a large false smile. "Was good?" Her eyes surveyed the table again, a bit of doubt overlaying a deep well of serenity. She did not see the cricket, the eye, the teeth, or the way Bill's fortune cookie appeared to be breathing. Her eye similarly passed over the blood stain splotched on the tablecloth without trouble. "Everything was very good," Beverly said and smiled, a more natural smile than either Bill's or Mike's. It seemed to set Rose's mind at rest, convinced her that if something had gone wrong in here, it had been the fault of neither Rose's service nor her kitchen. Girl's got a lot of guts, Bill thought. "Fortunes were good?" Rose asked. "Well," Richie said, "I don't know about the others, but I for one got a real eyeful." Bill heard a minute cracking sound. He looked down at his plate and saw a leg poking blindly out of his fortune cookie. It scraped at his plate. I could have bitten into that, he thought again, but held on to his smile. Very fine, he said. Richie was looking at Bill's plate. A great grayish-black fly was slowly birthing itself from the collapsing remains of his cookie. It buzzed weakly. Yellowish goo flowed sluggishly out of the cookie and puddled on the tablecloth. There was the smell now, the bland, thick smell of an infected wound. "Well, if I can help you in no way at this moment." "Not right now," Ben said. "A wonderful meal. Most unusual." "I leave you then," she said, and bowed out through the beaded curtain. The beads were still swaying and clacking together when all of them pushed away from the table again. "What is it?" Ben asked huskily, looking at the thing on Bill's plate. "A fly," Bill said. "A mutant fly. Courtesy of a writer named George Langlahan, I think. He wrote a story called The Fly. A movie was made out of it, not a terribly good one, but the story scared the bejesus out of me. It's up to its old tricks, all right. That fly business has been on my mind a lot lately, because I've sort of been planning this novel, Road Bugs, I've been thinking of calling it. I know the title sounds pretty stupid, but you see—" "Excuse me," Beverly said distantly. "I have to vomit, I think." She was gone before any of the men could rise. Bill shook out his napkin and threw it over the fly, which was the size of a baby sparrow. Nothing so large could have come from something as small as a Chinese fortune cookie, but it had. It buzzed twice under the napkin and then fell silent. "Jesus," Eddie said faintly. "Let's get the righteous fuck out of here," Mike said. "We can meet Bev in the lobby." Beverly was just coming out of the women's room as they gathered by the cash register. She looked pale but composed. Mike paid the check, kissed Rose's cheek, and then they all went out into the rainy afternoon. "Does this change anyone's mind?" Mike asked. "I don't think it changes mine," Ben said. "No," Eddie said. "What mind?" Richie said. Bill shook his head and then looked at Beverly. "I'm staying," she said. "Bill, what did you mean when you said it's up to its old tricks?" "I've been thinking about writing a bug story," he said. "That Langlahan story had woven itself into my thinking, and so I saw a fly. Yours was blood, Beverly. Why was blood on your mind?" "I guess because of the blood from the drain," Beverly said at once. "The blood that came out of the bathroom drain in the old place when I was 11. But was that really it? She didn't really think so, because what had flashed immediately to mind when the blood spurted across her fingers in a warm little jet had been the bloody footprint she had left behind her after stepping on the broken perfume bottle. Tom and... "Bevy, sometimes I worry a lot." Her father. "You got a bug, too," Bill said to Eddie. "Why?" "Not just a bug," Eddie said. "A cricket. There are crickets in our basement. $200,000 house, and we can't get rid of the crickets. They drive us crazy at night. A couple of nights before Mike called, I had a really terrible nightmare. I dreamed I woke up and my bed was full of crickets. I was trying to shoot them with my aspirator, but all it would do when I squeezed it was make crackling noises. And just before I woke up, I realized it was full of crickets, too." "The hostess didn't see any of it," Ben said. He looked at Beverly. "Like your folks never saw the blood that came out of the drain, even though it was everywhere." "Yes," she said. They stood looking at each other in the fine spring rain. Mike looked at his watch. "There'll be a bus in 20 minutes or so," he said. "I can take 4 of you in my car if we cram, or I can call some cabs. Whatever way you want to do it." "I think I'm going to walk from here," Bill said. "I don't know where I'm going, but a little fresh air seems like a great idea along about now." "I'm going to call a cab," Ben said. "I'll share it with you if you drop me off downtown," Richie said. "Okay, where are you going?" Richie shrugged. "Not really sure yet." The others elected to wait for the bus. 7 tonight, Mike reminded, "and be careful, all of you." They agreed to be careful, although Bill did not know how you could truthfully make a promise like that when dealing with such a formidable array of unknown factors. He started to say so, then looked at their faces and saw that they knew it already. He walked away instead, raising one hand briefly in farewell. The misty air felt good against his face. The walk back to town would be a long one, but that was all right. He had a lot to think about. He was glad that the reunion was over and the business had begun.
Chapter 11. Walking Tours. 1. Ben Hanscom makes a withdrawal. Richie Tozier got out of the cab at the three-way intersection of Kansas Street, Center Street, and Main Street, and Ben dismissed it at the top of the up-mile hill. The driver was Bill's religious fella, but neither Richie nor Ben knew it. Dave had lapsed into a morose silence. Ben could have gotten off with Richie, he supposed, but it seemed better somehow that they all start off alone. He stood on the corner of Kansas Street and Daltrey Close, watching the cab pull back into traffic. Hands stuffed deeply into his pockets, trying to get the lunch's hideous conclusion out of his mind. He couldn't do it. His thoughts kept returning to that black-gray fly crawling out of the fortune cookie on Bill's plate, its veined wings plastered to its back. He would try to divert his mind from this unhealthy image, think he had succeeded, only to discover 5 minutes later that his mind was back at it. "I'm trying to justify it somehow," he thought, meaning it not in the moral sense, but rather in the mathematical one. Buildings are built by observing certain natural laws. Natural laws may be expressed by equations. Equations must be justified. Where was the justification in what had happened less than half an hour ago? Let it alone, he told himself, not for the first time. You can't justify it, so let it alone. Very good advice. The problem was that he couldn't take it. He remembered that the day after he had seen the mummy on the iced-up canal, his life had gone on as usual. He had known that whatever it had been had come very close to getting him, but his life had gone on. He had attended school, taken an arithmetic test, visited the library when school was over, and eaten with his usual heartiness. He had simply incorporated the thing he had seen on the canal into his life, and if he had almost been killed by it, well, kids were always almost getting killed. They dashed across streets without looking. They got horsing around in the lake and suddenly realized they had floated far past their depth on their rubber rafts and had to paddle back. They fell off monkey bars on their asses and out of trees on their heads. Now, standing here in the fading drizzle in front of a trustworthy hardware store that had been a pawn shop in 1958, Fratty Brothers, Ben recalled, the double windows always full of pistols and rifles and straight razors and guitars hung up by their necks like exotic animals. It occurred to him that kids were better at almost dying, and they were also better at incorporating the inexplicable into their lives. They believed implicitly in the invisible world. Miracles both bright and dark were to be taken into consideration. Oh yes, most certainly. But they by no means stopped the world. A sudden upheaval of beauty or terror at 10 did not preclude an extra cheese dog or two for lunch at noon. But when you grew up, all that changed. You no longer lay awake in your bed, sure something was crouching in the closet or scratching at the window. But when something did happen, something beyond rational explanation, the circuits overloaded. The axons and dendrites got hot. You started to jitter and jive. You started to shake, rattle, and roll. Your imagination started to hop and bop and do the funky chicken all over your nerves. You couldn't just incorporate what had happened into your life experience. It didn't digest. Your mind kept coming back to it, pawing it lightly like a kitten with a ball of string, until eventually, of course, you either went crazy or got to a place where it was impossible for you to function. And if that happens, Ben thought, it's got me. Us. Cold. He started to walk up Kansas Street, not conscious of heading any place in particular, and thought suddenly, what did we do with the silver dollar? He still couldn't remember. The silver dollar, Ben. Beverly saved your life with it. Yours. Maybe all the others, and especially Bill's. It almost ripped my guts out before Beverly did... What? What did she do? And how was it able to work? She backed it off, and we all helped her, but how? A word came to him suddenly, a word that meant nothing at all, but which tightened his flesh. Chud. He looked down at the sidewalk and for a moment saw the shape of a turtle chalked there, and the world seemed to swim before his eyes. He shut them tightly, and when he opened them saw it was not a turtle, only a hopscotch grid half erased by the light rain. Chud. What did that mean? I don't know, he said aloud, and when he looked around quickly to see if anyone had heard him talking to himself, he saw that he had turned off Kansas Street and onto Costello Avenue. At lunch he had told the others that the Barrens were the only place in Derry where he had felt happy as a kid. But that wasn't quite true, was it? There had been another place. Either accidentally or unconsciously, he had come to that other place, the Derry Public Library. He stood in front of it for a minute or two, hands still in his pockets. It hadn't changed. He admired its lines as much now as he had as a child. Like so many other stone buildings that had been well designed, it succeeded in confounding the closely observing eye with contradictions. Its stone solidity was somehow balanced by the delicacy of its arches and slim columns. It looked both bank-safe squat and yet slim and clean. Well, it was slim, as city buildings went, especially those erected around the turn of the century, and the windows, crisscrossed with narrow strips of iron, were graceful and rounded. These contradictions saved it from ugliness, and he was not entirely surprised to feel a wave of love for the place. Nothing much had changed on Costello Avenue. Glancing along it, he could see the Derry Community House, and he found himself wondering if the Costello Avenue Market was still there at the point where the avenue, which was semicircular, rejoined Kansas Street. He walked across the library lawn, barely noticing that his dress boots were getting wet, to have a look at that glassed-in passageway between the grown-ups' library and the children's library. It was also unchanged, and from here, standing just outside the bowed branches of a weeping willow tree, he could see people passing back and forth. The old delight flooded him, and he really forgot what had happened at the end of the reunion lunch for the first time. He could remember walking around to this very same spot as a kid, only in the winter, plowing his way through snow that was almost hip-deep, and then standing for as long as 15 minutes. He would come at dusk, he remembered, and again it was the contrast that drew him and held him there with the tips of his fingers going numb and snow melting inside his green gum-rubber boots. It would be drawing down dark out where he was, the world going purple with early winter shadows, the sky the color of ashes in the east and embers in the west. It would be cold where he was, 10 degrees perhaps, and chillier than that if the wind was blowing across from the frozen barrens, as it so often did. But there, less than 40 yards from where he stood, people walked back and forth in their shirt-sleeves. There, less than 40 yards from where he stood, was a tubeway of bright white light, thrown by the overhead fluorescents. Little kids giggled together, high school sweethearts held hands, and if the librarian saw them, she would make them stop. It was somehow magical in a good way that he had been too young to account for with such mundane things as electric power and oil heat. The magic was that glowing cylinder of light and life connecting those two dark buildings like a lifeline. The magic was in watching people walk through it across the dark snowfield, untouched by either the dark or the cold. It made them lovely and godlike. Eventually he would walk away, as he was doing now, and circle the building to the front door, as he was doing now. But he would always pause and look back once, as he was doing now, before the bulking stone shoulder of the adult library cut off the sight line to the delicate umbilicus. Ruefully amused at the ache of nostalgia around his heart, Ben went up the steps to the door of the adult library, paused for a moment on the narrow veranda just inside the pillars, always so high and cool no matter how hot the day. Then he pulled open the iron-bound door with the book-drop slot in it and went into the quiet. The force of memory almost dizzied him for a moment as he stepped into the mild light of the hanging glass globes. The force was not physical, not like a shot to the jaw or a slap. It was more akin to that queer feeling of time doubling back on itself that people call, for want of a better term, déjà vu. Ben had had the feeling before, but it had never struck him with such disorienting power. For the moment or two he stood inside the door, he felt literally lost in time, not really sure how old he was. Was he 38 or 11? Here was the same murmuring quiet, broken only by an occasional whisper, the faint thud of a librarian stamping books or overdue notices, the hushed riffle of newspaper or magazine pages being turned. He loved the quality of the light as much now as then. It slanted through the high windows, gray as a pigeon's wing on this rainy afternoon, a light that was somehow somnolent and dozy. He walked across the wide floor with its red and black linoleum pattern almost completely worn away, trying, as he had always tried back then, to hush the sound of his footfalls. The adult library rose up to a dome in the middle, and all sounds were magnified. He saw that the circular iron staircases leading to the stacks were still there, one on either side of the horseshoe-shaped main desk, but he also saw that a tiny cagework elevator had been added at some point in the 25 years since he and his mama had moved away. It was something of a relief. It drove a wedge into that suffocating feeling of déjà vu. He felt like an interloper crossing the wide floor, a spy from another country. He kept expecting the librarian at the desk to raise her head, look at him, and then challenge him in clear, ringing tones that would shatter the concentration of every reader here and focus every eye upon him.
You, yes, you. What are you doing here? You have no business here. You're from outside. You're from before. Go back where you came from. Go back right now before I call the police.
She did look up, a young girl, pretty, and for one absurd moment it seemed to Ben that the fantasy was really going to come true, that his heart rose into his throat as her pale blue eyes touched his. Then they passed on indifferently, and Ben found he could walk again. If he was a spy, he hadn't been found out. He passed under the coil of one of the narrow and almost suicidally steep wrought iron staircases on his way to the corridor leading to the children's library, and was amused to realize, only after he had done it, that he had run down another old track of his childhood behavior. He had looked up, hoping, as he had hoped as a kid, to see a girl in a skirt coming down those steps. He could remember. Now he could remember, glancing up there for no reason at all one day when he was 8 or 9, and looking right up the chino skirt of a pretty high school girl and seeing her clean pink underwear. And the sudden sunlit glint of Beverly Marsh's ankle bracelet had shot an arrow of something more primitive than simple love or affection through his heart on the last day of school in 1958. So had the sight of the high school girl's panties affected him. He could remember sitting at a table in the children's library and thinking of that unexpected view for perhaps as long as 20 minutes, his cheeks and forehead hot, a book about the history of trains open and unread before him, his penis a hard little branch in his pants, a branch that had sunk its roots all the way up into his belly. He had fantasized the two of them married, living in a small house on the outskirts of town, indulging in pleasures he did not in the least understand. The feelings had passed off almost as suddenly as they had come, but he had never walked under the stairway again without glancing up. He hadn't ever seen anything else as interesting or affecting. Once a fat lady working her way down with ponderous care, but he had looked away from that sight hastily, feeling ashamed, like a violator. But the habit persisted. He had done it again now, as a grown man. He walked slowly down the glassed-in passageway, noticing other changes now. Yellow decals that said, "OPEC loves it when you waste energy, so save a watt," had been plastered over the switch plates. The framed pictures on the far wall when he entered this scaled-down world of blonde wood tables and small blonde wood chairs, this world where the drinking fountain was only 4 feet high, were not of Dwight Eisenhower and Richard Nixon, but of Ronald Reagan and George Bush. Reagan, Ben recalled, had been host of GE Theater in the year that Ben had graduated from the 5th grade, and George Bush would not have seen 30 yet. But that feeling of déjà vu swept him again. He was helpless before it, and this time he felt the numb horror of a man who finally realizes, after half an hour of helpless splashing, that the shore is growing no closer and he is drowning. It was story hour, and over in the corner a group of roughly a dozen little ones sat solemnly on their tiny chairs in a semicircle, listening.
"Who is that trip-trapping upon my bridge?"
the librarian said in the low, growling tones of the troll in the story, and Ben thought, when she raises her head, I'll see that it's Miss Davies. Yes, it'll be Miss Davies, and she won't look a day older. But when she did raise her head, he saw a much younger woman than Miss Davies had been even then. Some of the children covered their mouths and giggled, but others only watched her, their eyes reflecting the eternal fascination of the fairy story. Would the monster be bested, or would it feed? "It is I, Billy Goat Gruff, trip-trapping on your bridge," the librarian went on, and Ben, pale, walked past her. How can it be the same story? The very same story. Am I supposed to believe that's just coincidence? Because I don't. God damn it, I just don't. He bent to the drinking fountain, bending so far he felt like Richie doing one of his salami baloney routines. I ought to talk to someone, he thought, panicked. Mike, Bill, someone. Is something really stapling the past and present together here? Or am I only imagining it? Because if I'm not sure I bargained for this much. He looked at the checkout desk, and his heart seemed to stop in his chest for a moment before beginning to race double time. The poster was simple, stark, and familiar. It said simply, "Remember the curfew, 7 p.m., Derry Police Department." In that instant it all seemed to come clear to him. It came in a grisly flash of light, and he realized that the vote they had taken was a joke. There was no turning back, never had been. They were on a track as preordained as the memory track which had caused him to look up when he passed under the stairway leading to the stacks. There was an echo here in Derry, a deadly echo, and all they could hope for was that the echo could be changed enough in their favor to allow them to escape with their lives. "Christ," he muttered, and scrubbed the palm up one cheek hard. "Can I help you, sir?" a voice at his elbow asked, and he jumped a little. It was a girl of perhaps 17, her dark blonde hair held back from her pretty high schooler's face with barrettes. A library assistant, of course. They'd had them in 1958, too, high school girls and boys who shelved books, showed kids how to use the card catalog, discussed book reports and school papers, helped bewildered scholars with their footnotes and bibliographies. The pay was a pittance, but there were always kids willing to do it. It was agreeable work. On the heels of this, reading the girl's pleasant but questioning look a little more closely, he remembered that he no longer really belonged here. He was a giant in the land of little people, an intruder. In the adults' library he had felt uneasy about the possibility of being looked at or spoken to, but here it was something of a relief. For one thing, it proved he was still an adult, and the fact that the girl was clearly browless under her thin Western-style shirt was also more relief than turn-on. If proof that this was 1985 and not 1958 was needed, the clearly limbed points of her nipples against the cotton of her shirt was it. "No, thank you," he said, and then for no reason at all that he could understand, he heard himself add, "I was looking for my son." "Oh, what's his name? Maybe I've seen him." She smiled. "I know most of the kids." "His name is Ben Hanscom," he said, "but I don't see him here." "Tell me what he looks like, and I'll give him a message if there is one." "Well," Ben said, uncomfortable now and beginning to wish he had never started this, "he's on the stout side. He looks a little bit like me, but it's no big deal, miss. If you see him, just tell him his dad popped by on his way home." "I will," she said, and smiled. But the smile didn't reach her eyes, and Ben suddenly realized that she hadn't come over and spoken to him out of a simple politeness or a wish to help. She happened to be a library assistant in the children's library in a town where 9 children had been slain over a span of 8 months. You see, a strange man in this scaled-down world where adults rarely come except to drop their kids off or pick them up. You're suspicious, of course. "Thank you," he said, gave her a smile he hoped was reassuring, and then got the hell out. He walked back through the corridor to the adults' library and went to the desk on an impulse he didn't understand. But of course they were supposed to follow their impulses this afternoon, weren't they? Follow their impulses and see where they led. The nameplate on the circulation desk identified the pretty young librarian as Carol Danner. Behind her, Ben could see a door with a frosted glass panel. Lettered on this was Michael Hanlon, head librarian. "May I help you?" Ms. Danner asked. "I think so," Ben said. "That is, I hope so. I'd like to get a library card." "Very good," she said, and took out a form. "Are you a resident of Derry?" "Not presently." "Home address, then?" "Rural Star, Route 2, Hemingford Home, Nebraska." He paused for a moment, a little amused by her stare, and then reeled off the zip code. 59341. "Is this a joke, Mr. Hanscom?" "Not at all." "Are you moving to Derry, then?" "I have no plans to, no." "This is a long way to come to borrow books, isn't it? Don't they have libraries in Nebraska?" "It's kind of a sentimental thing," Ben said. He would have thought telling a stranger this would be embarrassing, but he found it wasn't. "I grew up in Derry, you see. This is the first time I've been back since I was a kid. I've been walking around, seeing what's changed and what hasn't. And all at once it occurred to me that I spent about 10 years of my life here between ages 3 and 13, and I don't have a single thing to remember those years by, not so much as a postcard. I had some silver dollars, but I lost one of them and gave the rest to a friend."
I guess what I want is a souvenir of my childhood. It's late, but don't they say better late than never? Carol Danner smiled, and the smile changed her pretty face into one that was beautiful. "I think that's very sweet," she said. "If you'd like to browse for 10 or 15 minutes, I'll have the card made up for you when you come back to the desk." Ben grinned a little. "I guess there'll be a fee," he said, "out of Tonner and all." "Did you have a card when you were a boy?" "I sure did," Ben smiled. "Except for my friends, I guess that library card was the most important."
Ben, would you come up here?
A voice called suddenly, cutting across the library hush like a scalpel. He turned around, jumping guiltily the way people do when someone shouts in a library. He saw no one he knew, and realized a moment later that no one had looked up or shown any sign of surprise or annoyance. The old men still read their copies of the Derry News, the Boston Globe, National Geographic, Time, Newsweek, U.S. News and World Report. At the tables in the reference room, 2 high school girls still had their heads together over a stack of papers and a pile of file cards. Several browsers went on looking through the books on the shelves marked Current Fiction, 7-Day Loan. An old man in a ridiculous driving cap, a cold pipe clenched between his teeth, went on leafing through a folio of Luis de Vargas sketches. He turned back to the young woman who was looking at him, puzzled. "Is anything wrong?" "No," Ben said, smiling. "I thought I heard something. I guess I'm more jet-lagged than I thought. What were you saying?" "Well, actually you were saying. But I was about to add that if you had a card when you were a resident, your name will still be in the files," she said. "We keep everything on microfiche now." "Some change from when you were a kid here, I guess." "Yes," he said. "A lot of things have changed in Derry, but a lot of things also seem to have remained the same. Anyway, I can just look you up and give you a renewal card, no charge." "That's great," Ben said. And before he could add thanks, the voice cut through the library's sacramental silence again, louder now, ominously jolly.
Come on up, Ben. Come on up, you fat little fuck. This is your life, Ben Hanscom.
Ben cleared his throat. "I appreciate it," he said. "Don't mention it." She cocked her head at him. "Has it gotten warm outside?" "A little," he said. "Why?" "You're—"
Ben Hanscom did it,
the voice screamed. It was coming from above, coming from the stacks.
Ben Hanscom killed the children. Get him, grab him.
"Perspiring," she finished. "Am I?" he said idiotically. "I'll have this made up right away," she said. "Thank you." She headed for the old Royal typewriter at the corner of her desk. Ben walked slowly away, his heart a thudding drum in his chest. Yes, he was sweating. He could feel it trickling down from his forehead, his armpits matting the hair on his chest. He looked up and saw Pennywise the Clown standing at the top of the left-hand staircase, looking down at him. His face was white with grease paint. His mouth bled lipstick in a killer's grin. There were empty sockets where his eyes should have been. He held a bunch of balloons in one hand and a book in the other. Not he, Ben thought. It. I am standing here in the middle of the Derry Public Library's rotunda on a late spring afternoon in 1985. I am a grown man, and I am face to face with my childhood's greatest nightmare. I am face to face with it.
Come on up, Ben, Pennywise called down. I won't hurt you. I've got a book for you. A book and a balloon. Come on up.
Ben opened his mouth to call back, "You're insane if you think I'm going up there," and suddenly realized that if he did that, everyone here would be looking at him, everyone here would be thinking, "Who is that crazy man?"
"Oh, I know you can't answer," Pennywise called down and giggled. "Almost fooled you there for a minute, though, didn't I? Pardon me, sir, do you have Prince Albert in a can? You do? Better let the poor guy out. Pardon me, ma'am, is your refrigerator running? It is? Then hadn't you better go catch it?"
The clown on the landing threw its head back and shrieked laughter. It roared and echoed in the dome of the rotunda like a flight of black bats, and Ben was only able to keep from clapping his hands over his ears with a tremendous effort of will.
"Come on up, Ben," Pennywise called down. "We'll talk. Neutral ground. What do you say?"
I'm not coming up there, Ben thought. When I finally come to you, you won't want to see me, I think. We're going to kill you. The clown shrieked laughter again.
"Kill me? Kill me?"
And suddenly, horribly, the voice was Richie Tozier's voice. Not his voice precisely, but Richie Tozier doing his pickaninny voice.
"Don't kill me, massa. I be a good nigger. Don't kill this yer black boy, Haystack."
Then that shrieking laughter again. Trembling, white-faced, Ben walked across the echoing center of the adults' library. He felt that soon he would vomit. He stood in front of a shelf of books and took one down at random with a hand that trembled badly. His cold fingers flittered the pages.
"This is your one chance, Haystack,"
The voice called from behind and above him.
"Get out of town. Get out before it gets dark tonight. I'll be after you tonight, you and the others. You're too old to stop me, Ben. You're all too old. Too old to do anything but get yourselves killed. Get out, Ben. Do you want to see this tonight?"
He turned slowly, still holding the book in his icy hands. He didn't want to look, but it was as if there were an invisible hand under his chin, tilting his head up and up and up. The clown was gone. Dracula was standing at the top of the left-hand stairway. But it was no movie Dracula. It was not Bela Lugosi or Christopher Lee or Frank Langella or Francis Lederer or Reggie Nalder. An ancient man-thing with a face like a twisted root stood there. Its face was deadly pale, its eyes purplish red, the color of blood clots. Its mouth dropped open, revealing a mouthful of Gillette blue blades that had been set in the gums at angles. It was like looking into a deadly mirror maze where a single misstep could get you cut in half.
"Key wrench!"
it screamed, and its jaws snapped closed. Blood gouted from its mouth in a red-black flood. Chunks of its severed lips fell to the glowing white silk of its formal shirt and slid down its front, leaving snail trails of blood behind.
"What did Stan Uris see before he died?"
The vampire on the landing screamed down at him, laughing through the bloody hole of its mouth.
"Was it Prince Albert in a can? Was it Davy Crockett, king of the wild frontier? What did he see, Ben? Do you want to see it too? What did he see? What did he see?"
Then that shrieking laughter again. And Ben knew that he would scream now himself. Yes, there was no way to stop the scream. It was going to come. Blood was pattering down from the landing in a grisly shower. One drop had landed on the arthritis-bunched hand of an old man who was reading the Wall Street Journal. It was running down between his knuckles, unseen and unfelt. Ben hitched in breath, sure the scream would follow, unthinkable in the quiet of this softly drizzling spring afternoon, as shocking as the slash of a knife or a mouthful of razor blades. Instead, what came out in a shaky, uneven rush, spoken instead of screamed, spoken low like a prayer, were these words. "We made slugs out of it, of course. We made the silver dollar into silver slugs." The gentleman in the driving cap, who had been perusing the De Vargas sketches, looked up sharply. "Nonsense," he said. Now people did look up. Someone hissed "shh" at the old man in an annoyed voice. "I'm sorry," Ben said in a low, trembling voice. He was faintly aware that his face was now running with sweat and that his shirt was plastered to his body. "I was thinking aloud." "Nonsense," the old gentleman repeated in a louder voice. "Can't make silver bullets from silver dollars. Common misconception. Pulp fiction. Problem is with specific gravity." Suddenly the woman, Miss Danner, was there. "Mr. Brockhill, you'll have to be quiet," she said kindly enough. "People are reading." "Man's sick," Brockhill said abruptly and went back to his book. "Give him an aspirin, Carol." Carol Danner looked at Ben, and her face sharpened with concern. "Are you ill, Mr. Hanscom? I know it's terribly impolite to say so, but you look terrible." Ben said, I had Chinese food for lunch. I don't think it's agreed with me." "If you want to lie down, there's a cot in Mr. Hanlon's office. You could—" "No, thanks, but no." What he wanted was not to lie down, but to get the hell out of the Derry Public Library. He looked up at the landing. The clown was gone, the vampire was gone. But tied to the low wrought-iron railing which surrounded the landing was a balloon. Written on its bulging skin were the words, "Have a good day. Tonight you die." "I've got your library card," she said, putting a tentative hand on his arm. "Do you still want it?" "Yes, thanks," Ben said. He drew a deep, shuddery breath. "I'm very sorry about this." "I just hope it isn't food poisoning," she said. "Wouldn't work," Mr. Brockhill said, without looking up from De Vargas or removing his dead pipe from the corner of his mouth. "Device of pulp fiction. Bullet would tumble." And speaking again with no foreknowledge that he was going to speak, Ben said,
Slugs, not bullets. We realized almost right away that we couldn't make bullets. I mean, we were just kids. It was my idea to... Shh, someone said again. Brockiel gave Ben a slightly startled look, seemed about to speak, then went back to the sketches. At the desk, Carol Danner handed him a small orange card with Derry Public Library stamped across the top. Bemused, Ben realized it was the first adult library card he had owned in his whole life. The one he'd had as a kid had been canary yellow. "Are you sure you don't want to lie down, Mr. Hanscom?" "I'm feeling a little better, thanks." "Sure?" He managed a smile. "I'm sure." "You do look a little better," she said, but she said it doubtfully, as if understanding that this was the proper thing to say, but not really believing it. Then she was holding a book under the microfilm gadget they use these days to record book loans, and Ben felt a touch of almost hysterical amusement. "It's the book I grabbed off the shelf when the clown started to do its pickaninny voice," he thought. "She thought I wanted to borrow it. I've made my first withdrawal from the Derry Public Library in 25 years, and I don't even know what the book is. Furthermore, I don't care. Just let me out of here, okay? That'll be enough." "Thank you," he said, putting the book under his arm. "You're more than welcome, Mr. Hanscom. Are you sure you wouldn't like an aspirin?" "Quite sure," he said, and then hesitated. "You wouldn't by any chance know what happened to Mrs. Sterrett, would you? Barbara Sterrett? She used to be the head of the children's library." "She died," Carol Danner said, 3 years ago. It was a stroke, I understand. It was a great shame. She was relatively young, 58 or 9, I think. Mr. Hanlon closed the library for the day." "Oh," Ben said, and felt a hollow place open in his heart. "That's what happened when you got back to your used-to-be, as the song put it. The frosting on the cake was sweet, but the stuff underneath was bitter. People forgot you, or died on you, or lost their hair and teeth. In some cases you found that they had lost their minds. Oh, it was great to be alive. Boy, howdy." "I'm sorry," she said. "You liked her, didn't you?" "All the kids liked Mrs. Sterrett," Ben said, and was alarmed to realize that tears were now very close. "Are you?" "If she asks me if I'm all right one more time, I really am going to cry, I think, or scream, or something." He glanced at his watch and said, "I really have to run. Thanks for being so nice." "Have a nice day, Mr. Hanscom." "Sure, because tonight I die." He tipped a finger her way and started back across the floor. Mr. Brockiel glanced up at him once, sharply and suspiciously. He looked up at the landing, which topped the left-hand staircase. The balloon still floated there, tied by its string to lacy wrought iron, but now the printing on its side read, "I killed Barbara Sterrett. Pennywise the Clown." He looked away, feeling the pulse in his throat starting to run again. He let himself out and was startled by sunlight. The clouds overhead were coming unraveled, and the warm late May sun was shafting down, making the grass look impossibly green and lush. Ben felt something start to lift from his heart. It seemed to him that he had left some insupportable burden behind in the library. And then he looked down at the book he had inadvertently withdrawn, and his teeth clamped together with sudden painful force. It was Bulldozer, by Stephen W. Meader, one of the books he had withdrawn from the library on the day he had dived into the Barrens to get away from Henry Bowers and his friends. And speaking of Henry, the track of his engineer boot was still on the book's cover. Shaking, fumbling at the pages, he turned to the back. The library had gone over to a microfilm checkout system. He had seen that. But there was still a pocket in the back of this book with a card tucked into it. There was a name written on each line of the card, followed by the librarian's return date stamp. Looking at the card, Ben saw this. Name of borrower, Charles N. Brown. Return by stamped date, May 14th, 58. Name of borrower, David Hartwell. Return by stamped date, June 1st, 58. Name of borrower, Joseph Brennan. Return by stamped date, June 17th, 58. And on the last line of the card, his own childish signature, written in heavy pencil strokes. Benjamin Hanscom, July 9th, 58. Stamped across this card, stamped across the book's flyleaf, stamped across the thickness of the pages, stamped again and again in a smeary red ink that looked like blood, was one word. Cancel. "Oh, dear God," Ben murmured. He did not know what else to say. That seemed to cover the entire situation. Oh, dear God, dear God. He stood in the new sunlight, suddenly wondering what was happening to the others. 2. Eddie Kasprak makes a catch. Eddie got off the bus at the corner of Kansas Street and Kossuth Lane. Kossuth was a street that ran a quarter of a mile downhill before dead-ending abruptly where the crumbling earth sloped into the barrens. He had absolutely no idea why he had chosen this place to leave the bus. Kossuth Lane meant nothing to him, and he had known no one on this particular section of Kansas Street. But it seemed like the right place. That was all he knew. But at this point it seemed to be enough. Beverly had climbed off the bus with a little wave at one of the lower Main Street stops. Mike had taken his car back to the library. Now, watching the small and somehow absurd Mercedes bus pull away, he wondered exactly what he was doing here, standing on an obscure street corner in an obscure town nearly 500 miles away from Myra, who was undoubtedly worried to tears about him. He felt an instant of almost painful vertigo, touched his jacket pocket, and remembered that he had left his Dramamine back at the townhouse along with the rest of his pharmacopoeia. He had aspirin, though. He would no more have gone out sans aspirin than he would have gone out sans pants. He chugged a couple dry and began to walk along Kansas Street, thinking vaguely that he might go to the public library or perhaps cross over to Costello Avenue. It was beginning to clear now, and he supposed he could even walk across to West Broadway and admire the old Victorian houses that stood there, along with the only two really handsome residential blocks in Derry. He used to do that sometimes when he was a kid, just walk along West Broadway, sort of casual, like he was on his way to somewhere else. There was the Muellers near the corner of Witcham and West Broadway, a red house with turrets on either side and hedges in front. The Muellers had a gardener who always looked at Eddie with suspicious eyes until he had passed on his way. Then there was the Bowies' house, which was 4 down from the Muellers on the same side. One of the reasons he supposed that Greta Bowie and Sally Mueller had been such great friends in grammar school. It was green-shingled and also had turrets, but while the turrets on the Muellers' house were squared off, those on the Bowies' house were capped with funny cone-shaped things that looked to Eddie like squatty dunce caps. In the summer there was always lawn furniture on the side lawn, a table with a sporty yellow umbrella over it, wicker chairs, a rope hammock stretched between 2 trees. There was always a croquet game set up out back, too. Eddie knew this, although he had never been invited over to Greta's house to play croquet. Walking by casually, like he was on his way to somewhere else, Eddie would sometimes hear the click of the balls, laughter, groans as someone's ball was sent away. Once he had seen Greta herself, a lemonade in one hand and her croquet mallet in the other, looking slim and pretty beyond the words of all the poets. Even her sunburned shoulders seemed wonderfully pretty to Eddie Kasprak, who had at that time been 9. Going after her ball, which had been sent away. It had ricocheted off a tree and had thus brought Greta into Eddie's view. He fell in love with her a little that day, her shining blonde hair falling to the shoulders of her culotte dress, which was a cool blue. She glanced around, and for a moment he thought she had seen him, but that proved not to be so, because when he raised his hand in a timid hello, she did not raise hers in return, but only whacked her ball back onto the rear lawn and then ran after it. He had walked on with no resentment at the unreturned hello. He genuinely believed she must not have seen him, or at the fact that he had never been invited to attend one of the Saturday afternoon croquet games. Why would a beautiful girl like Greta Bowie want to invite a kid like him? He was thin-chested, asthmatic, and had the face of a drowned water rat. Yeah, he thought, walking aimlessly back down Kansas Street. I should have gone over to West Broadway and looked at all those houses again. The Muellers, the Bowies, Dr. Hale's place, the Trackers. His thoughts broke off abruptly at that last name because, speak of the devil, here he was, standing in front of Tracker Brothers Truck Depot. Still right here, Eddie said aloud and laughed. Son of a gun. The house on West Broadway, which belonged to Phil and Tony Tracker, a pair of lifelong bachelors, was probably the loveliest of the large houses on that street. A spotlessly white mid-Victorian with green lawns and great beds of flowers that rioted, in a neatly landscaped way, of course, all the spring and summer long. Their driveway was freshly sealed each fall so that it always remained as black as a dark mirror. The slate shingles on the many slants of the roof were always a perfect mint green that almost exactly matched the lawn,
and people sometimes stopped to take pictures of the mullioned windows, which were very old and quite remarkable.
"Any two men who bother keeping a house so nice must be queers,"
Eddie's mother had once said in a disgruntled sort of way, and Eddie hadn't dared ask for clarification. The truck depot was the exact opposite of the Tracker house on West Broadway. It was a low brick structure. The bricks were old and crumbling in places, their dirty orange hue shading to a sooty black at the building's footings. The windows were uniformly filthy except for a small circular place on one of the lower panes of the starter's office. This one pane had been kept spotlessly clean by kids before Eddie and those who came after, because the starter kept a Playboy calendar over his desk. No boy came to play scratch baseball in the back lot without first stopping to wipe at the glass with his ball glove and examine that month's pinup. The depot was surrounded by a waste of gravel on three sides. Long-distance haulers, Jimmy Pete's and Kenworth's and Rio's, all painted with the words Tracker Brothers. Derry, Newton, Providence, Hartford, New York, sometimes stood here in tangled, disordered profusion. Sometimes they were put together, and sometimes they were just cabs or body boxes, standing silent on their rear wheels and support struts. The brothers kept their trucks out of the lot at the back of the building as much as they could, because they were both avid baseball fans and liked the kids to come and play. Phil Tracker drove freight himself, so the boys rarely saw him, but Tony Tracker, a man with huge slab arms and a gut to match, kept the books and the accounts, and Eddie, who never played — his mother would have killed him if she had heard he was playing baseball, racing around and getting dust in his delicate lungs, risking broken legs, concussions, and God alone knew what else — got used to seeing him. He was a summer fixture, his voice as much a part of the game to Eddie then as Mel Allen's later became. Tony Tracker, large but somehow ghost-like, his white shirt glimmering as summer dusk drew down and fireflies began to loom the air with their lace of lights, yelling, "You've got to get under that ball before you can catch it, Red. You took your eye off'n the ball, half-pint. You can't hit the goddamn thing if you ain't looking at it. Slide, horsefoot. You get the soles of them keds in that second baseman's face, he ain't never gon' tag you out." Never called any of them by name, Eddie remembered. It was always, "Hey, Red, hey, Blondie, hey, Four Eyes, hey, Half-Pint." It was never a ball, it was always a ball. It was never a bat, it was always something Tony Tracker called an ash handle, as in, "You ain't never goin' to hit that ball if you don't choke up on the ash handle, horsefoot." Grinning, Eddie walked a little closer. And then the grin faded. The long brick building where orders had been processed, trucks repaired, and goods stored on a short-term basis was now dark and silent. Weeds were growing up through the gravel, and there were no trucks in either side yard, only a single box, its sides rusty and dull. Getting closer still, he saw that there was a realtor's for sale sign in the window. Tracker's out of business, he thought, and was surprised at the sadness the thought carried with it, as if someone had died. He was glad now he hadn't walked over to West Broadway. If Tracker Brothers could have gone under, Tracker Brothers, which had seemed eternal, what might have happened on that street he had liked so much to walk down as a kid? He realized uneasily that he didn't want to know. He didn't want to see Greta Bowie with gray in her hair, her hips and legs thickened with much sitting and much eating and much drinking. It was better, safer, to just stay away. That's what we all should have done, just stayed away. We've got no business here. Coming back to where you grew up is like doing some crazy yoga trick, putting your feet in your own mouth and somehow swallowing yourself so there's nothing left. It can't be done, and any sane person ought to be fucking glad it can't. What do you suppose happened to Tony and Phil Tracker anyway? A heart attack for Tony, perhaps. He had been carrying maybe 75 extra pounds of meat on his bones. You had to watch out for what your heart might be up to. The poets might romance about broken hearts, and Barry Manilow sing about them, and that was fine by Eddie. He and Myra had every album Barry Manilow had ever recorded. But he himself preferred a good solid EKG every year. Sure, Tony's heart had probably given it up as a bad job. And Phil? Bad luck on the highway, maybe. Eddie, who made his living behind the wheel himself, or had, these days he only drove the celebs and spent the rest of his time driving a desk, knew about bad luck on the highway. Old Phil might have jackknifed a rig somewhere in New Hampshire or in the Haynesville woods up north in Maine when the going was icy, or maybe he had lost his brakes on some long hill south of Derry, heading into Haven in a driving springtime rain. Those things, or any of the others you heard in those shit-kicking country songs about truck drivers who wore Stetson hats and had cheating on their minds. Driving a desk was sometimes lonely, but Eddie had been in the driver's seat himself more than once, his aspirator riding there with him on the dashboard, its trigger reflected ghostly in the windshield, and a bucket load of pills in the glove compartment. And he knew that real loneliness was a smeary red, the color of the tail lights of the car ahead of you reflected on wet hot top in a driving rain. "Oh, shit, the time goes by," Eddie Kasprak said, in a sighing sort of whisper, and was not even aware that he had spoken aloud. Feeling both mellow and unhappy, a state more common to him than he ever would have believed, Eddie skirted the building, Gucci loafers crunching in the gravel, to look at the lot where the baseball games had been played when he was a kid, when it seemed 90% of the world had been made up of kids. The lot wasn't much changed, but a look was enough to convince him beyond doubt that the games had stopped, a tradition that had simply died out at some point in the years between, for reasons of its own. In 1958, the diamond shape of the infield had been defined not by limed base paths, but in ruts made by running feet. They had no actual bases, those boys who had played baseball here, boys who were all older than the losers, although Eddie remembered now that Stan Uris had sometimes played. His batting was only fair, but in the outfield he could run fast and he had the reflexes of an angel. But 4 pieces of dirty canvas were always kept under the loading bay behind the long brick building to be ceremonially taken out when enough kids had drifted into the back lot to play ball, and just as ceremonially returned when the shades of evening had fallen thickly enough to end further play. Standing here now, Eddie could see no trace of those rutted base paths. Weeds had grown up through the gravel in patchy profusion. Broken soda and beer bottles twinkled here and there. In the old days, such shards of broken glass had been religiously removed. The only thing that was the same was the chain-link fence at the back of the lot, 12 feet high and as rusty as dried blood. It framed the sky in droves of diamond shapes. That was home run territory, Eddie thought, standing bemused with his hands in his pockets at the place where home plate had been 27 years ago. Over the fence and down into the barrens. They used to call it the automatic. He laughed out loud and then looked around nervously, as if it were a ghost who had laughed out loud instead of a guy in $60 slacks, a guy as solid as, well, as solid as... "Get off it, Heads," Richie's voice seemed to whisper. "You ain't solid at all. And in the last few years the chucks have been few and far between, right?" "Yeah, right," Eddie said in a low voice, and kicked a few loose stones away in a rattle. In truth, he had only seen 2 balls go over the fence at the back of the lot behind Tracker Brothers, both of them hit by the same kid, Belch Huggins. Belch had been almost comically big, already 6 feet tall at 12, weighing maybe 170. He had gotten his nickname because he was able to articulate belches of amazing length and loudness. At his best, he sounded like a cross between a bullfrog and a cicada. Sometimes he would pat a hand rapidly across his open mouth while belching, emitting a sound like a horse Indian. Belch had been big and not really fat, Eddie remembered now, but it was as if God had never really intended for a boy of 12 to attain such remarkable size. If he had not died that summer, he might have grown to 6'6" or better, and might have learned along the way how to maneuver his outsized body through a world of smaller denizens. He might even, Eddie thought, have learned gentleness. But at 12 he had been both clumsy and mean, not retarded, but almost seeming so because all his body's actions seemed so amazingly graceless and lunging. He had none of Stanley's built-in rhythms. It was as if Belch's body did not talk to his brain at all, but existed in its own cosmos of slow thunder. Eddie could remember the evening a long, slow fly ball had been hit directly to Belch's position in the outfield. Belch didn't even have to move. He stood looking up, raised his glove in an almost aimless punching gesture, and instead of settling into his glove, the ball had struck him squarely on top of the head, producing a hollow bonk sound. It was as if the ball had been dropped from 3 stories up onto the roof of a Ford sedan. It bounced up a good 4 feet and came down neatly into Belch's glove. An unfortunate kid named Owen Phillips had laughed at that bonking sound. Belch had walked over to him and had kicked his ass so hard that the Phillips kid had run screaming for home with a hole in the seat of his pants. No one else laughed, at least not on the outside. Eddie supposed that if Richie Tozier had been there, he wouldn't have been able to help it, and Belch probably would have put him in the hospital. Belch was similarly slow at the plate. He was easy to strike out, and if he hit a grounder, even the most fumble-fingered infielders had no trouble throwing him out at first. But when he got all of one, it went a long, long way. The 2 balls Eddie had seen Belch hit over the fence had both been wonders. The first had never been recovered, although more than a dozen boys had tramped back and forth over the steeply slanting slope which plunged down into the barrens looking for it. The second, however, had been recovered. The ball belonged to another 6th grader. Eddie could not now remember what his real name had been, only that all the other kids called him Snuffy because he always had a cold, and had been in use for most of the late spring and early summer of '58. As a result, it was no longer the nearly perfect spherical creation of white horsehide and red stitching that it had been when it came out of the box. It was scuffed, grass-stained, and cut in several places by its hundreds of bouncing trips over the gravel in the outfield. Its stitching was beginning to come unraveled in one place, and Eddie, who shagged foul balls when his asthma wasn't too bad, relishing every casual "thanks, kid" when he threw the ball back to the playing field, knew that soon someone would produce a roll of black cat friction tape and embalm it so they could get another week or so out of it. But before that day came, a 7th grader with the unlikely name of Stringer Dedham tossed what he fancied a change of speed pitch to Belch Huggins. Belch timed the pitch perfectly. The slow ones were, you should pardon the pun, just his speed, and hit Snuffy's elderly Spaulding so hard that the cover came right off and fluttered down just a few feet shy of second base like a big white moth. The ball itself had continued up and up into a gorgeous twilit sky, unraveling and unraveling as it went. Kids turning to follow its progress in dumb wonder. Up and over the chain-link fence it went, still rising. And Eddie remembered Stringer Dedham had said, "Holy shit," in a soft and awestruck voice as it went, riding a track into the sky. And they had all seen the unwinding string, and maybe even before it hit, 6 boys had been monkeying up that fence, and Eddie could remember Tony Tracker laughing in an amazed, loon-like way and crying, "That one would have been out of Yankee Stadium. Do you hear me? That one would have been out of fucking Yankee Stadium." It had been Peter Gordon who found the ball, not far from the stream the Losers Club would dam up less than 3 weeks later. What was left was not even 3 inches through the center. It was some kind of cockeyed miracle that the twine had never broken. By unspoken consent, the boys had brought the remains of Snuffy's ball back to Tony Tracker, who examined it without saying a word, surrounded by boys who were likewise silent. Seen from a distance, that circle of boys standing around the tall man with the big sloping belly might have seemed almost religious in its intent, the veneration of a holy object. Belch Huggins had not even run around the bases. He only stood among the others like a boy who had no precise idea of where he was. What Tony Tracker handed him that day was smaller than a tennis ball. Eddie, lost in these memories, walked from the place where home had been, across the pitcher's mound. Only it had never been a mound. It had been a depression from which the gravel had been scraped clean, and out into shortstop country. He paused briefly, struck by the silence, and then strolled on out to the chain-link fence. It was rustier than ever, and overgrown by some sort of ugly climbing vine, but still there. Looking through it, he could see how the ground sloped away, aggressively green. The barrens were more jungle-like than ever, and for the first time he found himself wondering why a stretch of such tangled and virulent growth should have been called the barrens at all. It was many things, but barren was not one of them. Why not the wilderness, or the jungle? Barrens. It had an ominous, almost sinister sound, but what it conjured up in the mind were not tangles of shrubs and trees so thick they had to fight for sun space. It called up pictures of sand dunes shifting away endlessly, or gray slate expanses of hardpan and desert. Barren. Mike had said earlier that they were all barren, and it seemed true enough. 7 of them, and not a kid among them.
Even in these days of Planned Parenthood, that was bucking the odds.
He looked through the rusty diamond shapes, hearing the faraway drone of cars on Kansas Street, the faraway trickle and rush of water down below. He could see glints of it in the spring sunshine, like flashes of glass. The bamboo stands were still down there, looking unhealthily white, like patches of fungus in all the green. Beyond them, in the marshy stretches of ground bordering the Kenduskeag, there was supposed to have been quickmud. I spent the happiest times of my childhood down there in that mess, he thought, and shivered. He was about to turn away when something else caught his eye. A cement cylinder with a heavy steel cap on the top. Morlock holes, Ben used to call them, laughing with his mouth but not quite laughing with his eyes. If you went over to one, it would stand maybe waist-high on you, if you were a kid. And you would see the words, Derry Department of Public Works, stamped in raised metal in a semicircle. And you could hear a humming noise from deep inside. Some sort of machinery. Morlock holes. That's where we went. In August, in the end. We went into one of Ben's Morlock holes, into the sewers. But after a while, they weren't sewers anymore. They were what? Patrick Hochstetter was down there. Before it took him, Beverly saw him doing something bad. It made her laugh, but she knew it was bad. Something to do with Henry Bowers, wasn't it? Yes, I think so, and... He turned away suddenly and started back toward the abandoned depot, not wanting to look down into the barrens anymore, not liking the thoughts they conjured up. He wanted to be home with Myra. He didn't want to be here. Catch, kid! He turned toward the sound of the voice, and here came some sort of a ball right over the fence and toward him. It struck the gravel and bounced. Eddie stuck out his hand and caught it. In his unthinking reflex, the catch was so neat it was almost elegant. He looked down at what was in his hand, and everything inside him went cool and loose. Once it had been a baseball. Now it was only a string-wrapped sphere, because the cover had been knocked off. He could see the string trailing away. It went over the top of the fence like a strand of spider web and disappeared into the barrens. Oh, Jesus, he thought. Oh, Jesus, it's here. It's here with me, now. Come on down and play, Eddie, the voice on the other side of the fence said. And Eddie realized with a fainting sort of horror that it was the voice of Belch Huggins, who had been murdered in the tunnels under Derry in August of 1958. And now here was the Belch himself, struggling up and over the bank on the other side of the fence. He wore a pinstriped New York Yankees baseball uniform that was flecked with bits of autumn leaves and smeared with green. He was Belch, but he was also the leper, a creature hideously arisen from long years in a wet grave. The flesh of his heavy face hung in putrescent strings and runners. One eye socket was empty. Things squirmed in his hair. He wore a moss-slimed baseball glove on one hand. He poked the rotting fingers of his right hand through the diamonds of the chain-link fence, and when he curled them, Eddie heard a dreadful squirting sound which he thought might drive him mad. That one would have been out of Yankee Stadium, Belch said and grinned. A toad, noxiously white and squirming, dropped from his mouth and tumbled to the ground. Do you hear me? That one would have been out of fucking Yankee Stadium. And by the way, Eddie, do you want a blowjob? I'll do it for a dime. Hell, I'll do it for free. Belch's face changed. The jelly-like bulb of nose fell in, revealing two raw red channels that Eddie had seen in his dreams. His hair coarsened and drew back from his temples, turned cobweb white. The rotting skin on his forehead split open, revealing white bone covered with a mucousy substance like the bleared lens of a searchlight. Belch was gone. The thing which had been under the porch at 29 Neibolt Street was here now. Bobby blows me for a dime, it crooned, beginning to climb the fence. It left little pieces of its flesh in the diamond shapes the crisscrossing wires made. The fence jingled and rattled with its weight. When it touched the climbing, vine-like weeds, they turned black. He will do it any time. 15 cents for overtime. Eddie tried to scream. Nothing but a dry, senseless squeak came out of him. His lungs felt like the world's oldest ocarinas. He looked down at the ball in his hand, and suddenly blood began to sweat up from between the wrapped strings. It pattered to the gravel and splashed on his loafers. He threw it down and took 2 lurching stagger steps backward, his eyes bulging from his face, rubbing his hands on the front of his shirt. The leper had reached the top of the fence. Its head swayed in silhouette against the sky, a nightmare shaped like a bloated Halloween jack-o'-lantern. Its tongue lolled out, 4 feet long, perhaps 6. It twined its way down the fence like a snake from the leper's grinning mouth. There 1 second, gone the next. It did not fade like a ghost in a movie. It simply winked out of existence. But Eddie heard a sound which confirmed its essential solidity. A pop sound, like a cork blowing out of a champagne bottle. It was the sound of air rushing in to fill the place where the leper had been. He turned and began to run, but before he had gone 10 feet, 4 stiff shapes flew out from the shadows under the loading bay of the abandoned brick depot. He thought at first they were bats, and he screamed and covered his head. Then he saw that they were squares of canvas, the squares of canvas that had been the bases when the big kids played here. They whirled and twirled in the still air. He had to duck to avoid one of them. They settled in their accustomed places all at once, kicking up little puffs of grit. Home, first, second, third. Gasping, his breath short in his throat, Eddie ran past home plate, his lips drawn back, his face as white as cottage cheese. Whack! The sound of a bat hitting a phantom ball. And then Eddie stopped, the strength going out of his legs, a groan passing his lips. The ground was bulging in a straight line from home to first, as if a gigantic gopher was tunneling rapidly just below the surface of the ground. Gravel rolled off to either side. The shape under the earth reached the base, and the canvas flipped up into the air. It went up so hard and fast it made a popping sound, the sound a shoeshine kid makes when he's feeling good and pops the rag. The ground began to ridge between first and second, racing and racing. Second base flew into the air with a similar popping sound and had barely settled back before the shape under the ground had reached third and was racing for home. Home plate flew up as well. But before it could come down, the thing had popped out of the ground like some grisly party favor. And the thing was Tony Tracker. His face a skull to which a few blackened chunks of flesh still clung, his white shirt a mess of rotted linen strings. He poked out of the earth at home plate from the waist up, swaying back and forth like a grotesque worm. "Don't matter how much you choke up on that ash handle," Tony Tracker said in a gritty, grinding voice. Exposed teeth grinned in lunatic chumminess. "Don't matter, Wheezy. We'll get you. We and your friends. We'll have a ball." Eddie shrieked and staggered away. There was a hand on his shoulder. He shrank away from it. The hand tightened for a moment, then gave way. He turned. It was Greta Bowie. She was dead. Half of her face was gone. Maggots crawled in the churned red meat that was left. She held a green balloon in one hand. "Car crash," the recognizable half of her mouth said, and grinned. The grin caused an unspeakable ripping sound, and Eddie could see raw tendons moving like terrible straps. "I was 18, Eddie, drunk and done up on reds. Your friends are here, Eddie." Eddie backed away from her, his hands held up in front of his face. She walked toward him. Blood had splashed, then dried on her legs in long splotches. She was wearing penny loafers. And now beyond her, he saw the ultimate horror. Patrick Hochstetter was shambling toward him across the outfield. He, too, was wearing a New York Yankees uniform. Eddie ran. Greta clutched at him again, tearing his shirt and spilling some terrible liquid down the back of his collar. Tony Tracker was pulling himself out of his man-sized gopher run. Patrick Hochstetter stumbled and staggered. Eddie ran, not knowing where he was finding the breath to run, but running somehow anyway. And as he ran, he saw words floating in front of him, the words that had been printed on the side of the green balloon Greta Bowie had been holding. "Asthma medicine causes lung cancer. Compliments of Center Street Drug." Eddie ran. He ran, and at some point he collapsed in a dead faint near McCarran Park, and some kids saw him and steered clear of him because he looked like a wino to them, like he might have some kind of weird disease for all they knew. He might even be the killer, and they talked about reporting him to the police, but in the end they didn't. 3. Bev Rogan pays a call. Beverly walked absently down Main Street from the Derry townhouse, where she had gone to change into a pair of blue jeans and a bright yellow smock blouse. She was not thinking about where she was going. Instead, she thought this: "Your hair is winter fire, January embers. My heart burns there, too." She had hidden that in her bottom drawer beneath her underwear. Her mother might have seen it, but that was all right. The important thing was, that was one drawer her father never looked in.
If he had seen it, he might have looked at her with that bright, almost friendly, and utterly paralyzing stare of his, and asked in his almost friendly way, "You been doing something you shouldn't be doing, Bev? You been doing something with some boy?" And if she said yes, or if she said no, there would be a quick wham-bam, so quick and so hard it didn't even hurt at first. It took a few seconds for the vacuum to dissipate and the pain to fill the place where the vacuum had been. Then his voice again, almost friendly. "I worry a lot about you, Beverly. I worry an awful lot. You got to grow up, isn't that so?" Her father might still be living here in Derry. He had been living here the last time she had heard from him, but that had been, how long ago? 10 years? Long before she had married Tom, anyway. She had gotten a postcard from him, not a plain postcard like the one the poem had been written on, but one showing the hideous plastic statue of Paul Bunyan which stood in front of City Center. The statue had been erected sometime in the 50s, and it had been one of the landmarks of her childhood, but her father's card had called up no nostalgia or memories for her. It might as well have been a card showing Gateway Arch in St. Louis or the Golden Gate Bridge in San Francisco. "Hope you are doing well and being good," the card read. "Hope you will send me something if you can, as I don't have much. I love you, Bevy. Dad." He had loved her, and in some ways she supposed that had everything to do with why she had fallen so desperately in love with Bill Denbrough that long summer of 1958. Because of all the boys, Bill was the one who projected the sense of authority she associated with her father. But it was a different sort of authority, somehow. It was authority that listened. She saw no assumption in either his eyes or his actions that he believed her father's kind of worrying to be the only reason authority needed to exist, as if people were pets to be cosseted and disciplined. Whatever the reasons, by the end of their first meeting as a complete group in July of that year, that meeting of which Bill had taken such complete and effortless charge, she had been madly head over heels in love with him. Calling it a simple schoolgirl crush was like saying a Rolls-Royce was a vehicle with 4 wheels, something like a hay wagon. She did not giggle wildly and blush when she saw him, nor did she chalk his name on trees or write it on the walls of the kissing bridge. She simply lived with his face in her heart all the time, a kind of sweet, hurtful ache. She would have died for him. It was natural enough, she supposed, for her to want to believe it had been Bill who sent her the love poem, although she had never gotten so far gone as to actually convince herself it was so. No, she had known who wrote the poem. And later on, at some point, hadn't its author admitted this to her? Yes, Ben had told her so, although she could not now remember, not for the life of her, just when or under what circumstances he had actually said it out loud. And although his love for her had been almost as well hidden as the love she had felt for Bill. "But you told him, Bevy. You told him you loved." It was obvious to anyone who really looked, and who was kind. It was in the way he was always careful to keep some space between them, in the draw of his breath when she touched his arm or his hand, in the way he dressed when he knew he was going to see her. Dear sweet fat Ben. It had ended somehow, that difficult pre-adolescent triangle, but just how it had ended was one of the things she still couldn't remember. She thought that Ben had confessed authoring and sending the little love poem. She thought she had told Bill she loved him, that she would love him forever. And somehow those 2 tellings had helped save all of their lives. Or had they? She couldn't remember. These memories, or memories of memories, that was really closer to what they were like islands that were not really islands at all, but only knobs of a single coral spine which happened to poke up above the waterline, not separate at all, but one piece. Yet whenever she tried to dive deep and see the rest, a maddening image intervened. The grackles which came back each spring to New England, crowding the telephone lines, trees, and rooftops, jostling for places and filling the thawing late March air with their raucous gossip. This image came to her again and again, foreign and disturbing, like a heavy radio beam that blankets the signal you really want to pick up. She realized with sudden shock that she was standing outside of the clean-clothes washateria, where she and Stan Uris and Ben and Eddie had taken the rags that day in late June, rags stained with blood which only they could see. The windows were now soaped opaque, and there was a hand-lettered "For Sale by Owner" sign taped to the door.
Peering between the swashes of soap, she could see an empty room with lighter squares of dirty yellow walls where the washers had stood. "I'm going home," she thought dismally, but walked on anyway. This neighborhood hadn't changed much. A few more of the trees were gone, probably elms felled by disease. The houses looked a little tackier. Broken windows seemed slightly more common than they had been when she was a girl. Some of the broken panes had been replaced with cardboard, some hadn't. And here she stood in front of the apartment house, 127 Lower Main Street. Still here. The peeling white she remembered had become a peeling chocolate brown at some point during the years between, but it was still unmistakable. There was the window which looked in on what had been their kitchen. There was the window of her bedroom. "Jim Doyen, you come out of that road. Come out right now. You want to get run over and killed?" She shivered, hugging her arms across her breasts in an X, cupping her elbows in her palms. Daddy could still be living here. Oh, yes, he could. He wouldn't move unless he had to. Just walk on up there, Beverly. Look at the mailboxes. 3 boxes for 3 apartments, just like in the old days. And if there's one which says Marsh, you can ring the bell, and pretty soon there'll be the shuffle of slippers down the hall, and the door will open, and you can look at him. The man whose sperm made you red-headed and left-handed and gave you the ability to draw. Remember how he used to draw? He could draw anything he wanted. If he felt like it, that is. He didn't feel like it often. I guess he had too many things to worry about. But when he did, you used to sit for hours and watch while he drew cats and dogs and horses and cows with moo coming out of their mouths in balloons. You'd laugh and he'd laugh, and then he'd say, "Now you, Bevy." And when you held the pen, he'd guide your hand, and you'd see the cow or the cat or the smiling man unspooling beneath your own fingers while you smelled his Menon skin bracer in the warmth of his skin. Go on up, Beverly. Ring the bell. He'll come and he'll be old. The lines will be drawn deep in his face and his teeth. Those that are left will be yellow. And he'll look at you and he'll say, "Why, it's Bevy. Bevy's come home to see her old dad. Come on in, Bevy. I'm so glad to see you. I'm glad because I worry about you, Bevy. I worry a lot." She walked slowly up the path, and the weeds growing up between the cracked concrete sections brushed at the legs of her jeans. She looked closely at the first-floor windows, but they were curtained off. She looked at the mailboxes. 3rd floor, Starkweather. 2nd floor, Burke. 1st floor, her breath caught. Marsh. But I won't ring. I don't want to see him. I won't ring the bell. This was a firm decision at last. The decision that opened the gate to a full and useful lifetime of firm decisions. She walked down the path, back to downtown, up to the Derry townhouse. Packed, cabbed, flew, told Tom to bug out, lived successfully, died happily. Rang the bell. She heard the familiar chimes from the living room, chimes that had always sounded to her like a Chinese name, Ching-chong. Silence. No answer. She shifted on the porch from one foot to the other, suddenly needing to pee. No one home, she thought, relieved. I can go now. Instead, she rang again. Ching-chong. No answer. She thought of Ben's lovely little poem and tried to remember exactly when and how he had confessed its authorship, and why, for a brief second, it called up an association with having her first menstrual period. Had she begun menstruating at 11? Surely not, although her breasts had begun their first achy growth around midwinter. Why? Then, intervening, a mental picture of thousands of grackles on phone lines and rooftops, all babbling at a white spring sky. I'll leave now. I've rung twice. That's enough. But she rang again. Ching-chong. Now she heard someone approaching, and the sound was just as she had imagined, a tired whisper of old slippers. She looked around wildly and came very, very close to just taking to her heels. Could she make it down the cement walk and around the corner, leaving her father to think it had been nothing but kids playing pranks? "Hey, mister, you got Prince Albert in a can?" She let out a sudden sharp breath and had to tighten her throat because what wanted to come out was a laugh of relief. It wasn't her father at all. Standing in the doorway and looking out at her was a tall woman in her late 70s. Her hair was long and gorgeous, mostly white, but shot through with loads of purest gold. Behind her rimless spectacles were eyes as blue as the water and the fjords her ancestors had perhaps hailed from. She wore a purple dress of watered silk. It was shabby but still dignified. Her wrinkled face was kind.
"Yes, miss?"
"I'm sorry," Beverly said. The urge to laugh had passed as swiftly as it had come. She noticed that the old woman wore a cameo at her throat. It was almost certainly real ivory, surrounded by a band of gold so thin it was nearly invisible. "I must have rung the wrong bell." Or rang the wrong bell on purpose, her mind whispered. "I meant to ring for Marsh."
"Marsh?"
Her forehead wrinkled delicately. "Yes, you see—"
"There's no Marsh here," the old woman said.
"But—"
"Unless you don't mean Alvin Marsh, do you?"
"Yes," Beverly said. "My father." The old woman's hand rose to the cameo and touched it. She peered more closely at Beverly, making her feel ridiculously young, as if she should perhaps have a box of Girl Scout cookies in her hands, or maybe some tags, support the Derry High School Tigers. Then the old woman smiled, a kind smile that was none the less sad.
"Why, you have fallen out of touch, miss. I don't want to be the one who tells you this, a stranger, but your father has been dead these last 5 years."
"But on the bell—" She looked again and uttered a small, bewildered sound that was not quite a laugh. In her agitation, in her subconscious but rock-solid certainty that her old man would still be here, she had read Kirsch as Marsh. "You're Mrs. Kirsch?" she asked. She was staggered by this news of her father, but she also felt stupid about the mistake. The lady would think her little more than illiterate.
"Mrs. Kirsch,"
she agreed. Did you know my dad?"
"Very little did I know him,"
Mrs. Kirsch said. She sounded a little like Yoda in The Empire Strikes Back, and Beverly felt like laughing again. When had her emotions gone whipsawing so violently back and forth? The truth was she couldn't remember a time, but she was dismally afraid she would before much longer.
"He rented the ground-floor apartment before me. We saw each other, me coming and him going, over a space of a few days. He moved down to Roward Lane. Do you know it?"
"Yes," Beverly said. Roward Lane branched off from Lower Main Street 4 blocks farther down, where the apartment buildings were smaller and even more desperately shabby.
"I used to see him at the Costello Avenue Market sometimes," Mrs. Kirsch said, "and at the washateria before they closed it. We passed a word from time to time. Girl, you're pale. I'm sorry. Come in and let me give you tea."
"No, I couldn't," Beverly said weakly. But in fact she actually felt pale, like clouded glass that you could nearly look through. She could use tea and a chair in which to sit and drink it.
"You could and you will,"
Mrs. Kirsch said warmly.
"It's the least I can do for having told you such unpleasant news."
Before she could protest, Beverly found herself being led up the gloomy hall and into her old apartment, which now seemed much smaller, but safe enough. Safe, she supposed, because almost everything was different. Instead of the pink-topped formica table with its 3 chairs, there was a small round table, really not much bigger than an end table, with silk flowers and a pottery vase. Instead of the old Kelvinator refrigerator with the round drum on top, her father tinkered with it constantly to keep it going, there was a copper-colored Frigidaire. The stove was small but efficient-looking. There was an Amana radar range above it. Bright blue curtains hung in the windows, and she could see flower boxes outside them. The floor, linoleum when she was a girl here, had been stripped to its original wood. Many applications of oil made it glow mellowly. Mrs. Kirsch looked around from the stove where she was placing a teapot.
"You grew up here?"
"Yes," Beverly said. "But it's very different now, so trim and tidy. Wonderful."
"How kind you are,"
Mrs. Kirsch said, and her smile made her younger. It was radiant.
"I have a little money, you see. Not much, but with my Social Security I am comfortable. Once I was a girl in Sweden. I came to this country in 1920, a girl of 14 with no money, which is the best way to learn the value of money, would you agree?"
"Yes," Bev said.
"At the hospital I worked," Mrs. Kirsch said. "Many years. From 1925 I worked there. I rose to the position of head housekeeper. All the keys I had. My husband invested our money quite well. Now I have reached a little harbor. Look around, miss, while the water boils."
"No, I couldn't."
"Please. Still, I feel guilty. Look, if you like."
And so she did look. Her parents' bedroom was now Mrs. Kirsch's bedroom, and the difference was profound. The room seemed brighter and airier now. A large cedar chest, the initials R.G. inlaid into it, breathed its gentle aroma into the air. A gigantic surprise quilt lay on the bed. On it she could see women drawing water, boys driving cattle, men building haystacks. A wonderful quilt. Her room had become a sewing room. A black Singer machine stood on a wrought-iron table under a pair of starkly efficient tensor lamps. A picture of Jesus hung on one wall, a picture of John F. Kennedy on another. A beautiful break front stood below the picture of JFK. It was filled with books instead of china, but seemed none the worse for that. She went into the bathroom last. It had been redone in a rose color that was too low and pleasant to seem gaudy. All of the fixtures were new, and yet she approached the basin feeling that the old nightmare had gripped her again. She would peer down into that black and lidless eye. The whispering would begin, and then the blood. She leaned over the sink, catching a glimpse of her pallid face and dark eyes in the mirror over the basin, and then she stared into that eye, waiting for the voices, the laughter, the groans, the blood. How long might she have stood there, bent over the sink, waiting for the sights and sounds 27 years gone? She didn't know. It was Mrs. Kirsch's voice that bid her return.
"Tea, miss?"
She jerked back, the semi-hypnosis broken, and left the bathroom. If there had been dark magic somewhere down in that drain, it was gone now, or was sleeping. "Oh, you shouldn't have." Mrs. Kirsch looked up at her brightly, smiling a little.
"Oh, miss, if you knew how seldom company calls these days, you'd not say so. Why, I put on more than this for the man from the Bangor Hydro who comes to read my meter. I'm making him fat."
Delicate cups and saucers stood on the round kitchen table, a clean bone white edged with blue. There was a plate of small cakes and cookies. Besides the sweets, a pewter teapot chuffed mild steam and pleasant fragrance. Bemused, Bev thought that the only things missing were the tiny sandwiches with the crusts cut off. Ant sandwiches, she'd thought them, always one word. 3 main types of ant sandwiches: cream cheese and olive, watercress, and egg salad.
"Sit down," said Mrs. Kirsch. "Sit down, miss, and I'll pour out."
"I'm not a miss," Beverly said, and raised her left hand so that her ring would show. Mrs. Kirsch smiled and pushed a hand through the air. "Pshaw," the gesture said.
"I call all the pretty young girls miss," she said. "Just a habit. Don't take offense."
"No," Beverly said, "not at all." But for some reason she felt a feather touch of unease. There was something in the old woman's smile that had seemed a little... what? Unpleasant? False? Knowing? But that was ridiculous, wasn't it? "I love what you've done to the place."
"Do you?"
Mrs. Kirsch said, and poured out. The tea looked dark, muddy. Beverly wasn't sure she wanted to drink it, and suddenly she wasn't sure she wanted to be here at all. It did say Marsh under the doorbell, her mind whispered suddenly, and she was frightened. Mrs. Kirsch passed her tea. "Thank you," Beverly said. The look of it might have been muddy. The aroma, however, was wonderful. She tasted. It was fine. "Stop jumping at shadows," she told herself. "That cedar chest in particular is a wonderful piece."
"An antique, that one,"
Mrs. Kirsch said, and laughed. Beverly noticed that the old woman's beauty was flawed on only one score, and that was common enough here in the Northlands. Her teeth were very bad, strong-looking, but bad all the same. They were yellow, and the front 2 had crossed each other. The canines seemed very long, almost like tusks. They were white. When she came to the door, she smiled, and you thought to yourself how white they were. Suddenly, she was not just a little frightened. Suddenly, she needed to be away from here.
"Very old, oh, yes,"
Mrs. Kirsch exclaimed, and drank her cup of tea off at a single gulp, with a sudden shocking slurping sound. She smiled at Beverly, grinned at her, and Beverly saw that the woman's eyes had changed, too. The corneas were now yellow, ancient, threaded with bleary stitches of red. Her hair was thinner. The braid looked malnourished, no longer silver shot with bright yellow, but a dull gray.
"Very old,"
Mrs. Kirsch reminisced over her empty cup, looking slyly at Beverly from her yellowed eyes. Her snaggled teeth showed in that repulsive, almost leering grin.
"From home with me it came. The R.G. carved into it? You noticed?"
"Yes." Her voice came from far away, and a part of her brain yammered,
If she doesn't know you've seen the change, perhaps you're still all right. If she doesn't know, doesn't see...
My father, she said, pronouncing it fader, and Beverly saw that her dress had also changed. It had become a scabrous, peeling black. The cameo was a skull, its jaw hung in a diseased gape.
His name was Robert Gray, better known as Bob Gray, better known as Pennywise the Dancing Clown, although that was not his name either. But he did love his joke, my father.
She laughed again. Some of her teeth had turned as black as her dress. The wrinkles in her skin now cut deep. Her milk-rose skin had gone a sickly yellow. Her fingers were claws. She grinned at Beverly.
Have something to eat, dear.
Her voice had risen half an octave, but the octave was cracked in this register, and her voice was the sound of a crypt door swinging mindlessly on hinges clogged with black earth.
No, thank you,
Beverly heard her mouth say in a child's high, oh-I-must-be-going voice. The words did not seem to originate in her brain. Rather, they came out of her mouth and then had to travel around to her ears before she was aware of what she had said.
No?
The witch asked and grinned. Her claws scrabbled on the plate, and she began to cram thin molasses cookies and delicate frosted slices of cake into her mouth with both hands. Her horrid teeth plunged and reared, plunged and reared. Her fingernails, long and dirty, dug into the sweets. Crumbs tumbled down the bony slab of her chin. Her breath was the smell of long dead things burst wide open by the gases of their own decay. Her laugh was now a dead cackle. Her hair was thinner. Scaly scalp showed in patches.
Oh, he loved his joke, my father. This is a joke, miss, if you enjoy them. My father bore me rather than my mother. He shat me from his asshole. He.
I ought to go, Beverly heard herself say in that same high, wounded voice, the voice of a small girl who has been viciously embarrassed at her first party. There was no strength in her legs. She was dimly aware that it was not tea in her cup, but shit, liquid shit, a little party favor from the sewers under the city. She had drunk some of that. Not much, but a sip. Oh, God, oh, blessed Jesus, please, please. The woman was shrinking before her eyes, thinning. It was now a crone with an apple doll's face who sat across from her, giggling in a high, squealing voice and rocking back and forth.
Oh, my father and I are one, she said. Just me, just him, and dear, if you are wise, you will run back to where you came from. Run quickly, because to stay will mean worse than your death. No one who dies in Derry really dies. You knew that before. Believe it now.
In slow motion, Beverly gathered her legs under her. As if from outside, she saw herself gaining her feet and backing away from the table and from the witch in an agony of horror and disbelief. Disbelief because she realized for the first time that the neat little dining room was not dark oak, but fudge. Even as she watched, the witch, still giggling, her ancient yellow eyes slanted slyly off into the corner of the room, broke a piece of it off and stuffed it avidly into the black ring trap that was her mouth. The cups, she saw, were white bark that had been carefully looped with blue-dyed frosting. The pictures of Jesus and John Kennedy were creations of nearly transparent spun sugar, and as she looked at them, Jesus stuck out his tongue, and Kennedy dropped a stinky wink.
We're all waiting for you,
the witch screamed, and her fingernails scrabbled over the surface of the fudge table, drawing deep scars in its shining surface.
Oh, yes, oh, yes.
The overhead lights were globes of hard candy. The wainscoting was caramel taffy. She looked down and saw that her shoes were leaving prints on the floorboards, which were not boards at all, but slices of chocolate. The smell of candy was cloying. Oh, God, it's Hansel and Gretel. It's the witch, the one that always scared me the worst because she ate the children.
You and your friends,
the witch screamed, laughing.
You and your friends, in the cage until the oven's hot.
She screamed laughter, and Beverly ran for the door, but she ran as if in slow motion. The witch's laughter beat and swirled around her head, a cloud of bats. Beverly shrieked. The hall stank of sugar and nougat and toffee and sickening synthetic strawberries. The doorknob, mock crystal when she came in, was now a monstrous sugar diamond. I worry about you, Bevy. I worry a lot. She turned, swirls of red hair floating around her face, to see her father staggering toward her down the hallway, wearing the witch's black dress and skull cameo. Her father's face hung with doughy, running flesh, his eyes as black as obsidian, his hands clenching and unclenching, his mouth grinning with soupy fervor.
I beat you because I wanted to fuck you, Bevy. That's all I wanted to do. I wanted to fuck you. I wanted to eat you. I wanted to eat your pussy. I wanted to suck your clit up between my teeth. Yum, yum, Bevy. Oh, yummy in my tummy. I wanted to put you in the cage and get the oven hot and feel your cunt. Your plump cunt. And when it was plump enough to eat. Eat. Screaming, she grasped the sticky doorknob and bolted out onto a porch that was decorated with praline doodads and floored with fudge. Far away, dim, seeming to swim in her vision, she saw cars passing back and forth, and a woman pushing a cart full of groceries back from Costello's. I have to get out of here, she thought, just barely coherent. That's reality out there, if I can only get out to the sidewalk. Won't do you any good to run, Bevy, her father, my father, told her, laughing. We've waited a long time for this. This is going to be fun. This is going to be yummy in our tummies. She looked back again, and now her dead father was not wearing the witch's black dress, but the clown suit with the big orange buttons. There was a 1958-style coonskin cap, the kind popularized by Fess Parker in the Disney movie about Davy Crockett, perched on its head. In one hand it held a bunch of balloons. In the other it held the leg of a child like a chicken drumstick. Written on each balloon was the legend, "It came from outer space." "Tell your friends I am the last of a dying race," it said, grinning its sunken grin as it staggered and lurched down the porch steps after her. "The only survivor of a dying planet. I have come to rob all the women, rape all the men, and learn to do the peppermint twist." It began to do a mad shuck and jive, balloons in one hand, severed, bleeding leg in the other. The clown costume writhed and flapped, but Beverly felt no wind. Her legs tangled in each other, and she spilled to the pavement, throwing out her palms to take up the shock, which went all the way up to her shoulders. The woman pushing the grocery cart paused and looked back doubtfully, then hurried on a little faster. The clown came toward her again, casting the severed leg aside. It landed on the lawn with an indescribable thud. Beverly only lay sprawled on the pavement for a moment, sure somewhere inside that she must wake soon. This couldn't be real, had to be a dream. She realized that wasn't true a moment before the clown's crooked, long-clawed fingers touched her. It was real. It could kill her, as it had killed the children. "The grackles know your real name!" She screamed at it suddenly. It recoiled, and it seemed to her that for a moment the grin on the lips inside the great red grin that had been painted on and around them became a grimace of hate and pain, and perhaps of fear as well. It might only have been her imagination, and she certainly had no idea why she had said such a crazy thing, but it bought her an instant of time. She was on her feet and running. Brakes squealed, and a hoarse voice, both mad and scared, yelled, "Why don't you look where you're going, you dumb quiff?" She had a blurred impression of the bakery truck that had almost hit her when she bolted into the street like a child after a rubber ball, and then she was standing on the opposite sidewalk, panting, a hot stitch in her left side. The bakery truck went on down Lower Main. The clown was gone. The leg was gone. The house still stood there, but she saw now that it was crumbling and deserted, the windows boarded up, the steps leading up to the porch cracked and broken. Was I really in there, or did I dream it all? But her jeans were dirty, her yellow blouse smeared with dust, and there was chocolate on her fingers. She rubbed them on the legs of her jeans and walked away fast, her face hot, her back cold as ice, her eyeballs seeming to pulse in and out with the rapid thud of her heart. We can't beat it. Whatever it is, we can't beat it. It even wants us to try. It wants to settle the old score. Can't be happy with a draw, I guess. We ought to get out of here. Just leave. Something brushed against her calf, light as a cat's questing paw. She jerked away from it with a little shriek. She looked down and cringed, one hand against her mouth. It was a balloon, as yellow as her blouse. Written on the side of it in electric blue were the words, "That's White Wabbit." As she watched it, it went bouncing lightly up the street, urged by the pleasant late spring breeze. 4. Richie Tozier makes tracks. Well, there was the day Henry and his friends chased me. Before the end of school, this was. Richie was walking along Outer Canal Street, past Basie Park. Now he stopped, hands stuffed in his pockets, looking toward the Kissing Bridge, but not really seeing it. I got away from them in the toy department of Freese's. Since the mad conclusion of the reunion lunch, he had been walking aimlessly, trying to make his peace with the awful things which had been in the fortune cookies, or the things which had seemed to be in the cookies.
He thought that most likely nothing at all had come out of them. It had been a group hallucination brought on by all the spooky shit they had been talking about. The best proof of the hypothesis was that Rose had seen nothing at all. Of course, Beverly's parents had never seen any of the blood that came out of the bathroom drain either, but this wasn't the same.
No? Why not?
"Because we're grown-ups now," he muttered, and discovered the thought had absolutely no power or logic at all. It might as well have been a nonsense line from a kid's skip-rope chant. He started to walk again. "I went up by City Center and sat down on a park bench for a while, and I thought I saw—" He stopped again, frowning. Saw what?
But that was just something I dreamed.
Was it? Was it really? He looked to the left and saw the big glass brick and steel building that had looked so modern in the late 50s and now looked rather antique and tacky. And here I am, he thought, right back to fucking City Center, scene of that other hallucination, or dream, or whatever it was. The others saw him as the class clown, the crazy cut-up, and he had fallen neatly and easily into that role again. Ah, we all fell neatly and easily back into our old roles again, didn't you notice? But was there anything very unusual about that? He thought you would probably see much the same thing in any 10th or 20th high school reunion. The class comedian who had discovered a vocation for the priesthood in college would, after 2 drinks, revert almost automatically to the wiseacre he had been. The great English brain who had wound up with a GM truck dealership would suddenly begin spouting off about John Irving or John Cheever. The guy who had played with the Moondogs on Saturday nights and who had gone on to become a mathematics professor at Cornell would suddenly find himself on stage with the band, a Fender guitar strapped over his shoulder, whopping out Gloria or Surfin' Bird with gleeful drunken ferocity. What was it Springsteen said? No retreat, baby, no surrender. But it was easier to believe in the oldies on the record player after a couple of drinks or some pretty good Panama Red. But Richie believed it was the reversion that was the hallucination, not the present life. Maybe the child was the father of the man, but fathers and sons often shared very different interests and only a passing resemblance.
But you say grown-ups, and now it sounds like nonsense. It sounds like so much bibble-babble. Why is that, Richie? Why?
Because Derry is as weird as ever. Why don't we just leave it at that? Because things weren't that simple, that was why. As a kid, he had been a goof-off, a sometimes vulgar, sometimes amusing comedian, because it was one way to get along without getting killed by the kids like Henry Bowers or going absolutely Looney Tunes with boredom and loneliness. He realized now that a lot of the problem had been his own mind, which was usually moving at a speed 10 or 20 times that of his classmates. They had thought him strange, weird, or even suicidal, depending on the escapade in question, but maybe it had been a simple case of mental overdrive. If anything about being in constant mental overdrive was simple. Anyway, it was the sort of thing you got under control after a while. You got it under control or you found outlets for it. Guys like Kinky Briefcase or Buford Kiss Drivel, for instance. Richie had discovered that in the months after he had wandered into the college radio station, pretty much on a whim, and had discovered everything he had ever wanted during his first week behind the microphone. He hadn't been very good at first. He had been too excited to be good. But he had understood his potential not to be just good at the job, but great at it. And just that knowledge had been enough to put him over the moon on a cloud of euphoria. At the same time, he had begun to understand the great principle that moved the universe, at least that part of the universe which had to do with careers and success. You found the crazy guy who was running around inside of you, fucking up your life. You chased him into a corner and grabbed him. But you didn't kill him. Oh, no. Killing was too good for the likes of that little bastard. You put a harness over his head and then started plowing. The crazy guy worked like a demon once you had him in the traces. And he supplied you with a few chucks from time to time. That was really all there was. And that was enough. He had been funny, all right, a laugh a minute, but in the end he had outgrown the nightmares that were on the dark side of all those laughs. Or he thought he had. Until today, when the word grown-up suddenly stopped making sense to his own ears. And now here was something else to cope with, or at least think about. Here was the huge and totally idiotic statue of Paul Bunyan in front of City Center.
I must be the exception that proves the rule, Big Bill. Are you sure there was nothing, Richie? Nothing at all? Up by City Center, I thought I saw...
Sharp pain needled at his eyes for the second time that day, and he clutched at them, a startled moan coming out of him. Then it was gone again, as quickly as it had come. But he had also smelled something, hadn't he? Something that wasn't really there, but something that had been there? Something that made him think of, "I'm right here with you, Richie. Hold my hand. Can you catch hold?" Mike Hanlon. It was smoke that had made his eyes sting and water. 27 years ago they had breathed that smoke. In the end, there had just been Mike and himself left, and they had seen... But it was gone. He took a step closer to the plastic Paul Bunyan statue, as amazed by its cheerful vulgarity now as he had been overwhelmed by its size as a child. The mythical Paul stood 20 feet high, and the base added another 6 feet. He stood smiling down at the car and pedestrian traffic on Outer Canal Street from the edge of the city center lawn. City Center had been erected in the years 1954-55 for a minor league basketball team that had never materialized. The Derry City Council had voted money for the statue a year later in 1956. It had been hotly debated both in the council's public meetings and in the letters to the editor columns of the Derry News. Many thought it would be a perfectly lovely statue, certain to become a tourist attraction of note. There were others who found the idea of a plastic Paul Bunyan horrible, garish, and unbelievably gauche. The art teacher at Derry High School, Richie remembered, had written a letter to the News saying that if such a monstrosity were actually to be erected in Derry, she would blow it up. Grinning, Richie wondered if that babe's contract had been renewed. The controversy, which Richie recognized now as an utterly typical big-town, small-city tempest in a teapot, had raged for 6 months, and of course it had been entirely meaningless. The statue had been purchased. And even if the city council had done something as aberrant, especially for New England, as deciding not to use an item for which money had been paid, where in God's name could it have been stored? Then the statue, not really sculpted at all, but simply cast in some Ohio plastics plant, had been set in place, still shrouded in a whack of canvas big enough to serve as a clipper ship's sail. It had been unveiled on May 13, 1957, which was the Incorporated Township's 150th birthday. One faction gave voice to predictable moans of outrage, the other to equally predictable moans of rapture. When Paul was revealed that day, he was wearing his bib overalls and a red and white checked shirt. His beard was splendidly black, splendidly full, splendidly lumberjacky. A plastic axe, surely the Godzilla of all plastic axes, was slung over one shoulder, and he grinned unceasingly at the northern skies, which on the day of the unveiling had been as blue as the skin of Paul's reputed companion. Babe was not present at the unveiling, however. The cost estimate of adding a blue ox to the tableau had been prohibitive. The children who attended the ceremonies, there were hundreds of them, and 10-year-old Richie Tozier, in the company of his dad, had been among them, were totally and uncritically delighted by the plastic giant. Parents boosted toddlers up onto the square pedestal on which Paul stood, took photos, and then watched with mixed apprehension and amusement as the kids climbed and crawled, laughing, over Paul's huge black boots. Correction, huge black plastic boots. It had been March of the following year when Richie, exhausted and terrified, had finished up on one of the benches in front of the statue after eluding, by the barest of margins, Messrs. Bowers, Chris, and Huggins in a chase that had led from Derry Elementary School across most of the downtown area. He had finally ditched them in the toy department of Freese's department store. The Derry branch of Freese's was a poor thing compared with the grand downtown department store in Bangor, but Richie had been far past caring about such things. By then it was a case of any port in a storm. Henry Bowers had been right behind him, and by then Richie had been flagging badly. He had dodged into the mouth of the department store's revolving door as a last resort. Henry, who apparently didn't understand the physics of such devices, had nearly lost the tips of his fingers trying to grab Richie as Richie trundled around and into the store. Pelting downstairs, shirt tail flying out behind him, he had heard the revolving door give off a series of reports almost as loud as TV gunfire, and understood that Larry, Moe, and Curly were still after him. He was laughing as he went down the stairs to the basement level, but that was only a nervous tick. He was as full of terror as a rabbit caught in a wire snare. They really meant to beat him up good this time. He had no idea that in another 10 weeks or so he would believe the three of them, Henry in particular, capable of anything short of murder. And he surely would have whitened with shock if he had known of the apocalyptic rock fight in July, when even that last qualification would disappear from his mind. And the whole thing had been so utterly, typically stupid. Richie and the other boys in his 5th grade class had been filing into the gym. A 6th grade class, Henry, hulking among them like an ox among cows, had been coming out. Although he was still in the 5th grade, Henry went to gym with the older boys. The overhead pipes had been dripping again, and Mr. Fazio hadn't yet gotten around to putting up his "Caution, Wet Floor" sign on its little easel. Henry had slipped in a puddle and had landed on his keister. Before he could stop it, Richie's traitor mouth had bugled, "Way to go, Banana Heels!" There had been an explosion of laughter from both Henry's classmates and Richie's, but there had been no laughter on Henry's face as he picked himself up. Only a dull flush the color of freshly fired brick. "Later for you, Four Eyes," he said, and walked on. The laughter died at once. The boys in the hall looked at Richie as one already dead. Henry did not pause to check reactions. He simply walked off, head down, elbows red from catching the fall, a large wet place on the seat of his pants. Looking at that wet spot, Richie felt his suicidally witty mouth drop open again, but this time he snapped it shut again, so fast he almost amputated the tip of his tongue with the falling gate of his teeth. "Well, but he'll forget," he told himself uneasily as he changed up for gym. "Sure he will. Old Hank just hasn't got that many memory circuits working. Every time he takes a shit, he probably has to look up the directions in the instruction booklet. Ha-ha." Ha-ha. "You're dead, trash mouth," Vince Boogers Taliendo told him, pulling his jock up over a dork roughly the size and shape of an anemic peanut. He said it with a certain sad respect. "Don't worry, though. I'll bring flowers." "Cut off your ears and bring cauliflowers," Richie had come back smartly, and everyone laughed. Even old Boogers Taliendo laughed. Why not? They could all afford to laugh. What, me worry? They would all be home watching Jimmy Dodd and the Mouseketeers on the Mickey Mouse Club, or Frankie Lyman singing "I'm Not a Juvenile Delinquent" on American Bandstand, while Richie went shagging ass through ladies' lingerie and housewares on his way to the toy department, with sweat pouring down his back into the crack of his ass, and his terrified balls strung up so high they felt like they might be hung over his belly button. Sure, they could laugh. Hardy har har har. Henry hadn't forgotten. Richie had left by the door at the kindergarten end of the school building just in case, but Henry had stuck Belch Huggins there, also just in case. Hardy har har har. Richie saw Belch first, or there would have been no contest at all. Belch was looking out toward Dairy Park, holding an unlit cigarette in one hand and dreamily picking the seat of his chinos out of his ass with the other. Heart-pounding hard, Richie had walked quietly across the playground and was most of the way down Charter Street before Belch turned his head and saw him. He yelled for Henry and Victor, and since then the chase had been on. When Richie reached the toy department, it had been utterly, horribly deserted. There wasn't even a sales clerk hanging out, a welcome adult to put a stop to things before they got entirely out of hand. He could hear the 3 dinosaurs of the apocalypse closing in now, and he simply couldn't run anymore. Each breath produced a deep hurting stitch in his left side. His eye fixed on a door which read, "Emergency exit only. Alarm will sound." Hope kindled in his chest. Richie ran down an aisle crammed with Donald Duck Jack-in-the-Boxes, United States Army tanks made in Japan, Lone Ranger cap pistols, wind-up robots. He reached the door and slammed the push bar as hard as he could. The door opened, letting in cool mid-March air. The alarm went off with a strident bray. Richie immediately doubled back and dropped to his hands and knees in the next aisle over. He was down before the door could settle closed again. Henry, Belch, and Victor thundered into the toy department just as the door clicked shut and the alarm cut off. They raced for it, Henry in the lead, his face set and intent. A sales clerk finally appeared, coming on the run. He wore a blue nylon duster over a plaid sport coat of excruciating ugliness. The rims of his spectacles were as pink as the eyes of a white rabbit. Richie thought he looked like Wally Cox in his Mr. Peepers role, and he had to slam his traitor mouth into the fat part of his forearm to keep from screaming out gales of exhausted laughter. "You boys," Mr. Peepers exclaimed, "you boys can't go out there. That's an emergency exit. Hey, you boys." Victor glanced at him a little nervously, but Henry and Belch never turned from their course, and Victor followed them. The alarm brayed again, longer this time, as they charged into the alley. Before it stopped clanging, Richie was on his feet and trotting back toward ladies' lingerie.
"You boys will be barred from the store," the clerk yelled after him. Looking back over his shoulder, Richie squealed in his granny grunt voice, "Did anyone ever tell you you look just like Mr. Peepers, young man?" And so he had escaped. And so he had finished up almost a mile from Freese's in front of City Center. And, he devoutly hoped, out of harm's way, at least for the time being. He was spent. He sat down on a bench just to the left of the Paul Bunyan statue, wanting only a little peace while he got himself back together. In a bit he would get up and head home, but for now it felt too good to just sit here in the afternoon sun. The day had opened in a cold, drizzly gloom, but now you could believe spring might actually be on the way. Farther up the lawn he could see the city center marquee, which on that March day bore this message in large blue translucent letters. "Hey teens, coming March 28th, the Ernie Woo-Woo Ginsburg Rock and Roll Show. Jerry Lee Lewis, the Penguins, Frankie Lyman and the Teenagers, Gene Vincent and the Blue Caps, Freddie Boom Boom Cannon. An evening of wholesome entertainment." That was a show Richie really wanted to see, but he knew there wasn't a chance. His mother's idea of wholesome entertainment did not include Jerry Lee Lewis telling the young people of America, "We got chicken in the barn, whose barn, what barn, my barn." Nor, for that matter, did it include Freddie Cannon, whose Tallahassee lassie had a hi-fi chassis. She was willing to admit that she had done her share of screaming for Frank Sinatra, whom she now called Frankie the Snot, as a bobby soxer, but, like Bill Denbrough's mother, she was deaf on rock and roll. Chuck Berry terrified her, and she declared that Richard Penniman, better known to his teen and sub-teen constituency as Little Richard, made her want to barf like a chicken. This was a phrase for which Richie had never asked a translation. His dad was neutral on the subject of rock and roll and could perhaps have been swayed, but Richie knew in his heart that his mother's wishes would rule on this subject. Until he was 16 or 17 anyway, and by then his mother was firmly convinced the country's rock and roll mania would have passed. Richie thought Danny and the Juniors were more right on that subject than his mom. Rock and roll would never die. He himself loved it, although his sources were really only two: American Bandstand on Channel 7 in the afternoon and WMEX out of Boston at night, when the air had thinned and the hoarse, enthusiastic voice of Arnie Ginsburg came wavering in and out like the voice of a ghost called up at a seance. The beat did more than make him happy. It made him feel bigger, stronger, more there. When Frankie Ford sang Sea Cruise or Eddie Cochran sang Summertime Blues, Richie was actually transported with joy. There was power in that music, a power which seemed to most rightfully belong to all the skinny kids, fat kids, ugly kids, shy kids, the world's losers, in short. In it he felt a mad, hilarious voltage which had the power to both kill and exalt. He idolized Fats Domino, who made even Ben Hanscom look slim and trim, and Buddy Holly, who, like Richie, wore glasses, and Screaming Jay Hawkins, who popped out of a coffin at his concerts, or so Richie had been told, and the Dovells, who danced as good as black guys. Well, almost. He would have his rock and roll someday if he wanted it. He was confident it would still be there for him when his mother finally gave in and let him have it. But that would not be on March 28, 1958, or in 1959, or... His eyes had drifted away from the marquee, and then, well, then he must have fallen asleep. It was the only explanation that made sense. What had happened next could only happen in dreams. And now he was here again, a Richie Tozier who had finally gotten all the rock and roll he had ever wanted, and who had found, happily, that it still wasn't enough. His eyes went to the marquee in front of City Center and saw that, with a hideous kind of serendipity, those same blue letters spelled out, June 14th, Heavy Metal Mania. Judas Priest, Iron Maiden. Buy your tickets here or at any Ticketron outlet. Somewhere along the way they dropped the wholesome entertainment line, but as far as I can tell, that's just about the only difference, Richie thought, and heard Danny and the Juniors, dim and distant, like voices heard on a long corridor coming out of a cheap radio. Rock and roll will never die. I'll dig it to the end. It'll go down in history. Just you watch, my friend. Richie looked back at Paul Bunyan, patron saint of Derry. Derry, which had come into being, according to the stories, because this was where the logs fetched up when they came down river.
There had been a time when, in the spring, both the Penobscot and the Kenduskeag would have been solid logs from one side to the other, their black bark hides glistening in the spring sun. A fellow who was fast on his feet could walk from Wally's Spa in Hell's Half Acre over to Rampers in Brewster. Rampers was a tavern of such horrible repute that it was commonly called the Bucket of Blood, without getting his boots wet over the third crossing of his rawhide laces. Or so it had been storied in Richie's youth, and he supposed there was a bit of Paul Bunyan in all such stories. "Old Paul," he thought, looking up at the plastic statue. "What you been doing since I've been gone? Made any new river beds coming home tired and dragging your axe behind you? Made any new lakes on account of wanting a bathtub big enough so you could sit in water up to your neck? Scared any more little kids the way you scared me that day?" Ah, and suddenly he remembered it all. The way you will sometimes suddenly remember a word which has been dancing on the tip of your tongue. There he had been, sitting in that mellow March sunshine, drowsing a little, thinking about going home and catching the last half hour of bandstand, and suddenly there had been a warm swash of air into his face. It blew his hair back from his forehead. He looked up, and Paul Bunyan's huge plastic face had been right in front of his, bigger than a face on a movie screen, filling everything. The rush of air had been caused by Paul's bending down, although he did not precisely look like Paul anymore. The forehead was now low and beetling. Tufts of wiry hair poked from a nose as red as the nose of a long-time drunkard. His eyes were bloodshot, and one had a slight cast to it. The axe was no longer on his shoulder. Paul was leaning on its haft, and the blunt end of its head had crushed a trench in the concrete of the sidewalk. He was still grinning, but there was nothing cheery about it now. From between gigantic yellow teeth there drifted a smell like small animals rotting in hot underbrush. "I'm going to eat you up," the giant had said in a low, rumbling voice. It was the sound of boulders rocking against each other during an earthquake. "Unless you give me back my hen and my harp and my bags of gold, I'm going to eat you right the fuck up." The breath of these words made Richie's shirt flutter and flap like a sail in a hurricane. He shrank back against the bench, eyes bugging, hair standing out to all sides like quills wrapped in a pocket of carrion stink. The giant began to laugh. It settled its hands on the haft of its axe the way Ted Williams might have laid hold of his favorite baseball bat, or ash handle if you prefer, and pulled it out of the hole it had made in the sidewalk. The axe began to rise into the air. It made a low, lethal, rushing sound. Richie suddenly understood that the giant meant to split him right down the middle. But he felt that he could not move. A logy sort of apathy had stolen over him. What did it matter? He was dozing, having a dream. Any moment now some driver would blow his horn at a kid running across the street, and he would wake up. "That's right," the giant had rumbled. "You'll wake up in hell." And at the last instant, as the axe slowed to its apogee and balanced there, Richie understood that this wasn't a dream at all, and if it was a dream that could kill. Trying to scream, but making no sound at all, he rolled off the bench and onto the raked gravel plot which surrounded what had been a statue and was now only a base with two huge steel bolts sticking out of where the feet had been. The sound of the descending axe filled the world with its pressing, insistent whisper. The giant's grin had become a murderer's grimace. Its lips had pulled back so far from its teeth that its plastic red gums, hideously red, gleamed. The blade of the axe struck the bench where Richie had been only an instant before. The edge was so sharp that there was almost no sound at all, but the bench was sheared instantly in two. The halves sagged away from each other, the wood inside the green-painted skin a bright and somehow sickening white. Richie was on his back. Still trying to scream, he pushed himself with his heels. Gravel went down the collar of his shirt, down the back of his pants. And there was Paul, towering above him, looking down at him with eyes the size of manhole covers. There was Paul, looking down at one small boy cowering on the gravel. The giant took a step toward him. Richie felt the ground shudder when the black boot came down. Gravel spumed up in a cloud. Richie rolled over onto his stomach and staggered to his feet. His legs were already trying to run before he was balanced, and as a result he fell flat on his belly again. He heard the wind woof out of his lungs. His hair fell in his eyes. He could see the traffic going back and forth on Canal and Main Streets as it did every day, as if nothing was happening,
as if no one in those cars could see or care that Paul Bunyan had come to life and stepped down from its pedestal in order to commit murder with an axe roughly the size of a deluxe motorhome. The sunshine was blotted out. Richie lay in a patch of shade that looked like a man. He scrambled to his knees, almost fell over sideways, managed to get to his feet, and ran as fast as he could. He ran with his knees popping almost all the way up to his chest and his elbows pistoning. Behind him, he could hear that awful, persistent whisper building again, a sound that seemed to be not really sound at all, but pressure on the skin and eardrums. Swip. The earth shook. Richie's upper and lower teeth rattled against each other like china plates in an earthquake. He did not have to look to know that Paul's axe had buried itself half deep in the sidewalk, inches behind his feet. Madly in his mind, he heard the Dovells. "Oh, the kids in Bristol are sharp as a pistol when they do the Bristol stomp." He passed out of the giant shadow into sunlight again, and as he did, he began to laugh, the same exhausted laughter that had come from him when he bolted downstairs in Freese's. Panting, that hot stitch in his side again, he had at last risked a glance back over his shoulder. There was the statue of Paul Bunyan, standing on its pedestal where it always stood, axe on its shoulder, head cocked toward the sky, lips parted in the eternal optimistic grin of the myth hero. The bench, which had been sheared in two, was whole and intact, thank you very much. The gravel where tall Paul, "He's a my all," Annette Funicello sang maniacally in Richie's head, had planted his huge foot, was raked and immaculate, except for the scuffed spot where Richie had fallen off while he was getting away from the giant, dreaming. There was no footprint, no axe slash in the concrete. There was nothing here but a boy who had been chased by other boys, bigger boys, and so had had himself a very small, but very potent, dream about a homicidal colossus, the giant economy-size Henry Bowers, if you pleased. "Shit," Richie said in a tiny, wavering voice, and then uttered an uncertain laugh. He stood there a while longer, waiting to see if the statue would move again, perhaps wink, perhaps shift its axe from one shoulder to the other, perhaps come down and have at him again. But of course none of those things happened. Of course. What, me worry? Hardy har har har. A doze, a dream, no more than that. But, as Abraham Lincoln or Socrates or someone like that had once observed, enough was enough. It was time to go home and cool out, to make like Kooky on 77 Sunset Strip and just lay chilly. And although it would have been quicker to cut through the city center grounds, he decided not to. He didn't want to get close to that statue again. So he had gone the long way around, and by that evening he had nearly forgotten the incident. Until now. Here sits a man, he thought. Here sits a man dressed in a mossy green sport coat purchased at one of the best shops on Rodeo Drive. Here sits a man with bass Weegians on his feet and Calvin Klein underwear to cover his ass. Here sits a man with soft contact lenses resting easily on his eyes. Here sits a man remembering the dream of a boy who thought an Ivy League shirt with a Fruit Loop on the back and a pair of snapjack shoes was the height of fashion. Here sits a grown-up looking at the same old statue. And hey, Paul, tall Paul, I'm here to say you're the same in every way. You ain't aged a motherfucking day. The old explanation still rang true in his mind. A dream. He supposed he could believe in monsters if he had to. Monsters were no big deal. Hadn't he sat in radio studios at one time or another reading news copy about such fellows as Idi Amin Dada and Jim Jones, and that guy who had blown away all those folks in a McDonald's just down the road a piece? Sit fire and save matches. Monsters were cheap. Who needed a $5 movie ticket when you could read about them in the paper for 35 cents, or hear about them on the radio for free? And he supposed if he could believe in the Jim Jones variety, he could believe in Mike Hanlon's version, at least for a while. It even had its own sorry charm, because it came from outside, and no one had to claim responsibility for it. He could believe in a monster that had as many faces as there are rubber masks in a novelty shop. If you're going to have one, you might as well have a pack of them, he thought. Cheaper by the dozen, right, gang? At least for the sake of argument. But a 30-foot-high plastic statue that stepped off its pedestal and then tried to carve you up with its plastic axe? That was just a little too ripe. As Abraham Lincoln or Socrates or someone had also said, I'll eat fish and I'll eat meat, but there is some shit I will not eat. It just wasn't. That sharp, needling pain struck his eyes again without warning, jerking a dismayed cry from him. This was the worst yet, going deeper and lasting longer, scaring the bejesus out of him. He clapped his hands to his eyes and then groped instinctively for the bottom lids with his forefingers, meaning to pop his contacts out. It's maybe some kind of infection, he thought dimly, but Jesus, it hurts. He pulled the lids down and was ready to give the single practiced blink that would send them tumbling out. And he would spend the next 15 minutes groveling myopically for them in the gravel surrounding the bench. But Jesus God, who gave a shit? Right now it felt like there were nails in his eyes. When the pain disappeared. It did not dwindle. It just went. One moment there, the next moment gone. His eyes teared briefly and then stopped. He lowered his hands slowly, his heart running fast in his chest, ready to blink them out the instant the pain started again. It didn't. And suddenly he found himself thinking about the only horror movie that had ever really scared him as a kid, possibly because he had taken so much shit about his glasses and had spent so much time thinking about his eyes. The movie had been The Crawling Eye with Forrest Tucker. Not very good. The other kids had laughed themselves into hysterics over it. But Richie had not laughed. Richie had been rendered cold and white and dumb, for once with not a single voice to command, as that gelatinous tentacled eye came out of the manufactured fog of some English movie set, waving its fibrous tentacles in front of it. The sight of that eye had been very bad, the embodiment of 100 not quite realized fears and disquiets. On some night not long after, he had dreamed of looking at himself in a mirror and bringing a large pin up and sticking it slowly into the black iris of his eye and feeling a numb, watery springiness as the bottom of his eye filled up with blood. He remembered. Now he remembered, waking up and discovering that he had wet the bed. The best indicator of how gruesome that dream had been was that his primary feeling had been not shame at his nocturnal indiscretion, but relief. He had embraced the warm, wet patch with his body and blessed the reality of his sight. "Fuck this," Richie Tozier said in a low voice that was not quite steady, and started to get up. He would go back to the Derry townhouse and take a nap. If this was memory lane, he preferred the L.A. freeway at rush hour. The pain in his eyes was probably no more than a signal of exhaustion and jet lag, plus the stress of meeting the past all at once in one afternoon. Enough shocks, enough exploring. He didn't like the way his mind was skittering from one subject to the next. What was that Peter Gabriel tune? Shock the monkey. Well, this monkey had been shocked enough. It was time to catch some Z's and maybe gain a little perspective. As he rose, his eyes went to the marquee in front of City Center again. All at once the strength ran out of his legs, and he sat down again. Hard. Richie Tozier, man of 1,000 voices, returns to Derry, land of 1,000 dances. In honor of Trashmouth's return, City Center proudly presents the Richie Tozier All Dead Rock Show. Buddy Holly, Richie Valens, The Big Bopper, Frankie Lyman, Gene Vincent, Marvin Gaye. House band, Jimi Hendrix, lead guitar, John Lennon, rhythm guitar, Phil Lynott, bass guitar, Keith Moon, drums. Special guest vocalist, Jim Morrison. Welcome home, Richie. You're dead, too. He felt as if someone had whopped all the breath out of him. And then he heard that sound again, that sound that was half pressure on the skin and eardrums, that keen homicidal whispering rush. Swip. He rolled off the bench onto the gravel, thinking, so this is what they mean by déjà vu. Now you know. You'll never have to ask anybody again. He hit on his shoulder and rolled, looking up at the Paul Bunyan statue. Only it was no longer Paul Bunyan. The clown stood there instead, resplendent and evident, fantastic in plastic. 20 feet of day-glow colors, its painted face surmounting a cosmic comic ruff. Orange pom-pom buttons cast in plastic, each as big as a volleyball, ran down the front of the silvery suit. Instead of an axe, it held a huge bunch of plastic balloons. Engraved on each were 2 legends. It's Still Rock and Roll to Me, and Richie Tozier's All Dead Rock Show. He scrambled backward, using his heels and his palms. Gravel went down the back of his pants. He heard a seam tear loose in the underarm of his Rodeo Drive sport coat. He rolled over, gained his feet, staggered, looked back. The clown looked down at him. Its eyes rolled wetly in their sockets. "Did I give you a scare, my man?" it rumbled. And Richie heard his mouth say, quite independently of his frozen brain, "Cheap thrills in the back of my car, bozo, that's all." The clown grinned and nodded, as if it had expected no more. Red, paint-bleeding lips parted to show teeth like fangs, each one coming to a razor point. "I could have you now if I wanted you now," it said, "but this is going to be too much fun." "Fun for me, too," Richie heard his mouth say. "The most fun of all when we come to take your fucking head off, baby." The clown's grin spread wider and wider. It raised one hand, clad in a white glove, and Richie felt the wind of the movement blow the hair off his forehead as it had on that day 27 years ago. The clown's index finger popped out at him. It was as big as a beam. Big as a bee, Richie thought, and then the pain struck again. It drove rusty spikes into the soft jelly of his eyes. He screamed and clutched at his face. "Before removing the mote from thy neighbor's eye, attend the beam in thine own," the clown intoned, its words rumbling and vibrating, and Richie was again enveloped in the sweet stink of its carrion breath. He looked up and took half a dozen hurried steps backward. The clown was bending down, its gloved hands on its gaily pantalooned knees. "Want to play some more, Richie? How about if I point at your pecker and give you prostate cancer? Or I could point at your head and give you a good old brain tumor, although I'm sure some people would say that would only be adding to what was already there. I can point at your mouth and your stupid flapping tongue will turn into so much running pus. I can do it, Richie. Want to see?" Its eyes were widening, and in those black pupils, each as big as a softball, Richie saw the mad darkness that must exist over the rim of the universe. He saw a shitty happiness that he felt would drive him insane. In that moment he understood it could do any of these things and more. And yet again he heard his mouth, but this time it was not his voice or any of his created voices, past or present. It was a voice he had never heard before. Later he would tell the others, hesitantly, that it was a kind of Mr. Jive-ass nigger voice, loud and proud, self-parodying and screechy. "Get off my case, you big old honky clown," he shouted, and suddenly he was laughing again. "No shit and no shine, motherfucker. I got to walk, I got to talk, and I got to big bop and cock. I got the time, I got the mind. I'm a man with a plan, and if you don't shit, you gon' get. You hear me, you white-faced bunghole?" Richie thought the clown recoiled, but he did not stick around to find out for sure. He ran, elbows pumping, sport coat flying out in wings behind him, not caring that a father who had stopped so his toddler could admire Paul was now staring warily at him, as if he had gone crazy. As a matter of fact, folks, Richie thought, I feel like I've gone crazy. Oh, God, do I ever. And that had to have been the shittiest Grandmaster Flash imitation in history, but somehow it did the trick, somehow. And then the clown's voice thundered after him. The father of the little boy did not hear it, but the toddler's face suddenly pinched in upon itself and began to wail. The dad picked his son up and hugged him, bewildered. Even through his own terror, Richie observed this little sideshow closely. The voice of the clown was perhaps angrily gleeful, perhaps just angry. "We've got the eye down here, Richie. You hear me? The one that crawls. If you don't want to fly, don't want to say goodbye, you come on down under this here town and give a great big hi to one great big eye. You come down and see it any time, just any old time you like. You hear me, Richie? Bring your yo-yo. Have Beverly wear a big full skirt with 4 or 5 petticoats underneath. Have her wear her husband's ring around her neck. Get Eddie to wear his saddle shoes. We'll play some bop, Richie. We'll play all the hits." Reaching the sidewalk, Richie dared to look back over his shoulder. And what he saw was in no way comforting. Paul Bunyan was still gone. And now the clown was gone, too. Where they had stood, there was now a 20-foot-high plastic statue of Buddy Holly. He was wearing a button on one of the narrow lapels of his plaid sport coat. "Richie Tozier's All Dead Rock Show," the button read. One bow of Buddy's glasses had been mended with adhesive tape. The little boy was still crying hysterically. His father was walking rapidly back toward downtown with the weeping child in his arms. He gave Richie a wide berth. Richie got walking. Feet don't fail me now. Trying not to think about, "We'll play all the hits," what had just happened. All he wanted to think about was the monster jolt of scotch he was going to have in the Derry Townhouse bar before he went up to take that nap. The thought of the drink, just your ordinary garden-variety drink, made him feel a little better. He looked over his shoulder one more time, and the fact that Paul Bunyan was back, grinning at the sky, plastic axe over his shoulder, made him feel better still. Richie began to walk faster, making tracks, putting distance between himself and that statue. He had even begun to think about the possibility of hallucinations when the pain struck his eyes again, deep and agonizing, causing him to cry out hoarsely. A pretty young girl who had been walking ahead of him, looking dreamily up at the breaking clouds, looked back at him, hesitated, then hurried over. "Mister, are you all right?" "It's my contacts," he said in a strained voice. "My damned contact Oh, my God, that hurts." This time he got his forefingers up so quickly he almost jabbed them into his eyes. He pulled down the lower lids and thought, "I won't be able to blink them out. That's what's going to happen. I won't be able to blink them out. And it's just going to go on hurting and hurting and hurting until I go blind, go blind, go blind." But one blink did it, as one blink always had. The sharp and defined world, where colors stayed inside the lines and where faces that you saw were clear and obvious, simply fell away. Wide bands of pastel fuzz took their place. And although he and the high school girl, who was both helpful and concerned, searched the paving of the sidewalk for almost 15 minutes, neither could find even a single lens. In the back of his head, Richie seemed to hear the clown laughing. 5. Bill Denbrough sees a ghost. Bill did not see Pennywise that afternoon, but he did see a ghost, a real ghost. So Bill believed then, and no subsequent event caused him to change his mind. He had walked up Witcham Street and paused for some time by the drain where George met his end on that rainy October day in 1957. He squatted down and peered into the drain, which was cut into the stonework of the curbing. His heart was beating hard, but he looked anyway. "Come out, why don't you?" he said in a low voice, and he had the not-quite-mad idea that his voice was floating along dark and dripping passageways, not dying out, but continuing onward and onward, feeding on its own echoes, bouncing off moss-covered stone walls and long-dead machinery. He felt it float over still and sullen waters and perhaps issue softly from 100 different drains in other parts of the city at the same time. "Come out of there, or we'll come in and get you." He waited nervily for a response, crouched down with his hands between his thighs like a catcher between pitches. There was no response. He was about to stand up when a shadow fell over him. Bill looked up sharply, eagerly, ready for anything. But it was only a little kid, maybe 10, maybe 11. He was wearing faded Boy Scout shorts which displayed his scabby knees to good advantage. He had a freeze pop in one hand and a fiberglass skateboard, which looked almost as battered as his knees, in the other. The freeze pop was a fluorescent orange. The skateboard was a fluorescent green. "You always talk into the sewers, mister?" the boy asked. "Only in Derry," Bill said. They looked at each other solemnly for a moment and then burst into laughter at the same time. "I want to ask you a stupid question," Bill said. "Okay," the kid said. "You ever hear anything down in one of these?" The kid looked at Bill as though he had flipped out. "Okay," Bill said. "Forget I asked." He started to walk away and had gotten maybe 12 steps. He was headed up the hill, vaguely thinking he would take a look at the home place, when the kid called, "Mister?" Bill turned back. He had his sport coat hooked on his finger and slung over his shoulder. His collar was unbuttoned, his tie loosened. The boy was watching him carefully, as if already regretting his decision to speak further. Then he shrugged, as if saying, "Oh, what the hell." "Yeah." "Yeah?" "Yeah." "What did it say?" "I don't know. It talked some foreign language. I heard it coming out of one of those pumping stations down in the Barrens. One of those pumping stations. They look like pipes coming out of the ground." "I know what you mean. Was it a kid you heard?" "At first it was a kid, then it sounded like a man." The boy paused. "I was some scared. I ran home and told my father. He said maybe it was an echo or something, coming all the way down the pipes from someone's house." "Do you believe that?" The boy smiled charmingly. "I read in my Ripley's Believe It or Not book that there was this guy. He got music from his teeth. Radio music. His fillings were like little radios. I guess if I believed that, I could believe anything." Yeah, Bill said. "But did you believe it?" The boy reluctantly shook his head. "Did you ever hear those voices again?" "Once when I was taking a bath," the boy said. "It was a girl's voice. Just crying, no words. I was scared to pull the plug when I was done because I thought I might, drown her." Bill nodded again. The kid was looking at Bill openly now, his eyes shining and fascinated. "You know about those voices, mister?" "I heard them," Bill said, "a long, long time ago. Do you know any of the kids that have been murdered here, son?" The shine went out of the kid's eyes. It was replaced by caution and disquiet. "My dad says I'm not supposed to talk to strangers. He says anybody could be that killer." He took an additional step away from Bill, moving into the dappled shade of an elm tree that Bill had once driven his bike into 27 years ago. He had taken a spill and bent his handlebars. "Not me, kid," he said. "I've been in England for the last 4 months. I just got into Derry yesterday." "I still don't have to talk to you," the kid replied. "That's right," Bill agreed. "It's a free country." He paused and then said, "I used to pal around with Johnny Fury some of the time. He was a good kid. I cried," the boy finished matter-of-factly, and slurped down the rest of his freeze pop. As an afterthought, he ran out his tongue, which was temporarily bright orange, and lapped off his arm. "Keep away from the sewers and drains," Bill said quietly. "Keep away from empty places and deserted places. Stay out of train yards, but most of all, stay away from the sewers and the drains." The shine was back in the kid's eyes, and he said nothing for a very long time. Then, "Mister, you want to hear something funny?" "Sure." "You know that movie where the shark ate all the people up?" "Everyone does. Jaws." "Well, I got this friend, you know. His name's Tommy Vicinanza, and he's not that bright. Toys in the attic, you get what I mean?" "Yeah." "He thinks he saw that shark in the canal. He was up there by himself in Basie Park a couple of weeks ago, and he said he seen this fin. He says it was 8 or 9 feet tall. Just the fin was that tall, you get me? He goes, 'That's what killed Johnny and the other kids. It was Jaws. I know because I saw it.' So I go, 'That canal's so polluted nothing could live in it, not even a minnow. And you think you saw Jaws in there? You got toys in the attic, Tommy.' Tommy says it reared right out of the water like it did at the end of that movie and tried to bite him, and he just got back in time. Pretty funny, huh, mister?" "Pretty funny," Bill agreed. "Toys in the attic, right?" Bill hesitated. "Stay away from the canal too, son. You follow?" "You mean you believe it?" Bill hesitated. He meant to shrug. Instead, he nodded. The kid let out his breath in a low, hissing rush. He hung his head as if ashamed. "Yeah, sometimes I think I must have toys in the attic." "I know what you mean." Bill walked over to the kid, who glanced up at him solemnly but didn't shy away this time. "You're killing your knees on that board, son." The kid glanced down at his scabby knees and grinned. "Yeah, I guess so. I bail out sometimes." "Can I try it?" Bill asked suddenly. The kid looked at him, gape-mouthed at first, then laughing. "That'd be funny," he said. "I never saw a grown-up on a skateboard." "I'll give you a quarter," Bill said. "My dad said—" "Never take money or candy from strangers. Good advice. I'll still give you a quarter. What do you say? Just to the corner of Jackson Street." "Never mind the quarter," the kid said. He burst into laughter again. A gay and uncomplicated sound. A fresh sound. "I don't need your quarter. I got $2. I'm practically rich. I got to see this, though. Just don't blame me if you break something." "Don't worry," Bill said. "I'm insured." He turned one of the skateboard's scuffed wheels with his finger, liking the speedy ease with which it turned. It sounded like there was about 1,000,000 ball bearings in there. It was a good sound. It called up something very old in Bill's chest. Some desire as warm as want, as lovely as love. He smiled. "What do you think?" the kid asked. "I think I'm gonna kill myself," Bill said, and the kid laughed. Bill put the skateboard on the sidewalk and put one foot on it. He rolled it back and forth experimentally. The kid watched. In his mind, Bill saw himself rolling down Witcham Street toward Jackson on the kid's avocado green skateboard, the tails of his sport coat ballooning out behind him, his bald head gleaming in the sun, his knees bent in that fragile way snow bunnies bend their knees their first day on the slopes. It was a posture that told you that in their heads they were already falling down. He bet the kid didn't ride the board like that. He bet the kid rode to beat the devil, like there was no tomorrow. That good feeling died out of his chest. He saw all too clearly the board going out from under his feet, shooting unencumbered down the street, an improbable fluorescent green, a color that only a child could love. He saw himself coming down on his ass, maybe on his back. Slow dissolve to a private room at the Dairy Home Hospital, like the one they had visited Eddie in after his arm had been broken. Bill Denbrough in a full body cast, one leg held up by pulleys and wires. A doctor comes in, looks at his chart, looks at him, and then says, "You were guilty of 2 major lapses, Mr. Denbrough. The first was mismanagement of a skateboard. The second was forgetting that you are now approaching 40 years of age." He bent, picked the skateboard back up, and handed it back to the kid. "I guess not," he said. "Chicken," the kid said, not unkindly. Bill hooked his thumbs into his armpits and flapped his elbows. "Buck, buck, buck," he said. The kid laughed. "Listen, I got to get home." "Be careful on that," Bill said. "You can't be careful on a skateboard," the kid replied, looking at Bill as if he might be the one with toys in the attic. "Right," Bill said. "Okay, as we say in the movie biz, I hear you. But stay away from drains and sewers, and stay with your friends." The kid nodded. "I'm right near home." So was my brother, Bill thought. "It'll be over soon anyway," Bill told the kid. "Will it?" the kid asked. "I think so," Bill said. "Okay, see you later, chicken." The kid put one foot on the board and pushed off with the other. Once he was rolling, he put the other foot on the board as well and went thundering down the street at what seemed to Bill a suicidal pace. But he rode as Bill had suspected he would, with lazy, hip-shot grace. Bill felt love for the boy, an exhilaration, and a desire to be the boy, along with an almost suffocating fear. The boy rode as if there were no such things as death or getting older. The boy seemed somehow eternal and ineluctable in his khaki Boy Scout shorts and scuffed sneakers, his ankles sockless and quite dirty, his hair flying back behind him. "Watch out, kid. You're not going to make the corner," Bill thought, alarmed. But the kid shot his hips to the left like a breakdancer, his toes revolved on the green fiberglass board, and he zoomed effortlessly around the corner and onto Jackson Street, simply assuming no one would be there to get in his way. Kid, Bill thought, it won't always be that way. He walked up to his old house, but did not stop. He only slowed his walk down to an idler's pace. There were people on the lawn, a mother in a lawn chair, a sleeping baby in her arms, watching 2 kids, maybe 10 and 8, play badminton in grass that was still wet from the rain earlier. The younger of the 2, a boy, managed to hit the bird back over the net, and the woman called, "Good one, Sean." The house was the same dark green color, and the fanlight was still over the door, but his mother's flower beds were gone. So, from what he could see, was the jungle gym his father had built from scavenged pipes in the backyard. He remembered the day Georgie had fallen off the top and chipped a tooth. How he had screamed. He saw these things, the ones there and the ones gone, and thought of walking over to the woman with the sleeping baby in her arms. He thought of saying, "Hello, my name is Bill Denbrough. I used to live here." And the woman saying, "That's nice." What else could there be? Could he ask her if the face he had carved carefully in one of the attic beams, the face he and Georgie sometimes used to throw darts at, was still there? Could he ask her if her kids sometimes slept on the screened-in back porch when the summer nights were especially hot, talking together in low tones as they watched heat lightning dance on the horizon? He supposed he might be able to ask some of those things, but he felt he would stutter quite badly if he tried to be charming. And did he really want to know the answers to any of those questions? After Georgie died, it had become a cold house, and whatever he had come back to Derry for was not here. So he went on to the corner and turned right, not looking back. Soon he was on Kansas Street, headed back downtown. He paused for a while at the fence which bordered the sidewalk, looking down into the barrens. The fence was the same rickety wood covered with fading whitewash, and the barrens looked the same, wilder if anything. The only differences he could see were that the dirty smudge of smoke which had always marked the town dump was gone. The dump had been replaced with a modern waste treatment plant, and a long overpass marched across the tangled greenery now, the turnpike extension. Everything else was so similar that he might last have seen it the previous summer, weeds and bushes sloping down to that flat marshy area on the left, and to dense copses of junky, scrubby trees on the right. He could see the stands of what they had called bamboo, the silvery white stalks 12 and 14 feet high. He remembered that Richie had once tried to smoke some of it, claiming it was like the stuff jazz musicians smoked and could get you high. All Richie had gotten was sick. Bill could hear the trickle of water running in many small streams, could see the sun heliographing off the broader expanse of the Kenduskeag. And the smell was the same, even with the dump gone. The heavy perfume of growing things at the height of their spring strut did not quite mask the smell of waste and human offal. It was faint but unmistakable. The smell of corruption, a whiff of the underside. That's where it ended before, and that's where it's going to end this time, Bill thought with a shiver. In there, under the city. He stood a while longer, convinced that he must see something, some manifestation of the evil he had come back to Derry to fight. There was nothing. He heard water running, a spring-like and vital sound that reminded him of the dam they had built down there. He could see trees and bushes ruffling in the faint breeze. There was nothing else, no sign. He walked on, dusting a faint whitewash stain from his hands as he went. He kept heading downtown, half remembering, half dreaming. And here came another kid, this one a little girl of about 10 in high-waisted corduroy pants and a faded red blouse. She was bouncing a ball with one hand and holding a baby doll by its blonde Arnell hair in the other. "Hey," Bill said. She looked up. "What?" "What's the best store in Derry?" She thought about it. "For me or for anyone?" "For you," Bill said. "Second-hand rose, second-hand clothes," she said with no hesitation whatsoever. "I beg your pardon?" Bill asked. "You beg what?" "I mean, is that a store name?" "Sure," she said, looking at Bill as though he might well be enfeebled. "Second-hand rose, second-hand clothes. My mom says it's a junk shop, but I like it. They have old things, like records you never heard of. Also postcards. It smells like an attic. I have to go home now. Bye." She walked on, not looking back, bouncing her ball and holding her dolly by the hair. "Hey!" he shouted after her. She looked back whimsically. "I beg your whatchamacallit?" "The store. Where is it?" She looked back over her shoulder and said, "Just the way you're going. It's at the bottom of Up Mile Hill." Bill felt that sense of the past folding in on itself, folding in on him. He hadn't meant to ask that little girl anything. The question had popped out of his mouth like a cork flying from the neck of a champagne bottle. He descended Up Mile Hill toward downtown. The warehouses and packing plants he remembered from childhood, gloomy brick buildings with dirty windows from which titanic, meaty smells issued, were mostly gone, although the Armour and the Star Beef meat packing plants were still there. But Hemphill was gone, and there was a drive-in bank and bakery where Eagle Beef and Kosher Meats had been. And there, where the Tracker Brothers Annex had stood, was a sign painted in old-fashioned letters which read, just as the girl with the doll had said, "Second-hand rose, second-hand clothes." The red brick had been painted a yellow which had perhaps been jaunty 10 or 12 years ago, but was now dingy, a color Audra called urine yellow. Bill walked slowly toward it, feeling that sense of déjà vu settle over him again. Later he told the others he knew what ghost he was going to see before he actually saw it. The show window of second-hand rose, second-hand clothes was more than dingy. It was filthy. No down east antique shop, this, with nifty little spool beds and Hoosier cabinets and sets of depression glassware highlighted by hidden spotlights. This was what his mother called with utter disdain a Yankee pawn shop. The items were strewn in rick-rack profusion, heaped aimlessly here, there, and everywhere. Dresses slumped off coat hangers, guitars hung from their necks like executed criminals. There was a box of 45 RPM records, 10 cents apiece, the sign read. 12 for $1. Andrew Sisters, Perry Como, Jimmy Rogers, others. There were kids' outfits and dreadful-looking shoes with a card in front of them which read, "Seconds but not bad, $1 a pair." There were 2 TVs that looked blind. A third was casting bleared images of the Brady Bunch out toward the street. A box of old paperbacks, most with stripped covers, 2 for $0.25, 10 for $1, more inside, some hot, sat atop a large radio with a filthy white plastic case and a tuning dial as big as an alarm clock. Bunches of plastic flowers sat in dirty vases on a chipped, gouged, dusty dining room table. All of these things Bill saw as a chaotic background to the thing his eyes had fixed upon immediately. He stood staring at it with wide, unbelieving eyes. Gooseflesh ran madly up and down his body. His forehead was hot, his hands cold, and for a moment it seemed that all the doors inside would swing wide and he would remember everything. Silver was in the right-hand window.
His kickstand was still gone, and rust had flowered on the front and back fenders, but the Uga horn was still there on the handlebars, its rubber bulb now glazed with cracks and age. The horn itself, which Bill had always kept neatly polished, was dull and pitted. The flat package carrier where Richie had often ridden double was still on the back fender, but it was bent now, hanging by a single bolt. At some point someone had covered the seat with imitation tiger skin, which was now rubbed and frayed to a point where the stripes were almost indistinguishable. Silver. Bill raised an absent hand to wipe away the tears that were running slowly down his cheeks. After he had done a better job with his handkerchief, he went inside. The atmosphere of second-hand rose, second-hand clothes was musty with age. It was, as the girl had said, a attic smell, but not a good smell as some attic smells are. This was not the smell of linseed oil rubbed lovingly into the surface of old tables or of ancient plush and velvet. In here was a smell of rotting book bindings, dirty vinyl cushions that had been half-cooked in the hot suns of summers past, dust, mouse turds. From the TV in the window, the Brady Bunch cackled and whooped. Competing with them from somewhere in the back was the radio voice of a disc jockey identifying himself as your pal Bobby Russell, promising the new album by Prince to the caller who could give the name of the actor who had played Wally on Leave It to Beaver. Bill knew. It had been a kid named Tony Dow, but he didn't want the new Prince album. The radio was sitting on a high shelf amid a number of 19th century portraits. Below it and them sat the proprietor, a man of perhaps 40, who was wearing designer jeans and a fishnet T-shirt. His hair was slicked back, and he was thin to the point of emaciation. His feet were cocked up on his desk, which was piled high with ledgers and dominated by an old scrolled cash register. He was reading a paperback novel which Bill thought had never been nominated for the Pulitzer Prize. It was called Construction Site Studs. On the floor in front of the desk was a barber pole, its stripe revolving up and up into infinity. Its frayed cord wound across the floor to a baseboard plug like a tired snake. The sign in front of it read, "A Dying Breed, $250. When the bell over the door jingled, the man behind the desk marked his place with a matchbook cover and looked up. "Help you?" "Yes," Bill said, and opened his mouth to ask about the bike in the window. But before he could speak, his mind was suddenly filled with a single haunting sentence, words that drove away all other thought. "He thrusts his fists against the posts and still insists he sees the ghosts." What in the name of God? Thrusts? "Looking for anything in particular?" the proprietor asked. His voice was polite enough, but he was looking at Bill closely. He's looking at me, Bill thought, amused in spite of his distress, as if he's got an idea I've been smoking some of that stuff that gets the jazz musicians high. "Yes, I was interested in his fists against the posts. In that post." "The barber pole, you mean?" The proprietor's eyes now showed Bill something which, even in his present confused state, he remembered and hated from his childhood, the anxiety of a man or woman who must listen to a stutterer, the urge to jump in quickly and finish the thought, thus shutting the poor bastard up. "But I don't stutter. I beat it. I don't fucking stutter. And still insists. The words were so clear in his mind that it seemed someone else must be speaking in there, that he was like a man possessed by demons in biblical times, a man invaded by some presence from outside. And yet he recognized the voice and knew it was his own. He felt sweat pop out warmly on his face. "I could give you—" "He sees the ghosts." "A deal on that post," the proprietor was saying. "Tell you the truth, I can't move it at $250. I'd give it to you for $175. How's that? It's the only real antique in the place." Post. Pole. Bill almost screamed, and the proprietor recoiled a little. "Not the pole I'm interested in." "Are you okay, mister?" the proprietor asked. His solicitous tone belied the expression of hard wariness in his eyes, and Bill saw his left hand leave the desk. He knew, with a flash of something that was really more inductive reasoning than intuition, that there was an open drawer below Bill's own sight line, and that the proprietor had almost surely put his hand on a pistol of some type. He was maybe worried about robbery. More likely, he was just worried. He was, after all, clearly gay, and this was the town where the local juveniles had given Adrian Mellon a terminal bath.
He thrusts his fists against the posts and still insists he sees the ghosts.
It drove out all thought. It was like being insane.
Where had it come from? He thrusts.
Repeating and repeating. With a sudden titanic effort, Bill attacked it. He did this by forcing his mind to translate the alien sentence into French. It was the same way he had beaten the stutter as a teenager. As the words marched across his field of thought, he changed them, and suddenly he felt the grip of the stutter loosen. He realized that the proprietor had been saying something. Pardon me?
I said if you're going to have a fit, take it out on the street. I don't need shit like that in here.
Bill drew in a deep breath.
Let's start over,
he said. Pretend I just came in.
Okay,
the proprietor said, agreeably enough. You just came in. Now what?
The bike in the window, Bill said. How much do you want for the bike?
Take $20. He sounded easier now, but his left hand still hadn't come back into view. I think it was a Schwinn at one time, but it's a mongrel now. His eye measured Bill. Big bike. You could ride it yourself. Thinking of the kid's green skateboard, Bill said, I think my bike riding days are over. The proprietor shrugged. His left hand finally came up again.
Got a boy?
Yes.
How old is he?
11.
Big bike for an 11-year-old.
Will you take a traveler's check?
Long as it's no more than $10 over the amount of the purchase.
I can give you at 20, Bill said. Mind if I make a phone call?
Not if it's local.
It is.
Be my guest.
Bill called the Derry Public Library. Mike was there. Where are you, Bill? He asked, and then immediately, Are you all right? I'm fine. Have you seen any of the others? No, we'll see them tonight. There was a brief pause. That is, I presume. What can I do for you, Big Bill? I'm buying a bike, Bill said calmly. I wondered if I could wheel it up to your house. Do you have a garage or something I could store it in? There was silence. Mike, are you? I'm here, Mike said. Is it silver? Bill looked at the proprietor. He was reading his book again, or maybe just looking at it and listening carefully. Yes, he said. Where are you? It's called Second-Hand Rose, Second-Hand Clothes. All right, Mike said. My place is 61 Palmer Lane. You'd want to go up Main Street. I can find it. All right, I'll meet you there. Want some supper? That would be nice. Can you get off work? No problem. Carol will cover for me. Mike hesitated again. She said that a fellow was in about an hour before I got back here. Said he left looking like a ghost. I got her to describe him. It was Ben. You sure? Yeah, and the bike. That's part of it too, isn't it? Shouldn't wonder, Bill said, keeping an eye on the proprietor, who still appeared to be absorbed in his book. I'll see you at my place, Mike said. Number 61. Don't forget. I won't. Thank you, Mike. God bless, Big Bill. Bill hung up. The proprietor promptly closed his book again. Got you some storage space, my friend? Yeah. Bill took out his traveler's checks and signed his name to a 20. The proprietor examined the two signatures with a care that, in less distracted mental circumstances, Bill would have found rather insulting. At last the proprietor scribbled a bill of sale and popped the traveler's check into his old cash register. He got up, put his hands on the small of his back and stretched, then walked to the front of the store. He picked his way around the heaps of junk and almost junk merchandise with an absent delicacy Bill found fascinating. He lifted the bike, swung it around, and rolled it to the edge of the display space. Bill laid hold of the handlebars to help him, and as he did, another shudder whipped through him. Silver. Again. It was silver in his hands, and... He thrusts his fists against the posts and still insists he sees the ghosts. He had to force the thought away because it made him feel faint and strange. That back tire's a little soft, the proprietor said. It was, in fact, as flat as a pancake. The front tire was up, but so bald the cord was showing through in places. No problem, Bill said. You can handle it from here? I used to be able to handle it just fine. Now I don't know. I guess so, Bill said. Thanks. Sure, and if you want to talk about that barber pole, come back. The proprietor held the door for him. Bill walked the bike out, turned left, and started toward Main Street. People glanced with amusement and curiosity at the man with the bald head pushing the huge bike with the flat rear tire and the ooga horn protruding over the rusty bike basket, but Bill hardly noticed them. He was marveling at how well his grown-up hands still fitted the rubber hand grips, was remembering how he had always meant to knot some thin strips of plastic, different colors, into the holes in each grip so they would flutter in the wind. He had never gotten around to that. He stopped at the corner of Center and Main, outside of Mr. Paperback. He leaned the bike against the building long enough to strip off his sport coat. Pushing a bike with a flat tire was hard work, and the afternoon had come off hot. He tossed the coat into the basket and went on. "Chain's rusty," he thought. "Whoever had it didn't take very good care of it." He stopped for a moment, frowning, trying to remember just what had happened to Silver. Had he sold it, given it away, lost it perhaps? He couldn't remember. Instead, that idiotic sentence, "His fists against the posts and still insists," resurfaced, as strange and out of place as an easy chair on a battlefield, a record player in a fireplace, a row of pencils protruding from a cement sidewalk. Bill shook his head. The sentence broke up and dispersed like smoke. He pushed Silver on to Mike's place.